Chapter 1. Samson. It is a commercial planet protected by the Frisia forces. Everywhere you can see cosmic people of different races, who conduct commercial trade here. Inside a tavern. Raditz, do you feel like Vegeta is a little different? Yes. Look over there. Following Naba's line of sight, Raditz spotted a little fart teasing an elf girl. Such a beautiful eyebrow, give Grandpa a smile. Come on, this is a reward from the master. Seeing this scene, Raditz couldn't help swallowing, it seems to be really a little different. Naba touched his head, and his tone was a little puzzled. After Vegeta was hit on the head by Chuyi, he became like this. Do you say he became stupid? And yet, you're stupid. Vegeta walked over, lightly touched the ground on his tiptoes, and the whole person floated up and sat on a stool more than 1 meter high. Bring me a cappuccino. Okay, please wait. The green-skinned waiter in front of the counter began to concoct it, and after getting it done, please use it slowly. Purr. Vegeta is like a buffalo pouring water, filling a full cup of cappuccino in an instant. This was not over, Vegeta drank and burped violently, causing the waiter and Raditz to be completely speechless. Sorry, I just drank too much, I'll go to the bathroom. Vegeta smiled and then left his seat. After Vegeta left, Raditz and Naba looked at each other and said, "It's really stupid." Vegeta came to the toilet, and the confused eyes that had just come to her senses instantly. I didn't expect to travel to the world of Dragon Ball, and it was still 2 years after the explosion of Vegeta's star. Vegeta looked down at his little hand, which was the small hand of a 7 or 8-year-old child. Dragon Ball is a manga drawn by Uncle Tori that was later made into an anime. Each character in it is very personal, such as the innocence of the Monkey King, the pride of Vegeta, the beauty of Bulma. However, compared to the two protagonists of Monkey King and Vegeta, he prefers Bulma. Why? Because he's a man, still a 20-year-old virgin. Bulma is beautiful and cute, with extraordinary intelligence, and is the daughter of the richest man on earth. Such a Bulma, I believe that a man will like her, and he is naturally no exception. I used to fantasize that if only I could travel to the world of Dragon Ball. This way you can meet your goddess. Unexpectedly, he inexplicably crossed into the Dragon Ball world and became Bulma's future husband. Such a lucky thing, I can't help but wonder if I saved the galaxy in my last life. Find a way to get out of here and go to Earth. Vegeta thought to himself. The Earth not only has the control method of Chi and the healing holy product of fairy beans. Most importantly, she has Vegeta's favorite. With the plan in mind, Vegeta walked out of the toilet. Pass by the location of the Raditz too. Naba asked curiously, Vegeta, where are you going? Go Puff Girl. Without looking back, Vegeta left the tavern. I'm afraid I'm really stupid. The two looked at each other, both stunned in place. Vegeta walked out of the tavern, and there was a loud noise from the commercial street. If you want to leave Samui, you have to go to the spaceship docking center and take your own spaceship. Vegeta knows that the probe has a Frisia listener on it, and must destroy it before going to Earth. Otherwise, wherever you go, you will be known by the Frisia forces. The streets are very lively, and Vegeta's walk has aroused the discussion of cosmic people. Isn't that Vegeta? I heard that he was born with 1000 combat power and is a genius scion. Genius. Compared to Master Chuyi, it's a waste. According to the past, when Vegeta heard this, he would definitely be furious, and even have the heart to kill the other party. But Vegeta, as if he hadn't heard, calmly walked by the side of the road. This also attracted the attention of Chuyi, who was preparing to watch the joke on the side. Chuyi drank coldly. Stop. Vegeta kept walking. I told you to stop, didn't you hear? Chuyi instantly flashed in front of Vegeta. Vegeta stopped, his face very cold, no different from usual. Chuyi has long had enough of this kind of scion monkey who wants strength and no strength, but is proud of a batch. Chuyi smiled disdainfully. 5,000 combat power? Is the scion prince of this extent? When he said this, he was ready to fight Vegeta, but he had 7,000 combat power, plus he could beat Vegeta fat last time. The current Chuyi is not vain at all. As always, Vegeta would have jumped on the spot and yelled to kill him. But Vegeta's next move left Chuyi stunned. I'm not as good as Lord Chuyi, you're the best. Vegeta smiled, walked over and punched him on the shoulder. A super genius like you will definitely be able to enter the Kinnet team in the future. Hearing these words, Chuyi raised his chin high, and his heart was very useful, revealing a natural look. That's for sure, since you are so knowledgeable, then I. Before Chuyi could finish speaking, a cosmic man next to him interrupted him. Lord Chuyi, Bay. Vegeta is gone. What? Chuyi instantly opened his eyes and found that Vegeta had long since disappeared. Abominable Vegeta, don't think you can run away. The spacecraft docking center is located in the western part of the planet Samui. Vegeta burst out into a cloud of white chi and flew towards the center where the ship was docked. Come to the spaceship docking center. It is full of spaceships, most of which belong to the merchants who descended on Samui. As far as he remembered, Vegeta came to a small round spaceship. Next to it are several ships of the same model. Vegeta recognized 2 ships belonging to Raditz and 1 to Chuyi. Chuyi, it's a big gift for you. Vegeta smiled evilly, glanced left and right, and found no one else, and he got into the back of Chuyi's spaceship. Punch hard. Bang. Smashed a big hole. Then he got on his own spaceship, set up the program, and the whole spaceship soared into the sky. Looking at the ground farther and farther away, Vegeta muttered, Naba, Raditz, don't blame Prince Ben for abandoning you, you will understand in the future. After Vegeta left same. Not long after, Chuyi also came to the spaceship docking center, and he kept cursing and cursing in his mouth. Abominable Vegeta, next time I meet you, make you look good. Scolded for half an hour. Chuyi finally remembered the call of Frisia's headquarters, and he had to go back quickly. Board the ship and activate the switch. A flash of fire rose into the sky. Fly into the air. Suddenly, the spaceship suddenly stalled, and then fell straight down. Bang! The spacecraft fell to the ground and exploded instantly. Ah, who moved my spaceship? A roar resounded throughout the spacecraft docking center. Chapter 2. A white light flashed through the pitch-black universe. It was Vegeta lying inside the spacecraft, who knew that the probe contained the listeners of Frisia's forces. If he didn't destroy it, Frisia would know wherever Vegeta ran. After destroying the probe, Vegeta was not at ease, afraid that his own spaceship would also be manipulated, so he snatched someone else's spaceship in the universe, destroyed the spaceship that originally belonged to him, and then went to Earth. Earth. Half a year has passed. A spaceship cut through the sky, and an evil aura suddenly appeared above the Earth, as if countless hell demons had appeared in the world. The moment such a terrifying aura appeared on Earth, it attracted the attention of Karinta and the Celestial Temple. It's so terrifying, there are such monsters in the world. The cat fairy standing next to Karinta, who didn't know where to take out a white handkerchief, wiped the sweat from his face. The general combat effectiveness on the Earth is not high, and 200 years ago, he experienced the Vic Great Demon King incident, but fortunately, there was a strong person like Wu Taidu at that time, which prevented the Vic Great Demon King from plague the world. But the breath of the Great Devil King of Vic is like the difference between an ant and an elephant compared to that of the child in the sky. To say that the Great Demon King of Vic is an ant lifts him up. Now the strongest people on the Earth are still the Turtle Immortals, but can the Turtle Immortals really stop the child? Thinking of this, the Cat Immortal couldn't help but look up at the void above him. Following its line of sight, it passed through the dense clouds and came to an incomparably silent void. The air here is very thin, and people with weak physiques who come here may be killed on the spot. However, there is a hemispherical building floating in the void, and the style on it is particularly old, and like Karantat, their origin does not seem to be simple. Who is this kid? The god Tenjin, who was standing on the edge of the temple, was very nervous. Like the cat immortal, he also did not know the origin of the person, and the aura emitted by the other party was as evil and cold as the 9 cold ice. The cat immortal pinned his hopes on him, but what can the gods do, let alone resist this child with their own strength, even if it is the former Vic Great Devil, he is not his opponent. Now I only hope that the other party will not harm the earth. However, for the rest of the day, Tenjin kept an eye on Vegeta's movements. Only to find that Vegeta has no intention of harming the earth at all, and Vegeta takes a cute little girl who is shorter than him to school and school together every day. The heavenly god couldn't help but wonder how such a strong person could make such a move. However, doubts are doubts, since the other party has not harmed the earth, the god of heaven is also slightly relieved. Earth West. Inside an inverted bowl-shaped building. A little girl less than 1 meter, with short light blue hair, her chubby little face with grape-like eyes, was looked at by Vegeta. It was simply cute. Bulma lay in Vegeta's arms and said softly, "Vegeta, you. Are you flying ashes?" "No, why did you say that?" Vegeta touched her smooth hair. Her sister used to touch her hair like this, and now she had a little brother. And Bulma squinted comfortably and kept drilling in Vegeta's arms. "You lied to me, I saw it all." "Did you really see it?" "Uh-huh." Bulma held up her round little head and nodded desperately, like a madly shaking rattle. With her soft tone and her cute nod, Vegeta's heart was almost cute. God, Bulma was so cute when she was a kid. It's unbearable. Since you found out, then I'll tell you the truth. Vegeta dropped Bulma and made a superhuman gesture on the ground. Fortunately, this shameful action was not seen by Raditz and the others, otherwise they would definitely think that Vegeta was not possessed by some demon. When did the proud Scion Prince become like this? Like a little fang girl, Bulma watched Vegeta's next move. "That's right, I'm the messenger of justice in the world, and it's natural that I can fly, dang dang." Vegeta matched the funny accompaniment, his hands raised, his movements similar to the shameful movements of Boo's lunch. Bulma clapped desperately, and her little hands were slapped red and she didn't care. Vegeta is so good. The scene of the two children frolicking was seen by Dr. Breves and his wife, and they couldn't help but nod their heads. As the richest man on earth, they occasionally encounter some dangerous things. Some time ago, Bulma suffered a kidnapping, but fortunately Vegeta suddenly arrived and rescued Bulma. Vegeta said that he liked Bulma very much and wanted to protect Bulma closely. With such a strong man protecting Bulma, Dr. Breves is 10,000 willing in his heart. But what made Dr. Breves a little uncomfortable was that when Vegeta saw him, he called his father-in-law. Doesn't this little fart call him his father-in-law mean that he wants to be his son-in-law? Did this little fart fancy Bulma? Right at this moment. "Father-in-law, I want you to help me make something." Vegeta came over. "What?" A black line appeared in Dr. Breves' brain. "I treat you as a child, but you want to be my son-in-law? Stinky and shameless." However, he did not pay attention to what Vegeta called him, just as a child's joke. "I want you to help me make a gravity room." "Oh." Breves lifted the glasses on the bridge of his nose, a little puzzled. "Tell me about the specific function." Vegeta looked at Dr. Breves expectantly. "It can adjust gravity 100 times, it would be nice if it could also set the temperature." "This is simple, half a month is enough," Dr. Breves said lightly. 2 years ago, his eldest daughter, Thais, left home in search of good fiction material, leaving Bulma alone. A little girl with a prominent status like Bulma, coupled with her enchanting intelligence, others can't play with her at all. No one played with Bulma, and she was sullen until Vegeta appeared, and Bulma was happy again. Now Dr. Breves is very grateful to Vegeta, so he is willing to help Vegeta. That's great. Receiving Dr. Breves' response, Vegeta was excited. It seems that the father-in-law is still very good to him. When the gravity chamber is manufactured, you must cultivate well. Vegeta muttered inwardly. He has only been on Earth for a while, and with the current timeline, there will be no danger on Earth, but in a top-dimensional world like Dragon Ball, who can be sure that there will be no hidden bosses? An existence of the level of the whole king, one is unhappy, that is, destroying a universe, and when it is destroyed, the life in the universe is not aware of it at all. And even if it is detected, it cannot resist. This is the pathos of the weak. Thinking of this, Vegeta looked at the Bulmana girl next to him. Only with great power can you protect the people you want to protect. Chapter 3. Dr. Breves was a man of thumbs, and when he heard Vegeta's request, he turned around and went to the lab and began building the gravity chamber. Vegeta, come here. Bulma waved her chubby little hand. What's wrong? Vegeta was looking forward to the moment when Dr. Breves created the gravity chamber, heard Bulma's shout, and walked over. Bulma stood on tiptoe and said pitifully, Vegeta, you're too tall, squat down a little. It's only been 2 years since Vegeta's explosion, and Bulma is still just a 6-year-old girl. Looking at Bulma, who was a head shorter than herself, she rolled her round eyes, as if she was playing some bad idea, and Vegeta felt amused. But still listening to Bulma, Vegeta obediently bent down. He wanted to see what the little girl wanted to say. Vegeta, you take me up to the sky and fly down, okay? Bulma covered her small mouth and whispered in Vegeta's ear. When he finished, he did not forget to look at Mrs. Breves, as if he was afraid that his mother would hear it. It's not impossible, but you have to promise me a condition. What conditions? Bulma pouted. It's just. You kiss me. Vegeta is so hateful. Mother said you can't kiss boys casually. Bulma said quietly, and then secretly glanced at Mrs. Breves. Mrs. Breves looked over and smiled. Boom, little Bulma, what are you and Vegeta talking about? Tell your mother. Don't do it. Bulma raised her fleshy chin arrogantly. It's her and brother Vegeta's little secret. Looking at the conversation between the two mothers and daughters, Vegeta smiled. In Dragon Ball, Mrs. Breves has a particularly personal personality and seems to have an ageless physique. Don't look at her still as young as Breves. Vegeta believes that in more than 10 years, she will still look like this. Stinky Vegeta, I promised you. Bulma turned her head and puffed out. Bulma, who is at a curious age, will be curious to go up to see what it is. What's more, seeing that Vegeta next to her can fly is such a magical thing, so she also wants to try the feeling of flying. Let's go. Vegeta and Mrs. Breves said and took Bulma into the air. Mrs. Breves covered her small mouth, but she didn't expect Vegeta to really fly. Vegeta carried Bulma on his back. He didn't fly very fast, he was afraid to scare the young Bulma. However, Bulma opened her hands and shouted with a smile, Vegeta, hurry up again. Vegeta shook his head helplessly, seemingly underestimating Bulma. Bulma has been so active since she was a child, and it's no wonder that Bulma, who grew up in anime, dared to embark on a journey to find Dragon Ball alone. If you are afraid, just tell me. After speaking, Vegeta began to slowly accelerate. The wind blew in her ears, and Bulma roared happily, not looking scared at all. Vegeta, hurry up again. Bulma put her arm around Vegeta's neck. Smelly girl. Vegeta had to continue to increase his speed. Flying and flying, before you know it, you have come to the north of the earth. And the famous Karanta from the anime is right in front of you. The tower towers so high that you can't see its top, and the tower is carved with many mysterious symbols, which can be seen at a glance. Vegeta, this tower is so tall. Bulma's two small meat hands grabbed Vegeta's ears, and her voice was particularly soft. Ha ha ha, Bulma, touch your hair. Vegeta didn't care at all about Bulma grabbing his ears. But when he looked back at Bulma, he laughed maniacally. Because Bulma's short blue hair has been blown into an explosive head, and the hair is swaying and swaying under the breeze. With a round little head, such a Bulma is so cute. Vegeta, what are you laughing at? Bulma touched her little head, suddenly realized something, and pulled her big voice, I'm not alive. My sister said that girls must maintain their image outside, especially in front of people they like. Bulma continued to yell, I'm not alive. She said that she was no longer alive, but her two small hands tightly wrapped around Vegeta's neck, and from time to time she used her afterlight to peek at Vegeta's expression. Not alive? If it weren't for the little girl's little eyes, Vegeta would really believe it. Vegeta didn't debunk her and said with a smile, it's okay, you're still just as cute. Really? Really? Haha, I knew that brother Vegeta would not dislike me. Bulma clings to Vegeta's back and asks, Vegeta, why is there a tall tower here? While the two were talking, the cat fairy on Karinta was taken aback. In its observation, the child who suddenly came to Earth a few days ago, like a milkman, has been accompanying a little girl, and it is impossible to appear here. Suddenly, a powerful momentum rushed to the face. Here it comes. The cat fairy sweated coldly. Vegeta took Bulma to the top of Karinta. Hey, there's a fat cat here. Bulma pointed at the cat fairy and muttered. Cat immortal. Although Bulma's voice was very small, it was still heard. And I'm not a fat cat. Vegeta holds Bulma to her chest and lands on Karinta. Bulma didn't speak again, but she still looked at the cat fairy curiously. Why is this cat so fat? You. Who are you? The cat fairy was trembling as she spoke. It knew that this girl was an earthling, but Vegeta was not. I have no malice towards the earth, don't worry. As Vegeta spoke, he looked at the sky at the same time. Vegeta's gesture of raising his head frightened the gods on the temple back a few steps. In the face of unknown existence, they will unconsciously feel fear, even the earth gods. Also, it turned out that the kid knew of his existence. You? What do you mean? The cat fairy swallowed, but found that his throat was already dry. I'll come back. Vegeta smiled and didn't explain much. He knew that his evil aura would definitely not be hidden, and the heavenly god and the cat immortal should have discovered his existence long ago, but they would only ignore him because of their low strength. Even if they explain it to the gods and cat immortals, they will not believe it, but it is better to let time tell. Anyway, the gravity chamber has not yet been manufactured, so there is no rush to learn the induction of chi. Vegeta ignored the cat fairy's stunned expression and flew back in the direction of Zidul with Bulma in her arms. What a strange child! The cat fairy patted his chest very humanely, and he thought that he was going to die. Just when the cat immortal was rejoicing, a black figure appeared next to Karinta. It's a servant of the gods, Bobo. Bobo said expressionlessly, the heavenly god let you go to the celestial realm, please follow me. They. Cat fairy nodded and stepped onto the flying carpet. If Vegeta had been in peace, neither he nor Tenjin would have paid attention to it, and now he suddenly appeared in Karinta. And the other party said that he would come back. This had to make them nervous. The cat immortal also knew that the god would summon it to deliver it, so he calmly followed Bobo to the celestial realm. Chapter 4. The celestial god sent the cat immortals to the celestial realm in order to discuss Vegeta's affairs. It can be concluded that Vegeta is too powerful and no one on earth is his opponent. See, Vegeta didn't do anything bad during this time. The two of them can only hope that Vegeta will keep it forever. Vegeta didn't know what was happening behind Karinta, and he flew back west with Bulma in his arms. Bulma, you haven't done what you promised. What did I promise you? Bulma's round eyes rolled down. Speaking of what can't be done, it's a puppy. Seeing that Bulma wanted to pay the bill, Vegeta stimulated her. Bulma raised her little head and said viciously to Vegeta, "You are a little puppy? No, you are a big dog. Isn't it just to kiss you? Just kiss the big dog once." Bulma blushed little and leaned over Vegeta's face and kissed her gently. Ha ha ha. Feeling the wetness on his face, Vegeta laughed heartily. In the anime, Bulma is a goddess-like being, and she will be Vegeta's wife in the future, that is, his own wife. Looking at Bulma's fleshy little face, Vegeta couldn't help but kiss her too. "The big dog kisses me, don't play with the big dog," Bulma said in disgust, but the two small eyebrows raised slightly, and the corners of her mouth were gently raised. "Today I flew into the sky with brother Vegeta, saw a tall tower, and saw a big fat cat." She hadn't tried to be so happy since her sister left the house. The two were flying in the sky, and the setting sun, the golden light shone on them, combined with the group of geese in the distance. It was so beautiful. Time passed slowly. Breves was still making the gravity room, and Vegeta did not go to Karinta again, accompanying Bulma to and from school every day. On this day, a gloomy and cold aura suddenly appeared in the sky. Vegeta, who was accompanying Bulma in the classroom, frowned, even if he could not sense the breath, but the source of the breath erupted with a special momentum, he sensed it. "Bulma, I'll go to the toilet and come back soon," Vegeta reported to the teacher on stage and walked out. Coming to a place where no one saw him, Vegeta soared into the sky. The sky suddenly streaked with a white light. "West of the earth. There is a castle here." A gate inside the castle was filled with a cold and dark evil chi, and the powerful momentum gradually spread the evil chi. As they drifted around, the emerald green trees instantly turned scorched yellow. A white flame descended from the sky, and Vegeta looked around. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. "You're here too." From the woods behind came a green-skinned figure holding a cane. Vegeta narrowed his eyes. "Tenjin. This evil aura appears on the earth, it is impossible for the gods to ignore it, as for themselves. The gods can't control it. You really know me?" Tenjin frowned. It was really no accident that he raised his head some time ago. Vegeta didn't answer Tenjin's words and asked instead, "What's going on here?" Hearing this, the heavenly god knew that the other party did not want to talk about this matter, and did not care anymore. This is the gate of the demon world, and behind the door is the place leading to the demon world, and it is estimated that someone has opened the door of the demon world. Demon realm. Vegeta read silently. Could it be the demon realm where the demon king Dopura is? Thinking of this, Vegeta felt a chill in his heart. Dapla has super strength. If he is alarmed, he can't resist it with his current strength. Can't let what's inside out. Vegeta shouted, then hurry up and close the door. Well. Good. Obviously, the gods also know where is behind the gate. If they really let the powerful monsters inside come out, the earth will be finished. Raise the crutches and face the gate of the demon realm. A green magical light enveloped the gate. Click. The gates of the demon world began to slowly close. However, a harsh voice came from inside. Want to close the door, have you asked me? The demon gate is held by two hands wrapped in hard armor, and no matter how much magic the gods cast, it will not help. It's over, this person is so strong. The god sensed it, the guy inside was very powerful, and he was not an opponent at all. Boom! Waves of black chi burst out from this person, and the powerful force opened the gate of the demon world again. Vegeta frowned. It stands to reason that this would not happen at this time in Dragon Ball. How so? Could it be the butterfly effect caused by his crossing over? Ha ha ha, Azuras, this is what you call the human world. The figure inside the gate of the demon world finally walked out, and I saw a monster wearing hard black armor come out. With every step, the earth shakes, and the breath emitted is chilling. In the eyes of the heavenly god, this person was far from what he could deal with. Lord Moore, this is the world. Azura in a red blouse followed behind a man named Moore. Good, good, I'm going to eat this time. Moore's voice was very hoarse, and it felt very uncomfortable to listen to everyone's ears. The demon world is divided into 3 layers, each layer of the demon world is a large world, like the demon king Dopura is the king of the 3rd layer of the demon world. And Moore is the lord of the 1st layer of the magic city. He came to the world to eat the flesh and blood of the world. In the eyes of the monster, the flesh and blood of the world is the ultimate delicacy. It's over. The gods showed a look of fear, and Moore's words meant that the world was about to happen. He and the turtle immortal can be said to be the strongest existence on Earth now, but from the point of view of induction, the 2 of them together are not Moore's opponents. What to do? It seems that he is not strong either. Vegeta muttered. He hasn't learned the induction of Chi, he hasn't fought each other, and he doesn't know what level Moore's strength is at, but in his feelings, Moore is not strong at all. Tenjin heard Vegeta's muttering and instantly sobered up. He overlooked one thing. He and the turtle immortal are not the strongest people on the earth now, and this little fart in front of him is the strongest on the earth. And Moore is not even a fart in front of Vegeta. Now only Vegeta can save the planet. But I don't know if Vegeta will help him with this. Tenjin turned to Vegeta hopefully and asked, You? Can you help me beat him? But at this time, a black energy bomb roared towards the celestial god. The energy has locked the celestial god, and the celestial god can't hide at all. Are you going to die? The god closed his eyes. He didn't die in the Vic Great Demon King incident 200 years ago, but he didn't expect to die at the hands of an inexplicable monster. You can't move him. The voice reached the ears of the god. And he opened his eyes and saw a little fart floating in front of him, stretching out his hand and grabbing it hard. Bang! The energy bounced into bits of essence and dissipated in Meru. More. And Azura widened their eyes, and the 2 were shocked. The gods also fell silent. The atmosphere of the scene became dead silent for a while. After a while. Impossible. Azura held his head in his hands, unable to believe that this picture was real. Moore is the master behind the gate of the demon world, and he rules the existence of a city in the 1st layer of the demon world. How could Lord Moore's attack be fended off by a child? Like Azura, Moore was equally shocked. When did there be such a master in the world? Vegeta said coldly, It's really weak. When the other party fired energy bombs, he could feel how rubbish Moore was. I thought that behind the gate of the demon world were very powerful existences. Unexpectedly, this Moore turned out to be even more rubbish than Raditz. That's up to 500 combat power. What a waste of emoticons. Go and die. Vegeta raised his hand, and a white-purple energy bomb appeared in it, roaring away at the 2 of Moore. Bang! The mountains shook and dusted. Smoke completely obscured the view. When the smoke cleared, the figures of the 2 had long disappeared, and they were blown up to the point that there was no slag left. Chapter 5. Tenjin was stunned. Well, that's awesome. Vegeta waved his hand. Okay, hurry up and close the door. I really haven't seen the world, is it necessary to be so surprised? This Moore is just a garbage in the demon world, and it doesn't take much strength to deal with him. However, it's better to close the door of the demon realm early, in case a more powerful guy runs out. I'll just shut it. The heavenly god also realized this, so he quickly closed the door of the demon world. After closing the door, Tenjin looked at Vegeta. This little fart was so talkative, and I had always been afraid that he would harm the earth. What a sin! How could such a monster run out of here? Vegeta wondered. There are still many things on earth like the gate of the demon realm, and they are all connected to the terrifying world behind them, and some monsters run out from time to time. Tenjin took 2 steps forward, turned his back to Vegeta, and completely let down his guard. Don't ask me why there are so many of these strange things on earth, I honestly don't know, I had these things when I took over the position of celestial god. Hearing the words of the god of heaven, Vegeta also remembered that in the anime, there are indeed many demon caves on the earth, and as for why this is so, it is not clear in the anime. I couldn't figure it out, and Vegeta didn't think about it anymore. Suddenly remembering something, Vegeta shouted, "I'll go to you when something happens, I'll go first." Vegeta burst out with a powerful momentum, kicked his feet, and the whole person rose to the ground. Under the huge impact, the ground was dented for more than 10 meters. Yellow sand and dust. Blah blah. Tenjin spat out a few mouthfuls of sand that floated into his mouth, and looked at Vegeta's figure leaving, his eyes full of resentment. I just had a little affection for that little brat, but now it's completely gone. An aristocratic school in the western capital. A little girl with blue hair was lying on her desk, looking expectantly at the classroom door. But the afternoon passed like this, and it was time for school to leave, and Vegeta had not yet returned from the toilet. Why does it take that long to go to the toilet? Just as Bulma was puzzled, she heard the words of the little fat man next to her. "Bulma, look, let you usually not be so fierce, your bodyguard doesn't want you, just run away. One more word, your legs will be broken for you," Bulma said with a cold little face. When the little fat man heard this, his neck suddenly shrunk. But he wasn't wrong. Bulma had a particularly bad temper, she was a little bully at school, and her family was rich, so no one dared to mess with her. "Fatty, let's go." Hearing the words of his companion, the fat boy did not dare to talk to Bulma anymore and left the classroom with his buddies. Looking at the figure of the little fat man and a group of people leaving, Bulma pursed her small mouth. What the little fat man said just now smashed into her heart. With her personality, she has no friends at school, and Bulma's friends are only Vegeta and Tais. But her sister left the house the year before last, and now Vegeta has not returned from going to the toilet. Bulma felt particularly lost and sad. If Vegeta hadn't appeared, Bulma had been used to being alone and might not have felt anything. But Vegeta's appearance brought her a lot of joy. Take her to the sky. Take her to see the sea. Show her the big fat cat. It won't hurt her, it won't make her sad. Really imagine what the little fat man said. Brother Vegeta ran away. A tear trail appeared on Bulma's small face. At this moment, the classroom became particularly deserted, and combined with Bulma's small back, it looked particularly bleak. Another half-hour passed. Bulma raised her little meat hand, put the book into the small pink bag, and walked out of the silent classroom alone. Coming out of the school gate, Bulma looked at the road with traffic, and she was a little timid. Before Vegeta did not appear, the family arranged for the driver to pick her up from class, but now that Vegeta is gone, she can only walk back alone. A strong airburst erupted in the sky. "Hurry up again!" Vegeta flew back to the noble school in the western capital at great speed, and at this time Vegeta couldn't manage so much and landed directly in the school. But it was already school time, and no one saw him fall from the sky. After school, looking at the quiet appearance of the surroundings, Vegeta quickly ran to the classroom. "Where's the little girl?" Vegeta found that there was no one in the classroom. "It's over, the little girl won't walk back alone." Vegeta was very anxious, since he was with Bulma. Dr. Breves had long removed her driver. Now that there is no figure, Bulma has only one possibility, that is, to walk back. Although the school is only a dozen kilometers away from Bulma's home, if you let a little girl Bulma walk, this is not allowed to walk for a day. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became, and Vegeta quickly flew into the sky again, looking for it on the way back. "I remember going back from here." Carrying a small school bag, Bulma turned a corner according to the memories in her mind, only to find that she had come to a dead end. This is not the right way home. She's lost. Bulma did not panic, wiped the beads of sweat on her face, and sat directly on the ground. The small school bag behind was too heavy, she was almost exhausted. Rested for a while. Bulma returned the same way, and soon she found out that she had also taken the wrong way back to school. It's over, really lost. My sister doesn't want me anymore, and Vegeta doesn't want me either. I can't find my way back. Woo woo, I'm so miserable. Woo woo. The more Bulma thought about it, the more aggrieved she became, squatting in the corner and crying. At this time, a little boy flew in the sky. He heard a familiar voice, and immediately landed on the ground. It's good to find the little girl. Vegeta breathed a sigh of relief. On the way back, he didn't find Bulma at all, and he didn't see her when he returned home, so Vegeta expanded the search and finally found Bulma in the opposite direction from home. You can get lost to this extent. Vegeta just wants to say, awesome. But he still had to coax Bulma first, and Vegeta coughed lightly twice. Who is the crying little girl in front? Hearing a familiar voice, Bulma, who was crouching in the corner, suddenly looked up and saw the person coming, and great joy filled her entire heart. In the process of walking, she kept wondering if Vegeta would come to her, but after walking for a long time, she still did not see Vegeta's figure. Bulma also thought that Vegeta would leave her like ties. Don't you want me? Looking at Vegeta's figure, Bulma's tears fell like she didn't want money, and the little meat hand wiped and wiped, but still couldn't stop. Vegeta saw that the little girl was crying non-stop, tears had already blurred her eyes, and his heart was about to break. This is his daughter-in-law. Vegeta quickly picked up Bulma and whispered in her ear, don't cry, it's my mistake, I have an urgent matter in the afternoon, so I didn't have time to tell you, I will take you wherever I go in the future. Take me to the bathroom too. Bulma blushed and asked pitifully. Just now he said to go to the toilet, but he couldn't wait for him to appear. Vegeta was stunned. Just now he was only concerned about coaxing Bulma, and he didn't pay attention to his speech for a while, but when Bulma said this, he realized this. Vegeta wiped her little face and said gently, if you are not shy, follow if you want. Bulma clenched her little pink fist and said angrily, my sister said that a good child can't look at shameful things, so I don't want it. Now Vegeta is a big bad guy in her eyes. Seeing that her mood gradually stabilized, Vegeta continued to coax, I was wrong, as compensation, I will take you to see the cat in a few days. At this time, the cat fairy who was far away in Karinta sneezed violently. Do what you say, or you're a puppy. Bulma finally showed a shallow smile. Okay, let's go home. Chapter 6. During the few days that Vegeta coaxed Bulma, Bulma took Vegeta to show off in front of the little fat man. It seems to say, see no, my brother Vegeta didn't want me. The little fat man silently did not speak, not saying that Bulma was a proper little witch, and no one dared to mess with her in the school. Let's just say Vegeta's terrifying skill, he doesn't dare to act rashly. Little Fat has seen Vegeta defeat the robbers. According to the little fat man, although I am fat, I am not fat and stupid. This day, Vegeta flew into the sky with Bulma in her arms. Bulma opened her hands and danced her fleshy little hands around, go see the big fat cat. Vegeta looked down at Bulma, it turned out that the cat immortal was a big fat cat in Bulma's eyes. Wrong. It's a big fat cat. Vegeta smiled darkly, then increased his speed and flew in the direction of Karinta. Arriving at Karinta, Vegeta jumps inside Karinta with Bulma. The cat fairy rolled his eyes, what are you two little guys doing here? Through Karinta's 3 water tanks, the cat immortal saw the entire process of Vegeta and Tenjin's handling of the Demon Realm's gate. Vegeta really doesn't harm the earth, and even saves it, so his tone of voice becomes a little more casual. Bulma jumped in front of the cat fairy and widened her eyes, big fat cat can talk. Vegeta smiled secretly, and then explained, I came here to ask you for fairy beans. Sendu runs throughout the Dragon Ball anime, and Sendu's function is twofold. Eating one can go 10 days without eating, and in the anime, a Kilobe almost died on top of the fairy bean. In addition to this function, the most important thing is that no matter how injured the person is, as long as they are not dead, they can be healed instantly by eating a fairy bean. However, in the Dragon Ball anime, several large jars of fairy beans were ruined by a Kilobe, resulting in Goku later wanting to break a fairy bean in half to use, which is really pitiful. Such healing holy items, Vegeta must get it. Big fat cat, let me pinch it. Bulma trotted over to the cat fairy and pinched its cat face with her hand. The cat fairy pulled away Bulma's little hand. Isn't that thing used to top the stomach? If you want, it will be directly given to you. After knowing that Vegeta was not a fierce person, this little request for Vegeta was directly satisfied with him. It's not an important thing anyway. Vegeta looked at the cat fairy for a while, what was in his mind, and he probably guessed it. It doesn't matter how it looks, no wonder Archie-Lobe can easily get the fairy beans from its hands. I took it, don't regret it. Vegeta followed the direction pointed by the cat fairy and found 3 large jars of fairy beans in the corner. So many immortal beans are estimated to be accumulated by cat immortals for hundreds of years. Vegeta used the large box inside the universal capsule to fill the fairy beans by 2/3. Cat immortal, this thing is still quite important, don't give it to others in the future. Vegeta took the fairy beans and mentioned the importance of the fairy beans to the cat immortal. Don't forget that fairy beans can instantly recover people's injuries. I don't know what I planted. The cat fairy waved his hand, and his tone was quite helpless. However, the cat fairy's hand stopped in midair, and it suddenly realized that it seemed to have really forgotten about it. Some time ago, the matter of the Demon Realm's gate made it vigilant. If there was no Vegeta, then what would the earth do? If the martial artists of the earth resist, the importance of immortal beings will be reflected. That one. After realizing the importance of the fairy beans, the cat immortal coughed twice, and then pulled away Bulma's little hand that pinched her ears, a little embarrassed. Can you return the fairy beans to me? What was just given to others, and immediately let the family return it, the cat fairy is quite embarrassing. Vegeta stuffed the universal capsule into his pocket and said lightly, no. Do you want to go back to what you have in your pocket? I'm afraid it's a dream. It would be nice to have a third left for it. If you don't pay it back, you won't pay it back. The cat fairy pouted. In fact, with the strength of the other party, even if he takes it all, he can't do anything at all, but this little fart can leave a third of the fairy beans for it, and he is still a little human. You have also finished taking the fairy beans, then go quickly, don't disturb me to rest. During this period of time with Vegeta, the cat fairy can detect his personality, and it is not at all as evil as the aura he emits, so he speaks more casually. Bulma pulled the 2 snow-white ears of the cat fairy and said softly, big fat cat play with me. The cat fairy looked at Vegeta lovelessly, where did you kidnap this girl from? The moment they came up, Bulma began to harass it, and if it weren't for Vegeta's face, it would have taught Bulma a lesson. After all, the dignity of fat cats is inviolable. Vegeta smiled, Bulma, let's go. Bulma pouted, okay, but the big fat cat will play with me next time. My sister said that a good child should be obedient, and she is a good child, so Bulma listens to Vegeta very much. Okay. Vegeta held Bulma and flew out of Karentat. Looking at the departing Bulma, the cat immortal wiped the sweat on his face. This little devil king is finally gone. The 2 children flew up at great speed. Bulma shook her little head, Vegeta, where are we going now? Vegeta touched her hair, let's go to the heavenly temple. Are there immortals in the temple? Yes. You lied to me, my sister said that those immortals on TV are fake. Vegeta was a little speechless, but he didn't expect ties to have such a deep influence on Bulma, and 9 out of 10 sentences of this girl are all about ties. I don't know how sad Bulma was when Ties left. Thinking of this, Vegeta hugged Bulma hard in distress. Vegeta, I'm out of breath. Bulma struggled to squeeze out a sentence. Ah. Sorry, I forgot. Vegeta said apologetically, and continued to fly upwards. Through the dense clouds, soon came to a void, in which the temple floated. A big bowl. Bulma pointed to the temple in a sticky tone. The shape of the temple does resemble a large bowl, covered with ancient bricks and tiles, and the color is red and white. Let's go. After that, Vegeta took Bulma to the temple. Although the air here is thin, it seems that because the gods live here, the surrounding area exudes a sacred atmosphere, and the tall trees outside the temple are moisturized, and the leaves are verdant. When the two little fart children were wandering around the celestial realm, an unfathomable voice suddenly came from behind. Are you here for business? Vegeta was startled and turned his head only to realize that it was Bobo. When Bulma saw Bobo's figure, her round eyes were very shocked. Black Carbon Ball. Chapter 7. Vegeta and Bobo. Vegeta thought Bulma's humble appearance was cute, but quickly covered her little mouth. Bobo said lightly, Are you guys here for something? We are here to find the gods. You guys wait here. Bobo walked inside the temple. Looking at Bobo's back, Vegeta felt that this person was not simple. When watching Dragon Ball in his previous life, in the early stage, Bobo was able to live 2 moves with little Goku. In the later stage, Bobo can also live 2 tricks with Goten, who transforms into a Super Saiyan. Who is he? What a special Saiyan! Bobo muttered, and when he was about to return to the temple, he suddenly waved the black hand. A bit of essence appeared out of thin air and crept into Vegeta's mind in an instant. Very suddenly. SHHH. A sharp pain made Vegeta hold his head tightly. Who is it? Vegeta's eyes were bloodshot with pain, but he still looked at Bobo as he walked inside the temple. Is that him? Bulma was teary-eyed and scared. Vegeta, what's wrong with you? Woohoo, you're not going to die, are you? Bulma's words reached Vegeta's ears, and he only felt that his head hurt more. The smelly girl actually cursed herself to death. It really hurt her in vain. Stop shouting, I'm not dead. Vegeta endured the pain in his head. Bulma wiped her eyes and said in surprise, Vegeta, you are not dead, that is great. Bobo. In the temple. When the pain in his head eased a little, Vegeta looked at Bulma angrily. This is his own daughter-in-law, absolutely must not be angry. Vegeta rolled her eyes, smelly girl, think so much about me to death. Bulma wiped her tears and said pitifully, no, I'm worried about you. They. 2 little fart children were talking, and the god finally came out of the temple. Bulma pointed at the god and said in shock, Vegeta, green skin. At this time, Vegeta did not get used to her, and gently patted Bulma's little head, don't talk nonsense. The god rolled his eyes, but he didn't take the words of a child to heart. Bobo said you came to me, is something wrong? Since being saved by Vegeta, Tenjin has changed his mind about Vegeta. Although the breath emitted by this little fart boy is evil, he is not evil. Vegeta thumped his head, hoping to reduce the pain. It was supposed to be fine, but now it's okay. Originally, he came to the celestial realm to learn the control and sensing methods of Qi, but after a sharp pain in his head, he found that he could no longer use the heavenly god. Because he had all the cultivation methods in his mind, even the demon seal wave and the heaven-shattering palm of all nations. Hearing Vegeta's words, Tenjin was speechless for a while. There was silence for a while. The heavenly god spoke, the aura on your body is too evil, it is not good for your future cultivation, it is better to dissolve it early. Vegeta nodded. Who is Vegeta? Before Ling Mo crossed here, Vegeta followed Frieza, burning, looting, destroying the planet. These unconscionable things were all things he often did, and he could scare a child like a cry with a bad temper. Fortunately, Bulma is not an ordinary child, otherwise she would also be scared to cry. There is also a certain truth in the heavenly God saying that having an evil aura is not conducive to cultivation, and the information in his mind mentions this. The evil breath is stronger than the ordinary breath, but it will affect a person's mind. If you want to walk on the road of the realm, the state of mind must be in an ethereal state, that with the evil aura, the road of the realm must not go far. Thinking of this, Vegeta had new doubts. Did Bobo just pass on that message? It should be, but why? Vegeta muttered inwardly. What are you thinking? Seeing Vegeta's dull eyes, Tenjin was a little puzzled. Thinking about something else. Vegeta came back to his senses. By the way, have you found out about the Demon Realm's gate? Tenjin was about to mention this, but let Vegeta ask first. Tenjin shook his head, nothing was found. Vegeta touched his chin and raised his doubts. I don't think this matter is simple. Vegeta's appearance as a little adult made Tenjin laugh and said, I didn't find it man-made, and more couldn't have opened the door from within. That would be weird. Vegeta frowned. How did that door open? Don't think about it, this happens every once in a while on Earth. Okay. Vegeta replied like this, but he was always puzzled. Behind the gate of the demon world is the passage connecting the entire demon world, and in addition to coming out of the gate of the demon world, the things of the demon world can only rely on their strong strength to break the dimensional barrier and come to the world. However, there are very few monsters that can do this. It seems that there is a mysterious existence that has opened the door to the demon world. It's not easy. Vegeta only discovered that the world of Dragon Ball is really mysterious, and in addition to the main plot, there are so many unknown secrets. Thinking of this, Vegeta wanted to wait to improve his strength. A glance at the silly Bulma. How to protect her without strength. At this time, Bulma looked over and said dumbfounded, Vegeta, you have a headache again. Vegeta. Vegeta. Pounded his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Can't be angry, this is your own daughter-in-law. After a while, Vegeta spoke, let's go. With that, Vegeta took Bulma out of the celestial realm. Time passed quickly, and half a month passed. Vegeta came to Brive's manufacturing room and saw Brives tinkering with a piece of white metal with some precision tools. Vegeta asked, Father-in-law, how is the gravity room? Dr. Brives put down the tools in his hand and smiled, you came just in time, the gravity chamber is almost the last bit of data debugging is completed. Chapter 8. Dr. Brives finished debugging the data and waved his hand, Vegeta, come and take a look. Vegeta was so excited that he ran over with a fart. Dr. Brives smiled, this little guy usually talks old-fashionedly, after all, he is just a child. I did as you said, and also added indoor humidity control. That's great. Vegeta touched the gravity exterior wall. The white metal, under the illumination of the light, has a textured metallic color, and every gap is particularly perfectly connected. Thank you, father-in-law. Vegeta, you used this thing to cultivate. Dr. Brives put down his glasses, you have to pay attention, the gravity chamber is not like other things, once the gravity multiplier is too high, you will be instantly crushed into a pile of meat puree. Facing his father-in-law's concern, Vegeta nodded. He knew exactly what the gravity chamber did. In the anime, Goku travels to Namex in Dr. Brive's spaceship, and relies on the gravity system above to increase his combat effectiveness from 32,000 to 90,000 in 7 days. Without Sendu, he might have worried about Dr. Brives, but with Sendu, he could do what Goku could do. After thinking for a while, Vegeta asked, Father-in-law, can the gravity chamber be turned into a universal capsule? Of course you can, it's just the basics. Dr. Brives is proud to say that he became the richest man on Earth with this technology. Thank you, father-in-law, I'll go to cultivate first. Vegeta put away the gravity room and left the manufacturing room with a tumult. Looking at his back as he left, Dr. Breves muttered, "It seems that it is quite good to let him be his son-in-law." Vegeta didn't know what Dr. Breves was thinking, and if he did, he would be thrilled. Coming to the yard, Vegeta threw the universal capsule out. With a bang, the gravity chamber appeared on the ground. Let me see if the effect of the gravity chamber is so powerful. Vegeta walked into the gravity chamber with small steps. Following Dr. Breves' instructions, Vegeta began to operate. Boost gravity by 10 times. Father! The space shook, and for a moment Vegeta felt a pressure exerted on his body. It's about the same as the gravity of Vegeta in memory. Vegeta didn't have any expression, and this gravity had no effect on him. Boost gravity by 15 times. Only then did Vegeta feel a little pressure on his body. But not enough. 25 times more gravity. Vegeta, who did not react, instantly bent his knees. After a while. Not bad. Vegeta grinned, every cell in his body pressed by gravity. Before I trained much, I could feel that my strength was starting to loosen. Let's start with 25 times gravity. Soon, the sound of Vegeta's training sounded in the gravity room. Half a month passed. Vegeta takes Bulma to and from school every day and trains in the gravity room the rest of the time. At first, Bulma was still very sad and said that Vegeta didn't want her again. However, it is not known what benefits Vegeta promised Bulma, and Bulma later agreed to do so. In this half-month, Vegeta has adapted to 80 times gravity, and Xian Bin has consumed 20. Vegeta divides the cultivation into 2 stages, and each time the gravity increases, he first moves his fists and feet to adapt his body to the current gravity. Until the body completely adapts to the current gravity multiplier, it begins to comprehend the chi recorded in the mind. According to the information, chi is divided into righteous chi, evil chi, and vitality. Chi can transcend the limits of the physical body, it is contained in everyone, and it can be perceived. Energy can also be said to be chi, but this is only a rough statement. In the end, chi is the most fundamental energy in the human body, and only through practice and training can we freely control it. But scions like Vegeta are born with great power, and it is extremely difficult to fully use chi like earthlings. Fortunately, there is a gravity room. Through the high multiple gravity, the power in the body is suppressed, and Vegeta can control the chi so quickly. If you control the chi, it is much easier to sense it. This day, a terrifying aura exploded over the western capital, and the air suddenly became chaotic. Dr. Breves in the research room stopped his hand movements, looked at the backyard, then shook his head and continued to immerse himself in new technology. The heavenly god on the temple swallowed, this guy has become stronger again. Gravity room. There should be 80,000 combat strength. Vegeta let out a breath. Half a month ago he only had 5,000 combat power, but now he has 80,000, and the speed of improvement is much faster than Goku. Thanks to the healing holy product of immortal beans, whenever he was exhausted from training or even seriously injured, he would recover immediately by eating a bean. Of course, such an achievement is inseparable from his own talent. After all, he is an elite-level warrior born with 1,000 combat power. Big dog, what do you promise me? At this time, the communication equipment in the gravity room sounded Bulma's soft voice. Here it comes. Vegeta opened the door to the gravity chamber and saw Bulma lunging at him. Thump! Bumped into a full heart. Vegeta rolled her eyes. Girl, I'm all sweaty, let me take a bath first. Bulma pinched her pink yao nose. Big dog stinks. Stinky and you still pounce? Humph, who made you promise me that I didn't do it? Isn't this still cultivating? Vegeta said helplessly, I'll take you to eat delicious food later. What? He promised Bulma was to take her to eat something delicious. Bulma happily jumped on Vegeta again. Great. Vegeta. The other side of Zidu. A snack street. Many female tourists gathered around. not knowing what they were looking at. That little girl is so cute. This little boy is also good, he looks cool. What color sacks do you say these two little guys like? As soon as these words came out, all the female tourists looked at the person who spoke. The scene became deserted for a while. Vegeta, their eyes are terrible. Bulma's two small meat hands each hold a skewer of barbecue, and her mouth is stained with oil. Leave them alone. Vegeta took a bite of the teppanyaki squid. But the big sister asked what color sacks we liked. Bulma puffed out her mouth, took another bite of the barbecue, and said dumbly, I like pink sacks. When the words fell, all the female tourists present started the phone and muttered in a low voice. Faintly audible, prepare me 2 pink sacks. Useful. Vegeta was stunned, then realized something, and quickly pulled Bulma out of this place of right and wrong. Women now are terrible. It's a pity that I didn't prepare the sack. A group of female tourists could only sigh and watch the two leave. Chapter 9. There were 2 small figures flying in the sky. Soon reached the celestial realm. The god walked out, a little puzzled. What are you doing here? Greenskin, we're here for a barbecue. Bulma shook the barbecue skewer in her hand and said coquettishly. Tenjin. This little girl is not the first time to call him a green-skinned monster. Vegeta said angrily, it's called Tenjin, how many times have you said it? Everyone above Karanta was nicknamed by Bulma, the cat immortal was called Big Fat Cat, the celestial god was called the Greenskin, and Bobo was called the Black Carbon Ball. It's a headache to think about. Bulma blinked her cute little eyes and said innocently, but his skin is really green. Then you guys eat here, I'm leaving. Tien Shen rolled his eyes and no longer paid attention to these 2 little guys, he was afraid that if he stayed here longer, he would get angry. After the gods left, Vegeta said, Bulma, is the barbecue delicious? Good time. The barbecue was stuffed with Bulma's little mouth, and the words could not be spoken. But I did what I promised you, stop calling me a big. Good. Bulma pouted, next time you don't do what you promised me, I'll shout again. Bang. Vegeta fell straight back. This girl can't ask for it. Irritating. For the rest of the day, Vegeta continued to pick up Bulma from school every day. The rest of the time is spent cultivating in the gravity chamber. Every doubling of the gravity multiplier in the gravity chamber is a huge challenge for the body, especially after 80 times gravity. But in the gravity chamber of 100 times gravity, there is a child doing push-ups. 99998 99999 100000. Thump. Vegeta was lying on the ground, his training clothes already soaked, as if he had just been fished out of water. But as soon as the training stopped, all parts of the body immediately became painful. The intense pain made Vegeta's little face twist together and let out a mournful scream. Well. Pain. The thick green tendons were exposed to his body surface, the muscles spasmed, and the whole person kept twitching. Such a terrifying picture can even scare ordinary children, but whether it can scare Bulma I don't know. The wounds caused by Vegeta's high-intensity training can never be healed with medical technology on Earth. Seeing Vegeta was about to faint in pain. Gollum. Vegeta chewed the fairy bean in his mouth and swallowed it abruptly. A mellow vitality instantly arose and spread down his throat to all parts of his body. So comfortable. The injuries on Vegeta's body recovered instantly, and at the same time, a powerful force awakened in his body, and the whole person seemed to be bathed in the sun, so comfortable that he couldn't help but moan. There are about 200,000 combat power. Vegeta sat up from the ground and speculated on his combat strength. Generally speaking, the combat effectiveness of young scions is not too high, because their talent potential is still in the development stage, and only when they are adults, the strength of scions will usher in a big outbreak. In his infancy, he could increase to 200,000 combat strength, and Vegeta was already satisfied. Finally feel more at ease. Vegeta spat. Now as long as you don't encounter Frieza, there is basically no danger. Vegeta sat for a while, and although Sendu could instantly restore his injuries and strength, this month of devil training still made his spirit a little sluggish. After resting enough, the gravity chamber was opened. Vegeta looked at the time, almost ready to pick up Bulma from school. A white light suddenly flew from the backyard towards Bulma's school. Vegeta descended in a corner where no one saw and came to the classroom. Bulma puffed out, "Vegeta, you're so slow. I'm not coming." "Forget it, I forgive you." Bulma put the book in a pink bag and handed it to Vegeta. Vegeta rolled her eyes, "Then I thank you for forgiving me." A little fat man next to him asked, "Vegeta, where have you been this month?" Bulma made a cold little face, "Shut up your." In front of Vegeta, she is an obedient and good child, but in front of little fatty, she is a little witch. But Bulma remembers what the little fat man said to her. A woman is not easy to mess with, a little girl is even more difficult to mess with. Vegeta patted Bulma's little head and replied, "Something, okay, Bulma and I are going back." With that, Vegeta left the classroom with Bulma. "What two weird guys." Watching the two leave, the little fat man muttered, "Heavenly. Aren't we going home?" Bulma knew very well in heaven that this direction was not the direction of returning home. Is Vegeta going to take her to play again? Bulma's two little eyes glowed blue, and she liked to play the most. Her expression fell into Vegeta's eyes, and Vegeta rubbed her little head, "I'll take you to see a little brat." "Who?" "You'll know when you get there." The speed of the two suddenly skyrocketed, flying towards the direction of Bun Mountain. Bun Mountain is a hideaway from the city, picturesque and resourceful, and where the plot of Dragon Ball begins. A lot of trees. The speed of the two slowed down, Bulma pointed to the forest below, and just then, two figures appeared in Vegeta's line of sight. I saw a little guy, wagging his little tail, following behind an old grandfather humbly. The little guy kept shouting in his mouth, "Grandpa, Grandpa, wait for me." Bulma shook her little head and said curiously, "Vegeta, who are they?" "A guy who has always made me the second oldest in 1,000 years, and the one next to me is his grandfather." Vegeta touched her little head. The boy's iconic hair made Vegeta recognize who he was at a glance. In the anime, Goku is a little stronger than Vegeta every time, and when Vegeta catches up with Goku, Goku breaks through to a higher level. I don't know if it's fate, but now Vegeta sees little Goku with a little tooth. What is the second 1,000-year-old thing? The second 1,000-year-old is not a thing. As soon as he finished speaking, Vegeta was stunned. Then pinched her white and tender little face, and was actually tricked by this smelly girl. "Vegeta, you hate him." Bulma saw Vegeta frown, stretched out her little hand and touched it. "Dislike?" Vegeta smiled and said, "Not really." "Who is Goku?" "He is the protagonist of Dragon Ball, and his mind is very simple, except that he is not a very competent husband and father, there is really nothing else to say. Whenever there is a crisis on the planet, or a partner is in crisis, it is always in time. Breaking through the limits again and again in order to protect the family and friends around you. Who can not love such a Goku? It's just that he always makes Vegeta the second oldest." Now Vegeta feels uncomfortable thinking about it. Chapter 10. Vegeta hugged the soft Bulma and said, "Let's go down and take a look." Whew! The two descended extremely quickly. Son Gohan tensed his body and noticed that there was someone in the sky. Who is it? Since leaving the Turtle Immortal, he has come to Bunza Mountain for retreat, and after so many years, he has not seen anyone come here. Xiao Wu climbed on Son Gohan's neck with air conditioning, and his hands danced everywhere. "Grandpa, Grandpa, they can fly. Could it be from the Crane Immortal genre?" Son Gohan looked at the two children and muttered. Seeing that people could fly, he thought of Wukong technique, which belongs to the moves of the Crane Immortal School. But there are also a lot of grudges between his own genre and the Tsurusian school, so seeing the people coming, Sun Gohan couldn't help but be nervous. Drop to the ground. Hello Grandpa. Vegeta said hello. Grandpa hello. Bulma learns from Vegeta, sweetly. Sun Gohan held little Goku in his arms and looked at the two cautiously. Hello guys, is there something wrong? In the end, Sun Gohan is also an old Jianghu, and he didn't see that the other party was just two children and relaxed. After all, the other party can fly. We're here to find an orange bead. Vegeta nodded secretly. Sun Gohan really deserved to be a big disciple of the Turtle Immortals. From Sun Gohan's posture of attacking at any time, it can be seen that he is experienced. And he has already gathered chi in his body. Once he has any malicious actions, I believe that the next moment he can see the signature move in Dragon Ball, Turtle Pi Kigong Wave. Sun Gohan took out an orange bead from his pocket, which was inlaid with 4 stars. You should be talking about it. I found it by accident. If you want it, I will give it to you. He didn't ask about the function of the bead, he only knew that the subconscious warned him that the other party was not simple. And little Goku is also around. It's not easy to do it, since the other party has no intention of doing it, then give them beads. After speaking, Sun Gohan threw the Dragon Ball over. Vegeta caught the Dragon Ball and smiled, thank you Grandpa. Bulma played with her little hands and begged, Vegeta, show me. The beads are shiny and very good looking, she loves it so much. Vegeta handed her the Dragon Ball. Right now. Sun Gohan suddenly spoke, you have a tail, are you a member of Goku's clan? He saw a furry tail wrapped around Vegeta's waist, exactly like Goku's. Following Sun Gohan's line of sight, Vegeta looked down only to find that the tail on his waist had been discovered. Vegeta had to nod, yes, he and I are clansmen. Bulma looked at playing with the Dragon Ball, ignoring the conversation between the two. Sun Gohan asked excitedly, then are you Goku's relative? Where did his parents go? Sun Gohan asked 2 questions in a row, much to Vegeta's surprise. Sun Gohan wants to send Goku back to his parents. Thinking of this, Vegeta said truthfully, his parents are gone. Vegeta's voice was full of exclamations. Bardock, as a junior fighter, broke through to more than 10,000 combat effectiveness after the acquired efforts, which was an extremely incredible thing at that time. His cheap father is only about 10,000 combat power. During the explosion of Vegeta, Bardock rushes to the front to fend off Frisia's planet-destroying bomb for the glory of the Scions. It's a pity that the difference in strength was too great, and Bardock finally disappeared in that big explosion. Bardock is a bloody Scion. This is also why Vegeta admires Bardock. Hearing Vegeta's words, Sun Gohan shook his head, he really didn't expect little Goku's parents to be gone. Sun Gohan's tone was a little sad, let Grandpa raise you in the future. At the same time, Sun Gohan also relaxed his vigilance against Vegeta and the two, after all, they are the same race as little Goku, I believe there will be no problem. Being held in his arms, little Wukong said very pitifully, Grandpa, I'm hungry. At this time, Bulma suddenly raised her head, Vegeta, I'm hungry too. Seeing this, Sun Gohan couldn't help but laugh, this little girl is so cute like Goku. Sun Wuhan spoke, little friend, my house is not far away, do you want to eat a meal before leaving? Vegeta looked at Goku and then at Bulma, so he nodded. After Vegeta agrees, Sun Gohan takes them to a room and starts preparing dinner. When preparing food, Sun Gohan went to the big lake and caught 10 very huge fish. I went to the forest and caught 3 wild boars. Looking at the prey on the ground, Sun Gohan nodded secretly. This is estimated to be enough for Goku and Vegeta to eat. It seems that Sun Gohan has been completely afraid of the appetite of the Scions. Vegeta looked at the prey on the ground and couldn't help but laugh. Scions have a very long infancy, and at this stage, they have to constantly supplement nutrition, so their appetite will be relatively large. Soon a fire was lit in the house, and large meat was set up to be grilled next to it. Night began to fall. Son Gohan sat in front of the fire and gently stroked his beard. "Little friend, I didn't expect you to be so powerful at a young age." Vegeta smiled, "Our race is naturally strong, it's nothing." "Then how is Goku not as powerful as you?" Vegeta narrowed his eyes. "Is his head hurt?" "Yes, his temperament has changed a lot since that head injury." Son Gohan remembered the past. Goku was discovered by him in a round instrument, and at first, Goku's temperament was extremely hot-tempered, until he fell off a cliff and fell behind his head, and he became what he is now. But compared to before, he still likes Goku as he is now. Goku's strength will definitely be very strong in the future, even surpassing me," Vegeta said helplessly. This is no joke. Even though Vegeta now has 200,000 combat power, in front of the protagonist can surpass Vegeta with only one serious injury. Just like in the anime, Goku went to Nami Nemesis with only 90,000 combat power, and after several injuries, he directly broke through to 3 million combat power, and finally broke through to the state of Super Saiyan. How long has it been? Ha ha ha, if Goku can always be safe, I will be very relieved. Son Gohan smiled, but under the smile there was indeed concern for Goku's race. Son Gohan's subconscious told him that the race of Goku is too terrifying, and he can transform into a giant ape when the moon is full, and his power will become extremely powerful. Can such a race survive a lifetime? Chapter 11. The big one and the small one were talking, and the barbecue here was almost roasted, and the aroma began to overflow. Gollum! Little Goku frantically wagged his little tail and grabbed Son Gohan's hand. "Grandpa, I'm hungry." "Here, feed you." Son Gohan grabbed a big fish and sent it to little Goku. Seeing this, Bulma looked at Vegeta pitifully. "Vegeta, I'm hungry." Vegeta smiled, likewise stretched out her little hand and pulled a small piece of roasted meat for her. Bulma is not like a Saiyan, with her small belly, she can't eat much. Vegeta and Son Gohan also began to move. However, seeing Vegeta's eating appearance, Son Gohan couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This is so edible. It is worthy of being of the same race as Goku, and he ate a big fish in 2 or 3 strokes. It's good to prepare enough food in advance, otherwise you will lose face. Eat and drink. Since Dragon Ball has been found, the little guy who let him be the second oldest in the millennium can also see it. Vegeta prepares to leave. Before leaving, when he watched Son Gohan wipe the oil stains on the side of Gohan's mouth, Vegeta opened his mouth. "I want to remind Son Gohan to pay attention to the full moon. But after thinking about it, forget it. In the past 2 years, it is estimated that Son Gohan has experienced the Goku transformation incident, and he should know it in his heart. In this case, if he is still trampled to death by Goku, there is no way. And death is not a bad thing for Sun Wuhan. After all, the Taishang Lejun there in Wutai Mountain is waiting for him. It can even be said that Son Gohan is still very willing to die." Vegeta greeted Son Gohan and walked up to his future opponent again, patting his little head, causing Goku to scream. "Let's go." Vegeta smiled and left with Bulma. Back to Zidu. "Girl, go to sleep quickly after washing." It was not early, so Vegeta asked Bulma to rest first. Staying up late is not good for women, and even worse for girls. "I don't want it, I still want to play." Bulma was 10,000 reluctant in her heart, but looking at Vegeta with a strained face, she could only obediently go to sleep. When he returned to the room, he still pouted and called Vegeta a big badass. "Don't sleep herself, let her go to sleep." "Bulma is also so cute, I almost promised to let her continue playing." Vegeta smiled wryly. Looked at the time. Usually, at this time, he cultivates in the gravity room. However, now that his strength has entered the bottleneck stage, no matter how hard he cultivates, he will not improve too high. Go find your father-in-law. Vegeta pulled out the Dragon Balls and tossed them as he went. Came to the research room, which was brightly lit. Sure enough, such mad scientists generally sleep very little, and it's no wonder Dr. Breves ages so quickly. Vegeta shook his head, and then knocked on the door. Father-in-law. It's Vegeta, what's wrong? I came to you for something. Vegeta was a little embarrassed and only asked someone else to help build the gravity chamber last month. Now I want to ask him to help build the Dragon Ball radar. But this is his future father-in-law, and it seems that there is nothing embarrassing. While listening to Vegeta's introduction, Dr. Breves looked at the Dragon Ball. Dr. Breves smiled, this thing is very simple, you can come and get it tomorrow. Thank you, father-in-law. It's okay. You usually pay more attention to Bulma. Dr. Breves sighed. Ty's girl chose to leave home for the sake of the so-called dream, even Bulma didn't care. If it weren't for that, Bulma wouldn't have been sullen until Vegeta's arrival. Dr. Breves kept talking about Ty's and Bulma, and Vegeta was silent, quietly listening to him. From Breves' words, it can be heard that he is not just a mad scientist, but also extremely concerned about his daughter. Chatted for a long time. Having said so much, I don't know if you little guy understands. Breves sighed, and then looked at the time. Little one, you go back first, just come and get the Dragon Ball radar tomorrow. Okay, father-in-law, you also rest early. Vegeta nodded and walked out the door. This sister-in-law is really willful. She has hundreds of millions of property and does not inherit, but she runs to write novels. If I have hundreds of millions of family property, I would have stopped doing it a long time ago. Vegeta shook his head, his figure slowly disappearing into the night. After Vegeta gets the Dragon Ball radar, it coincides with Bulma's school holiday. So the two little ones embarked on a journey to find the Dragon Balls. Dragon Ball is used throughout the entire plot in the anime. Dragon Ball is made by the dragon god Salama, and the name X can make Dragon Ball because it is endowed with miraculous powers. When you collect all 7 Dragon Balls and shout the corresponding spells, you can summon the Divine Dragon. The miraculous power in the body of the Dragon Maker determines the number and quality of wishes. However, having a strong power of miracles does not mean that the more wishes are fulfilled. Like the Super Dragon Ball made by Salama, only one wish can be granted. Because it gives all the power of miracles to one wish, in this way, the Super Dragon can achieve almost any wish. This day, in a forest, Bulma squatted by the grass, and her little meat hand kept pulling the grass. Shiny beads, where are you? Come out quickly. As long as she finds the beads, Vegeta will be happy, and in this way, she will also be happy. Suddenly, Vegeta, I found it. Bulma grabbed the Dragon Ball and ran towards Vegeta. I ran too fast, I didn't see a stone on the ground, and I was prodded by the stone. It's over, my life is resting straight. Forward to rush forward, frightened Bulma clenched the Dragon Ball hard and closed her little round eyes. The ground is covered with dry branches, and if you fall on it, you will definitely disfigure. At this moment, suddenly a small black shadow flashed to Bulma's side and hugged her. It scares me to death. Bulma leaned into Vegeta's arms and patted her little chest. Beat bang loudly. Vegeta, what do you think this is? Bulma turned her head and forgot about the fall, and picked up the Dragon Balls to show him. After speaking, he did not forget to raise his white and tender chin, and his eyes flashed with longing, as if to say praise me. Bulma is really great. Vegeta didn't know what she was thinking, so he satisfied her little vanity. After speaking, he did not forget to kiss her little face. Annoyed Bulma to call Vegeta a big go, let you see the legendary Divine Dragon. Vegeta put away the Dragon Balls and went to a flat place. This is the 7th Dragon Ball he has collected, and now that he has collected it, he can finally summon the divine dragon. Vegeta shouted. Come out, Shenlong. Bulma lowered her head, her big cute eyes looking at the 7 dragon balls that were glittering on the ground. Suddenly, a golden light shot up into the sky. A green dragon appeared in the sky. Name your wish, no matter what wish I can fulfill. Chapter 12. Bulma pointed at the divine dragon and said in shock, Green skin snake. Vegeta. Shenlong. They. Scene suddenly died silent. After a while, Vegeta quickly covered Bulma's small mouth. Offend the Shenlong, and it will be miserable when the Shenlong does not let him make a wish. Name your wish. Shenlong's tone was full of helplessness, but there was no other action. Is it okay to wish anything? Vegeta blinked. Seeing that Shenlong was so easy to speak, his tone suddenly became malicious. Bulma was covered in her small mouth and could not say anything. Shenlong was impatient and said again, anything is fine. I want immortality. Shenlong. Isn't it? Then I'll change one, I want to break through to Super Saiyan status. Vegeta wanted to say, but was interrupted by the dragon. Saiyan, I can't realize what you said, you can change your wish to be practical. After saying that any wish can be fulfilled, but now he was slapped in the face, and the dragon was extremely embarrassed. Vegeta didn't tease the dragon anymore, and finally said a possible wish, let me learn to teleport. Sorry. This wish will not be fulfilled, but I can pass on the comprehension method of teleportation to you. Then this wish. Vegeta rolled her eyes. He knew that Shenlong could not fulfill any wish, but he just wanted to tease Shenlong and make it talk big every time. And when he said this wish, he felt that the Shenlong could not be fulfilled either. Such skills, in addition to relying on their own comprehension, other external forces cannot do it. Otherwise, Vegeta in the anime would have made Shenlong realize this wish long ago. Shenlong's eyes reddened, and the teleportation of secret information flooded into Vegeta's mind. Vegeta snorted. He found that the teleportation movement in his mind belonged to the kind of Adrath star, not the kind of Realm King God. However, there is nothing strange that the teleportation of the Realm King God seems to be the exclusive skill of the Realm King God. Not to mention whether the divine dragon can pass on this secret technique to him, let's just say that after passing it to him, he is not a Realm King God, and he can't learn it. Your wish has been fulfilled. The divine dragon suddenly turned into a golden light, and couldn't wait to leave in front of the 2 little demon kings. This time it appeared, it was really a shame. As the light gathered, the dragon balls on the ground turned into stone, flew into the sky, and flew away in all directions. In anime, doesn't Shenlong always say at the end that there will be a period later? Vegeta pouted, bah, slag dragon. He cursed before hearing Bulma's struggling voice. Vegeta sneered, sorry, I forgot. He quickly released the hand that was covering Bulma's little mouth. Bulma puffed out, humph, stinky Vegeta won't let me talk. Vegeta touched her head, how dare she continue, the little girl would call others green skin monsters and green snakes whenever they met. This is not offending. Let's go. The wish has been made, and Vegeta is ready to go back to cultivation. Bulma hugged her 2 small hands to her chest and hummed, you made me angry, and if you don't take me to a barbecue, I won't forgive you. No, it's 2 meals. Okay, let's take you to eat 3 meals. That's what you said. Bulma arrogantly jumped on Vegeta's back, and the 2 left the place. In the following time, Vegeta took Bulma to eat 2 barbecues, and was busy practicing teleportation, so he didn't take her there. Vegeta knows that only by learning to teleport can he barely survive in front of Dragon Ball. If you can't beat others, you can escape. Beat others, others escape, and they can chase and kill themselves. As the saying goes, it can be attacked and defended. But for Bulma, a snacker, there is one less barbecue, and she is naturally unwilling. Every day after Vegeta's cultivation, he would come to the gravity room to call him. Vegeta ignored her. A year passed like that. Bulma was also in front of the gravity room, shouting Vegeta big dog for a year. This day. Smelly girl, let's go. Vegeta couldn't stand it anymore. Let's go, let's go. Bulma ignored Vegeta's cannibalistic eyes. Big dog, I don't want to go to the barbecue stall without a bang, I want you to take me over. Bulma put her arms around Vegeta's neck and gestured with her hand as she spoke. You are uncle, you have the final say. Vegeta rolled her eyes. Originally, I wanted to use the teleportation I just learned to take her there, but now it's okay, this girl is not allowed to use it. Vegeta took off with Bulma. The western part is a metropolis full of high-rise buildings, and the technology used here is something Vegeta has never seen before. Vegeta sighed. Suddenly, he noticed that an extremely terrifying aura appeared on Earth. Who is it? Vegeta frowned, glanced back at Bulma on his back, and then turned on teleportation. Brush. The other side. A fusiform instrument emerged from a gap in time and space, and the mark of the Universal Capsule Company was printed on it. A young man jumped out of the instrument. He was handsome, with lilac hair, combed midpoint, and a long sword on his back. Finally in the past. The young man breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he brought the special medicine to Uncle Goku, his task would be completed. The sky suddenly brushed. 2 little fart children appeared in the sky. Bulma pulled Vegeta's small ears and puffed out her mouth. Big dog, didn't you say that you can go far without a snort? You're lying. SHH. Vegeta held Bulma to her chest and told her not to speak. Seeing Vegeta's serious appearance, Bulma immediately covered her small mouth. If she speaks again, she is expected to be spanked. Bulma in her arms became quiet, and Vegeta looked down tightly. At the same time, the young man also looked up. Look at each other. Like a father. The young man's pupils shrank sharply, and Vegeta's unique hair made him feel familiar. Who is that little girl? When he looked at Bulma, the young man became even more shocked. These two. A broken voice sounded in his head. He hurried back to the time machine and checked the time of the next jump. AIG 741. More than 20 years of jumping. It's over. The young man collapsed on a time machine. This person is the future Trunks. In order to change the future, he specially brought a heart disease special medicine to 20 years ago and handed it to Sun Wukong. I didn't expect the jump to be at the wrong time. And those 2 children in the sky, it is no accident that they are his parents. At this time, Trunks' eyes were empty and he had fallen into the abyss of despair. There was no attention to why at this time, Vegeta was on Earth. Vegeta flew down with Bulma in her arms. Vegeta shook his head. You're early. Seeing this man, and this time machine, he recognized this as Trunks, so to speak, as his son. I don't know why I jumped to this timeline. Vegeta's words pulled Trunks back from the abyss of despair. Trunks was shocked. You know me. I know. Why are you here at this time? Trunks reacted. It stands to reason that at this time his father was still Frisia's lackey. And the little girl on his chest turned out to be his mother, Bulma. How could they be together so early? Astound. It's a bit complicated, it's hard to tell you clearly, and the most important thing now is that you're not going back 20 years, you're going back 40 years. Vegeta said lightly. As soon as these words came out, Trunks' eyes began to darken again. The energy on the time machine is only enough for him to go back and forth once, and now it is 40 years ago. If you go again 20 years ago, the energy of the light machine at that time will not be enough to go back to his time. Sun Wukong does not have a special medicine, can it be changed in the future? Is his world really not saved? Nope. Trunks shouted in despair. Chapter 13. Vegeta frowned, he could think of everything Trunks had thought. Why did you skip the wrong time? Very strange. Vegeta discovers that the world of Dragon Ball has become a little different since he traveled over. For example, the previous Demon Gate incident, and the current Trunks incident. It stands to reason that this kind of thing will not happen in the early stage of Dragon Ball, because of the butterfly effect caused by itself. Vegeta, why is that big brother so sad? Bulma saw Trunks shouting in despair, and for some reason felt a little uncomfortable. Bulma took out a milk candy from her pocket. Don't be sad, brother, I have sugar candy here. Bulma jumped down, walked in front of Trunks, and handed him the milk candy. Thanks. Thank you. Trunks was frustrated, but he crouched down to take the milk candy, which his mother had given. Bulma touched his head, and her tone was soft. Milk candy is sweet, don't be sad after eating. Trunks forced a smile, his smile full of bitterness. Coming to Vegeta. I'm leaving, my mother is still waiting for me in the future. The time machine has jumped to the wrong time, the future cannot be changed, he also has to go back to protect his mother. Actually, you hand me the special medicine now, and I'll give it to Goku in 20 years. As soon as Vegeta's words came out, Trunks' pupils shrank sharply. Yes, even if the jump is wrong, it is before the jump, as long as people hand it over to Uncle Goku at that time, the result will be the same. I was really in such a hurry that I forgot this, but fortunately my father reminded me. Reacted. Trunks was excited, then can you help me hand it over to Uncle Goku? Yes. Hearing Vegeta's answer, Trunks was grateful. He has not seen his father since he can remember, and some have only seen it in photos. His mother once said that his father was a scion with great self-esteem and would not allow any other scion to surpass him. Treating their mother and son, they have always said that they don't care, but they care more than anyone in their hearts. Trunks did not feel fatherly love. However, seeing his father, who was still young before, there was a trace of relief in his heart. It was he who reminded himself to hand over the special medicine to him. Although I don't know how you know about me, I'm going back to protect my mother. Trunks looked down at Vegeta, who was only up to his waist. Then he looked at the pink Bulma. Both little ones are his parents. Vegeta frowned, can you beat those artificial people when you go back? You know everything. Trunks gasped, shook his head and continued, I can't beat it, but I can't leave my mother over there alone. With that, Trunks was ready to board the time machine. I'll go back with you. What? Trunks was flabbergasted. But when he heard Vegeta say this, a warm current flowed through his heart. Father, can't let go of their mother and son? Vegeta said lightly, I have a way to restore your world. He couldn't bear to think of the haggard face of the future Bulma in the anime. Trunks sighed, how strong can you be at this age? Even if I can transform into a Super Saiyan now, I can't beat those guys. After speaking, he sensed the breath of Vegeta. There are actually about 200,000 combat power. How did you do it? Trunks' eyes widened. According to what his mother told him, his father only had 18,000 combat power when he invaded the Earth. Stinky boy, didn't you hear me say that there is a way to bring your world back to life? Vegeta drank coldly, he was young and spoke like an adult, which made Trunks a little uncomfortable. Trunks swallowed, really? Really? You tell me the way first, otherwise I won't take you back, the future is too dangerous. Trunks wondered if Vegeta really had a solution. But if Vegeta's approach didn't work, he wouldn't take Vegeta back. Have you forgotten about the Shenlong thing? Vegeta said angrily. If the method you said is this, then I really can't take you back. Trunks shook his head. They had thought of this method for a long time, but the Earth celestial god had died, and the Nemesis had moved to a place where no one knew. How to use Shenlong to turn things around. Find the king of the Northern Realm. Who is the king of the Northern Realm? Trunks touched his head, and at this moment he finally had some adolescent taste. Bulma didn't even tell you. Vegeta was a little puzzled. Just take me back, I can change the future. Trunks was silent for a moment, he didn't know if what his father said was true or false. In fact, he brought a special medicine over, and as long as 20 years later, his father handed it over to Uncle Gaku, and everything could change. However, he has a worry in his heart, that is, the past has changed, and the future may not change. Okay, I'll take you back. Trunks was afraid that the worries in his heart would become true, and since his father said so surely, he believed that there was a way. Even if he can't change, then he will fight to the death to send his father back. Then, Bulma finally said, Vegeta, where you are going, I will go too. Seeing that his mother was so cute, Trunks wanted to touch her little head, but when he saw Vegeta's murderous eyes, he immediately shrunk. Vegeta rolled her eyes at Trunks, and then coaxed, we're going to a faraway place, we'll be back soon, and I'll take you to a barbecue when I get back. Good. Bulma thought for a moment, and finally nodded her cute little head. Just seeing this big brother's sad look, she felt very uncomfortable, and estimated that Vegeta went to help the big brother. With Vegeta's help, I believe it will be able to solve things. The matter is negotiated. Vegeta uses teleportation to bring Bulma home, and tells Dr. Brives that he will be out for a while and ask him to arrange for someone to take care of Bulma. Seeing that his daughter did not stick to Vegeta, Dr. Brives was a little strange. With what he knew about Bulma, Bulma probably wouldn't leave Vegeta. While Dr. Brives wondered, Vegeta returned to Trunks. Trunks said in shock, you can actually teleport. Little one, there's so much you don't know. Vegeta rolled her eyes. Bub? The corners of Trunks' mouth twitched, didn't he think it was very problematic for him to say this? But he is his own father, so it seems that there is nothing wrong with it. Let's go. Trunks said helplessly. After knowing that his father would teleport, he finally didn't have to worry about his safety. The two entered the time machine and disappeared in an instant. At the same time, Bobo on the temple suddenly opened his eyes. Time travel. Muttering, he closed his eyes again. Chapter 14. The Future Earth Western Capital. Bang! The sound of explosions sounded from time to time, gunsmoke filled the air, and the air was very turbid. The roads were dilapidated, the houses collapsed, and none of them were intact. Occasionally, you can see a pair of beautiful men and women, walking through the broken streets. This day, there was a slight fluctuation in time and space in the sky. A fusiform instrument came from an inexplicable space. Number 17 and number 18, who were killing refugees in the distance, glanced at each other. The prey is finally back. Number 18 flicked his blonde hair. She is very beautiful, but her face is cold, and her eyes are all murderous. Let's go ahead and tease the last scion. Number 17 twisted the scarf around his neck and adjusted its position. The two laughed evilly, and immediately flew towards the direction of the time machine. However, gone. Number 18 frowned. It's that weird hidden aura move again. Keep killing, I don't believe that kid can endure it. The 18th looked down at the refugees in the distance. Number 17 nodded. Then there were explosions in the streets, mixed with some screams. A hidden basement in the western capital. It is filled with precision machines. You can also see a spacecraft placed in the center. Bulma was lying on her stomach on the table and staying up late working late last night, she was so tired. Click! The sound of a security door came from above the basement, and Bulma woke up instantly. Is Trunks back? Or did the androids find out here? Bulma was a little worried that it was the latter. She picked up the small pistol inside the drawer and stuck it behind the wall. Despite knowing that the pistol is useless against artificial people, carry it. Her son is not around, and only a small pistol can give her some security. Tap-da-da. The sound of walking came down the stairs. Tap-da-da. Getting louder and louder. Bulma swallowed her saliva nervously, and her hand holding the pistol was sweaty. Here it comes. One foot stepped in through the doorway. Bulma breathed tightly. However. Mom, I'm back. Hearing a familiar sound, Bulma collapsed to the ground and the pistol fell to the other side. It's Trunks coming back. Bulma patted her chest, just really scared her to death. Did you see Goku them? Bulma got up from the ground. Didn't. No. Trunks hurried over to help, but his voice was weak. He shuttled to the wrong time, where to see Sun Wukong. Even if he saw it, the other party was still just a little brat, it was useless. How is that possible? Bulma grabbed his hand hard and quickly asked, didn't you do what I said? If he hadn't seen Goku, he would have died without a special medicine. If history does not change, future disasters will be repeated. Bulma felt a pain in her heart, and her breathing became rapid. Mom, do you see who this is? Trunks hurriedly said, his mother's face distressed him. Get out of the way. A little fart child more than a meter tall appeared in Bulma's eyes. You are? Bulma's pupils shrank sharply, are you Vegeta? Other party's unique hairstyle made her recognize this as Vegeta at a glance. It's me. Vegeta sniffled. Although the future Bulma and the Bulma in his time and space are two different people. But seeing the haggard appearance of the future Bulma, Vegeta was very distressed, and even wanted to cry. In the anime, he knows how miserable the future Bulma is. The husband dies, and one pulls Trunks to the big one, avoiding the attacks of the androids, while trying to build a time machine, just to change the future. Only she can save the world. All the pressure was on her. She's just a woman. Bulma rubbed her eyes, saw the person coming again, and said in surprise, Vegeta, you are resurrected. How did you get smaller? Mom, he's not our dad in time and space. Trunks explained, he came from the past. Hey! Bulma was puzzled. Trunks tells the ins and outs of what happened. Bulma couldn't believe that Trunks had jumped the wrong time, because she had set it by hand and checked it no less than 1,000 times. Bulma. Vegeta rubbed his sour nose. Bulma looked down at him. I'm coming. Vegeta's 3 words made Bulma's eyes turn red, and a little tear couldn't help but fall. Before the advent of artificial humans, she was just the daughter of the richest man. Marrying Vegeta and giving birth to Trunks is happy every day. The advent of artificial humans changed all that. In the days that followed, I studied the time machine day and night, and failed again and again. The success of the time machine research gave her hope, but Trunks' words made her despair. Twists and turns. Finally, I saw my past husband and said, I'm coming. Vegeta. Woohoo! Bulma cried. His own man came to save her. At this moment, Bulma just wanted to cry out the grievances in her heart for so many years. Do you know how I've lived all these years? Bulma hugged Vegeta and cried. You know stubbornness, just think that one person can defeat the artificial man, you die, what will happen to me and Trunks? I'm alone studying the time machine, oh, do you know how desperate I am? Bulma held Vegeta's little head in her arms and recounted her inner sorrow. I know. Vegeta held back his tears. Bulma, seen in the anime, does not show this despair, some are just strong. Vegeta knew it was all for Trunks. When he comes here and sees the apocalyptic picture, such a scene is enough to make a person collapse. Vegeta comforted, I'm coming, I'll make the android pay. Seeing his mother holding his past father crying, Trunks slowly left here, not wanting to disturb them. It seemed that bringing his past father was the right choice. After Trunks left, Bulma's mood stabilized a bit, but her eyes were still red. Vegeta stretched out her little hand and wiped tears from her haggard face, causing Bulma to be shy. Why didn't you find the king of the northern realm and ask where the nemesis moved to? Vegeta finally raised his doubts. Asked. Bulma put Vegeta on the ground, and a small child helped her wipe her tears, which was always a little awkward. Especially this one is her past husband. Shouldn't Vegeta be proud? Then why don't you go to the nemesis? Vegeta was puzzled. Chapter 15. Can't get out of Earth. Bulma's tone was very depressed. Can't get out. Vegeta frowned. The movement of the spacecraft taking off is too big, the artificial people will not let us leave the Earth. Bulma turned around, and there was a spaceship placed in front of her. Although the time machine starts to have a certain movement, it can travel through time and space in an instant. Even if the artificial people find out, they have no way. Without finishing, Bulma continued, even if you shuttle from the past, you can't help us, you better go back first. I still have some time machine energy here, enough for you to go back. So what do you do? Vegeta blurted out. Faced with the concern of her husband in the past time and space, a warm current surged in Bulma's heart. She discovers that the past Vegeta and the future Vegeta seem to be a little different. In the past, Vegeta was not so cold, and he cared about others. The most important thing is that he seems to know everything. He is still just a child. Bulma sighed. You wait until 20 years later, give the special medicine to Goku. With Goku there, the artificial man will definitely be destroyed, and the future will be changed accordingly. As for me, I'll hide well with Trunks, don't worry. Hearing Bulma's words, Vegeta's cerebellum was exposed. Before he crosses over, both the past Vegeta and the future Vegeta are a dead tsundere. Pride without strength has a fart use? It was because of the future Vegeta's arrogance that Bulma suffered such a sin. Nor is it no wonder that Bulma firmly believes that only Goku can defeat artificial humans. I don't worry about you, I'll go back after helping you. Vegeta followed behind her and couldn't retort. You. Bulma was so moved when she heard Vegeta's words that she wanted to cry again. Future Vegeta would never say such a thing. Then how can you help me? Bulma wiped the corners of her eyes and said angrily. His small figure made Bulma feel at ease, something she had never felt before. Don't worry about the problem you just said. Vegeta smiled. I can get out of the universe without taking a spaceship. I don't believe it. Bulma pouted, and her tone unconsciously became a little coquettish. This playful movement fell into Vegeta's eyes, and he suddenly tightened his breath. His heart was like iceberg snow meeting the early morning sun, melting into all places. So cute. Bulma is so cute. Nerd, what are you looking at? Bulma's face suddenly blushed with shame. Vegeta's eyes made her heart flutter. Where did I go? That's right. Vegeta touched his head and sneered, I will teleport, and I don't have to worry about artificial humans finding out. Bulma's touch of style, he can't resist at all, and he is a little nervous when he speaks. Will you teleport? Bulma hugged Vegeta with excitement. How did you teleport? Bulma continued, in the past, weren't you still Frisia's lackey at your age? Vegeta. Bulma covered her mouth, especially embarrassed. She spoke too quickly, and actually said the words in her heart. But that's also true. You don't care, I can take you to find the nemesis anyway. Vegeta said angrily. Are you angry? Bulma took Vegeta in her arms and coaxed him like a child. Don't be angry, you are the best. Speaking of this, Bulma couldn't help but poof a smile. Vegeta's angry look is so cute. The future Vegeta will not show this appearance at all, and compared to the two, she prefers the current little Vegeta. Cut, woman. Vegeta rolled his eyes, and then said seriously, before going to find the Namex people, you have to solve the artificial talent first. Since you can teleport, why not immediately look for the Dragon Ball and resurrect everyone, so that it will not be easier for everyone to join forces to defeat the androids. Bulma hugged him and didn't let go, her tone very puzzled. The only ones who can fight against the androids are Trunks and the 3 Super Saions, but with Vegeta's personality, will he agree to join forces together? It is estimated that it will only say that whoever interferes will kill whom. When it comes to the future Vegeta, Vegeta's look is a little strange, after all, he is also Vegeta. Bulma covered her mouth and smiled secretly. It's really worthy of Vegeta, and he knows his own character. Who can defeat the androids without resurrecting them? Bulma's words are also true, the strongest scions on the earth have not been able to defeat artificial humans before, and they can't be beaten without resurrection. Is it by this little Vegeta in front of you? Bulma shook her head, even though little Vegeta understood everything, his strength at his age would definitely not be too strong. Vegeta said meaningfully, Trunks can defeat them. In the anime, the future world is saved by Trunks. Now let him continue to save the world. As soon as Bulma wanted to say, she was interrupted by Vegeta. Oh, you don't care, with me, Trunks will not be in danger, and I will bring fairy beans here. Bulma hugged Vegeta tightly, very excited. You also brought fairy beans over, that's great. How many fairy beans did you bring here? The number of times Bulma is happy today is not as great as it is today in the past 10 years. A big tank. You won't steal the fairy beans of the cat fairy, will you? When Bulma talked about fairy beans, she remembered Archie Loeb's fat man, he was the one who spoiled so many fairy beans, otherwise with fairy beans, maybe the artificial people would not be able to beat Vegeta in them. Bulma said viciously, it's good to steal, so as not to be eaten by Archilobe when you get it. But, having said that, Bulma is thoroughly convinced that Vegeta can really deal with cyborgs. Even if you can't fight for a while, you can use teleportation to escape the battlefield, and you can be said to be invincible. The big stone in my heart finally fell. Bulma hugged Vegeta tightly, not daring to let go, she was afraid that her little man would suddenly disappear. More than 10 years of hard work, in order to change the future, now her past husband has come to save her, Bulma is really very moved. Cloth. Bulma, you want to suffocate me. Although it was very comfortable to be held, Vegeta wanted to say to Bulma, how big is his peak, and there are no points in his heart? Yes. I'm sorry. Bulma's face instantly turned red, feeling a little embarrassed. But he didn't let go of Vegeta, this is his own little man, what does it matter if he holds him? Chapter 16. Bulma hugged Vegeta and kept telling her story over the years. When he heard Bulma talk about the time machine, Vegeta's heart twitched, very unpleasant. But now that he's here, everything will be different. After spending a moment with Bulma, Vegeta called Trunks. Trunks, come with me somewhere. Where to? Go to the Celestial Realm. Vegeta intends to take Trunks to the Celestial Realm. The Celestial Temple has a spirit time house, and in the anime, Trunks followed Vegeta to cultivate in it for a year. The strength shown out made Shailu, who absorbed number 17, shocked. Spirit time house. Bulma was stunned, she vaguely remembered Goku saying that he had entered a magical house when he was a child. One day outside is equivalent to 1 year inside. Which magical room is it? Bulma shouted excitedly, and took little Vegeta on the ground in her arms again, kneading it hard. Vegeta was instantly wrapped in 2 strands of softness. Mom, he was out of breath. Trunks wanted to call Vegeta his father, but Vegeta was just a child, and he couldn't say it. Hearing Trunks' words, Bulma was embarrassed and quickly let go of her hand. Bulma said angrily, what, you have to call him daddy? Dad? Trunks scratched his head, revealing embarrassment. It's really hard for him to call a little fart a dad. Vegeta waved his hand, okay, Trunks can call it whatever he wants, and the most important thing now is to go to the Celestial Realm. By the way, you have to go together, otherwise I won't worry about you. Vegeta fears that Bulma will be discovered by artificial humans while they are cultivating in the Spirit Time House. Bulma thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Vegeta put his fingers together and placed them in the center of his eyebrows, sensing Bobo's weak breath. Sure enough, Bobo didn't die. Found it, hold my hand. The three disappeared in an instant. The other side of Zidu. The roads here are very dilapidated, houses collapse everywhere, a gentle breeze blows, and the dead yellow leaves slowly float in. A picture of ruins. Number 18 ruffled the blonde hair next to his ear and said coldly, strange, isn't Trunks unable to see refugees die? Why say so much, just keep killing, I don't believe he won't come out. Number 17 raised his hand, and a frenzied energy bomb shot out. The refugees hiding in the ruins were instantly enveloped by the blazing fire, and they didn't even have time to shout, and died under the attack of the 17th. Celestial Temple. Three figures suddenly appeared here. Is this the temple? It's the first time. Bulma wandered around, and when she took the celestial god's spaceship to Namek, she failed to land on the celestial realm, and when the artificial humans appeared later, they died before they could ascend to the celestial realm. At this time, suddenly a voice will attract the attention of Vegeta and the others. Here you are. Bobo walked out of the temple, and he saw that Vegeta had no other reaction. Vegeta frowned, Bobo's expression was flat, this was knowing that he would come? Mr. Bobo, we are here to borrow the Spirit Time House. Vegeta asked tentatively. Yes. Bobo's tone suddenly became a little excited, it's a pity Goku, as for you. There was a pause. Bobo shook his head, Vegeta in this time and space is ordinary, but you are very special. SHHH. Vegeta gasped in shock. This black charcoal head knows that he is not a person in this time and space? I haven't told him about it. After Bobo finished speaking, he stopped making a sound. Bulma and Trunks next to them were confused, completely unaware of what the two were talking about. Come with me. Bobo ignored everyone's gaze and led everyone to the Spirit Time House. Vegeta had a lot of doubts in his heart, but he still went to the Spirit Time House first. After all, this world was made like this by artificial people, and if it goes on like this, it is estimated that the Earth will be destroyed by them. Vegeta turned around and said, Bulma, just wait for me outside. Listening to Vegeta's childish voice, Bulma responded sweetly, I will, you guys remember not to get hurt. Bobo told the two about the precautions of the Spirit Time House. The Spirit Time Room is full of food, water, and rooms. However, the air is thin and muggy and unusually hot, with temperatures between 50 degrees Celsius and -40 degrees Celsius. Gravity is 10 times greater than outside, and there's space as vast as Earth. Weak will and poor mental concentration are prone to hallucinations. Bobo finally mentioned that you must come out before the hourglass streams, otherwise you will be trapped in the Spirit Time House forever. We'll pay attention, thank you, Mr. Bobo. Vegeta thanked him and walked inside with Trunks. Enter the Spirit Time House. Dad! Dad, it's so white here. Trunks said. After all, this child is indeed his father, and it is not a shame to call him father. Vegeta was stunned, then smiled faintly. Suddenly having such an eldest son feels pretty good. Vegeta's face straightened and said, Trunks, do you want to become stronger? I think. Trunks was no longer embarrassed and became extremely excited. He already knew how amazing his father was in the past, and it must not be a lie that he could make him stronger. Vegeta smiled evilly, are you afraid of death? Trunks gritted his teeth and said, as long as I can kill the artificial man, I can avenge the lunch brother, and everyone else, even if it is death, I am not afraid. Hearing this, Vegeta frowned. It seems that their deaths at lunch have left Trunks deeply traumatized. Let me tell you about our scion physique. Vegeta walked into the white world with her hands behind her back. As a fighting nation, Scions are strong when they are strong, but Scion physique has another characteristic that few people know. There was a pause. Vegeta said lightly, that is, recovering from near death, the strength can skyrocket in a short period of time. As long as you are not afraid, let me attack your heart once, and then eat a fairy bean, you can quickly improve your strength. Vegeta looked at Trunks. If the future Earth's fairy beans were not ruined, it was estimated that with the physique of the Scion, Vegeta might not lose in the future. After all, the future Vegeta also knows this. Good. Trunks didn't hesitate, and the speed of his promise made Vegeta stunned. So determined? Chapter 17. If I can't grasp the strength, you will really die? Vegeta asked again. If it weren't for the protection of Brother Gohan, I would have died in the hands of artificial humans. Trunks slammed the ground and shed tears. Over the years, I have been thinking about avenging Brother Gohan all the time. But I still have my mother to take care of. If I go desperately, who will take care of my mother? Ah! Trunks hissed and cried. His hair instantly turned yellow, and a terrifying energy burst out of his body. It set off a huge wave, so that Vegeta flew 100 meters away. Super Saiyan is amazing. Vegeta swallowed. After a while, Trunks' mood stabilized a bit. Vegeta returned to this side. He already knew Trunks' determination. He is ready to take out Trunks. Even if you kill Trunks by mistake, don't be afraid, this is not the Dragon Ball of Namex. Vegeta smiled wickedly. Then let this kid feel the perverted physique of the Scion. You change back to your original state. Vegeta called. Good. Trunks instantly returned to normal, and this free transformation made Vegeta envious. Vegeta wiped his envious saliva, and then said lightly, when I attack you, you must resist the instinctive reaction of your body and do not resist. Good. Trunks still only answered one word. Now he just wants to quickly improve his strength so that he can find the artificial people for revenge. Vegeta nodded and shoved a fairy bean into Trunks' mouth, telling him to bite it first, but not swallow it, and swallow it when he was dying. See Trunks ready. Vegeta began to gather strength. Suddenly, a wave of Qigong that was neither strong nor weak condensed in Vegeta's hands, and if Trunks did not resist, this energy was enough to kill him. Here it comes. The Qigong wave roared towards the heart of Trunks. Bang! Trunks flew more than 10 meters, and a blood arrow erupted from his heart. Purr! Trunks smashed to the ground and rolled for several meters. The breath is getting weaker and weaker. Trunks, what are you doing? Aren't you quick to swallow the fairy beans? Trunks' breath became weaker and weaker, and Vegeta was very nervous, and quickly flew over and supported Trunks. Trunks' pupils began to dissipate, and his breath dropped to its lowest point. It won't. It's not going to really die, is it? Then how can I explain it to Bulma? Vegeta shook Trunks' head and yelled, swallow Sendu quickly, have you forgotten to avenge your brother Gohan? Trunks' pupils continued to dissipate. Just as Vegeta was about to despair, Trunks' throat moved slightly. Airplanes! The white world suddenly shook. A volcanic eruption-like energy surged in Trunks. Click! The terrifying energy stirred the air and resounded with a piercing squeezing sound. One after another spatial ripples visible to the naked eye scraped in the direction of Vegeta. Your grandma's! Under this amazing energy frenzy, Vegeta was directly thrown off for several kilometers. Even his internal organs were damaged. Vegeta ate a fairy bean, and after recovering from his injuries, he quickly hid far away. Look at Trunks. Needless to say, the talent of the half-race Scions must be very deep. After recovering from near death, Trunks will definitely get a huge boost. Sure enough. There was another hurricane ahead, and a storm of golden blades flew in all directions. If Vegeta hadn't been lifted 1,000 meters away. With his small body, he would have been cut into pieces of meat on the spot. Bang! Trunks' hair instantly turned yellow, and the golden aura expanded to hundreds of meters. The terrifying aura enveloped the entire Spirit Time House world. It's terrifying. Seeing this scene, Vegeta even suspected that Trunks' current state would be able to defeat the androids. Ha-hoo, ha-hoo. Trunks was beating beads of sweat. Just now, if it weren't for his father shouting in his ear, he wanted to avenge Gohan and awaken his consciousness. I'm afraid he's really going to die. Trunks looked at his hands, and powerful power kept gushing out of his body. It's too strong. Having the same feeling as Vegeta, Trunks also feels that he can beat an artificial human. Vegeta flew over. Vegeta said viciously, "Stinky boy, dare to scare your father and me. If you really die, how can I explain to your mother?" Vegeta spoke louder and louder, as if he was going to come up and beat Trunks the next moment. "Dad, I was wrong." Trunks turned back to normal and quickly admitted his mistake. "What's wrong with you?" "I'm not wrong anywhere." Speaking too quickly, directly saying the leaky mouth, Trunks quickly remedied, "No, no, no, Dad, you listen to my explanation." The next moment, a small fist smashed over. "Ugh!" Trunks screamed, like a cannonball, and flew towards the sky. But looking at Vegeta, who was cursing in the distance, Trunks laughed happily. "There's Dad here. That's nice. It's just that this Dad is too young." In the following time, Vegeta also let Trunks strike him in the heart. After Trunks boom, go to Vegeta boom. After bombarding each other many times, the two actually began to become proficient. "Dad, it seems that the strength has not increased." Trunks covered his heart, which was stained with blood, and apparently hit again. "It's just that this time after recovering from the near-death, I can no longer feel the improvement of strength." "My strength has not improved either." Vegeta nodded, and the same was true for him. However, he had expected this situation for a long time. The physique of Scions is indeed terrifying, and there are not many races in Dragon Ball that can compare. Scions can improve their combat effectiveness when recovering from serious injuries, and improving their strength when recovering from dying is even more terrifying. However, this kind of similar card bug can obtain great power. It is impossible to improve every time, and the further behind, the strength that can be improved is very limited. After more than a dozen near-deaths, Vegeta figured out a little pattern. Recovering from serious injuries or nearing death, their increased strength requires the consumption of potential in the body. Once the accumulated potential is exhausted, even if you suffer multiple injuries, you will not be able to improve your strength. Only by cultivating and accumulating again can we improve again. Your current strength should be able to beat artificial humans?" Vegeta asked, sitting on the ground. "It should be okay." Trunks clenched his fists. Half a year had passed since they entered the Spirit Time House. The boost is also visible to the naked eye. Vegeta looked up at the sky. "Since only half a year has passed, then in the next half year, let's polish your combat skills." "Yes, Dad." Trunks nodded. Chapter 18. Inside the Spirit Time House. Another half year passed. In the past half a year, in addition to continuing to jam the near-death bug, Vegeta is still cultivating a mysterious state, the ethereal state. Because the information received in the celestial realm before not only has the comprehension method of Chi, but also the cultivation method of the ethereal state. From here, it can be seen that this information was transmitted to him by Bobo. Why pass it on to me? I remember Bobo was only special to Kakarot. Vegeta muttered, unable to understand and no longer thinking about it. The message mentions that in order to cultivate the ethereal state successfully, it is necessary to be quieter than the sky and faster than lightning. In the process of cultivation, Vegeta discovered that Goku in the anime can enter that state of freedom and extreme intention, which has a lot to do with this ethereal state. And Vegeta in the anime failed to enter the state of freedom and extreme intention. In addition to personality reasons, the main reason is that he has not received ethereal cultivation since he was a child, and then the foundation of martial arts is too weak. After half a year of cultivation, Vegeta finally learned some fur. Of course, this also benefited him a lot. You must know that the Freedom Extreme Gong is different from the previous combat method that relies on the perception of chi. It relies on various parts of the body to carry out conditioned movements, does not require a little thinking from the brain. Simply put, the body moves with the heart. Therefore, the state that can be associated with the free extreme skill must also be extraordinary. This day, ha! A terrifying wave of Qigong blasted towards a little fart child. Trunks, you underestimate me too. Vegeta was expressionless and slashed horizontally with one hand. The oncoming Qigong wave suddenly changed direction and flew into mid-air and exploded. Bang! The blazing waves of air made Vegeta's erect hair sway. Worthy of daddy. Trunks and Vegeta looked at each other. Although his father is still just a child, after many near deaths, his improved strength is not to be underestimated. It is estimated that with his father's current combat strength, breaking through to the Super Saiyan, I am afraid that Frieza is not an opponent. Dad, be careful. The voice fell. Trunks suddenly disappeared into the void. Vegeta tensed his body. The other party is the son of him and Bulma, and he is a half-race Saiyan with unparalleled potential. Even if it is not as good as Gohan's monster, his ascension in the Spirit Time House, Vegeta's heart palpitates. If he transforms into a Super Saiyan, the artificial people outside will probably have to turn around and run away when they see him. Not to be taken lightly. Vegeta had long learned the sensing of chi, but for a while he couldn't find the location of Trunks. Here. Sensing a trace of fluctuation in the void behind him, Vegeta turned around abruptly. Suddenly. Dad, you guessed wrong. Trunks unknowingly flashed behind Vegeta again. One punch blasted. Shake the earth. Endless coercion swept the entire world of Spirit Time House. Bang! Seeing that he was about to be hit, Vegeta smiled wickedly. Stinky boy, you guessed wrong. With the slightest fur of the ethereal state, Vegeta used his body to move at his heart and turn around at an astonishing speed. Dodge attacks. The backhand blasted into Trunks' abdomen. As if hit by a train, Trunks' abdomen was deeply dented, and obvious convex marks appeared on his back. Ugh! Trunks cried out in pain and his whole body fell to the side. Trunks, your sense of battle is still too weak. Vegeta floated in the void and said coldly. Although Trunks' normal combat effectiveness is also higher than his, Trunks has been well protected by Gohan over the years, plus the future Vegeta died too early, and no one taught him combat skills. Not to mention the sense of battle. Yes. Trunks sat up from the ground and touched his stomach. The pain in his stomach also made him wonder if he could really defeat the artificial human? Do you think you can't beat an artificial human? Vegeta flew down and patted him on the shoulder. Trunks replied in frustration and continued, my normal combat effectiveness is so high, even you can't beat Dad. Both of them are normal, and he is not his father's opponent. Vegeta laughed. Ha 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 ha, then you don't have to. You don't know that I followed Frieza a few years ago, and in order not to let them underestimate the Saiyans, I worked hard every time I carried out a mission. You've been pampered since you were a child, and if it weren't for the appearance of artificial humans, you might still be studying quietly in school. Vegeta sat next to Trunks and told him the memories that had come to his mind from previous years. Trunks crossed his legs. It turned out that his father's previous experience was like this. There was a pause. Vegeta turned his head and asked, with your current strength, those artificial people are definitely not your opponents, you have to believe in yourself. Trunks regained his confidence, suddenly thought of something, and said happily, Dad, I have found a very powerful state. What state? Vegeta was a little puzzled. I'll show you. Trunks flew from the ground into mid-air. Ugh! Aa! A huge roar came out of Trunks' mouth. First, transform into a Super Saiyan. Then, a furious energy covered the whole body, triggering the power of heaven and earth. Click! The powerful force even made the ephemera in the void electric ions gather, transforming into one silver dragon arc after another. Bang! 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 Trunks' muscles swelled rapidly, instantly growing in a circle, and the combat clothes worn on his body sounded with a click, as if they would be burst in the next moment. Ha-hoo! Ha-hoo! This transformation was too physically demanding, and Trunks breathed deeply. Dad, how's it going? Do you think this state is strong? Vegeta shook his head. Seeing Trunks' state, I thought of the anime. Trunks came out of the Spirit Time House, and also used this state to fight against Shuru. In this state, although Trunks' power becomes stronger, it comes at the cost of speed. This state is undesirable. Airplanes. Trunks returned to normal and frowned. Dad, isn't this state strong? Have you noticed that your speed has dropped a lot? Indeed. Then you still feel very strong. No, this transformation is to gain great power at the cost of speed. In this state, if the enemy is hit by me, the enemy can instantly lose its combat effectiveness. Trunks was a little anxious. This was a transformation she had developed with great difficulty, and he was eager to be praised. Have you ever thought that without speed, you can't even touch the enemy? Don't forget that your state is very physically demanding. Vegeta sighed. It seemed that Trunks was still too young. A word awakens the dreamer. Trunks fell into sluggishness. He found that what his father said was not wrong at all. If he couldn't touch the enemy, when his physical strength was exhausted, he would only lose himself. After defeating the androids, hone your sense of battle. Vegeta said lightly. Okay, Dad. Trunks was still happy, but now he can't be happy. Outside the temple, Bulma is happy like a little bee. Look here, look there. Everything in the temple was so new to her. Goku practiced here when he was a child. Bulma. Mom. Vegeta and Trunks finally came out of the temple. It's just that both of their clothes are very tattered, like beggars on the street. Ha 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 ha, why do you father and son look like this? Bulma was laughing as she hugged her stomach. The corners of Vegeta's mouth twitched slightly. Don't train hard, that's for sure. Vegeta said angrily. Okay, let's go back first. Artificial humans are no longer enough to worry about. Really? Seeing that the father and son nodded, Bulma jumped up excitedly. It's great. Vegeta looked at Bobo standing at the entrance of the temple. Thank you, Mr. Bobo, for your help. Seeing that Bobo nodded and had no other reaction, Vegeta took Bulma and the two of them to leave the celestial realm. Chapter 19. Back home, Vegeta is in no hurry to find an artificial human. He and Trunks just wanted to take a bath first. After all, they only focused on cultivation in the Spirit Time House, and they only took a bath once in a few months. Now they are very uncomfortable. Inside the bathroom. Why can't you transform? Vegeta looked up and let the water from the shower wash over his face, a little depressed. More fairy beans have the benefits of more fairy beans, and he used the near-death bug in the spiritual time house to get stuck hundreds of times. His own strength has increased to more than 100 times before, and Vegeta guesses that his combat power should have more than 3 million combat power. It is similar to Goku's combat power when he transforms into a Super Saiyan. But no matter how much Vegeta fantasizes about anger, he can't break through to Super Saiyan. Is it the cause of the S cells? Vegeta muttered. The number of S cells is one of the factors that break through to Super Saiyan. S cells only grow in peacetime, but Vegeta remembers that Vegeta in the anime, less than a year after going to Earth, became a Super Saiyan. Vegeta crossed over and lived on Earth for a year. It doesn't make sense. Vegeta thought of the anime, Sun Wushan and Trunks, two imps, only 7 or 8 years old, can transform into Super Saiyan. I'm a Saiyan Prince. Vegeta frowned. Although the half-blood Saiyans were very talented, they were not pure-blood Saiyans after all. Only pure-blooded Saiyans can always walk at the forefront of martial arts. For example, Son Goku and Vegeta in the anime, and Broly. I don't understand. Vegeta didn't think anymore. When it was time to transform, he would definitely be able to transform. At this moment, he finally walked in front of Goku, and finally got rid of the position of the second in the millennium. Vegeta was excited. However, Vegeta. Bulma wrapped herself in a bath towel and walked straight in. Bulma, what are you doing? Vegeta was so frightened that he quickly turned away. I'll wipe your back. Bulma's scale was too big, and the gap that popped out made Vegeta swallow. In my time and space, I haven't married Bulma, don't you me? Yes, but what does it matter, Vegeta is Bulma's husband anyway. You. Vegeta looked at Bulma angrily. He was indeed Vegeta, but the two time and space were not related. Bulma was like this. Vegeta yelled, I can't stand it, you get out. Why are you so shy? It's not that you haven't seen it. Bulma had already reached his hands and rubbed hard behind his back. That tender and smooth feeling made Vegeta's soul instantly ascend to heaven. Ah, why are you still getting started? Vegeta's little face turned red quickly, like a ripe red apple. The blood in the body suddenly accelerated. Vegeta actually felt a little dizzy. Dizzy. 2 lifetimes as a human being, Vegeta couldn't stand this temptation and completely fainted. Straight down in Bulma's arms. Ha 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 ha, it's really a little virgin. Bulma hugged her little husband, her body shaking with laughter, and her chest shaking even more. Half a day passed. Bulma prepares a sumptuous lunch, which is made from the family's stocks. Trunks sat on the chair and asked suspiciously, Mom, why didn't Dad see anyone? As soon as the words fell, Vegeta walked out of Bulma's room, her face flushed, and she didn't dare to look at Bulma. It made Bulma laugh. Mom and Dad, what's wrong with you? Trunks couldn't understand what the two were doing. Vegeta darkened his face. Look at what, after eating this meal, go and kill the artificial human. You still say? Trunks was a little innocent, pouting, and did not dare to speak, afraid of being scolded again. After a moment of silence, Trunks spoke, Dad, can I really beat an artificial human? No wonder Trunks would say this, except for Goku's death due to a heart attack, the rest of the Z warriors were all killed by artificial humans. The artificial people even killed Son Gohan with their own hands in front of him, and their strength has been carved into Trunks' heart. He was afraid. He was terrified. As long as you transform into a Super Saiyan, let alone an artificial human, even Chiru is not your opponent. Vegeta took a bite of the dish that Bulma had brought over. Shalu. Trunks and Bulma stopped the chopsticks in their hands, not knowing who Chiru was. You'll know then. Don't worry, even if your combat skills are not very good, in the face of absolute strength, all skills are in vain. Vegeta eats with his head down. He can win the normal Trunks, all because Trunks has too good a sense of fighting. However, once Trunks transforms into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta may not be able to last for 1 second. After lunch, Vegeta took Trunks to the outskirts of Zidu. This is a vast plain, and because it is far from the city, it is not damaged by artificial humans, but presents a peaceful picture. It's a nice place. Vegeta came here fearing that the battle in the western capital would affect Bulma. I'll give you fairy beans. Vegeta pulled out a bag of fairy beans in her pocket and threw it to Trunks. Although Trunks' strength is already invincible, Vegeta is afraid that he will have an accident. Thank you, Dad. Trunks' nose twitched slightly. His father was obviously still a little child, but he let himself feel that meticulous care. Adjust the state. Vegeta glanced at Trunks, "Are you ready?" "Okay." As soon as Trunks' voice fell, Vegeta's small body erupted with a powerful force. A white flame rose up. The overwhelming momentum spreads to every corner of the earth. The two artificial humans who killed refugees in the far west were stunned. Number 18 sneered, "Look, Trunks can't help it. Ha ha ha, let's go." The two soared into the sky. Meanwhile, on Bulma's side, she could also feel that an unusual momentum was coming here. The battle is about to begin. "Vegeta, you must come on." Bulma folded her fingers together and prayed on her chest. Outskirts. There was a shrill air boom in the sky. Two white rays of light streaked across the sky and instantly appeared in front of the Trunks too. "Ha ha ha ha, Trunks, you can't help it." The 17th hovered in the sky, laughing. "Speaking of Trunks, where did you go before?" Number 18 held his slender little hand and smiled evilly. Chapter 21. Trunks stood quietly in place, but his eyes became colder. "Don't talk, pretend for me." Number 17 gently twisted his neck, and his eyes kept moving, which was very strange. "Poof." Number 18 covered his mouth and said with a smile, "Number 17, don't show this expression, so as not to frighten the children." She raised her hands and showed a flattering attitude, and the 18th was a cold goddess, but such a beautiful woman was no different from the hell demon in the eyes of Trunks. "I hope you'll laugh later." Trunks' whole body exuded a cold killing intent. Number 17 hugged his belly and laughed, "Ha ha ha, Number 18, did you hear what he was saying?" His face suddenly changed, and Number 17 said coldly, "Just by you, a dog who has lost his family? Have you forgotten how Son Gohan died in front of you? When I stepped on his head, Son Gohan was like a dead dog. It turned out that killing a dog was so wonderful." No 17's face was hideous, and he suddenly stretched out his hands again, showing a gesture of enjoyment. "Ha ha ha." Number 18 kept laughing, and it was so much fun to tease the children. "You." Trunks gritted his teeth, hearing no 17's insulting words to Son Gohan. Anger filled his entire chest. Gohan is his eldest brother and his master, who chose to fight with artificial humans in order to protect him. At this time, Trunks was extremely angry, and his eyes were even more fiery. "Let's just kill them." Vegeta held his hands and looked coldly at the two people above. The 17th and 18th of this time and space are too evil. They have long lost their humanity and are addicted to killing, but it's a pity. "A child." The two stopped laughing at Number 17 and looked at Vegeta thoughtfully. "At first, I thought this child was a human being that Trunks wanted to protect, but now it seems that this is not the case." Number 18 smiled charmingly, "I haven't seen you for a few days, and you have a son." She could tell from the silhouettes of the two that they were relatives. Hearing this, the corners of Vegeta's mouth twitched slightly. "Your grandmother's, he is my son, okay." At this time, Number 17 suddenly thought of something, and his eyes widened. "Number 18, he is Vegeta." "Vegeta?" Number 18 frowns, "What is Number 17 talking about? Isn't Vegeta dead?" But look closely, the kid really looks like Vegeta. Number 18 just wanted to say something, but was interrupted by a blunt voice. "You can die." Trunks can no longer suppress the anger in his heart, he wants to avenge everyone. Trunks suddenly disappeared in place. "What about people?" Number 17 tensed his body, and Trunks seemed to be different. "On the 18th, you pay attention." The words of the 17th made the 18th roll his eyes. "Just a defeated subordinate, is it necessary to be so cautious?" However, bang! The 18th flew straight out. "Ah, Trunks, I'm going to kill you." The 18th erupted with an incomparably terrifying aura and flew back, his eyes kept rolling. "Can't find it? Be careful behind you on the 18th." As soon as No. 17's voice fell, Trunks suddenly appeared behind number 18. Have you ever thought about such a day? Punch out! Space shook, and the magnetic field between heaven and earth suddenly became disordered. The 18th was like a cannonball, knocked away thousands of meters, rubbing on the ground, leaving a deep ravine. At this time, Trunks reappeared in front of number 17, but had already become a Super Saiyan. Your combat effectiveness is not right. Number 17 opened his mouth wide, unable to believe the data measured by the detector in his body. 1.5 billion. Ugh! Hysterical roars resounded throughout the plane, and the 18th finally returned to this side. Just about to go up to give Trunks a painful memory, but was stopped by the 17th. Look at Trunks' combat effectiveness data. They are all equipped with high-precision detectors installed by Dr. Gro in their bodies, which are prepared to find the Monkey King. Sensing that something was wrong, number 18 calmed down and checked the detector. Impossible. Number 18's tone was questioning. You must know that the two artificial humans of them are only about 700 million combat power. Why did Trunks suddenly disappear for a few days and break directly to this point? Number 18 thought of something, and his pupils shrank sharply. It's Vegeta, you are the ghost. Obviously Vegeta is dead, but for some reason suddenly a little Vegeta came out. And Trunks was still so rubbish some time ago, not their opponent at all, and now it has suddenly become powerful. All this is likely to be Vegeta's ghost. Why does he only have 6 million combat power? Number 17 looked at Vegeta with great doubts in his heart. When Vegeta was not dead, he only had about 300 million combat power. How come this little Vegeta only has 6 million combat power now? At this time, Vegeta did not know that his combat power had reached 6 million, and he always thought that he only had 3 million combat power. In fact, Vegeta's 6 million combat power is not too exaggerated. You must know that Goku in the anime went to Namek, and only suffered a few serious injuries to break through to 3 million combat power. And Vegeta was in the Spirit Time House, using the Fairy Bean card bug and stuck for a year. If it weren't for the fact that Vegeta was still only in the early stage of the Saiyan, I am afraid that his combat power would have broken through to the 10 million level. Vegeta held his hands and looked at the two coldly. Go to hell and repent. With that, Vegeta nodded at Trunks. Suddenly, heaven and earth are eclipsed. A large energy frenzy filled the sky. Such terrifying energy made the earth tremble. Meanwhile, the king of the North Realm clenched his fists and shouted excitedly, "Destroy the artificial man for me!" Goku listened to the shouts of the king of the Northern Realm, and he also became excited. Next to him were Vegeta and the others, who all knew that there was a Vegeta who had been teaching Trunks in the Spirit Time House for a year. Now is the moment for the final duel with the androids. Not surprisingly, as long as you kill the androids, Vegeta will soon be able to resurrect them. Earth West. Bulma crouched in the corner, the earth trembling, and she knew that the battle should enter a white-hot phase. Although her young husband says that Trunks can beat the artificial man, Bulma can't help but feel nervous. Vegeta, Trunks, come on! Bang! Thundered. The endless energy frenzy swept across the plain, and the ground was blown out of incomparably deep pits. Number 17 and 18 kept fleeing, but no matter where they ran, energy bombs could catch up with them. Chapter 22. No, I don't believe it. Between the escapes, number 17 still can't believe that Trunks can become so powerful. Reality is always so cruel. Obviously some time ago it was still crushing the existence of others, but after a few days, others had a showdown and said that they would not pretend. Damn, I knew I killed him some time ago. Number 18 was very embarrassed to dodge an energy, and she regretted that her intestines were blue. If it weren't for the fun, thinking of teasing the children and killing each other early, where would the current picture appear? The embarrassment of the two was all seen by everyone in the realm of King Star. The king of the Northern Realm clenched his fists and jumped up, Trunks is good. Now Trunks is the god in his heart. Sun Wukong next to him hugged the future Vegeta and said with a smile, I didn't expect that Vegeta in the past was quite a set, and Trunks became so strong. Don't look at who taught it. Future Vegeta raised his chin slightly, and at this time, he didn't care that Sun Wukong was holding him with such a disgusting movement. Vegeta of the past is also Vegeta, and he is especially proud to be able to reverse the desperate situation in the future. The battle for Earth continues. The battle has entered a white-hot phase. As Vegeta said, in the face of absolute strength, all skills are in vain. With his combat power far beyond that of the two artificial humans, Trunks beat them and vomited blood. Ha 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 ha, do you think that by killing us, Son Gohan will be able to resurrect them? I tell you, when Son Gohan was lying at my feet like a dead dog, that taste. 17 It was like crazy, and his mouth was unobtrusive. At the same time, the aura of Trunks, who was attacking them, instantly skyrocketed. 2 billion combat power. No 18's pupils shrank sharply, his grandmother's, this is still a fart. Number 18 roared, Number 17, shut up for me. If Number 17 hadn't been her brother, Number 18 would have let him go to Hades on the spot. What a fool, everyone else is fierce like a mad dog, and even stupidly provokes others. Teaming up with this kind of cerebral palsy teammates, she is also moldy for 8 lifetimes. Right now. Trunks disappeared into the sky. The next moment appeared in front of the two. Lift your feet and sweep. Turn around and elbow back. Heaven and earth fell into darkness for a moment. In an instant, it blooms. With only 2 moves, the 2 artificial humans violently sprayed blood mist and fell to the ground unable to move. Tick-tock. Number 17 knelt on the ground, blood dripping from his mouth. His originally handsome face was masked with pain, and the severe pain made his entire face twist into a ball. The 18th was no better, she was lying on the ground, her clothes were already tattered, exposing her snow-white skin to the air, but scars ruined the alluring beauty. Why? The two kept asking why. They really wanted to understand why Vegeta was resurrected and turned into a child, and Trunks broke through to 1.5 billion combat power in a few days. Trunks fell from the sky like the Grim Reaper. Vegeta flew over. Trunks lifted his foot and stomped No 17's head. Dead dog. Now you are really a pair of dead dogs. After speaking, Trunks was puzzled and stepped on it a few more times. Poof. The 17th spat out a mouthful of blood again. His desperate eyes were on fire. And the shame he was now suffering was what he had just said to Trunks. Ugh. Number 17 wanted to get up, but the injury in his body made him unable to move. Looking at Trunks' hideous face, Vegeta sighed. It's really hard to imagine how this kid survived from an artificial human. But now that he can take revenge, I hope he can see it. Anyway, they will soon be able to resurrect the Vegeta of the future space-time. Can't sit still. Number 18 was not as badly injured as Number 17. She looked down at Vegeta, and her eyes flashed with a fine light. As long as you catch Vegeta, Trunks will definitely be able to catch him. Because they are artificial people, they have unlimited eternal energy, and their energy and physical strength are always at their peak. The 18th was only seriously wounded, but still had the strength of a war. She endured the pain and suddenly disappeared on the ground while Trunks was humiliating Number 17. A brush appeared behind Vegeta. Trunks, immediately release the 17th, or pinch your father's head. Number 18 yelled. Idiot, let's see where my dad is. Trunks ignored her and stomped No 17's head again, causing Number 17 to cry out in pain. What? Number 18 looked down, but found that Vegeta in front of him had long disappeared. The next moment, Vegeta appears next to Trunks. Teleportation is so useful. Vegeta muttered, and then sneered, don't think I'm defenseless at all. Number 18 was completely desperate, She glanced at number 17 lying on the ground. This was her brother. Forget it, this kind of stupid brother don't want it. Escape. Number 18 wants to escape here. Once he disappears from Trunks' sight, with the advantage that artificial people have no breath, Trunks they must not find themselves. Trunks, don't let her escape. Vegeta thought of this as well. I noticed you a long time ago, really thought you could escape. Trunks brushed and appeared in front of number 18. While humiliating number 17, he did not forget to pay attention to No 18's situation, and did not need Vegeta's reminder at all. It's really worthy of being the only scion who doesn't wave. Seeing Trunks' reaction, Vegeta felt a little uncomfortable. The future spacetime is not like the past spacetime, there is only one scion left in Trunks, and if he dies, Bulma will have no one to protect. The Earth is not protected. Faced with this situation, Trunks is not qualified to wave at all. But he's just a 16-year-old. Just as Vegeta sighed, Trunks raised his hand and put his fingers together. Go to hell and repent. A golden light wrapped around it. Wave hard. Don't. Number 18 looked at Trunks in horror, trying to let him spare him, but his vision suddenly became blurred. Under the terrifying force of Trunks, the space seemed to be shattered, and even number 18 was split in half. Bang! A violent explosion resounded in the sky. Number 18. Number 17, lying on the ground, roared. His sister died. Died at the hands of a guy who was not their opponent the other day. Number 17 lay on the ground, looking at the sky. Images from childhood are recalled in my mind. The two siblings played happily every day, until one day they were captured by Dr. Rogue to transform into human beings. After that, for the revenge command in his mind, he slaughtered Sun Wukong and others. The earth was even destroyed by them. Do I regret it? Reaching out, number 17 looked up at the palm of his hand. I don't know if you regret it, anyway, if I kill you later, I will regret it very much. Trunks came to number 17 and looked at him coldly. Raise your feet. Step on it hard. Bang! The entire skull was torn apart. Chapter 23. Planetary Planet. The king of the northern realm hugged Sun Wukong and danced a small dance. A wave in the wave, so happy today, so happy today. Dancing was not too enjoyable, and the king of the northern realm directly threw Sun Wukong into the sky. Vegeta turned around and covered her face, really not looking at these two guys. I didn't expect Trunks to become so powerful. Son Gohan, who was sitting under the tree, sighed, but he should be able to resurrect soon, and he was a little impatient to meet the current Trunks. Earth. The terrifying aura faded, and the earth no longer trembled. Zidu. Feeling the end of the battle, Bulma came out of the corner. Who won? Bulma was nervous, and she looked at the sky, eager to see the two father and son flying back from the sky. Half an hour passed. The earth became deathly silent, and a cold wind blew on the streets, which was very cold. It's even a little desolate. Bulma stood in the doorway for half an hour. Why haven't you come back yet? There won't be an accident. It won't. Absolutely, I was wrong. Not wanting to be okay, the thought that the two father and son might have an accident, Bulma's face turned pale. If the two fathers and sons died, she didn't want to live. Right at this moment, two small white dots appeared in the sky, getting closer and closer. Mom! Bulma! Those two familiar voices came from the sky, and Bulma shed tears of excitement. Woohoo, they're not dead. Bulma wiped her tears, but she couldn't stop her tears. She was wondering, obviously Vegeta would move instantly, why didn't she immediately transfer back? For half an hour, she had been terrified. Now I finally met this father and son. Tap-da-da. The two landed on the ground. Trunks, Vegeta. Bulma rushed over and hugged the father and son tightly. Vegeta lifted his little head and looked at Trunks. After they killed the artificial human, they wanted to see the picture before the Earth was restored, so they flew back slowly. But both forgot that there was also a Bulma at home who had been worried. Look at the good things you did. Trunks didn't make a sound, just made a gesture. And make a your woman, you will do it emoji. Stinky boy. Vegeta scolded secretly, but still hurriedly coaxed, don't cry, aren't we coming back? Woohoo! Bulma was still crying. Trunks took the opportunity to slip away, leaving Vegeta alone to coax Bulma. We were wrong, we should have come back early. Woohoo! Don't cry, it's not beautiful to cry again. Vegeta continued to coax. Woohoo! Vegeta! Can't stand it, Vegeta takes out the killer weapon. Suddenly, he covered his chest, showing a painful expression, and the whole person lay weakly in Bulma's arms, screaming. Ugh! Vegeta, what's wrong with you? Bulma was shocked, could it be that he was seriously injured? Trunks, come on, your dad he's hurt. Bulma forgot to cry and was so frightened that she rushed to her son's rescue. Trunks, who was inside the house, heard the voice and put down the teacup. Dad didn't do anything either, how could it hurt? Trunks frowned, and was about to go out to take a look, when he suddenly thought of something and showed a strange smile. Daddy's coaxing moves are really rotten. Muttering, Trunks picked up the teacup again, and Mei took a sip. Anyway, things outside have nothing to do with themselves. Trunks enjoys the tea of victory, while Vegeta is playing dead. Cloth. Bulma, don't be angry, okay? Vegeta spoke intermittently, as if he was going to die. I'm not angry, don't die. Bulma looked at Vegeta choked, his son was still dead, his father was dying. If I don't die, won't you be angry? A weak voice came, and Bulma nodded desperately, I'm not angry, Vegeta, don't die. That's what you said. After speaking, Vegeta immediately jumped up, where it looked like he was going to die, obviously so strong that he could kill an artificial human once. You. Bulma's eyes widened and she pointed at Vegeta, you lied to me. Woman, cry again and I'll beat you. Seeing that she was about to have another seizure, Vegeta quickly flew into her arms and kissed her fiercely on her fair face. Bulma blushed shyly, lowering her head and not daring to look at Vegeta. This scene happened to be seen by Trunks who came out, so he walked back with his head down, muttering in his mouth, good means. Coaxed for a long time. See if you still cry. Vegeta snorted coldly. Stop crying, stop crying. Bulma blushed shyly and lowered her head to not dare to look at him. When Trunks came out, Vegeta's tone was a little melancholy, let's go find the nemesis. After he resurrects the Z-Warriors, he will return to his own time and space, and he is a little reluctant. Okay. Trunks shouted excitedly. He has long wanted to find the Dragon Ball to resurrect brother Son Gohan. When are we going? Bulma excitedly grabbed Vegeta. The two did not notice Vegeta's change in tone at all. They just want to find the Dragon Ball quickly so everyone can revive it. You give me the coordinates, we'll go now. Vegeta regained his mood and smiled instead. I'll go get you the coordinates of the Nunia mix. Bulma returned to the room and took out a piece of paper that recorded the location of the Nunia Mikes, which the king of the Northern Realm had told her. If it weren't for the interference of artificial humans, she would have taken a spaceship to New Namex. Getting the position, Vegeta took the hands of the two and turned on teleportation. New name seen. On this day, 3 people came. Vegeta looked at this beautiful environment and couldn't help but sigh that the Nemesis are really a magical race. Sighing, Vegeta led the 2 of them to the village of the new Great Elder. Knowing their intentions, the new Grand Elder Mulan asked the clansmen to quickly collect the Dragon Balls. I didn't expect so many things to happen on Earth, it's really a pity for Goku. While waiting for the Namex to collect the Dragon Balls, Mlyn sighed. This is the Vegeta of the past time and space, very powerful and special. Mlyn looked at Vegeta and said meaningfully. Particularly? Vegeta was about to ask the new Grand Elder what he meant, but the Nemesis finally collected the Dragon Balls and sent them over. Mulin smiled and said, "Get ready to make a wish." Vegeta had to nod. So under the summoning language of Namex, Polenga rose up in the sky with golden light. "Name your wishes, I can fulfill whatever your wishes." Hearing this, Vegeta's brain cut a black line. Why do the Earth Divine Dragon and the Divine Dragon of Namex love to talk so much? Chapter 24. Polenga came out for a moment, and Vegeta remained speechless until Bulma reminded him, and Vegeta came back to his senses. They had discussed their wishes before they came, and soon Vegeta made them. Return the Earth to the way it was before the destruction of artificial humans. Through the translation of the Nemesis, Polenga's blood-red eyes lit up. Your wish has been fulfilled. At the same time, the Earth's sky was sprinkled with a curtain of crystalline light. The place where it passed, as if there was some kind of magic, made the Earth change in an instant. It's no different from before the androids appeared. The Earth changed back to its original form, and Polenga continued to speak. "Please say your second wish." Vegeta shouted, "Resurrect the Earth gods." Although the Namex Divine Dragon can fulfill 3 wishes, when resurrecting people, they can only resurrect one person at a time. So Vegeta chooses to resurrect the Earth God, so that Vic will follow suit, and the Earth's Dragon Balls will return to normal. At that time, you will be able to resurrect everyone at once through the Earth Dragon Ball. Your wish has been fulfilled, please name the third wish. Under the language of name-seeing, Polenga's eyes turned red again. Speaking of the third wish, the two of Bulma have no other wish to fulfill, as long as everyone can be resurrected, so they decide to give the third wish to Vegeta. Vegeta spoke, "I wonder why Trunks didn't go to time and space exactly 20 years ago." As soon as the words fell, Bulma's eyes widened. The time of the time machine jump was set by her own hands, it was impossible to go wrong, and she also wanted to know why. Polenga fell silent. Its eyes are dodging, as if it is afraid of something. "Sorry, this wish is too involved, I can't say it, you can change your wish." Polenga sweated profusely, and his speech became tense. Sure enough, there is a mysterious force interfering with all this. Not only Vegeta was shocked, but Bulma was equally shocked. It turned out that Trunks jumped at the wrong time because someone else interfered. Meanwhile, the planet. The king of the Northern Realm frowned. What Polenga said, he also heard. Who would be interfering with Trunks traveling through time and space? You know, if Trunks shuttles at the wrong time, there is no way to hand over the special medicine to Goku, and the future will fall into despair. There is a conspiracy. The king of the Northern Realm swallowed. He still didn't know that this space-time was not related to little Vegeta's space-time. Polenga waited impatiently. "Name your third wish, or I'll disappear. Let Bulma stay young." Not getting the answers he wanted, Vegeta didn't bother anymore. He knew that the Divine Dragon was not omnipotent, and it would not work at all if it allowed people to increase their combat effectiveness out of thin air, or let people learn any skills. It is better to make a wish that has been on the heart all the time. After all, when he saw Bulma's haggard appearance, his heart was broken. Shhh. Trunks' eyes widened and he gasped. What did he hear? Dad makes mom stay young forever. Vegeta, you. Bulma covered her mouth, her eyes were hot, and tears flowed out disobediently. She thought a lot about Vegeta's third wish, such as making a wish about strengthening. She knew that Vegeta had been unwilling to lose to Goku, probably wishing for this. But I didn't expect Vegeta to make her wish to stay young forever. Your wish has been fulfilled, we will have a period later. Under the translation of the Namixing language, Polenga fulfilled his third wish and disappeared into the sky. And a trace of essence appeared on Bulma's body, and the traces left on her by time were instantly smoothed out. Completely restored the appearance of an 18-year-old beautiful girl. My hand. Seeing the changes in her body, Bulma's expression surged with emotion, surprise, and shock. Bulma covered her mouth and looked at little Vegeta. Her heart was moved. Her little man was so good to her, and Vegeta in this time and space had never treated her like this. Let's go back. Vegeta laughed. Bulma bowed her head shyly. Vegeta pulls Bulma, says goodbye to Mlin, and leaves New Namex with Trunks. Looking at their departing figures, Mlynn showed a thoughtful expression. What a special little one. Back to Earth. Bulma has been following Vegeta, and she follows Vegeta wherever she goes. Vegeta went into the toilet and came out to see Bulma standing coquettishly at the door. Bulma, what are you doing? Vegeta frowned. The air here is good, and it's comfortable to breathe here. Bulma blushed shyly. How could this little scoundrel be so nice to her? Nice air next to the toilet? Vegeta was stunned. What a silly thing, let's go find Dragon Ball, it's time to resurrect everyone. Hey! Bulma covered her red face, didn't hear clearly, and asked, what are you talking about? It's over, this silly girl is afraid to go crazy. Vegeta rolled his eyes and could only speak to Bulma again. Hearing this, Bulma came back to her senses. Indeed, it is time to bring everyone back to life. And without the Dragon Ball radar she made, it is not easy to find Dragon Ball. Bulma resisted the urge to kiss Vegeta and hurried to create a Dragon Ball radar. With the Dragon Ball radar, soon Vegeta collected the Dragon Balls. Heaven! Tenjin, we are coming. Vegeta led everyone to the celestial realm. Vegeta. The god had been resurrected, and he and Vic stood at the entrance of the temple, looking at the child in front of them. It was Vegeta who resurrected him from the past and taught Trunks to kill the androids. I'll summon the divine dragon to revive everyone first. Okay. Tenjin nodded excitedly. Vic looked thoughtfully at Vegeta of the past. Come out, Shenlong! Vegeta shouted. This is the Dragon Ball of Earth, just summon it directly in the language of the Earth. Suddenly. The sky suddenly became dark. A golden pillar of light shot up into the sky, as if it was about to tear the sky apart. The golden light suddenly turned into a green divine dragon. Shenlong said solemnly, say your wish. Why didn't you say that any wish can be granted? Vegeta asked jokingly. Shenlong. Trunks. Bulma didn't hear what Vegeta said, her eyes kept on Vegeta. I always feel that Vegeta in the past time and space is so handsome. Even though he was just a small child. Alright. Seeing that the dragon did not have a bird himself, Vegeta expressed his wish to negotiate. Let the cyborg kill all the people resurrected. This wish is simple. Shenlong's eyes turned red. In an instant, thousands of breaths appeared on the earth, all of which were exuded by resurrected earthlings. Right at this moment, 7 or 8 figures flew up from the nether. It is the resurrected Son Gohan and Vegeta, as well as Z warriors such as Klin. Of course, Sun Wukong was not resurrected, because he was a normal death, and the Earth Divine Dragon could not revive him. Brother Gohan. Trunks ran straight to Son Gohan, ignoring the newly resurrected Vegeta. Son Gohan patted Trunks' shoulder, I've seen your efforts, you're great. Brother Gohan. Trunks is choking up, and his big brother is finally resurrected. Trunks and everyone gathered, and a voice came from the dragon. Your wish has been fulfilled, we will have a period later. Chapter 25. The divine dragon turned into a golden light again, and the 7 dragon balls on the ground turned into stones and flew in all directions. With the departure of the divine dragon, the earthlings also forgot the disaster and pain caused by artificial humans. The people of the celestial realm talked a lot about the artificial man incident. There are regrets that Goku died of a heart attack, but they all know that Goku was allowed to keep his physical body and cultivate in the netherworld because of his great contribution to the human world. The masters of the netherworld are like clouds, which is a good ending for a martial idiot like Wukong. Of course, the most talked about is about Vegeta in the past time and space. Vegeta in the future time and space, invading the Earth, only 18,000 combat power. I did not expect that the past time and space Vegeta was so powerful. Obviously he is just a child. But fortunately, the appearance of this child has turned the despair of the future around, otherwise the Earth will definitely be finished. Son Gohan was puzzled. Trunks, is it really your little father who taught you? You have the strength you have now. Vegeta was just a kid in the past, and it seems okay to say that he is Trunks' little father. Trunks replied proudly, of course, Big Brother Lunch, I tell you, I don't change to be a Super Saiyan, I can't beat my little daddy. Seeing Trunks calling the child a little father, he was not embarrassed at all, but very proud, and Son Gohan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. However, hearing Trunks say that he can't beat little Vegeta normally, Son Gohan is a little unconvinced. Son Gohan knows the strength of those two artificial people, and if Trunks can defeat them, his strength must become very powerful. In such a situation, Trunks can't beat a child normally. Just when Son Gohan was puzzled, future Vegeta walked to little Vegeta and said arrogantly, in the past, you were quite powerful. Little Vegeta stood quietly in place, looking at each other coldly. Why are you looking at me like that? I have something on my face. Future Vegeta touched his face and found that there was nothing. I was looked at by my past self like this, and I thought I had brought dirty things back from Hades. Don't you think it's because of your arrogance that the Earth almost perished? Little Vegeta said expressionlessly. Are you teaching me to do things? In the future, Vegeta kept a calm face. Don't think that the other party is his past self, you can command him. And when did the Saiyan Prince become so sentimental and thoughtful of others? Little Vegeta ignored the future Vegeta, turned around and said coldly, then have you seen how Bulma has lived all these years? You. Future Vegeta looked at her past self and tried to retort, but couldn't find any reason. He has been strong in his life, he has never regretted it, even if his arrogance has caused everyone to die, he still feels that he has no problem. But only two people are owed, one is Trunks and the other is Bulma. Especially the latter, he learned about Bulma in the world of King, in order to resurrect them, desperately studying the time machine. Obviously Bulma loves beauty so much, knowing that staying up late will get old, but she ignores it. Fortunately, it is good that there is a past self that makes Bulma stay young. Thinking of this, the future Vegeta closed his mouth and did not refute again, who let others be his own great benefactors. Bulma saw this scene and thought it was very interesting, and Vegeta stood together, a little cute. Fight me. Little Vegeta turned his head and spoke in a very cold tone. As soon as these words came out, Son Gohan and they all looked over. There's a good show. I don't know which Vegeta is a little more powerful. It should be our time and space Vegeta, after all, Vegeta in the past was too small. Are you sure you're not joking? In the future, Vegeta narrowed his eyes, his past self would not feel that he could beat him. You won't be afraid, will you? Little Vegeta pouted, seeing Vegeta's face in the future time and space, he couldn't help but want to beat him. I'm afraid? Against you bean sprouts, I don't have to transform into a Super Saiyan. It's no wonder that future Vegeta would say that. According to the physique of Saiyan, the body of a Saiyan will stay in the infancy stage for a long time, and only when it is an adult, the body will grow up instantly. The current little Vegeta is just a small child, his height is not even the waist of the future Vegeta. Then come on. Little Vegeta instantly disappeared in place. Future Vegeta grimaced and followed. Brother Lunch, you'll know later that what I said is not false. Trunks on the side laughed. Being said this, Son Gohan's curiosity was completely stimulated. The two quickly intertwined in the sky. In the future, Vegeta will really not be a Super Saiyan. Bang! The sound of violent collision resounded in the sky, and the calm atmosphere was instantly choppy. If you can teach Trunks to defeat the androids, your strength is really not to be underestimated. In the future, Vegeta blocked the opponent's blow, and that small fist actually made his arm numb. In fact, the future Vegeta is full of many doubts, why his past self is so powerful. With the strength of the other party, he can completely transform into a Super Saiyan. If you don't change your body, I'll beat you out later. Little Vegeta sneered. In the confrontation just now, he already knew what level Vegeta's strength would be in the future, and he should be a little higher than himself. If the artificial human sees the future Vegeta, he will find that he only has 10 million combat power. Such a strength is only 1/3 of Trunks' previous normal combat strength, and even Trunks is not his opponent. Where will little Vegeta be false to him? Find death! Future Vegeta was furious, and he condensed an energy bomb and threw it over. The self disappeared into the void in an instant. Good to go. Little Vegeta stretched out his little hand and waved it hard. The energy bombs that flew straight over exploded loudly and violently. Then it also disappeared into the sky. In an instant, the sky lit up with colorful points of light, and each collision surprised Sun Wuhan and others. Sun Gohan opened his mouth wide. Vegeta in the past was so powerful. Look, they all say that I can't beat my little father, you still don't believe it. Did you find out, Vegeta in our time and space, although his overall strength is stronger than Vegeta's strength in the past, but he can't hit Vegeta in the past with every key attack. Sun Gohan discovered this very early. His current strength is similar to Vegeta in this time and space, even if it is a little stronger. It will not be much stronger. In this way, he is not an opponent of Vegeta in the past time and space. That's why I couldn't beat my little daddy because of this before. As soon as Trunks finished speaking, a scream sounded in the sky. Ugh! Chapter 26. I saw the future Vegeta smashing from the sky with an embarrassed look. You think that's the end of it? Little Vegeta turned into a white dragon and continued to roar towards the other party. As long as Vegeta does not become a Super Saiyan in the future, he will beat the other party hard. Who makes this future self too annoying? The sky once again resounded with a thrilling rumble. Little Uncle Vegeta is terrible. Sun Wuhan swallowed. He now really believed that Trunks couldn't beat little Vegeta normally. Small man, his attack is very strange. Others want to attack him, can't attack. He wants to attack others, but easily. His grandmother's, you're endless. The future Vegeta was furious. The pain in his body made him bored. How could this kid's attack be so weird? Ah, here you are again. A small fist slammed into him, and future Vegeta tried to dodge, but found that he couldn't dodge at all. Bang! Future Vegeta's eye was hit and instantly blackened, like a panda eye. Bulma on the temple laughed when she saw this scene. I'm the future you, why do this to me? Ah, I can't stand it. Future Vegeta filled his chest with anger, and finally couldn't bear it. A golden light exploded on his body, and with the successful transformation of the Super Saiyan, a golden storm instantly rolled up. Countless storm blades flashed with brilliant brilliance and spun rapidly. Seeing this scene, Son Gohan lowered his mouth. Uncle Vegeta stinks and doesn't want to be faceless, and he said that he will not be a Super Saiyan. Daddy is so shameless. Trunks said this, stuck out his tongue. Both of them are his father, so I don't know which one to scold. Future Vegeta transformation completed. Didn't you say that you don't change into a Super Saiyan? Despise you! Little Vegeta scolded. That being said, little Vegeta no longer dares to peep at the other party, even if he comprehends the skin of the ethereal state. You must know that the other party has transformed into a Super Saiyan and his strength has increased by 50 times. Future Vegeta in the Super Saiyan state, his speed and strength are not on the same level as before. If the previous future Vegeta was a baby, then now he has become a 2-meter tall northeast man, the kind that can make people cry for a month with a casual punch. Crash! The storm sword blade cut through the void and instantly arrived at little Vegeta's location. Little Vegeta jumped into the void, shifted shapes, and with his body, he dodged the opponent's attack without risk. Ha ha ha, now it's my turn. Future Vegeta doesn't know when to appear behind him. A terrifying flash cannon burst out. The wind and clouds suddenly changed, shaking the heavens and the earth. Little Vegeta couldn't even rely on his body to dodge with his heart. I'd rather see how strong you really are. In fact, little Vegeta can use teleportation to dodge, but he doesn't want to hide because he has an idea in his heart. Don't run away. In the future, Vegeta panicked. He knew how strong his strength was, and it was definitely not something that his past self could resist. If he is hit, I am afraid that his past self will die, so will he also disappear? Thinking of this, I wanted to stop, but found it was too late. Hide! Future Vegeta yelled. This scene also fell into the eyes of everyone. Vegeta, run away! Seeing that little Vegeta did not flee, Bulma also shouted with tears in her heart. Run away! Everyone in the celestial realm was shouting. However, bang! A deafening explosion resounded in the sky. The entire earth was trembling, and the earthlings even looked up at the sky, thinking that an alien civilization had invaded the earth. It's over. Bulma collapsed on the ground, her eyes blank, without a trace of emotional fluctuations. Little Vegeta was worried about the safety of their mother and son, and directly shuttled over from the past to rescue them, and when she went to the celestial realm to cultivate, she couldn't worry about herself, and let her follow. She is even making a wish to the Demex Shenlong to make her stay young forever. I love myself all the time, this is my favorite little husband. Why not escape? He will obviously move instantly, and if he doesn't escape, he will really die. Is his own little man really dead? Just when Bulma was desperate, the sky shook again. Endless coercion swept the earth, and the powerful force made a vacuum appear in the place of Gunsmoke, and no wisp of breath could exist there. The radius was filled with Vegeta's terrifying aura, which was dozens of times stronger than before. Buzz! The powerful force made the space roar, and the turbulent energy frenzy swept through the entire celestial realm, crumbling, and the celestial realm seemed to be shattered in the next moment. Bang! A metal light suddenly appeared, so brilliant that everyone couldn't open their eyes. Little Vegeta appeared in everyone's eyes, and he had changed his appearance. The golden aura brushed over him, and his hair turned blonde. Blonde! Super Saiyan! Vegeta, who was as strong as the future, couldn't help but swallow. My past self turned into a Super Saiyan. How old is he, and why can he transform at such a young age? In the future, Vegeta is very puzzled, knowing that he also transformed a year after returning from Namex. When I was shocked, I didn't forget to rejoice that my past self didn't die. I knew Dad was okay. Trunks breathed a sigh of relief. Obviously Dad will move instantly, as long as he wants to escape, no one can keep him. It turns out to be to use this time and space Dad to break through himself. You can transform into a Super Saiyan at such a young age, and Uncle Vegeta Jr.'s talent is so strong. Son Gohan exclaimed. I knew you weren't dead. Bulma wiped her tears, she was really scared by little Vegeta. I thought my little husband was dead. So naughty, when they finish fighting, they must beat them both hard. The two people above shivered inexplicably. Little Vegeta was a little confused, but ignored it. Raise your hand and wave. The surrounding airflow was instantly compressed, and then suddenly exploded. Bang! The heavens are trembling. Is this a Super Saiyan? So powerful! Little Vegeta felt the endless energy in his body and couldn't wait to fight immediately. Now it's my turn again. Little Vegeta sneered. He was almost dead just now, but fortunately he broke through to the Super Saiyan at the last minute. The future Vegeta on the opposite side broke out in a cold sweat. Just now he was forced to turn into a Super Saiyan. He can't even beat the normal state of others, and now that others have also transformed, how can he fight? Although a little resentful, the future Vegeta still sneered, that, you and I are the same person, or forget it. You beat me up, that's all. Future Vegeta. They. Past self is really shameless, and what has been beaten is whether he is good or not. You are so annoying, I don't feel comfortable if I don't beat you, you still honestly let me beat it, I will be merciful. You. Future Vegeta glared angrily, being so mocked, it was Buddha and fire. Then come. Future Vegeta immediately screamed before he could finish speaking. Ugh. Ah. Chapter 27. Several golden rays flashed in the sky. Before future Vegeta could react, he was punched in the face. The powerful force made his face instantly distorted, and the severe pain was transmitted to the brain through the nerve center, only to feel a burst of dizziness in his head. Ugh! Beat up, why are you still beating in the face? Future Vegeta roars. In the face of that strange action, Vegeta in the future could not be prevented, wanted to fight back, but could not do it, and this person also hit his face, simply holding back to his grandmother's house. Bulma in the celestial realm showed an excited red light on her face, happy like a child, as if it was not her husband who was beaten. Bulma shouted, "Come on Vegeta!" Trunks looked over and couldn't help but wonder, which dad is this to cheer for? Bang! There was a violent crash in the sky, and Trunks came back to his senses and looked up. In the future, Vegeta saw the opportunity and raised his hand to block it, and there was a sore numbness in his arm, but at the same time, he finally caught the opponent's blow. Future Vegeta threw down his hand, relieved some pain, and sneered, "I have seen through your routine, and you still want to beat me. Are you sure you see through my routine? You seem to have blue eyes, don't you?" Little Vegeta hovered in the air and smiled wickedly, his small size, but the bad smile made people's scalp numb. "What do you mean?" Future Vegeta was a little puzzled, and suddenly had a sense of foreboding in his heart. Right at this moment, Vegeta erupted with a heaven-destroying aura, and the overwhelming momentum made Son Gohan in the celestial realm swallow his saliva violently. Uncle Vegeta Jr., with that strange body technique, it is estimated that except for Trunks who can barely fight him, the others are not his opponents at all. Son Gohan on the celestial realm thought of this, looked at Trunks next to him, but he didn't expect that in the past few years, this kid had also grown to this point. At this time, Son Gohan had a feeling in his heart that the blue was better than the blue. "Come on, Dad!" Trunks didn't know what Son Gohan was thinking, and looked up. Golden aura brushed Vegeta's body and suddenly disappeared into the sky. This trick again! Future Vegeta pouted, and not surprisingly, the other party wanted to attack from the rear. Really? There is a slight fluctuation in the back of the head. Countermeasures have long been thought of, and Vegeta quickly pulls away in the future. As long as you open the distance and don't get stuck by him, even if the other party's movements are weird, they can't help themselves. You've really found a way to cope. Little Vegeta didn't know when he would appear behind him. As the future Vegeta thought, as long as he is not glued by little Vegeta, he really can't help others, which little Vegeta has to admire the future self a little. It's a pity that Vegeta overlooked one thing in the future, that is, he can teleport. When the voice came, future Vegeta took a tight breath and hurriedly turned his head. "Don't hit your face, okay? What do you say?" After speaking, little Vegeta clenched his small fist and smashed it with a punch. The imposing coercion pulled the atmosphere, and the hurricane set off chilled Vegeta's heart in the future. Nope. In the future, Vegeta wants to hide, but can't hide it. Bang! Future Vegeta turned into a cannonball, smashed into the heavens, and screamed bitterly. I hate you! Bang! The celestial realm was smashed out of a big pit, and Bulma quickly ran over to pick him up. But the next moment he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, Vegeta, your two eyes are so blue. Originally, the future Vegeta only had one eye blue, but now he was beaten twice, which is exactly the same as the panda. Seeing this, everyone in the celestial realm burst out laughing. Future Vegeta got up from the big pit and gritted his teeth. Laugh a fart, what's so funny about being beaten by your past self? It's good not to say this, so that everyone laughed even louder. The two Vegeta can be described as identical in appearance except for the difference in body size, and the big Vegeta was beaten by little Vegeta, which is indeed quite funny. Little Vegeta descended from the sky and beat up his future self, and his heart finally felt better. If you make Bulma suffer so arrogantly, you will wait for me. Little Vegeta made a childish voice. Hearing this, Bulma's eyes couldn't help but heat up. Why the little husband of the past time and space was so good to himself. Trunks next to him looked at Bulma. He was really happy for his mother. The father in the past time and space was too good for his mother, and he thought about everything for his mother. Got it, got it. Getting up, future Vegeta sat on the ground and pouted. He rarely refuted. But my past self is also right. How much has Bulma suffered since she followed him? In particular, the appearance of artificial humans is also because of their arrogance and did not choose to join forces with everyone, which led to Bulma's mother and son painstakingly planning for more than 10 years, just to research a time machine to save everyone. Vegeta, he seems to have changed. Klin, Yamcha, and Bik couldn't help but be stunned. Isn't this guy always pointing his nose at people and getting a bunch of proud? Why do you listen to other people's opinions? Do you listen to what yourself says, but you can't listen to what others say? Little Vegeta came over. Since the matter of your time and space is settled, I should also return to my time and space. Ugh! So soon? Everyone was talking, and they hadn't thanked little Vegeta yet. Trunks, Dad, can't you go back later? Bulma was stunned, and turned her head to look at little Vegeta with the same expectation, eager to hear him say to go back later. No, have you forgotten that Bulma from the past time and space is still waiting for me? Little Vegeta said lightly. He came here to change the future world, and now that the future has changed, it is time to go back, although he is also a little reluctant, but he tries to keep his tone as flat as possible. Corner of Trunks' mouth twitched, and he remembered that his mother was still waiting for his father to take her to a barbecue. Bulma's eyes were full of reluctance. Can't I go back tomorrow? Little Vegeta shook his head. This time and space did not belong to him. Bulma did not belong to him. There was no point in him staying here. You. The rejuvenated Bulma puffed out, saying something to make him leave later, but couldn't say anything. As little Vegeta thought, this time and space did not belong to his time and space. If he stayed here rashly, what would happen to the past Bulma? Bulma pulled a universal capsule out of her pocket and threw it to the ground. With a bang, a time machine appeared, and the energy on it was just enough for Vegeta to return to the original time and space. Bulma's eyes were red, and she said helplessly, "Thank you for shuttling over to save our world. The time machine has set the time to jump." She was especially reluctant to let her little husband. In my heart, I even envied my past self, why I didn't meet such a little Vegeta when I was a child. Thinking of this, Bulma looked at Vegeta in this time and space. This piece of rotten wood is really infuriating. Future Vegeta held her hands and sat quietly on the ground looking at her past self. After being beaten, I was not in the mood to say goodbye to him. Suddenly finding Bulma looking at him with a fierce light, future Vegeta couldn't help but feel a chill behind him. What's going on? Chapter 28. Trunks, come here. Before leaving, little Vegeta called out to Trunks to the side. Trunks was a little puzzled, but followed along. Vic frowned. Calling Trunks over alone, was he saying something between father and son? Coming to the other side, little Vegeta solemnly said, Trunks, the artificial human crisis in future time and space has not been solved. Ugh! Trunks breathed tightly. Didn't he kill both artificial humans? Vic widened his eyes as if he had heard something. Trunks sighed. Little Vegeta reminded, Dr. Gro also created another artificial human, it's called Chiru. Daddy, the one you said earlier. Yes. Little Vegeta nodded, but don't worry, your strength has long surpassed it, as long as you don't get sneak attacked, there will be basically no problem. By the way, there will be a Majin Buu in your time and space. Little Vegeta continued to recount the crisis ahead. Trunks' face became extremely solemn. Although he didn't know why his father knew so much, he didn't doubt that there were so many crises in the future. Also, there are 1,000 immortal beans here, you have to use them well. Little Vegeta handed him a universal capsule. Trunks looked at the fairy beans in his hand, his heart shook violently, a warm current poured into his heart, his nose couldn't help but feel a little sour, Dad was too good for himself. Well, basically all the crises I told you again, only you can save the world, no matter when, you must be calm, it really can't, and then shuttle to my time and space to find me. Little Vegeta flew into the air and reached out his little hand to touch Trunks' head. Dad, I can't bear you. Trunks sniffled. Although Vegeta was only a child of about 10 years old, his small size made him feel at ease. Stinky boy, you are a scion, be strong. Little Vegeta didn't say much, and flew directly into the time machine, with a small body sitting inside. With one last glance at Bulma, little Vegeta nodded, then activated the time machine, and suddenly disappeared in this time and space. Vegeta! Bulma finally cried. A while passed. Bic asked, Trunks, what Vegeta said in the past is true. Everyone was stunned. Even Bulma blushed and looked at Bike. Trunks shook his head and calmed his mood, really? Trunks explained. There was an uproar. Future Vegeta gritted her teeth, finally it's time for me to play. You shut up for me. Bulma's eyes showed killing intent. Bulma is so fierce. Future Vegeta shrunk his neck and immediately sat back on the ground. After listening to Trunks' story, the heart that Z-Warrior had just put down was raised again. It turns out that the crisis is not over, but has just begun. Fortunately, Vegeta reminds me of the past. Just why would Vegeta in the past know so much? The time machine shuttles through the time and space tunnel, and the colorful light condenses in it. Finally going back. Vegeta spat. Go to the future time and space, finally solve the artificial crisis, as long as Trunks is not careless, then Chiru who has not yet appeared is definitely not Trunks' opponent. In this way, Bulma can continue to live happily. Thinking of her regaining her youth, her playful appearance is really cute. It's a pity that the Bulma of future time and space does not belong to him. With a sigh, Vegeta closed his eyes and would be able to return to his own time and space in a few moments. It's just that the moment he closed his eyes, the jump time on the time machine suddenly jumped, AIG 762. Earth. A suburb in the southern part of the Earth. Everywhere there was gunfire, and every few meters you could see a huge deep pit, full of rubble. The dilapidated scene shows that there has been a great chaotic battle here. A long-haired scion lay on the ground, and judging by the faint breath he emitted, he was about to die. Seeing this scene, the bald head roared. Give me death! The bald head frantically condensed an energy light wave, and the energy gathered to the maximum power and threw it towards a child. The child shivered and forgot to dodge. I'm about to be hit. At this moment, a green figure suddenly appeared in front of the child and opened his hand. Bang! The explosion resounded in the sky. Thump! Vic fell to the ground dying. Uncle Bike! Gohan looked at him with tears in his eyes. Run away, I didn't expect that a big demon king in my hall would actually protect a little ghost. Tears couldn't help but slip from his eyes, and Vic slowly closed his eyes. Ugh! Uncle Bike! Sun Wuhan raised his head to the sky and roared, and his combat effectiveness skyrocketed. 2,800 combat effectiveness? You give me death too! The bald head Naba exposed the bruises. The energy bomb blasted out again. Right now! Brush! A muscles cloud descends from the sky and saves Sun Gohan. Dad, Uncle Vic is dead. Seeing the person coming, Sun Gohan cried. Let's eat a fairy bean first. Sun Wukong took out a fairy bean and divided it in half, so that the seriously injured Sun Gohan and Klin ate it. Looking at the few people lying on the battlefield, they are Yamcha, Bike, Tianjin rice, and dumplings. Goku's unprecedented anger, these are all his own partners, they all died in battle. Realm King Fist. Boom, a powerful force pulls the surrounding free electric ions, which converge together to make a nourishing sound. The rebel that fell on the ground was dragged and floated in mid-air. Combat effectiveness skyrocketed. 8,000. 10,000. 16,000. Impossible. Naba was stunned. How could this lower-level warrior be so powerful? The Monkey King suddenly disappeared in place. This punch is for Yamcha. Bang! Naba covered his stomach, and the powerful force made him hurt into his marrow. This punch is for Tianjin rice. Bang! This punch is for Bike. Naba was punched in the face, turned into a cannonball, and smashed to the ground. Bang! A deep pit appeared in the ground, and rubble covered Naba's entire body. Overseas Islands. Good Goku! Bulma and Kiki looked at the picture on the crystal ball and shouted excitedly. The battle between the group and those two scions was very fierce, and if Goku hadn't rushed back from Kai Wang, Gohan and Klin would have died. Go to hell and repent! Sun Wukong soared into the air and clasped his hands together. Turtle, Pi, Chi, Gong. The powerful air flow made the air boil, and the Qigong wave cut through the sky and flew towards Naba. Right at this moment, a time machine suddenly appeared in the void. What caught his eyes was actually a Qigong wave, and Vegeta cursed. Which bastard? Vegeta jumped out of the time machine and raised his hand to grab it hard. Bang! The powerful turtle sect Qigong wave dissipated in Sumeru. Who is it? Sun Wukong tensed his body, he was about to kill Naba. But a very strange device suddenly appeared, and the child who jumped out of it also resisted his attack. Chapter 29. The smoke from the suburbs completely dissipated with the breeze blowing. Vegeta flew to the ground with a time machine in one hand, and then quickly put it away, which can be said to be the last gift from Bulma to herself in the future, and it can't be damaged. Who are you? Sun Wukong flew to the ground, and his heart was nervous, and the other party was able to crush his turtle sect Qigong wave with one hand, which was really a bit terrifying. Kakarot. Vegeta was stunned. Who was this person in front? It was the Monkey King who grew up. Didn't he shuttle back to the original time? Vegeta was shocked. Could it be that the mastermind behind the scenes changed the time of the time machine? Looking at the Z-warrior lying on the ground, Vegeta thought a lot, and if nothing else, he traveled to the time when Vegeta invaded Earth in the anime. His grandmother's, I haven't taken Bulma to a barbecue yet. Vegeta cursed. The black hand behind this scene was so hateful that it let him shuttle to the time when Naba invaded the Earth. You're a scion too? Are you in a gang with those two scions? Sun Wukong tensed his body. Two scions? Vegeta was stunned. Isn't the plot in the Dragon Ball anime just Vegeta and Naba invading Earth? Raditz should be dead. Upon closer inspection, Vegeta found that Raditz was also lying on the ground, and was dying. Brush! Vegeta suddenly disappeared in front of Sun Wukong, causing Sun Wukong to be stunned. The speed was too fast, and he couldn't see his movements at all. The next moment, Vegeta appeared next to Raditz. What a hassle! Vegeta pouted. Crouching on the ground, he crushed a fairy bean and fed it to Raditz. In an instant, Raditz suddenly opened his eyes. Who are you? Fool, look who I am! Vegeta slapped Raditz the head, causing Raditz to scream in pain. Shhh! Raditz looked at the kid and trembled as he spoke, Vegeta? Aren't you dead? Where have you been all these years? Without you, I was bullied by Frisia's forces so miserably. Raditz hugged Vegeta and cried about what had happened over the years. A black line crossed Vegeta's head. Vegeta tugged at his ears and yelled, "Shut up for me!" Raditz jerked his neck, his body trembling involuntarily. Vegeta is terrible. Wrong. Raditz finally saw Vegeta's tall, just over 1 meter tall. Raditz touched Vegeta's little head and said humbly, "Vegeta, why are you so short?" Vegeta's brain door crossed a black line. Vegeta in the anime was originally not tall, and now he is being ridiculed by his own companions. Where can he bear it? Give me death! One punch blasted. Bang! Raditz flew directly a kilometer away and smashed a big hole in the hill. Vegeta went to Naba's deep pit again and pulled him out. Naba's state was not so bad, no need to crush the fairy beans, just stuff it directly into his mouth. Naba, who ate a fairy bean, was still in a state of confusion after healing. Regardless of 3721, it was a punch to Vegeta in front of him. Ah, give me death! Bang! Vegeta looked down at the smashed fist, and the expression on his face was very strange. Ugh! Naba screamed in pain, his fist seemed to have smashed into a steel plate, and sharp pain came from his arm. Vegeta covered his face, these two fools. I didn't expect there was also a scion, damn it. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. Judging from the kid's rescue of the two scions, it was known that they were all in a group. And this kid's strength is very terrifying. Sun Wukong can't see through it at all, he is very nervous in his heart. It seems that he has to explain here. Turtle Fairy Island. This is... Bulma was stunned in place, and a tear trail slipped down her white and tender little face. When everyone looked at it, they couldn't help but wonder what happened to Bulma. Bulma grabbed the crystal ball and cried, "Brother Vegeta, you are finally back. How many years? I haven't come back since that time to help that big brother." Kiki grabbed Bulma and soothed, calm down, calm down." They, Turtle Immortal and the servant mother-in-law were completely speechless. Just now I don't know who grabbed the crystal ball and threw it around, and now they are comforting others. Hold these two people to take turns throwing crystal balls, right? No, I'm going to find my Vegeta. Bulma walked outside the house and threw out a universal capsule, and a jet suddenly appeared on the ground. Bulma, wait for me, I'm going to find my Gohan too. Kiki chased out. Crash! The jet plane spewed out a blazing wave of chi and soared into the sky, and the two disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. Southern suburbs. The breeze blew and the leaves rustled on the side. Raditz flew back from a kilometer away. Vegeta, you're finally back. Do you know how we've lived all these years? That Chuyi troubles us every day. Without you, Naba and I are so miserable. Raditz lay on the ground, wrapping her arms around Vegeta's short legs. Hearing this, Naba stopped caring about the pain in his hand and looked up at Vegeta. Are you Vegeta? Naba's pupils shrank sharply. After so many years without news of Vegeta, wasn't he dead? Shut up for me, and I'll kill you guys if I say any more. Vegeta yelled at the top of his little voice. Both of them were the few remaining purebred scions in the world, and Vegeta said this just to scare them, but he didn't really want to kill. Shhh. The two gasped for air. Still familiar formula, familiar temper, this person is definitely Vegeta is right. You even have fairy beans. Sun Wukong finally spoke up, his tone was very shocked. Those two people were obviously about to die, but they were saved by 2 beans, and that bean turned out to be fairy beans. Fairy beans are only available to cat immortals. Why does this little fart also have fairy beans? Vegeta, you're going to avenge us. Kakarot is eating inside and out. Raditz pointed to the Monkey King and said. Yes, yes, Kakarot is a betrayer. Where does Naba still care so much? His own prince has returned, and he must not be allowed to avenge himself. Bang! Bang! Vegeta punched them twice, and the 2 immediately flew into the sky. Finally quieter. Vegeta wiped the cold sweat from his head. Walking in front of Sun Wukong, Vegeta said lightly, "Don't worry, we have no malice." Sun Wukong looked at him with special caution. If it weren't for his companions lying on the ground, he really believed that these 3 people had no malice. You should know this tale. Seeing that he didn't believe it, Vegeta let go of his tail wrapped around his waist, and his tail kept wagging. Sun Wukong was stunned. This tail was exactly the same as his own, except that he had let the heavenly god seal it a few years ago. Vegeta laughed, "We are of the same race. And the long-haired guy in front is your own brother." Sun Wukong fell silent. He didn't know what to say. Originally, under the recommendation of the heavenly god, I went to the Realm King Star to cultivate after a lot of hardships, but I didn't expect that a year later, the earth was invaded by aliens. Sun Wukong looked at his partner lying on the ground. They were all killed by those 2 guys. Now this little fart actually said that he was the same race as them. He also said that the long-haired guy was his own brother. The Monkey King is hard to accept, but their tale tells themselves that this information is most likely true. Chapter 30. Sun Wukong really didn't expect that he was not an earthling, and it's no wonder that he has a tail that others don't have. After Vegeta said this, all this can be explained. Sun Wukong seemed to lose his mind and looked at his companions on the ground. Bike, Tianjin rice, Yamcha, dumplings, they are all dead. If it is said that Vic is not dead, then the situation can be slightly redeemed, but Vic is dead, which means that the gods are also dead. In this way, the dragon will disappear with it, and they will never be resurrected. All dead. These are the best companions that Sun Wukong has met when he grows up, and their death means that Sun Wukong will not die with these scions. At this point Raditz and Naba flew back. Raditz said coldly. Kakarot. Sun Wukong interrupted him, "Don't call me Kakarot, the earth is my hometown, my name is Sun Wukong." Raditz shouted, "You're a scion, have you forgotten your mission?" Mission? It seems that you really forgot that we scions are a fighting nation in the universe, and low-level warriors like you will be sent out to carry out missions as soon as they are born. Raditz clasped his hands to his chest and looked at Sun Wukong with hatred. "Your mission is to destroy all life on Earth, how could you forget?" Raditz's words reminded Sun Wukong of what his grandfather said to him. Before he fell on his head as a child, his temperament was very violent, and it was not until he fell to his head later that his temperament became like this. "It seems that I am really a scion, and he is also my own brother." Sun Wukong looked at Raditz's eyes without a trace of emotion. "But so what?" Sun Wukong's voice was very cold, "I won't spare you. Find death." Raditz was furious, and Kakarot, as a scion, did not have a bit of scion consciousness. "Vegeta, please." Raditz looked at Vegeta. With only 1500 combat effectiveness, he is not an opponent of Kakarot at all. Although it is not clear about Vegeta's strength, it is absolutely no problem against Kakarot. After all, Vegeta is a scion prince. Now it's up to Vegeta. "Please, Numa." Vegeta jumped up and punched Raditz hard in the head. "Shhhhh." Raditz covered his head and screamed. Naba weakly hid to the side, not daring to speak, afraid that he would also be beaten. Sun Wukong looked at the little fart child's actions, a little inexplicable. But Sun Wukong didn't care about them. Among these 3 people, the most powerful is the little fart child, and Sun Wukong faces him, and he has no bottom in his heart. But it's already immortal, even if you use the 4 times Realm King Fist, you have to make them pay. Sun Wukong turned into a red light and disappeared in place in an instant. Raditz and Naba quickly hid behind the little fart in front of them, leaving Vegeta speechless for a while. Kakarot, you listen to me. Vegeta gently stepped into the void. A little white light lit up. The air exploded instantly. The powerful impact forced Sun Wukong out of the void. Poof! Sun Wukong lay on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Vegeta is so strong. Raditz and Naba were stunned. Vegeta explained to Kakarot, just to make him vomit blood before explaining? That's good. Vegeta covered his face. Can you say that it was not intentional? Returning from the future shuttle, his strength has long been not comparable to the original 200,000 combat strength. It is normal not to control the soaring power for a while. Vegeta walked on his small short legs, ran to Sun Wukong, and picked him up. Kakarot, you're not dead. Poof! Sun Wukong was very angry and spat out another mouthful of blood. Why are you still spitting? I really didn't mean it. Come, give you a fairy bean. Vegeta stuffed a fairy bean into Sun Wukong's mouth. After the injury healed, Sun Wukong had a black face, and he couldn't even beat a little brat. Ugh! Sun Wukong recovered from his injuries and roared. Quadruple Realm King Fist. The terrifying power erupted in the body, and the rubble in the ground was traction and instantly floated in mid-air. But to gain great power, there must be a corresponding price. The furious power was like thunder of destruction, seeping into Sun Wukong's entire body, and every cell in his body was trembling. This is the multiple of the extreme Realm King Fist that Sun Wukong can withstand, and if it is twice as high, his body will absolutely collapse in an instant. Even if there is Xiando, I am afraid that he will not be able to save him. Seeing this scene, Vegeta swallowed. Wukong will not die under the increase of 4 times the Realm King Fist. Unforgivable. Sun Wukong endured the severe pain, and his hands condensed a turtle pie Qigong wave. The blue light shone in the suburbs, and the furious aura rushed to their faces, and Raditz and Naba could feel the power of the turtle sect Qigong wave, and if they were hit, they would probably die on the spot. Thinking of this, the two quickly hid far away. The turtle sect Qigong had condensed to its maximum power, and seeing that it was about to shoot, Vegeta said lightly. I have a way to resurrect Vic them. What? Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, thinking that he had heard wrong. I have a way to resurrect Vic them. This time he finally heard Vegeta's words clearly, and Sun Wukong wanted to ask him what he meant. But the turtle sect Qigong in his hand had already condensed to the maximum power, and he wanted to disperse, but with his body tortured into an unshaped body by the Realm King Fist, he couldn't control it at all. Hide! Sun Wukong shouted. The turtle sect Qigong could no longer be controlled, and instantly arrived in front of Vegeta's eyes. This is the turtle sect Qigong under the blessing of Sun Wukong's fourfold Realm King Fist, and this power makes him afraid of it. Vegeta hide! In the distance, Raditz and Naba yelled, but the next scene made the two shut their mouths instantly. I saw Vegeta raise his little hand again and grab it hard. Bang! The ground shook and the smoke filled the air. Vegeta patted the dust on his body and said with a smile, Kakarot, I have a way to resurrect Vic them, you can rest assured. Sun Wukong. Raditz, Naba. Vegeta seems to like to crush other people's Qigong waves with one hand, how powerful it must be to do this. Ugh! Suddenly, Sun Wukong let out a fierce shout. His muscles spasmed, and the green tendons on his body seemed to be knotted, which looked very terrifying. This is the consequence of forcibly casting the 4x Realm King Fist. Vegeta shook his head and quickly flew to his side and stuffed a fairy bean into him again. The injury healed, and Sun Wukong's breath suddenly skyrocketed. 32,000 combat effectiveness. Raditz looked down at the detector and said in horror. What? Naba was trembling when he spoke, and Kakarot broke through to 32,000 combat power in an instant. Is he a superior warrior or is he a superior fighter? What do you mean? Monkey King came to Vegeta and asked anxiously. Chapter 31. Southern Suburbs. The fighting stopped. The breeze was blowing, the leaves were rustling, and the frenzied atmosphere calmed down, and if it weren't for the many potholes on the scene, I would never have found that there had been a battlefield of all sizes here. Vegeta, Vic isn't an earthling either, you know. Sun Wukong shook his head. He really didn't know that Vic was not an earthling. No wonder Bike's skin is green and oily, like a large watermelon in the shape of a person. Fortunately, Vic died a long time ago, and did not find that Sun Wukong said in his heart that he was a big watermelon, otherwise he would definitely fight with Sun Wukong. Vegeta walked up to Son Goku, making Son Goku nervous. Raditz and Naba followed Vegeta like two ass bugs. Of course, the two only dared to hide behind Vegeta. After all, the two of them had just killed Kakarot's companion, and if they appeared in front of him rashly, I am afraid that they would not end well. Vic is a nemesis, and Namex, who is far away from the earth, is his hometown. You said that the gods will make dragons, then it should not be a problem for his people to make Dragon Balls. Vegeta laughed. Looking at Vegeta's meaningful eyes, Sun Wukong had a sense of foreboding in his heart. But just as Vegeta said, the same race, Bike's people will definitely make Dragon Balls, just like their Scion race. Every Scion can transform into a gorilla as long as they have a tail. Thinking of this, Sun Wukong's heart was ecstatic, and there was hope for their resurrection in Bike. Hehe, the second Super Saiyan is about to appear. Vegeta smiled wickedly. History works normally, and Monkey King will definitely transform into a Super Saiyan in Namex. I'll give you the coordinates of Namex, and I'll ask Dr. Breves to build you a spaceship then. Thank you. Sun Wukong's tone was very excited. As long as you can resurrect your companions, you don't want to bother with anything else. It's just that Monkey King doesn't know that Vegeta just wants him to break through to Super Saiyan. Raditz, come out. Vegeta ripped him out. Vegeta, what are you doing? Raditz yelled. Kakarot, this is your own brother, let's get together. Vegeta punched Raditz in the abdomen, and Raditz instantly quieted down. Vegeta and Naba stepped aside and brought the two of them together. Vegeta, where have you been all these years? Naba's tone was very excited. You care about me? Vegeta pouted. Vegeta's tone was very cold, and Naba was not angry, but excited. Back then, Vegeta left Samestar inexplicably, and there was no news for so many years, and I thought I had encountered something. It's good that Vegeta didn't die. As long as Vegeta doesn't die, the Scions have hope for revival. But how does Vegeta's size look exactly the same as he did then? Nothing has changed at all. Naba's eyes were very strange when she looked at him, which made Vegeta's scalp tingle. This man can't do anything. Glaring at me again, I'll blind you later. Vegeta touched the goosebumps on his arm. What's wrong with me? Naba touched his bald head, a little inexplicable. Why is this little Vegeta angry again? A small man, if you are angry, you will not grow high. Just as Naba was buried, Raditz and Sun Wukong finally finished speaking. Now Sun Wukong knows the names of his biological parents, and his father looks exactly like himself. According to Raditz, their father was a low-level warrior, but through acquired efforts, he grew to the point of awe-inspiring and achieved a combat power of more than 10,000. He is also the subordinate warrior leader of Vegeta Star, and such a father makes Sun Wukong very proud in his heart. Kakarot, there are only a few of us left among the Scions. Vegeta walked over. As soon as he wanted to say something about Vegeta, there was a whistling sound in the sky. 4 Scions looked at the sky at the same time. A jet flew towards this side. Landing on the ground, Bulma jumped out of it. Kiki followed. Vegeta! Gohan! The two rushed over. Coming to Vegeta, Bulma's beautiful eyes turned red in an instant, and her nose was particularly sour. Bulma ignored 3721 and held Vegeta fiercely in her arms. On the other side, Kiki found her son in the corner and also held him in her arms. It's like Bulma hugging Vegeta. Vegeta, where have you been all these years? Bulma finally cried. When he said that he would take her to a barbecue and help the little handsome guy, he said that he would come back soon, but he didn't expect that his whole person disappeared. No news for so many years. Cloth. Bulma, I can't breathe. Vegeta is still too young, stuffed by Bulma at the 360 peak, really happy and painful. Let you leave me. Bulma ignored his words and put her arm around Vegeta again. Being held, Vegeta seemed to fall into a soft world, full of fragrance. Seeing this scene, Sun Wukong swallowed his saliva. It turned out that Bulma and this person knew each other, and they had a good relationship. Raditz and Naba were stunned in place. A Scion prince was willing to be held by an ordinary earthling. What about his arrogance? What about his temperance? Cloth. Irma, let me go. Vegeta is really out of breath. Bulma's chest cavity is not only soft, but also particularly large, which who can withstand this? Grandmas. After the next time, be sure to look for Dragon Balls and make a wish that the Scions can survive in a vacuum. Fortunately, Vegeta's idea was not known to others, otherwise it would have made people stunned and shocked. To say that in order to make the Scions have one less weakness in battle, this is good to say. But Vegeta went looking for Dragon Balls in order to enjoy it in Bulma's arms, which is a bit too much. Tell me where you've been all these years. Bulma lifted Vegeta in front of her, her voice full of choked sobs. Bulma held Vegeta, and from a distance, it looked like a superb beauty was lifting high, which made the Raditz and the two think that the world was too ridiculous. The proud Prince Vegeta turned into a well-behaved child. Naba, or let's escape. Raditz swallowed. Vegeta's frustration was seen by them. Vegeta will not kill people. Naba nodded vigorously, and the two ran far. After all, it's terrifying for Vegeta to be angry. The other side. I'll talk to you when I go back. Vegeta coaxed her like a child. Bulma rolled her eyes, her mood finally stabilized, but she also found something incredible. Vegeta, why are you still so short? Go back and talk again, go back and talk again. Vegeta jumped to the ground and looked at Bulma. Her appearance is only 16 or 17 years old, in the season of youth, pure and cute, and with a hint of playfulness. A blue hair is tied behind her head by a red rope, and her ponytail sways and sways. Delicate and dripping, a little mischievous. The facial features are delicate, the figure is bumpy, and the girlish mannerism makes Vegeta's mouth dry. It turns out that his wife has grown up. Chapter 32. Bulma nodded vigorously, her beautiful eyes full of Vegeta's shadow. Just looking at the familiar figure on the ground, everyone died, and Bulma was a little sad. Don't worry, I will bring everyone back to life then. Vegeta said gently. These were not only Monkey King's companions, but also Bulma's companions, and Vegeta explained to her about Namex. Bulma's eyes widened, and she was just as shocked as Sun Wukong was at first. It turns out that Vic is not an earthling. But to be able to resurrect everyone, Bulma happily hugged Vegeta again. Vegeta enjoyed the softness of Bulma's arms, only to find that Raditz and Naba were gone. On closer inspection, Raditz and Naba were hiding behind a large rock. Vegeta tugged at her small voice, "Why are you two guys running so far? Come to me." What to do? In the distance, Raditz and Naba wide-eyed. It is said that Vegeta's frustration is unbearable, but he didn't expect to be troubled if he ran so far. Bring it to me. Vegeta's little face was very cold. Bulma covered her rosy little mouth and laughed secretly. It was very funny to see these two people in the crystal ball who obviously looked fierce and evil, but now they were drunk by Vegeta. Give them to me. Vegeta pointed to the corpses on the ground. If you don't carry it, can't it? Raditz and Naba said pitifully. Just killed them, and now you have to carry them, it's a bit humiliating. Hey! Vegeta snorted coldly. The two instantly shrunk their necks and carried the 4 corpses on their backs at an extremely fast speed. Kakarot, I took them away first, and their bodies are needed for resurrection. Vegeta explained. In the early Dragon Ball period, Vegeta remembers that dragons still need to use their corpses to revive people, otherwise they can't bring people back to life. Just like Klin, he was pinched by Frieza, and it was also the dragon who restored Klin's body before he was able to resurrect him. However, in the late stage of Dragon Ball, making a wish to revive people, it seems that you don't need to restore your body first, you can directly resurrect people. Vegeta guessed that this was most likely the reason why the miraculous power in Tien Tien became strong. Good. Sun Wukong smiled. Vegeta took Bulma into the sky with him, just as he took her to the sky as a child. Raditz and Naba followed. Watching them leave, Sun Wukong fell silent. What happened this day is incredible. Not only is Vic not an Earthling, but he is also not an Earthling. And it turns out that he also has a pro-big brother, although that person looks a little lewd, but the roar of the blood, Sun Wukong can clearly feel it. Goku, what are you thinking? Klin ran over, he saw the whole process and knew what was going on. It's okay. Sun Wukong shook his head, and then prepared to go to Namex to resurrect everyone. Kiki finally came over with Gohan and scolded, how do you be a father, your son is bullied like this. Mom, it's none of Daddy's business. Son Gohan made a childish voice. Klin closed his mouth and did not dare to say a word, for fear of being implicated. Sun Wukong touched his head and did not refute, and it was true that he did not come back in time, otherwise Gohan would not have been injured, and everyone would not have died. Seeing that Sun Wukong's mood was a little low, Kiki opened her mouth and didn't say anything more. Just now, it was just her angry words. Let's go back. Kiki said angrily. As long as Sun Wukong's father and son are okay, the death of others has nothing to do with her. Good. Sun Wukong summoned Du Yun, and the family of 3 sat on it and flew towards Bunza Mountain. Kiki is so scary, it scares me to death. Looking at their backs as they left, Klin finally dared to speak up. Towards the direction of the celestial realm. A little boy flew into the sky with a big beauty on his back. Followed by 2 young men, each carrying 2 corpses. The picture is a bit contradictory. Do you remember that teenager? Vegeta felt the softness behind him, and his heart throbbed. Humph, go help others, haven't come back to see me for so long. Bulma snorted and pulled off his little ears with her little white hand. Of course, she didn't dare to use force, pulling Vegeta, and she felt distressed. There's a reason I went to help him. What a reason? Do you remember what that kid looked like? Vegeta asked first. Remember? Bulma gritted her teeth, it was the kid who took her Vegeta brother away, and she remembered him when she turned to ashes. Do you think he looks a lot like us? Especially his hair. Bulma was stunned by Vegeta's words, the man was indeed very similar to Vegeta. In particular, his hair color is similar to his own. Thought for a while. Bulma blinked her beautiful eyes and said in shock, could it be that he is our relative? Vegeta covered her face, what a silly girl, she didn't even know what she was thinking. However, it makes sense to say that Trunks is their relative. It's just that this relative is a very close kind. Isn't it? Bulma frowned. Let me tell you one thing, you have to be mentally prepared. Say it. Vegeta said directly, that man's name is Trunks, and he is the son of Vegeta and Bulma. It turned out to be the son of Vegeta and Bulma. Bulma suddenly realized, but in order to help him, as for not coming back to see herself for so many years? Suddenly. Son of Vegeta and Bulma. Bulma was taken aback. Poof. Vegeta laughed. If it weren't for the fact that this man was their son, he wouldn't care so much. What do you mean? Bulma said angrily. What happened to Vegeta? How could he say that man was their son? Although the man was very similar to them, he and Vegeta were just children at that time. Where did they have such an old son? Unless it's from the future. Trunks is from the future. Vegeta said lightly. Bulma frowned. Vegeta knew what was in her heart. Seeing her puzzled look, Vegeta whispered to Bulma. Bulma was terrified. Vegeta said it bluntly, not at all like he made it up. And she has recently been studying space-time theory, and she has a good understanding of the concept of time machine. But can my future self really build such an amazing machine? Also, after the future Bulma and Vegeta got married, they even gave birth to a son. While Bulma is still a little confused, Vegeta throws a universal capsule in the void and grabs the time machine with one hand. Vegeta said, "Look at this sign." Bulma recognized that this was what was next to the handsome little guy back then, and carefully looked at the logo on it. It turned out to be the logo of the Universal Capsule Company. Chapter 33. The logo of my company. Bulma's small mouth opened slightly, and her tone was incredible. Trunks is from the future, he is our son. Vegeta put the time machine away, turned her head sideways, and looked at her delicate cheeks. You don't know how miserable the future world is. Artificial humans will kill only tens of millions of Earthlings. Earth was destroyed by them, not a single town on Earth is intact, and the future Goku and Vegeta are dead, leaving you and Trunks mother and son. Vegeta looked at Bulma, her eyes full of distress. The future Bulma mother and son are too miserable, there is really no one who can help them, only they can rely on themselves. After all, the future Bulma is also his wife, which makes Vegeta, how can she bear it? Are you distressed about me and Trunks in the future before you went to save them? Bulma lay on top of him, listened to his story, and had already believed 80%. Vegeta nodded his little head. Lying on his little back, listening to his words of distress for his future self, Bulma's heart crossed a warm current, and her whole body was warm. Vegeta is still so good to her, and although it is his future self in time and space who asks Vegeta to save her, he still has no hesitation to save her. However, Bulma was still a little puzzled. Since Vegeta went to the future, why did he come back, not to the time when he left, but to the year 762 of IG? Grandmas, I don't know which bastard secretly changed my jump time and made me jump directly back to this time. Vegeta was cursing, he was going to die of anger. Obviously promised Bulma to come back soon, but the shuttle was wrong at the wrong time, making Bulma wait for so many years. Bulma, I'm sorry. Hey. I said I'd come back soon, but it turned out to make you wait for so many years. Speaking of which, Vegeta was a little depressed. Vegeta, I don't blame you. By now, Bulma finally believed Vegeta's words. And how she is willing to blame Vegeta, but Vegeta feels sorry for her in the future, so she went to save the future world. Bulma not only did not blame him, but was particularly moved. Looking at Vegeta's handsome little face, Bulma's heart was like a deer, plopping down. It turns out that my future self and Vegeta are married. Vegeta, I'm so happy. Bulma smiled lightly, a blush across her face. Why aren't you called Brother Vegeta? I don't call it that, I'll call you later, Vegeta. Bulma hugged his little neck tightly. Vegeta's whole person fell into the cotton world, and the fragrance of Bulma's body slowly drifted into his nose, refreshing. Call it whatever you like. Vegeta had a bitter expression, coming back from the future, not only did not grow taller, but also lost the title of brother. What a loss! Vegeta, is the future crisis solved? It's solved for the time being, but there will be new crises next, and these can only be up to Trunks. Trunks? The blush on Bulma's face kept deepening, and the breath she exhaled was so hot. That little handsome guy was her and Vegeta's son. A sense of happiness slammed into Bulma's heart, and she suddenly felt that she had fallen into the pink world, and a trace of vertigo appeared in her head. This is the vertigo of bliss? Bulma asked anxiously, then can they solve the next crisis? Trunks was her son, and the thought of him being hurt made Bulma feel very distressed. There should be no problem. Vegeta smiled. Trunks' next crisis is Shiru, and with Trunks' strength, there is no problem at all in dealing with Shailu, who has not evolved. That's good. Bulma is very happy today. Vegeta has returned after disappearing for many years, and she also hears the news that her future self and Vegeta are married. This is not over, the two of them even have a son. Thinking of this, Bulma discovered why she was so distressed when she saw Trunks' desperate expression. It turns out that it is all because of the resonance of the blood of mother and child. Bulma remembers that she gave him a milk candy at that time, which Trunks would probably like. Thinking of this, it was as if a sweet bullet had hit Bulma's heart, which was extremely sweet. Vegeta takes me flying, Bulma laughed. Let's go. The two quickly flew towards the celestial realm. Raditz and Nappa followed closely. Celestial Temple. The weather is windy and sunny, and the breeze blows, and the leaves next to it rustle. In the past, there would always be a green figure standing on the edge of the temple, but now there is no figure. Tap-da-da. The four landed on the temple. Vegeta snorted coldly, you two take the detector off for me. Raditz and the two quickly took off the detector. Give it to me. That, here you go. Taking the detector of the two, Vegeta's small hand squeezed hard. Bang! Bang! Raditz and Nappa's eyes widened. Vegeta, what was going on? There's Frisia's monitor inside. Vegeta explained to them, and by the way, told the truth about the explosion of Vegeta's star. Hearing Vegeta's words, the two were shocked. Well, when the time comes, Kakarot and I will avenge the clansmen. Vegeta waved his hand. You guys wait here, Bulma and I go find someone. Yes. Enter the temple. Just as I wanted to go deeper, a black carbon ball suddenly came out of the aisle. You're back. Who is it? Bulma jumped in place in fright. Vegeta tugged at her, it's Mr. Bobo. It scares me to death. Bulma patted the astonishing arc on her chest and greeted, hello Mr. Bobo. You don't call me Black Charcoal Ball. Bobo's eyes flashed a hint of teasing, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Neither Vegeta noticed this. Bulma. Looking at Bulma's blushing face, Vegeta covered her little belly and laughed. You laugh a fart. Bulma rolled her eyes. Bulma apologized, I'm sorry, I didn't understand things back then. It's okay. Bobo rarely says so much. Bobo walked out towards the outside of the temple. Vegeta and Bulma looked at each other and followed out. What is Bobo's identity? Looking at Bobo's back, Vegeta muttered inwardly. If he hadn't comprehended a little, the ethereal state fur taught by Bobo, he wouldn't have been able to beat the future Vegeta. I always feel that the waves of this space-time are somehow related to the waves of future space-time. Vegeta remembers going to the future space-time. Bobo said that he was very special, but the future space-time Vegeta was very ordinary. Chapter 34. In addition, Vegeta remembered the discussion of netizens in his previous life, who said that each time and space Bobo is a doppelganger, and they don't know whether it is true or false. Go out to the outside of the temple. What are you doing here? Bobo blinked his eyes as calm as Furyui. Vegeta touched his little head and said with a smile, I want Mr. Bobo to help me preserve their bodies. There is still some time before Sun Wukong goes to Namex, and if you don't keep their bodies properly, I'm afraid they will break. It's easy. I saw Bobo black hand waved, and a milky white light shrouded the bodies of these people. That's all right. Okay. Bobo said lightly. That. Then thank you Mr. Bobo. Vegeta was stunned, then said thankfully. Bobo didn't speak again. Vegeta prepares to take Bulma back to the western capital. You have to cultivate the ethereal state well. There was a voice behind him, and Vegeta stopped and looked back. Bobo stood quietly in place. I will. Vegeta carried Bulma on his back and left the celestial realm with Raditz and the two. Bobo stared blankly at their backs, his mouth moving slightly. Earth can't live without gods. Towards the direction of the western capital. It's good that you didn't harm the earth, otherwise I wouldn't have let you eat and go. Vegeta said with Bulma on his back and turned his head sideways. Bulma covered her lips and secretly laughed. Raditz. Naba. As soon as Raditz and Naba landed on Earth, they were attacked by Vic and did not destroy the Earth everywhere like in the anime. But it's good that I didn't do this, otherwise I would have died. Come, introduce you, this is my wife Bulma. Vegeta looked at her with a look in her eyes, full of tenderness. Hearing that she was Vegeta's wife, Bulma's heart was like a deer, plopping down. It's just that Vegeta is still so young, can he get married? Vegeta didn't know what Bulma was thinking, and said to her, this Raditz is Goku's brother, next to this is Naba, they are all my subordinates. Hello. Bulma didn't know what to say, and greeted with a smile. Raditz and Naba tensed their bodies and quickly replied, you. Hello. Let's go. Vegeta pouted. The four people flew in the sky, and suddenly turned into three white lights and disappeared into the sky. Zidu. The crowd landed in the courtyard of Bulma's house. From now on, you will live on Earth, and Frieza will not go back. Vegeta said lightly. Bulma, who was standing next to her, was stunned, not knowing who Frieza was talking about. Raditz hurriedly said, if we don't go back, Frieza won't let us go. Naba echoed, have you forgotten the horrors of Frieza? Who is Frieza? He is a genius of the Frozen family, known as the existence of the Emperor of the Universe. In the universe, except for his brother Gula, and the Kurdish king, no one dares to mess with him. Frieza's strength is even more unfathomable, why dare Vegeta say that they will not go back? Full of disdain, Vegeta sneered, Frieza? He's dying, where does he have time to care about you? He said this is not a lie, there is still some time before Sun Wukong goes to Namek, and when Sun Wukong goes to Namek, it will be the unlucky day of Frieza. I just don't know if he can survive like in the anime. You said Frieza was going to die? What do you mean? You guys don't care, anyway, he dares to trouble you, don't be afraid with me. Vegeta patted his chest like a little adult. You? The two questioned in unison. They admit that Vegeta is indeed very powerful, and he is worthy of being a Scion Prince who was born with 1000 combat power. But to compare with Frieza is still too whimsical. Hey! Hearing the two subordinates questioning Vegeta, Bulma finally couldn't help but laugh. Bulma, what are you laughing at? Vegeta rolled her eyes. No, I'm not smiling. Bulma blinked her pretty eyes and pretended to look left and right. Vegeta is speechless, and Bulma is still as angry as she was a child. I really want to punch her ass. But her ass is so round. Feeling his burning little eyes, Bulma's face burned red. Vegeta little scoundrel. The two on the side were silent, just talking about Frieza, and as a result, Vegeta inexplicably provoked his wife. Vegeta withdrew his gaze and said helplessly, when the time comes, I will take you to Namek and see how Frieza died. Raditz and the two are only like Vegeta bragging. After talking, Vegeta asked Bulma to prepare accommodation for Raditz and the two. For this request, Bulma did not have to think about it at all, and directly arranged 2 houses for them. Anyway, her family is big enough, even if 100 more people live in, her home can accommodate it. After all, he is the richest man on earth. In addition to the scary amount of money, the house is just as scary. After placing Raditz in them, Vegeta said to Bulma, I'm going to find my father-in-law. What, your father-in-law? Bulma's face instantly blushed, but her heart was beautiful. Find my father-in-law. Vegeta farts and flew to the lab. It's good that brother Vegeta is back. Looking at his small back, Bulma pursed her lips and smiled. This smile was beautiful and moving, and the heavens and the earth were amazed. Father-in-law, I'm back. Before the Vegeta arrived, his childish voice came into the laboratory. This sound. Dr. Breves was stunned, he felt that the voice was familiar. Is it Vegeta? Sure enough, I saw a little fart floating in the doorway. Father-in-law, I'm back. Vegeta said happily. Didn't you leave? Why do you want to come back? Dr. Breves snorted coldly. Seeing Breves' rare anger, Vegeta knew why. At that time, Taiza's departure hit Bulma very hard, but with his arrival, Bulma slowly came out of the sad world. But he went to help the Trunks' mother and son again, and then disappeared for many years. During this period, Bulma must have been very sad again. Dr. Breves, as Bulma's father, must be distressed. So it's not surprising to show this expression now. Father-in-law, listen to my explanation. Vegeta smiled wryly, and he had to say again about going to the future. You said you and Bulma are married in the future world? And a son named Trunks? Breves' eyes widened. Hey. Vegeta smiled wickedly, then nodded. This is the effect he wants, to let Dr. Breves know that Bulma must be his wife. In this way, Dr. Breves wants to object, but he can't. Officers, when you see the last page, can you help me click on that reminder? Thank you guys. Chapter 35. No wonder you're still so small. Dr. Breves is very easy to accept the absurdity of traveling through time and space, after all, he himself knows this theory. Universal capsules, for example, involve space-time theory. The space inside the universal capsule is static, and what was placed in it before is what it looks like when it is taken out. Dr. Breves said angrily, take the time machine out and show me. Vegeta threw out a universal capsule. Bang! A shuttle-shaped machine appeared on the ground. After carefully examining it, Dr. Breves smiled gratifyingly. This girl, who said that she didn't like to learn space-time theory, finally went to study. Breves looked at the time machine and found that the program and mechanical structure on it were perfect, and it was completely possible to jump time and space. But thinking that his future daughter would be so miserable, Dr. Breves' heart twitched. Distressed. Count you kid with a conscience. Dr. Breves finally recognized Vegeta as the little one. The danger of traveling through time and space naturally goes without saying. If you accidentally encounter a time and space storm, or there is an accident in the future, you will not be able to come back directly. Even so, this little guy receives a call for help from his future grandson and goes to the future world without saying a word. Dr. Breves was still very touched and no longer angry. Hey. Vegeta chuckled. Did you go see Bulma? Dr. Breves smiled in approval. This is his son-in-law, let's be kind to him in the future. Vegeta nodded his little head. Dr. Breves touched his little head and asked, what are you doing here? If someone dares to touch him like this, Vegeta will definitely make him regret coming into this world. But who Dr. Breves was, this was his father-in-law, and Vegeta did not dare to make a mistake. Vegeta tentatively asked, Father-in-law, can you help me build a spaceship, preferably with a 100-fold gravity system? What are you doing here? I'm here for Monkey King. Are you talking about Bulma's friend Monkey King? Dr. Breves held down his glasses. Yes. Vegeta nodded, trouble father-in-law. I haven't built a spaceship, it's a bit difficult. Dr. Breves frowned. Hearing this, Vegeta reacted, and Dr. Breves in the anime used the wreckage of the spaceship of Monkey King and his brother to transform a spaceship equipped with a gravity system. I have a spaceship, wait for me, I'll find it for you later. Vegeta suddenly disappeared in place, causing Dr. Breves to be surprised. The next moment, boom! There was a loud bang outside the laboratory, as if something had hit the ground. Father-in-law, do you think that with this, can you transform the spaceship? The ship that Vegeta brought back was the same ship he himself had when he came to Earth. Good guy, I didn't expect you to have a spaceship. Dr. Breves looked at it, and his heart was excited. This is the crazy scientist, who can't help but get excited when they see what new technology there is. Dr. Breves said happily, with this thing, I will definitely be able to transform a new spaceship, rest assured. He asked Vegeta to carry things into the lab and immediately began the ship's renovation project. Seeing that there was nothing to do, Vegeta returned to Bulma's room. Bulma, who was coming out of the bathroom, was stunned, and her face quickly turned red. This little scoundrel, why don't you knock? If anyone else saw her like this, she wouldn't want to live. Fortunately, he is his own little husband. Bulma thought of herself in the future time and space again, and gave birth to a son to Vegeta. The heart was suddenly hit by happiness again, and the whole person fell into a warm world. Gollum! Vegeta's mouth was dry, and he couldn't help but slide his Adam's apple, but found that his saliva had already dried. Bulma's delicate and fair face can be broken, 2 willow leaves are bent, and a pair of watery eyes seem to hook people. Her naked body, seductive delicate body is wrapped in a white bath cloth, the towering chest is outlined with amazing curves, a pair of round and well-proportioned legs are naked, and under the legs are a pair of crystal snow feet. Vegeta thinks that there is no more beautiful woman in the world. Nerd! Bulma covered her chest with a bath cloth and laughed angrily. Being looked at by Vegeta like this, a little shy, but more joyful. What are you doing here? I'm talking to you. Vegeta whistled, her eyes rolling as if she didn't see Bulma's temptation. But if you look closely, you will see that Vegeta's eyes never left Bulma. Okay, then tell me what my future me will be like. Bulma held Vegeta on the bed and lay on it herself. Vegeta held her since she was a child, and now it was her turn to hold Vegeta. Bulma was very happy in her heart, and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. Smelling the fragrance on her body, Vegeta had a hard time concentrating. In particular, the snow-white and deep ravine on Bulma's chest is really like a mythical fairy, which will hook people's hearts. Say, Bulma blinked her beautiful eyes and snorted. That, the future Bulma is. Vegeta looked a little twisted, his eyes wandered, and his speech was intermittent. Poof! Bulma covered her small mouth and laughed. Little Vegeta is so cute. Vegeta pretended to be calm and coughed twice. Speaking of the future Bulma, she is worried and afraid every day, and the whole person is very haggard. Saying that, Vegeta finally focused his attention and continued, although the future Bulma has been baptized by time, she is really beautiful, so beautiful. Vegeta told seriously. Bulma listened quietly, listening to Vegeta talk about the crisis in Trunks, and her heart became nervous. Listening to Vegeta talk about how beautiful Bulma is in the future, she was very happy. After all, that's your future self. Hearing the end, Bulma became nervous again, afraid that the future of this time and space would become like this. Seeing that Bulma was a little nervous, Vegeta soothed, with me here, don't be afraid. Bulma nodded vigorously, she was indeed afraid of the same crisis in the future. But with Vegeta by her side, she felt very at ease. Brother Vegeta. Bulma looked at Vegeta tightly, you won't leave me in the future. Hearing Bulma call his brother again, Vegeta's heart felt as if he had been slashed with a knife, it hurt so much. No, no. Vegeta shook his little head like a rattle. Bulma took Vegeta in her arms and hugged him tightly. After years of separation, when they got together, she was reluctant to let go. Officers, when you see the last page, can you help me click on that reminder? Thank you guys. And thank you for your gifts. Chapter 36. Bun Mountain. It is surrounded by primeval forests, and the roar of animals can occasionally be heard. A river spanned in front of him, and Sun Wukong was sitting by the stone, and there was a little fart next to him. Do you want to cut off Gohan's tail? Looking at the tail at Gohan's butt, Son Goku frowned. Sun Wukong remembers that when he was a child, his grandfather told him not to look at the full moon, otherwise monsters will appear. And his grandfather eventually died at the feet of that monster, which made Sun Wukong even more afraid to look at the full moon over the years. Until Raditz tells him that he is a scion, and scions can transform into giant apes in the full moon state. It turns out that Grandpa was killed by me. Sun Wukong was in a very low mood. Dad, do you think of something? Sun Gohan climbed onto Sun Wukong's neck and asked suspiciously. Gohan, do you want to cut off your tail like your dad? Sun Wukong touched his round little head. Don't, it hurts. Sun Gohan shook his head frantically. Okay then. Dad. Sun Gohan climbed in front of Son Goku and looked up at him. What's wrong? Uncle Vic is dead. Son Gohan's voice was a little choked. Although Uncle Vic was strict with him and always showed a nasty face, he saved his life at the last moment. Sun Wukong comforted him, don't worry, Dad will let your Uncle Vic come back to life then. Really? Monkey King nodded. Right at this moment, there was an evil aura in the sky. Getting closer. I saw a white light cut through the sky and instantly landed in front of Sun Wukong. Sun Gohan quickly hid behind his father, stretched out his little head, and nervously looked at the accomplice who killed Uncle Bike. What are you doing here? Sun Wukong frowned, but for this person, he didn't need to be nervous. With the combat power of Raditz 1500, it is still too whimsical to want to pose a threat to him. Raditz said coldly, what are you? I am your own brother. At the time of the invasion of Earth, he also thought that if Kakarot disobeyed, he would kill him. But who would have thought that Kakarot would be so powerful? Fortunately, Vegeta finally came to save him and Naba. Son Wukong stood quietly in place. Sun Gohan hugged his father's neck tightly and hung behind Son Goku like a small school bag. Forget it. Raditz sighed. Vegeta was right, there were only so many scions left, and there was no need to have any deep hatred. What's more, Kakarot is still his own brother. I'm sorry. Raditz tilted his neck, not daring to look at Sun Wukong. He was afraid to see a disdainful look in Sun Wukong's eyes. What did you say? Sun Wukong was stunned. I'm sorry. Raditz turned his head and shouted, startling Sun Gohan behind Kakarot. Big bad. Sun Gohan clenched his small fists and muttered viciously. Sun Wukong patted his son's butt and said coldly, as long as Vic can be resurrected, everything can be said, otherwise I will definitely avenge them. Let's talk about revenge then, let me see your son. Raditz said indifferently, since the Earth has such magical Dragon Balls, then as the hometown of the Nemesis people, there should also be Dragon Balls. Resurrecting those people can certainly do it. If the Nemesis is not willing to borrow Dragon Balls, can't they still rob it? Dad, I don't want it. Sun Gohan said in fear. He didn't want to be seen by the people who just scared him. Sun Gohan can take revenge. I won't hurt your son. Listening to Raditz's words, Sun Wukong was unmoved. He was not stupid. If Raditz used his son to blackmail him, what should he do? Raditz. In the end, Sun Wukong still can't trust him. That's right, not long after killing someone else's companion, how can others rest assured? But Raditz really wanted to see Sun Gohan, who reached a combat power of 2800 at such a young age. Looking at the entire Scion nation, Only an elite warrior like Vegeta has such potential, and he did not expect that his nephew had the same potential. Thinking of this, even if he was rejected by Kakarot, Raditz was not angry. I hope you raise your son well. After that, Raditz flew into the sky and flew back in the direction of the western capital. My dad doesn't train me, it's about and you're not my dad. Son Gohan wagged his little tail and snorted in his heart. Zidu. Bulma House. It's been a few days since Vegeta brought back the spacecraft. Raditz returned from Bun Mountain and landed on the ground. Where have you been? Vegeta's voice came from behind, and Raditz turned his head stiffly. I saw a little fart lying on Bulma's snow-white and round legs. Go. Go find Kakarot. Raditz's voice trembled a little. There is no conflict. Vegeta sat up and leaned her little head against Bulma's 360, causing Bulma to roll her eyes, but didn't push him away. Nope. Then you continue to go to the gravity room to cultivate. Vegeta felt the amazing elasticity in the back of his head, and he squinted his eyes in enjoyment, very comfortable. After Raditz left, Bulma pulled Vegeta's little ears and said angrily, in front of outsiders, what do you want to do? I didn't want to do it. Vegeta's eyes wandered, and he said with a serious face. You'll pretend. Bulma was angry and funny. Seeing Vegeta's hard mouth, Bulma had to let go of the little hand that was pulling his ear and gently rubbed it. After rubbing for a while, he let go of his hand. Bulma, my ears hurt, rub again. Vegeta drilled into her softness, leaving Bulma speechless. Then need you again. Time passed quickly, and a month passed like that. The laboratory of the Bulma family. A huge spaceship was placed in the center of the laboratory, with many metal wires plugged into it, and along the other end of the metal wire, computer equipment was connected. Dr. Brives tapped the keyboard on the computer. A loading bar appears on the computer's display. 10%. 20%. 90%. 100%. Ding! All the data in the computer is transmitted to the spacecraft. Dr. Brives smiled, finally done. Vegeta, come here. Hearing her father-in-law's shouts, Vegeta walked in. Vegeta said happily, Father-in-law, it was made so quickly. The spacecraft was built half a month ago, but I have been designing the music system and have been looking for a long time to find the right stereo speaker equipment. Dr. Brives' expression was very serious. When a powerful martial artist is cultivating, I feel that it is necessary to make such a perfect music system. What do you think? Vegeta's cerebellum cut a black line. This Dr. Brives is exactly the same as in the anime. In order to pursue the perfect music sound quality, he forced Son Goku's time to go to Nami Nemesis for a while. Officers, when you see the last page, can you help me click on that reminder? Thank you guys. And thank you for your gifts. Chapter 37. Father-in-law, you first teach me how to use this spaceship. Vegeta was a little helpless, but still wanted to quickly give the spaceship to Sun Wukong. Vegeta knew that when Raditz and them invaded Earth, the probe on his body must have teleported the matter of the Dragon Ball back to the Frieza headquarters. It is estimated that at this time, Frieza has already begun to travel to Namex. You guy. Dr. Brives first taught Vegeta the operation of the spacecraft, and then wanted to say, Vegeta, you need to know the music. Vegeta compressed the ship into a universal capsule and instantly disappeared in place. Dr. Brives. Is this little guy floating? Or does he feel that marrying Bulma has stabilized? Come to the backyard. Bulma sat on a chair with her snow-white legs crossed, and the two naked snow feet looked crystal clear in the light. Vegeta snorted and walked over. Bulma, I'm going to find Goku, do you want to go? Goku? Why are you looking for him? I'll go get him a spaceship. Vegeta swayed his little hand, holding a universal capsule in his hand. Then I'll go too. Bulma jumped down from the chair, and the white and tender calf flesh shook one by one. Vegeta was a little dry-mouthed. Shaking his head, Vegeta disappeared with Bulma in place. Bun Mountain. Sun Wukong would come to the forest every day to cultivate, all in preparation for going to Namex. A trace of fluctuations suddenly appeared in the void. A big beauty in a short skirt appeared here with a little fart child. Who is it? Sun Wukong quickly entered a combat state. Vegeta? Bulma? Only. To find out that it was them, Sun Wukong immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But he soon got excited again. These two people came here, most likely to send the spacecraft over. Really? Kakarot, are you ready to go to Namex? Vegeta threw him a universal capsule. Sun Wukong nodded, and he threw out the universal capsule. With a bang, a huge spaceship suddenly appeared in the clearing. Vegeta explained to him the operation of the spacecraft. You still have fairy beans? Yes, this time the cat immortal gave me 50 fairy beans. Sun Wukong smiled. The previous cat immortal was too critical, and every time he asked it for some fairy beans, he would give 1 or 2 at most, too much to give. I didn't expect it to be so generous this time, and I gave 50 directly. Hearing this, Vegeta smiled. Kakarot can still get so many fairy beans, thanks to his soft-heartedness, leaving some fairy beans for the cat immortals. Fortunately, in the end, it also reminded the cat immortal that the importance of fairy beans, otherwise it would be eaten up by Achirobe. Goku, when are you going to that Mixung? Bulma spoke. I'll talk to Kiki first, and I'll leave in a few days. Sun Wukong's eyes are very firm, he must bring them back to life. Afterwards, as for the 3 scions, he no longer planned to care. After all, I can't beat that little boy. Thinking of this, Sun Wukong was very eager to obtain great power in his heart. Bulma nodded, suddenly remembered something, and asked, Goku, do you remember seeing him when you were a child? Bulma pointed to Vegeta. Sun Wukong was stunned. I told you when I was looking for Dragon Ball, we met since childhood, and Vegeta was with me. Bulma sighed. At that time, Sun Wukong was still too young, and it was estimated that it was normal to forget. Sun Wukong frowned. You said so, I seem to be really impressed. Vegeta was shocked. Kakarot was so young at that time, do you really remember? Sun Wukong suddenly realized, did he ask my grandfather to take a Dragon Ball? Do you really remember? Vegeta and Bulma's eyes widened. Sun Wukong touched his head and smiled, I didn't expect that we would really see it. Speaking of this, Sun Wukong's eyes looking at Vegeta were no longer full of vigilance. The 3 of them chatted a lot, chatting, and Sun Wukong asked about Namexing. Vegeta, have you been to Namesing? Nope. You know so many things, I thought you had been. Monkey King shook his head. He originally wanted to know about what happened on Namex, so as not to have any accidents. Hearing this, Vegeta really had something to remind Sun Wukong. I really know a little about that nemesis. When you go to that nemesis, you must go to the great elder of the nemesis. Why? Sun Wukong was a little puzzled. A question mark appeared in Bulma's eyes and she also looked at Vegeta. Vegeta sat on the stone and explained, the great elder of the nemesis is the supreme ruler of the nemesis, he is knowledgeable, peace-loving, has many superpowers, and is good at triggering hidden potentials in the human body. Can channel the hidden potential in a person, you know what I mean. Vegeta looked at Monkey King, his eyes full of meaning. Are you asking me to go to the great elder to develop potential? Sun Wukong suddenly realized. Bulma turned her head to look at Vegeta, why didn't he go to the great elder to develop his potential? Yes, you must remember to find the great elder to develop the potential, and when you finish developing the potential, you should be able to increase your combat effectiveness several times. As soon as Vegeta's words fell, Sun Wukong's breathing became rapid. At this moment, Sun Wukong seems to be influenced by the Scion bloodline, and he wants to have a passionate battle with Vegeta, but his strength is too weak to fight with Vegeta at all. It would be great if the Great Elder could let him improve his strength. You don't need to pay much attention to the rest. Vegeta said so much out of love for the anime Monkey King. In the anime, Son Goku and Vegeta are rivals. No one will obey anyone. But when Son Goku encounters mortal danger, Vegeta will not hesitate to rescue him, although Vegeta in the anime is very tough-mouthed, saying that Son Goku can only let him defeat. But he has been with Sun Wukong for so many years, and they have long been a pair of good friends. Now that he has crossed into Vegeta, he does not want to see his old enemy in mediocrity. After all, Vegeta is no longer the original Vegeta, and if he doesn't give Sun Wukong some pointers, he is afraid that Sun Wukong won't even see his own tail lights. Vegeta, thanks. Sun Wukong said gratefully. Vegeta waved his hand. So much for that, let's go first. That's right. Vegeta was about to take Bulma away, and when he was leaving, he turned around and said, Raditz has no malice anymore, you can see how to do it. With that, Vegeta flew into the sky with Bulma. Watching them leave, Sun Wukong muttered, is there no malice? Officers, when you see the last page, can you help me click on that reminder? Thank you guys. And thank you for your gifts. Chapter 38. Towards the direction of the Western capital. Vegeta, why don't you ask the Great Elder to develop your potential? Bulma put her arms around Vegeta's little neck and finally raised her doubts. After all, Vegeta was her little man, and she definitely wanted him to be as strong as possible. I want to too, but my potential is exhausted now. Vegeta made a bitter little face. As early as in the future time and space, he let Trunks kill himself hundreds of times. Now the potential in his body is really not left. Hey! Bulma opened her mouth wide. Don't worry, I'll accumulate a lot of potential after a while. Vegeta held Bulma's white thighs with both hands. The amazing elasticity made him can't help but scratch hard again. Soft. So comfortable. No seriousness. Bulma blushed shyly, but didn't stop him from moving. The two slowly flew towards the house. Flying over the sea, the setting sun, and the combination of seagulls in the sky, a large and a small figure stuck together, the picture is very beautiful. A few days have passed. In the direction of Bunza Mountain, a huge roar sounded. A white flame burst into the sky. A small child stood on the ground. Come on, Dad! Son Gohan clenched his small fists. Kiki touched Son Gohan's head, and she looked at the spaceship above, her eyes full of worry. She was worried that something would happen to her husband. At this time, a figure flew in, and he had long hair hanging from the back of his head. Mom, Uncle is here. Son Gohan shook his little head. In the past few days, Raditz has been running to this side of Bun Mountain, and Son Gohan already knows that Raditz has no malice. Kiki, don't worry, I'll follow Vegeta to Namex, then I'll watch Kakarot. Raditz picked up Son Gohan. This is the most potential warrior in his family, and he must cultivate it well. Thank you, big brother. Kiki finally breathed a sigh of relief. Karentat. You must bring the gods back to life. Looking at the spaceship rising into the air, the cat fairy narrowed his eyes. It can give Sun Wukong 50 immortal beans so generously, and it also wants to resurrect the heavenly gods smoothly. Over Karentat. Bobo stood outside the temple. His calm eyes fluctuated slightly. Zidu. Bulma took Vegeta to the university for classes. There was a low roar in the sky, the sound of a powerful engine starting. The students in the classroom all ran out the door and were disturbed. What do you think that is? It's like a spaceship. Is anyone going into the universe? Bulma sat in a chair while Vegeta was held by her. Vegeta, is Goku going? Sister Bulma, it's Goku, that's right. Vegeta made a bitter little face. He was practicing well at home, but was brought to school by Bulma, who told him to call her sister in school. Beat him if you don't bark. Under the pressure of Bulma's powder fist, Vegeta can only call it that. Hehe, brother Vegeta is so good. Bulma also ignored Vegeta getting around in her arms, she was so happy that she didn't think about him. As the roar in the sky grew weaker and weaker, the students outside all walked back to the classroom. Bulma, this is your brother, he looks cool, so cute. A female classmate who looked very good came over and said with a smile. Hearing this, a bunch of girls ran over. It's so cute. Bulma, let me hug him. Vegeta rolled her eyes, almost speechless. This group of girls said it. Why do you have to start it? Even if you do it, they even want to dig out the eggs. If Bulma hadn't slapped off the girl's salty pig hand in time, Vegeta would have wanted to throw a Qigong wave and blow them all up. 7 days have passed. The outside of the universe is pitch black. Inside the spaceship, Sun Wukong was doing push-ups, and the training clothes on his body had long been wet with sweat. 99998 99,999 and 100,000. Push-ups were finally completed, and Sun Wukong lay on the floor panting fiercely. The Monkey King has fully adapted to 100 times gravity. His ability to adapt to 100 times gravity in just 7 days is an exaggeration. In order to be able to fight Vegeta, he worked hard every time he trained. Fortunately, there are fairy beans given by the cat immortals, otherwise Sun Wukong will definitely die. Despite this, 30 fairy beans were also used. At this time, if someone uses a detector to detect Sun Wukong, they will definitely find that Sun Wukong has broken through to 150,000 combat strength, which is higher than the 90,000 combat power in the original work. The Monkey King is resting. The pitch-black universe gradually has a little light. As the spacecraft flew, the light became brighter and brighter. A huge planet appeared in front of the spacecraft. Monkey King walked to the spaceship window and looked outside. The planet was huge, about 10 times the size of Earth, and the whole sphere was blue-green. Is this the Namex star? Sun Wukong's eyes became firm. That's the Nemesis, I'm coming. The spacecraft quickly flew towards Namex. Rush into the atmosphere. A huge roar sounded in the sky. The Nemesis all raised their heads. What is it? It's a spaceship. Go and tell the Great Elder. The Namex flew rapidly towards the Great Elder's residence. Everyone came to a building full of Nemesis features. Everyone, stop, the Great Elder already knows what happened. Neru stood in front of everyone. Yes. Since the Great Elder knew about this, everyone was relieved. Neru, come in. An old voice came from the room, and Neru walked in. Come to the second floor. Great Elder. Neru said respectfully. I saw a huge Nemesis sitting on a chair with a dragon ball the size of a basketball placed on the chair. The Great Elder's skin was very loose, his complexion was no longer oily green, because of his age, his complexion had become a little yellow, and the Great Elder looked like a green plant about to wither. Our Nemesis are about to have a catastrophe. The Great Elder's voice was full of vicissitudes, but it did not lose its majesty. What? Neru was terrified. There was a climate catastrophe a long time ago, and at that time, in addition to the Nemesis who fled, the only people in the planet who could survive the catastrophe were the Great Elders. Is there going to be a catastrophe now? Suddenly thinking of something, Neru hurriedly asked, could it be that the disaster was brought about by the people inside that spaceship in the sky? It's not. The Great Elder slowly spoke, that person will not harm our Nemesis, but the savior of our Nemesis. You'll pick him up here later. Hearing this, although Neru had many doubts in his heart, he still obeyed the order of the Great Elder. Officers, when you see the last page, can you help me click on that reminder? Thank you guys. And thank you for your gifts. Chapter 39. The spaceship blazed white light and fell from the sky. Bang! The spaceship landed on the ground, and Sun Wukong walked out of it. It's so beautiful. Sun Wukong looked at the scene around him. There are many lakes here, the turquoise water reflects the sky, and white clouds float in the sky and are also reflected on the surface of the lake. There are also many small blue grasses next to it, and the grass is swaying and swaying as the breeze blows. Smelling the fresh air, Sun Wukong felt that his body couldn't help but relax a little. Right at this moment, a green figure flew in the sky. Vic. Sun Wukong was shocked. The appearance of the man was very similar to Bike. Nero landed on the ground and spoke directly, "Are you a scion?" "Well, you're Bike." Sun Wukong always thinks that he is Bike, and his face is very cold, exactly the same as Bike. "I don't know who Vic you are talking about, but I'm not him, and our great elder would like to invite you over." Speaking of this, Nero carefully looked at Sun Wukong. The great elder said that this person could save Namesing, but he felt that this person was not powerful. Okay. Monkey King was ecstatic. Before coming to Namesing, I remembered that Vegeta had told him that he must go to the great elder. Unexpectedly, the person who had just landed the great elder came to him. For Sun Wukong's reaction, Nero was very strange. Why was this person so happy? However, the great elder asked him to quickly take people over, and Nero flew with Sun Wukong in the direction of the great elder's residence. In the universe, a starry sky that is relatively far away from Namek. A huge spaceship flew in the direction of Namex. Passed through the clear glass of the spacecraft. There were only 6 people inside the spacecraft. I didn't expect that there are such magical beads in the world, and they can also resurrect the dead. Does that mean that people can also be immortal? Frisia sat on a crib, his voice very cold, like a fountain in hell, freezing cold. Kainu swallowed. King Frisia will definitely be able to live forever. King Frisia will surely live forever. The remaining Kinnet team members are echoing. Boom! Frisia covered her purple-black little mouth and let out a husky and evil maniacal laugh. What he liked the most was hearing his subordinates compliment him. King Frisia, what about Vegeta? Kainu's tone was extremely gloomy. He didn't expect that Vegeta, who had disappeared for many years, would appear. Frisia waved his hand, indifferent. When I collect the Chi Dragon Balls and make a wish, let's go to Earth to see the Scion monkeys. Yes. Kainu clenched his fists against his chest and respectfully replied. Frisia was in a very good mood, controlled the crib, and came to the window to watch the beautiful cosmic starry sky. No one spoke again, and silence soon fell inside the spacecraft. The spacecraft continued to fly towards Namex. Earth West. Inside an aristocratic university. Bulma pressed Vegeta's little head to her chest and carried him along the school road. Suddenly, "Miss Bulma, can you associate with me?" A yellow-haired boy, thinking he was handsome, walked up to Bulma, holding a rose in his hand. Bulma said playfully, "You have to ask my husband about this." Husband? Huang Mao was stunned, and said incredulously, "Miss Bulma, are you married?" "Yes, you see. This is my little husband." Bulma smiled and pointed to Vegeta lying in her arms. A little fart child lay in Bulma's arms, and the little head hit Bulma's 360 from time to time. Envy yellow hair DC drool. Huang Mao breathed a sigh of relief. "Please Miss Bulma, don't laugh, this child should be your younger brother. I guess you are also tired of hugging, let me help you hug." Huang Mao was very jealous that this little fart could enjoy the ultimate softness, and he stretched out his hands and wanted to quickly take this little fart child from Bulma's arms. And yet, at this time, Vegeta opened her small eyes, and a powerful momentum pressed towards Huang Mao. "Get out!" The voice was like the roar of a giant beast, reaching Huang Mao's ears, and he instantly collapsed to the ground, and his crotch was still wet. Seeing that Bulma pouted, she still learned from others to pick up girls. This is not the first time she has been confessed by others, but fortunately Vegeta drove them away. Let's go. Vegeta buried his head back in the 360. Walked a little way. Vegeta remained silent. Bulma tentatively asked, angry. Nope. Then why don't you talk? I'm thinking it's almost time, I'll be ready to go to Namex later. Vegeta said helplessly. To be honest, seeing Bulma being confessed by others, Vegeta felt a little uncomfortable, but doesn't this also prove how popular Bulma is? I'm going to. Bulma held Vegeta in her arms and gently rubbed his straight hair. Nope. Why? That Mizing will soon fall into the crisis of planetary destruction, you can't go. Vegeta shook his head frantically, afraid that Bulma would be harmed despite his teleportation. You said you wouldn't protect me. Yes. Without hesitation for a second, Vegeta subconsciously replied. Seeing his reaction, Bulma was very happy. Are you sure you won't let me go? Don't let you go. Vegeta raised her head and met her pretty eyes. Then I'll find that yellow-haired date just now. Bulma rolled her round eyes. You. Vegeta was angry. Let you go to Namexing. Vegeta sighed, Bulma was so cunning. Hee, Vegeta is so nice to me. Bulma smiled. Vegeta didn't speak. Really angry this time? Bulma coaxed. I'm really angry. Vegeta puffed out his little mouth. Bulma, don't. Vegeta's little head was suddenly pressed into the 360 by the jade hand, and he almost couldn't breathe. Back home. Vegeta called Raditz and Nappa. Vegeta, are we going to Namex? Raditz said excitedly. He told Kiki that he would take care of Kakarot, but Vegeta never meant to go, and he was dying. Nappa touched his bright head and laughed. Raditz has changed a lot recently. Cut. Raditz snorted coldly, speaking as if he hadn't changed himself. Since following Vegeta again, their lifestyle has changed a lot. Every day they had to enter the gravity room to cultivate, and if they did not meet the training standards, Vegeta did not allow them to come out. Just 7 days have passed, and Raditz has reached a combat power of 3000. Nappa reached a combat power of 6000. Extremely terrifying. Get ready to go to Namekex. Vegeta holds Bulma's jade hand. Officers, when you see the last page, can you help me click on that reminder? Thank you guys. And thank you for your gifts. Chapter 40. For Vegeta's secret technique that can go far away at once, Raditz and the two have not met for the first time, but they also know what to do next. The two pressed their palms against Vegeta's small shoulders. Go. Vegeta took Bulma and turned on teleportation. Over Namex. Vegeta appeared here with everyone. This is name seeing, which is similar to what the previous computer data described. Raditz said. Didn't you say to go looking for Dragon Ball? Why aren't we going yet? Nappa was a little puzzled. Don't worry, Frieza is coming here, there will be a good show later. Vegeta clamped Bulma's white thighs with 2 small hands and carried her on his back. Bulma wrapped her arms around Vegeta's little neck and lay quietly behind him. In Vegeta's induction, an extremely evil aura was flying towards this side not far from Namex. Not surprisingly, it was Frieza. Frieza. The two of Raditz were terrified, they frowned, and slightly sensed. I could barely sense a powerful aura flying here. This breath-sensing method was taught to them by Vegeta, and with the existence of a gravity chamber, even if their understanding was average, they could barely sense a very obvious breath. Vegeta, let's run away. Raditz said in horror. You run away now, don't want your brother. Vegeta teased. Then let's quickly find Kakarot, and then leave immediately. Raditz looked hesitant, but quickly became firm. Vegeta nodded, this kid was not helpless, at least he knew to take Kakarot with him. I'm afraid of a fart, a scion, and retreat when he encounters a strong enemy. Vegeta said coldly. Naba swallowed. He also thought of finding Kakarot, so he immediately left Namesing. After all, Frieza is too terrifying. As long as they heard Frieza's name, Raditz bodies couldn't help but tremble, and the sense of fear seemed to penetrate into the marrow of the Raditz too. Waste! Vegeta snorted coldly. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Bulma stretched out her little snow-white hand and touched Vegeta's chest. It's good that Bulma can take care of Vegeta, otherwise it will be bad. The two rejoiced in their hearts. Vegeta sighed, not blaming them, they were still too weak after all. When they awaken the power that Scions should have, it is estimated that it will not be like this. Let's go to the Great Elder's side. Vegeta disappeared into the sky with several people. The residence of the Great Elder. Neru takes Monkey King to the upper floor of the house. So big. Sun Wukong found the Namek in front of him hugely scary. Don't be rude. Neru drank cold. It's okay. The Great Elder raised his hand, didn't care, and said, Scion friend, why are you here? Neru shut his mouth. Sun Wukong touched his head and suddenly sensed that there was an evil aura coming from outside the universe. There's a very powerful guy coming here. Sun Wukong frowned. The source of disaster will come. The Great Elder's voice was full of sighs. Disaster. Sun Wukong was a little puzzled. The Great Elder shook his head and asked again, Scion friend, is there something wrong with you coming here? My name is Monkey King, and I want to borrow your Dragon Balls so that one of my nemesis friends can be revived. Resurrect your nemesis friend. Yes. Sun Wukong's words caused the Great Elder to fall silent. In the Great Elder's senses, no children in his clan died. In this way, it is likely that it is the clansman who escaped from the nemesis before. Only through the previous clansman will Sun Wukong know about Dragon Ball. No wonder you know that Namex has Dragon Balls. The Great Elder spoke. Neru didn't react, standing in place a little confused. I can lend you Dragon Balls, but I would like to ask you to do us a favor. The Great Elder's voice was full of helplessness. Sun Wukong's words of borrowing their Dragon Balls to resurrect the Nemesis people, they should have answered, but now they have to ask Sun Wukong a condition. You say. The Monkey King is very excited to finally resurrect them. The Great Elder looked up at the top of the room. I would like to ask you to help me fight off the evil people who are coming. Sun Wukong frowned, and said in a slightly unconfident tone, I'm not sure if I can defeat that person. It's okay, I will use a secret technique to develop potential, which can channel the potential power in your body, and you should be able to compete with him by then. As soon as the Great Elder's voice fell, Nero came out and stopped him. No, this will cause damage to the Great Elder's body. The Great Elder is the father of everyone on Namek, and with his advanced age, Nero is worried that the Great Elder will have an accident. It's okay, this will only consume some of my physical strength, Nero, don't say it. The Great Elder waved his hand. Seeing that the Great Elder had made up his mind, Nero opened his mouth and did not object again. Thank you, Great Elder. Sun Wukong's heart was ecstatic, and he was still thinking about how to raise this question to the Great Elder. Unexpectedly, the Great Elder directly opened his mouth to help him develop his potential. Monkey King is especially happy, he is looking forward to the next battle. Thinking of this, Sun Wukong's blood boiled. Come here. The Great Elder motioned for Sun Wukong to come to him. Sun Wukong walked over. A huge palm covered the top of Sun Wukong's head. Nero closely watched the state of the Great Elder, and once the Great Elder was unwell, he would immediately stop the Great Elder. Just stay still. The Great Elder said softly. The voice fell. Sun Wukong felt a warm current above his head burrowing into his body. So comfortable. Sun Wukong enjoyed it very much, his whole person was warm, as if he was in a hot spring in winter, and every cell on his body was moisturized. The warm current flowed faster and faster, and it also burrowed from his body into the depths of his body. The warm current enters a potential space. A huge golden giant ape stood in the center of the potential space. The Great Elder suddenly opened his eyes, so frightened that Nira was trying to stop the Great Elder. Only to find that the Great Elder just glanced at Sun Wukong and closed his eyes again. Within the potential space, a warm current flows towards the golden great ape and wraps around it. Little by little, he pulled the ape hair on the golden giant ape. Pulling out a hair, that hair instantly turned into a little crystal light, seeping out towards the potential space, moisturizing every corner of Sun Wukong's body. Every time he pulled out an ape hair, Sun Wukong's aura would increase by 1 point. Meanwhile, 4 figures appeared above the Great Elder's residence. This is the breath of Kakarot. Raditz sensed the aura below skyrocketing. 200,000 combat power. 300,000 combat power. 600,000 combat power. Officers, when you see the last page, can you help me click on that reminder? Thank you guys. And thank you for your gifts. Chapter 41. A vast aura instantly spread to every corner of Namex. Inside a spaceship outside the universe. Boom. Boom. The detectors in the ears of the 6 people all exploded. King Frisia, this combat power. Kainu's voice trembled a little. Their latest detector can detect 200,000 combat power, but I didn't expect it to explode. More than 200,000 combat effectiveness. Frisia smiled coldly. Boom. Laughed Frisia loudly, his eyes flashing with an extremely dangerous look. Kainu was twisting and pinching. King Frisia, we. Shut up for me, if you dare not follow, I can fulfill you. Don't dare. Can't. Kainu and the others are sincerely afraid. Namexin. Naba swallowed, Kakarot's breath was so terrifying. Raditz was ecstatic. Vegeta, Kakarot has become so powerful now, can he beat Frisia? Bulma was a little nervous, knowing from them that Sun Wukong had become very powerful, and it seemed that Frieza was not his opponent either. Isn't Vegeta also an opponent of Monkey King? Bulma knows that her young husband does not care on the surface, but he must not feel good about being surpassed. Thinking of this, Bulma clings to Vegeta's body, comforts him with her broad chest, and then stretches out her little hand and touches his little head, as if to say, Vegeta, don't be sad. Bulma, what are you doing, messing up my hairstyle again? Vegeta rolled her eyes. Seeing that Bulma didn't mean to let go, Vegeta no longer cared, and then said, if you two think that Kakarot can surpass Frisia so easily, it will be a big mistake. The two were stunned. Kakarot has become very strong. According to the conversion of combat strength, it is estimated that they have 500,000 or 600,000 combat strength. This can't beat Frisia? Vegeta didn't know what they were thinking, but he wasn't going to say too much. Anyway, he would see Frisia's ultimate state soon. Let's go down and see Kakarot. Good. Raditz followed Vegeta to the ground. Inside the house on the ground, Sun Wukong's body was shrouded in a cloud of arrogance, swallowing mountains and rivers. It's terrifying. Niru took a few steps back, and the aura on Sun Wukong's body shocked him incomparably. Crash! The arrogance disappeared instantly. Sun Wukong opened his eyes, and a huge golden giant ape flashed in his eyes, but no one noticed this. With my ability, I can only help you develop to this extent. The Great Elder gasped, his eyes full of strangeness as he looked at Sun Wukong. The potential of this scion was terrifying, and this was the person with the highest potential he had ever seen. It's a pity. If it weren't for his advanced age, it is estimated that he could channel more power. Thank you, Great Elder, I'm already satisfied. Sun Wukong clenched his fist, and the power in his body continued to emerge, and he couldn't wait to fight with the aliens immediately. Hey, someone is coming. Sun Wukong tensed his body, and he felt that 4 different auras were walking towards here. Niru made a fighting stance. "Don't be nervous, it's my people who are coming." Monkey King sensed that the aura of the people who arrived was very familiar, and soon knew that it was Vegeta and them. Nero breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the source of disaster had befallen him. Vegeta arrived with several people. Kakarot. When Raditz saw Sun Wukong, his heart finally relaxed. "Big brother, you are also here." Sun Wukong waved his hand happily. "I didn't expect Kakarot to become so powerful." Naba was excited. Raditz nodded even more proudly. Kakarot was his younger brother. Sun Wukong said modestly, "It's all thanks to the help of the Great Elder." Vegeta put Bulma down and walked over to the Great Elder. "Hello Grand Elder." Vegeta greeted respectfully. Seeing this, Bulma also learned from Vegeta and greeted the Great Elder. "Hello." The Great Elder rested for a while and finally recovered some of his strength. Just when he looked at Vegeta, the Great Elder's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. This man's soul is so special, and his talent is even stronger than Sun Wukong. The Great Elder had never been so shocked as he was today. If Monkey King's talent needs to be perceived with ability, then Vegeta's talent is completely visible to the naked eye. "Great Elder, we would like to borrow your wishing beads." Vegeta didn't know if Monkey King had made this request. "This Monkey King has already mentioned it, I'll let Niru take you to collect the wishing bead later." The Great Elder smiled. He could sense that Vegeta's strength was many times higher than Sun Wukong's unknown. It seems that Nemesis has been saved. Vegeta didn't know what the Great Elder was thinking, otherwise he would have said sorry to him. Vegeta came here just to teach Frieza a lesson, and leave the rest to Monkey King. As for whether the Nemesis will explode again, he doesn't care. "Niru, take them to collect the Dragon Balls," the Great Elder said. Yes. Niru was ready to take several men to various villages. Raditz and Naba looked at Vegeta, their expressions a little reluctant to leave. Vegeta didn't know what they were thinking, but he definitely wanted the Great Elder to help develop his potential. "If you don't go again, I'll kill you." Vegeta snorted coldly, and when they returned to Earth, he sent a few Qigong waves directly to their hearts. The effect was the same, and it was simple and fast. Hearing Vegeta's angry drink, Raditz's neck suddenly shrunk, not like being beaten, and they had to honestly follow and leave. Sun Wukong is a little unclear. "Don't bully them every day." Bulma jumped behind Vegeta and tugged at his little ears. Raditz and the two looked at Bulma with gratitude, to see how kind this Earth woman was in her heart, how she bullied people every day like Vegeta. "Let's go." Vegeta pouted and followed Niru with Bulma on his back. Sun Wukong followed. No matter how much the Raditz and the two wanted to allow the Great Elder to develop their potential, they did not dare to openly disobey Vegeta's order. The crowd left the Great Elder's residence. Watching everyone leave, the Great Elder's eyes were full of deep meaning when he looked at Vegeta. Niru and his group traveled to various villages to collect Dragon Balls. When they saw the Dragon Balls of Namex, both Son Goku and Bulma dropped their jaws. They didn't expect the Dragon Balls here to be so huge. After collecting the Dragon Balls, everyone came to a flat ground. "Get ready to make a wish," Niru said. "Let's go." Vegeta nodded. Sun Wukong was very excited to look at the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground, and he could finally resurrect Vic Kerr. "Come out, Shenlong!" Niru shouted in the language of name seeing. Chapter 42. Boom, boom. A golden halo quickly covered the 7 Dragon Balls, and the sky suddenly became dim. Golden light rose into the sky, and a huge green Western Divine Dragon appeared in the sky. Meanwhile, looking from the outside of Namek, I only saw that the surface of the planet was a little blacker, and suddenly a small lizard appeared. Frieza, who was flying towards the Nemesis in a spaceship, also discovered this. "What's that?" Frieza narrowed his eyes, a little puzzled. Could it be that someone summoned the Divine Dragon? Kainu voiced his guess. Suddenly, an incomparably cold aura erupted inside the spacecraft. They. Powerful aura made the entire Kainu team emit a muffled sound. My divine dragon! My immortality! Give me full speed, I see which guy who doesn't know whether he is dead or alive dares to summon my divine dragon. Frisia was furious, letting out a hysterical roar. Yes. Boranga appeared in the sky. Say what you wish, no matter what. Polenga just wanted to say the opening remarks all along, but when he saw a little brat, he suddenly closed his mouth. In the dragon realm, Vegeta's reputation has long been rotten. Vegeta looked at Polenga with an evil smile. You said so. Polenga. They. Operation of one person and one dragon made Niru a little confused, feeling as if Polenga knew Vegeta. Only Bulma knew what Polenga was doing. Many years ago, Vegeta teased the Earth Divine Dragon like this, and it is estimated that Vegeta wants to tease the Divine Dragon of Name Nemesis. Don't be naughty. Bulma pulled Vegeta's little ears and said helplessly. Vegeta let Boranga go. I didn't expect that the Divine Dragon of that Mising Star turned out to be like this, it's so huge. Sun Wukong asked suspiciously, Vegeta, it seems that the Divine Dragon is very afraid of you. You read that wrong. Yes. Sun Wukong touched his head, really thinking that he was wrong. First wish, bring Vic back to life. Vegeta stopped teasing it and uttered his first wish. When Vic is resurrected, the gods will also be resurrected, so that everyone can be resurrected with the dragon of the earth. Niru came back to his senses and spoke in the language of Namex. Your wish has been fulfilled, please name the second wish. Polenga's eyes reddened. Hearing the words of the wish fulfilled, Sun Wukong's face was full of excitement. That's great! Everyone can be resurrected. Looking at Raditz and Naba, Sun Wukong completely forgave them at this moment. Glanced at by Sun Wukong, Raditz and Naba were a little puzzled. Kakarot, that's it. Sun Wukong, there are 2 more wishes that can be fulfilled, let's say it quickly. At this time, Niru interrupted everyone's cranky thoughts. 2 more wishes come true. Monkey King really didn't know that Namex could fulfill 3 wishes. Yes, that Megastar can fulfill 3 wishes. Vegeta interjected. Bulma's eyes widened, and her mouth opened into an O shape. No wonder the Namex Divine Dragon was so huge, it turned out that the original wish could also be fulfilled so many of 3. That. I don't have any wishes to fulfill, let you have the rest. Sun Wukong only wants to resurrect everyone, and since Vic is resurrected, he is at ease. Hearing this, Raditz and Naba looked at Vegeta longingly. Don't think about it. Vegeta left the 2 behind, and then said to Niru, the second wish makes Bulma stay young forever. Niru was stunned, but he didn't say anything, and directly made a wish to the dragon in the language of Namexing. Your wish has been fulfilled, please name the third wish. As soon as the dragon's voice fell, a golden light appeared on Bulma. She was already in her youth, and the magical power of the dragon did not change Bulma's appearance. Vegeta, this is... Bulma was a little confused. Looking at the golden light on her body, she realized that she was really young forever. An arrow of happiness slammed into Bulma's heart, and her whole body trembled. At this time, her heart seemed to be set off by the light of happiness, and she could not calm down for a long time. Bulma's beautiful eyes were filled with tears, and there was an indescribable taste in her heart. It was happiness, it was touching. In the future, you can stay young forever, and now you must also stay young forever. Vegeta smiled and smiled, revealing 2 rows of small white teeth. Vegeta. Bulma picked up Vegeta and finally burst into tears. Her Vegeta brother is still so good to her. At this time, the people on the side were completely speechless. Vegeta has no humanity, don't give us a wish, forget it, and let us eat dog food. Naba muttered unconvinced. If I were given a wish, what would you make? Raditz asked softly. Hee, I want my hair to grow again. Naba touched the bright head and smiled. Raditz. Niru. Monkey King. When everyone was speechless, Vegeta looked at Nikan. How, you have a lot of opinions. Don't dare. Naba suddenly didn't dare to put one more fart. Ha ha ha. When everyone heard this, they all laughed. Even the too tearful Bulma couldn't help but laugh twice. However, Frieza is coming, we are about to make one last wish. Vegeta frowned, he could detect that the evil aura was descending quickly towards Namex. Sun Wukong sensed it and nodded his head as well. Vegeta spoke directly, Niru, there will be a big war soon, and then the nemesis may explode. For your safety, let all the Namex people transfer to the Bulma house on Earth. Good. Niru saw a spaceship descending from the sky, and he could feel an extremely evil aura inside. The enemy is too strong, and for the safety of the clansmen, there is no time to think too much. Niru quickly made a third wish with Namex. All your wishes have been granted. Polenga disappeared into the sky in an instant, and he didn't even say anything about the period after that sentence. At this time, Vegeta did not pay attention to this, and saw Niru beside him disappear in place in an instant. With Niru's departure, Namex was quickly enveloped by a powerful and evil aura. The Namex battle is about to take place, and the atmosphere of slaughter makes Bulma's heart flutter. Vegeta, I'm afraid. Bulma was a little scared. Don't come, you. After all, Vegeta was still reluctant to scold Bulma, and asked, do you want to go back to Earth first? As soon as the words fell, Bulma did not hesitate at all, and immediately replied, I don't want it, I want to follow you. She can't bear to leave Vegeta. Chapter 43. The sky suddenly became dark, and the air became moist, as if the wind and rain were coming. Kakarot, I'll leave it to you in Frieza. Vegeta spoke. In the anime, it is here that Sun Wukong transforms into a Super Saiyan, but this time there is no Klin festival, and I don't know if he can successfully transform. I knew it and brought Klin over. Misstep. Thinking of this, Vegeta sighed. Vegeta, what's wrong with you? Bulma's two beautiful eyes were full of question marks. Sighing for no reason, could it be that he couldn't beat Frieza? No, just think of some regrets. Vegeta scratched his head. Not being able to see the famous scene of the Klin sacrifice heaven was indeed a pity for a traverser like him. It's just that Sun Wukong doesn't know what Vegeta is thinking, and since Vegeta handed Frieza to him, Sun Wukong replied very excitedly, no problem. Sun Wukong's blood is boiling, and he can't wait to fight Frieza. Go, let's go where they landed. Vegeta carried Bulma and flew towards where the ship had fallen. The three of Sun Wukong followed closely. Bang! A flash of thunder quickly cut through the sky. Under the illumination of the thunder, a huge spaceship can be seen landing on the ground, stretching out several steel giant claws and firmly sticking to the ground. Click! The door of the spaceship quickly opened, and 6 figures flew out from inside. What about the dragon? Frieza jumped out of the crib and flew into the sky to look for his dragon. How could it not be? Frieza's roar resounded in the sky. He continued to ascend several kilometers. Still no. Frieza didn't know that the dragon had already disappeared, and no matter how he looked for it, he couldn't find it. Ah, abominable! Frieza exploded. The overwhelming momentum instantly erupted from him. The people of the Kainuit team who followed behind were slammed to the ground by the huge wave set off. King Frieza is so powerful. Kainu and the others got up from the ground, and they dared to be angry and did not dare to speak. At this time, several figures flew in the sky. See who is coming! Kainu shouted, King Frieza, it's Raditz them. Raditz? Frieza turned around abruptly and roared. You trash summoned my divine dragon. In the face of Frieza's questioning, Raditz and Naba couldn't help but tremble from the bottom of their hearts, and did not dare to say a word. Waste! Seeing the weak appearance of Raditz and the two, Vegeta scolded coldly. He flew forward carrying Bulma on his back. The murderous atmosphere of the scene seemed to freeze together, and Bulma buried her head in Vegeta's back nervously, and she only dared to secretly look at Frisia. Frisia's eyes were blood-red, purple-black lips, and there were 2 lines like blood and tears under the eyes of his face, and the purple shell on his body was shining. But Frisia is so short. After watching it for a while, Bulma secretly laughed. Gently patting Bulma's ass, Vegeta said lightly, "Hey, Frisia. Who are you?" Frisia frowned. He always felt as if this little fart had seen it somewhere. King Frisia, he seems to be Vegeta. Likum suddenly realized something. Kainu's eyes widened, unable to believe that this little fart was Vegeta. Even if the Scion physique is special, more than 10 years have passed, Vegeta should have grown up. But the more I look at this little brat, the more I think he is Vegeta. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that after so many years, Vegeta, you are actually shorter than me. Frisia's mood calmed down a little and laughed. As soon as these words came out, the audience became silent. Team. Kainut suddenly held back a smile, and the faces of the 5 people turned red. Team Kinnet, they did not dare to laugh, does not mean that others dare not laugh. Bulma directly laughed out of the voice. Ha 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 ha. Bulma smiled, and Monkey King and Raditz couldn't help laughing anymore. When Frisia said this, everyone found that he was really short. You guys are looking for death. The laughter of the crowd was so harsh in Frisia's ears. In terms of height, it has always been Frisia's hard injury, and what he hates the most is that others mock his height. With a roar, all 530,000 combat power on Frisia's body burst out. This breath was particularly obvious, and Raditz and Naba could sense that Frisia's chi was not as strong as Sun Wukong's. It turns out that Vegeta is a liar, and Kakarot can already beat Frisia. The two looked at each other and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Vegeta taught them how to sense chi. Crash! A powerful wave of chi rushed towards him, and Vegeta also mocked, "Frisia, are you looking for the Divine Dragon just to increase your height?" Originally thought that Frisia would be furious, but found that Frisia suddenly retracted the power that burst out and became extremely calm. Vegeta and Raditz were both stunned, they had both been working with Frisia for years. It stands to reason that Frisia should be extremely angry. This. Frisia's tone was very cold. "I ask you, where did the dragon go?" Frisia now just wants to find his divine dragon and make a wish for immortality. For this kind of garbage Scion monkey, he can pinch them to death with one hand, and when he happens, he will definitely crush their corpses into 10,000 pieces. We have already made a wish, the divine dragon has disappeared. Vegeta smiled. Bulma twisted Vegeta's little face, thinking he was so bad. Frisia was so worried about the dragon, but he directly shattered Frisia's hopes. "What? Who gave you the audacity to dare to summon my divine dragon?" Frisia's little face twisted into a mess and looked particularly hideous. As the Emperor of the universe, as long as he sees something, it is his. The Dragon Ball is also his thing, and someone summoned his divine dragon without authorization, and also made a wish. Frisia didn't know that the Messi's divine dragon would only need 130 days to be summoned again, and now he couldn't hold back the anger in his heart. "You all give me death." Frisia's eyes were on fire, and his body suddenly burst into anger. The sky suddenly resounded with a deafening thunder and lightning. The power that Frisia burst out of has already affected the magnetic field of heaven and earth instantly lose color. The mountain roared tsunami, and the terrifying picture made the hearts of everyone in the Kainut team tighten. They knew Frisia was going to get serious. Vegeta grinned, seeing Frisia's appearance. He knew that Frisia's anger had been pulled to the fullest, and the rest was up to Sun Wukong. Fortunately, Sun Wukong doesn't know what Vegeta is thinking, otherwise he will definitely give Vegeta a sentence, "You are a dog." Kakarot, Frieza handed it over to you, you remember to pay attention, Frieza will transform 3 times. After that, Vegeta ran far away with Bulma on her back. Raditz and the two hurried to follow, also running far away. There was only a confused-looking Monkey King left in place. Chapter 44. The sky became dark. Frieza's momentum was imposing. Only Sun Wukong was left alone to face Frieza. Will Frieza transform 3 times? What do you mean? Monkey King touched his head, he had no idea what Vegeta was talking about. Go to the people on the other side. Raditz swallowed, Vegeta, Kakarot should be able to beat Frieza. Nappa also looked closely at Vegeta. Kakarot can beat Frieza's form. Vegeta paused, then smiled, but Frieza transforms 3 times, and every time he unlocks the transformation, his combat power skyrockets. Looking at the shocked expressions of the two, Vegeta's tone became strange. When Frieza unlocks the 3rd transformation, his combat power will skyrocket to 120 million. SHHH. Raditz and Nappa gasped. You must know that the most powerful scion in the past, Vegeta's father, only had more than 10,000 combat powers, but now he heard Vegeta say that Frieza's full strength has 120 million combat power. Is this still human? No, it should be said that even God is not so terrifying. That's 120 million combat power, Kakarot against Frieza, then Kakarot must not be beaten out? Then Goku can't beat Frieza. Bulma's careful liver couldn't help but tremble, and she didn't doubt the authenticity of Vegeta's words at all. Raditz, on the other hand, directly suspected Vegeta. You lied, how could Frieza be so powerful? It is. Nappa nodded vigorously, agreeing with Raditz. You'll find out later. After Vegeta finished speaking, the battle in the distance had begun. Who are you? Frieza was furious. He was about to catch up with Vegeta, but found a man in front of him. And his speed is so fast that he can't even react himself. I promised the Great Elder that I would fight you back. Sun Wukong's tone was very calm. No, you look like this. Frieza seemed to remember something, and suddenly widened his eyes. Are you Bardock? He remembered that the Scions had a very famous junior warrior who had broken through to 10,000 combat power with only the efforts of the day after tomorrow. No, Bardock was killed by me a long time ago. Frieza shook his head frantically. Little did he know that Frieza's words completely angered Sun Wukong. My father actually died at your hands. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, anger filling his entire chest. Ever since Raditz told him Bardock's story, he identified himself as a scion and was particularly proud of Bardock's father. Now that someone said on the spot that Bardock was killed by him, Sun Wukong could no longer contain the anger in his heart. Unforgivable. Sun Wukong turned into a white lightning bolt, rushed to the dust, and instantly arrived in front of Frieza. Frieza had noticed this long ago and quickly dodged the attack. No wonder you look exactly like Bardock. I didn't expect Bardock to have you as a mongrel besides Raditz's son. Escaped by Vegeta, Frieza was equally angry, and he spewed feces all over his mouth, wanting to vent his dissatisfaction. Also, although Frieza did not have a detector, he also knew that the Scion monkey in front of him was not simple. Against the Monkey King, Frieza does not want to unlock the transformation. After all, the transformation is too tiring, which does not match his lazy personality. So he wants to provoke Sun Wukong so that he can find a flaw to defeat Sun Wukong. Do you know how your father died? Ha ha ha. The pride of the Scion monkey is ridiculous. And the garbage with only 10,000 combat power dares to rush up on me. I'm no different from killing an ant. I'll send you to hell later and reunite you with Bardock. Frieza looked hideous, originally wanted to provoke Sun Wukong, but he said more and more. Seeing Frieza's appearance, it was as if he had lost his mind. On the other hand, Sun Wukong looked at him calmly. This Frisia is afraid of a fool. Now I'll send you to hell. Frisia's eyes were very cold. I saw him raise his hands high. One by one, purple energy popped out into the void. The powerful energy made the void vibrate violently. Sun Wukong became cautious. He found that Frisia was not that simple, really strong, very strong. Give me death! Frisia roared, and the energy bombs on the void were like brilliant purple stars, breaking through the sky in an instant, smashing towards Sun Wukong's position. Bang! Bang! Although there were many energy bombs, none of them could hit Sun Wukong. Monkey King was like a slippery loach, shuttling through the gaps of thousands of energy bullets, and was unharmed. This scene fell into the eyes of Raditz and others. Kakarot is amazing. He's so fast. Raditz and the two were very excited, and Kakarot could really compete with Frisia. They remembered that Sun Wukong's chi when he was still on Earth was not as powerful as this, and everything was thanks to the great elder of Namex to develop his potential. Thinking of this, Raditz and the two looked at Vegeta, their eyes full of resentment. Vegeta is too infuriating. He doesn't let the great elder develop his potential, even if he cares about other people's affairs. Look at me for what, believe it or not, I blinded you too. Sensing the gazes of the two, Vegeta roared. Vegeta was like a bully, and his arrogant appearance made the two prime-aged scion big men dare not say a word. Okay, don't bully them all day. Bulma wrapped her arms around Vegeta's little neck and dissuaded her. She also didn't know why the two of Raditz were so afraid of Vegeta. Vegeta is cute. I really don't understand. Raditz and Naba don't know what Bulma is thinking, otherwise they will definitely say, so you think Vegeta is cute, put the previous Vegeta aside, dare to make him angry, and the whole planet can give him a shredded. The battle continued in the distance. Ha ha ha, Scion Monkey, will you escape? Frisia had a smile on his face, but he was very angry in his heart, and he found that Sun Wukong was very cunning and did not confront him head-on. Sun Wukong can only dodge, and from time to time he will give him an attack, and Frisia will be disgusted to death. Then I won't hide. Sun Wukong suddenly braked in the void and punched out in the back. Crash! The powerful force set off a violent hurricane, and the dense dark clouds in the sky exploded in an instant. Frisia didn't have time to react because he was chasing too hard, and his face directly hit Sun Wukong's fist. Bang! A powerful fist was attached to Frisia's face, and his whole body turned into a spinning top in the void, rotating 360 degrees. Scion Monkey, I can't spare you. Chapter 45. Frisia grew up without such a stigma. He vowed to kill the Scion Monkey and then Vegeta, who taunted him for his height. Give me death. A purple light exploded on Frisia's body, and suddenly turned into an arrow of time and space, and instantly arrived at Sun Wukong's side. Good to go. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up, and he indifferently stretched out his palm and pushed it forward. Syllable. The fist collided with the palm, and the powerful force caused the air to explode suddenly. This Frisia is a bit powerful, but so what? Since Frisia said that he was always hiding, then Sun Wukong would not hide. Ever since the Great Elder had developed his potential, Sun Wukong had long ago not known how strong he was. Now it happens to have Frisia as an opponent, and you can hone your skyrocketing strength. Bang! Boom! The sound of air explosions resounded in the sky, and the fierce battle came and went, and Sun Wukong and Frisia used all their strength. Every time they collided, a large area of brilliant brilliance was produced, and all the members of the Kainuit team could not help but be terrified. This is the person who detected more than 200,000 combat power before. There is even someone who can confront King Frisia. It's so powerful, the king won't be able to beat him. It's no wonder they think so. The battle in the sky has always been on the favorable side of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong wants to be tough with Frisia, and Sun Wukong wants to hide. On the other hand, Frisia, he was completely led by the nose of Sun Wukong. A deafening sound sounded in the sky. After fighting with Sun Wukong, Frisia quickly pulled away. "Ah, I want you to die." Frisia was furious. Sun Wukong has broken through to 600,000 combat power, while Frisia only has 530,000 combat power. Whether in terms of combat effectiveness or combat skills, Frisia is the inferior side. If you want to kill the other party, Frisia can only take the method of transformation and crush Sun Wukong with absolute strength. If you only have this little strength, then you will lose. Sun Wukong said excitedly. It has been a long time since he encountered such a passionate battle, and Sun Wukong enjoyed it very much. Frisia said coldly, "I hope you can continue to say this later." Oh! Sun Wukong noticed that the air around him changed a little, and the momentum on Frisia's body began to rage. Noticing this, in addition to Goku, there are Vegeta and others. "Look, Frisia is about to unlock the transformation." Vegeta said with a smile, "Let everyone not believe him, now it is impossible not to believe it. It's over, Frisia won't really transform, so isn't Kakarot going to be beaten out?" Raditz and the two said nervously. Bulma pinched Vegeta's ears and said angrily, "Vegeta, it seems that you are very happy." "Yes, why are you so happy?" Raditz and the two looked at Vegeta. Vegeta was stunned, as if his expression was a little obvious. That. Vegeta coughed twice, pointed ahead, and yelled, "Look at it, Frisia is starting to transform." The attention of the three was instantly drawn, and Vegeta wiped the cold sweat from his face. Fortunately he was clever, otherwise Bulma would have pulled his ears again. The atmosphere in the sky suddenly boiled. Ugh! Frisia's muscles were trembling, and thick bruises appeared on the epidermis of the skin. The terrifying force attracted the rebel on the ground into the air. Interesting. Sun Wukong hovered in the void, quietly watching Frisia's transformation. What Vegeta said was true, it turned out that Frisia would really transform. So how powerful will Frisia be in his first transformation? The passionate battle made his blood boil, and Sun Wukong was especially looking forward to the next battle. Frisia's muscles skyrocketed instantly, and visible changes could be seen from head to toe, and the sharp corners on his head began to stretch and finally become curved. 1 second Frisia was still a dwarf, the next second he became a burly man, and Frisia's appearance after transformation is very similar to the norm of Kurdish kings. The moment Frisia completed his transformation, thick evil spread throughout the battlefield, and everyone in the Kainu team widened their eyes. King Frisia would even transform like this. It's so strong. The Scion monkey is dead. Everyone in the Kainuit team was breathing very quickly, and Kainu's face turned red with excitement. Ha ha ha! Scion monkey, how is my form? Frisia opened his hands and looked like he was in the world. Successfully transformed, Frisia can't wait to show his new form in front of the Monkey King. The majestic strength on his body fascinated him, but it was a pity that it was a bit difficult to maintain this state, otherwise Frisia would have maintained this state in normal times. It's over, I feel like I can't beat it. Sun Wukong swallowed sharply. The chi on Frisia's body was very powerful, and Sun Wukong could clearly feel that he had surpassed himself. Sun Wukong's guess is not wrong, Frisia's first transformation, his combat power has reached more than 1 million, which is similar to the combat power after Vic assimilated Niru in the anime. Sun Wukong only has 600,000 combat power, and there is a high probability that he will not be able to defeat it. Ha ha ha, aren't you scared? Frisia really wanted to see the look of fear on Sun Wukong's face, but he found that Sun Wukong did not panic in the slightest, but was very calm. Abominable Scion monkey, I'll send you to hell right away, and then send that short Vegeta to join you. Unable to feel the heartfelt fear of others, Frisia was instantly furious. Give me death! Frisia's whole person disappeared. Sun Wukong is very cautious, even if there is a big gap between him and Frisia in Qi, but the battle is not that the stronger the Qi, the more powerful. You also have to pay attention to combat awareness and skills. With the martial arts of the earth, Sun Wukong is not afraid of Frisia. I'd rather see how strong you are. Monkey King's eyes kept rolling, trying to find Frisia's location. Suddenly, there was a slight fluctuation in the back of the head. In the back. It's just that the consciousness perceives it, but Sun Wukong's body can't react. Bang! A horrific blow to the back. A heart-wrenching pain spread throughout the body. Ugh! Sun Wukong was like a cannonball, smashing hard to the ground. Bang! Smoke billowed and gunsmoke filled the air. Frisia disappeared into the sky again and suddenly appeared on the ground. Monkey King and Frisia quickly intertwined, hitting from the ground to the sky. It is really worthy of Frisia, who has 1,000,000 combat power. Every time he moves, Sun Wukong can detect it, but his body does not have time to react. A punch in the abdomen. Poof! Sun Wukong squirted a mouthful of blood. Ha ha ha, Scion Monkey, I'll send you to your dead ghost father right away. Frisia disappeared into the void again. Bang! The sky kept roaring, accompanied by brilliant light. Even the dim sky was rendered purple by the light of Frisia's body. Chapter 46. A large mist of blood fell from the sky. Sun Wukong's internal organs were hit hard, and he was hit by a punch and fell to the ground fiercely. Bang! A deep pit with a diameter of 50 meters suddenly appeared on the ground. Ha ha ha, Scion Monkey, give me death. Frisia raised his hand, and a huge energy shot out into the sky. The coercion around them increased rapidly. The strong hurricane that rolled up was like a wolf, making a squeaking sound. With Frisia's roar, the energy bomb suddenly fell towards the deep pit where Sun Wukong was. Such a picture fell into the eyes of everyone in the Kainuit team, and they were very excited. Ha ha ha, this garbage Scion Monkey also dares to provoke our king. I'm afraid it's not looking for death. The king is so powerful. It's over, the king is too handsome, I can't stand it. Kainu suddenly said such a sentence, and the other members of the Kinit team looked at him. That, it's wrong, don't get me wrong. Kainu sweated coldly, and he didn't expect to say the words in his heart. Captain, we understand. Yes, we understand. The other members of the Kinit team looked suddenly realized, and the corners of their mouths showed a bad smile. No wonder the captain is so loyal to the king, so it is. The atmosphere is different from Team Kinit. Vegeta's side. Seeing Sun Wukong's tragic situation, Kakarot, Raditz and Naba were extremely worried. Bulma grabbed Vegeta's little head, shook it wildly, and shouted, Vegeta, go save Goku. Vegeta's strength has always been a mystery, and everyone estimates that only he can save Sun Wukong here. Even if he is not strong enough to defeat Frisia, Vegeta can use teleportation to save Son Goku. It's just that Vegeta was unmoved, as if he hadn't heard everyone's voices. Vegeta, count me begging you, go and save Kakarot. Raditz's voice was full of pleading. Monkey King is his brother, and Raditz promised Kiki that he would be optimistic about Monkey King. You really are, Kakarot is not the king of the Realm Fist. Vegeta looked at everyone angrily, look, where does he need me to save him? Vegeta's voice fell. A white glow appeared in the sky. The Monkey King in the deep pit turned into a white dragon and hovered violently into the sky. At this time, Sun Wukong not only recovered from his injuries, but even his combat effectiveness broke through to 3 million combat strength. Seeing this scene, Vegeta's eyes widened. Kakarot didn't even use the Realm King Fist. Vegeta, Kakarot has suddenly become so strong, his chi seems to have increased by 5 times. Raditz and Naba were ecstatic. Bulma didn't care if Sun Wukong used the Realm King Fist, as long as Wukong was fine. It's really worthy of being the protagonist, just being hit hard, eating a fairy bean to break through to this extent. Vegeta suddenly felt a lot of pressure. If he let Sun Wukong break through to Super Saiyan, wouldn't he be about to catch up with him? No, I can't let him break through to Super Saiyan so quickly, otherwise I'll have to be the second oldest in 1,000 years again. Thinking of this, Vegeta's eyes instantly became clear. Before, he only wanted to make the plot of Dragon Ball as normal as possible, but since he crossed over, the plot of Dragon Ball has long been disrupted. In this case, in order not to be the second elder of the millennium, Vegeta decided to kill Frieza in advance. Bulma, I'm going to do it. Hey! Bulma was a little confused. Raditz and the two looked at Vegeta, their eyes full of question marks. Didn't Vegeta just now keep his hands dirty? Why do you suddenly have to do it again? Bulma said happily, okay, I want to see if it's you or Goku. It was good that Bulma didn't say this, and when he said this, Vegeta wanted to kill Frieza even more. How awesome your man is! Vegeta quickly turned around and kissed Bulma. Bulma blushed shyly, then you put me down first, you still want to do it behind my back. There are other people here, Vegeta is so daring. No, I can still kill Frieza behind your back. Vegeta felt the softness behind him, and his heart rippled, and when Bulma said so, he didn't show any real power, and really thought he was rubbish. Vegeta, let's put down Bulma first. Although Raditz would love to see Vegeta do it, it was better to be careful. Yes, yes. Naba nodded vigorously, and the bright head made Vegeta look a little uncomfortable. At this point, Vegeta somewhat regretted not letting Naba make a wish at that time. Vegeta shook his little head and said coldly, you two shut up for me. They two immediately covered their mouths, not daring to say a word. Well behaved like two little sheep, it is really difficult for these two Saiyans to be a big man. Looking at the battle in the distance, Vegeta flew over. Raditz swallowed, Naba, Vegeta should be fine. It should be fine, doesn't he still teleport? Can't you run if you can't fight? Oh, too. Raditz nodded. The sky resounded with screams. It's just that it's Frieza who is screaming now. Come to the edge of the battlefield. Vegeta carried Bulma on her back and said softly, Bulma, if my hair turns blonde, won't you hate it? Golden. Bulma thought about Vegeta's blonde hair, and suddenly her eyes lit up, and a little saliva came out of her mouth. The blonde-haired Vegeta is so handsome. No, the blonde-haired Vegeta is so handsome, I'll take you back to Earth this time to dye it blonde. Bulma shook her head frantically, and the green light in her eyes made Vegeta a little panicked. It won't be fine. Vegeta calmed down, and then smiled, Bulma, I don't need you to take me to dye my hair, I can change a color myself. Hey! Bulma stuck her head to the side of Vegeta's face and looked at him suspiciously. Optimistic about the timing, Vegeta kissed Bulma again and said with a smile, look at it. After being kissed, Bulma blushed shyly, looked around and found that no one noticed, and she was relieved. However, a golden aura suddenly brushed Vegeta's body, and his hair turned from black to gold in an instant. Vegeta turned his head, blinked his turquoise eyes, and said with a smile, Bulma, I'm handsome, no, handsome. After that, he didn't forget to lift his proud little chin. Vegeta, no, I can't stand it. Seeing Vegeta's blonde appearance, Bulma's heart was like a deer, plopping down, and her fair face turned red. Little Vegeta's model is cool, and now his hair is blonde again, which is simply handsome. Of course, Vegeta's appearance was also seen by Raditz. Raditz was shocked, how did Vegeta's hair turn yellow? Naba touched his chin and admired it, don't say it, yellow-haired Vegeta is quite handsome. Chapter 47. The other side. Frieza is still fighting with the Monkey King, but Frieza is unilaterally crushed. Sun Wukong's combat power has exceeded 3 million, which is exactly the same as when he transforms into a Super Saiyan in the anime. Frisia, on the other hand, only has more than 1 million combat power and can only be beaten all the time. Not to mention, the king's ability to be beaten is first class. After being beaten by Sun Wukong for so long, in addition to some more epidermal injuries on his body, his whole person is still alive. Damn Saiyan monkeys, they already knew that they all killed all Saiyans back then. Blame me. But now I will definitely not show mercy. You think I only have such a transformation, then you are very wrong. Ha ha ha, I tell you, I can perform 3 transformations, and my ultimate state can reach 120 million combat power. Frisia dodged Son Goku's attack with difficulty, gasping for air on the side. 120 million. Sun Wukong floated in the void and couldn't help but be stunned. Then you can transform, let me see how strong the 120 million combat power is. Sun Wukong smiled. He didn't know what the concept of 120 million combat power was, the other party could transform, and he himself was not without whole cards. Sun Wukong will also realm the King Fist. He estimated that he could probably withstand an increase of more than 10 times the increase of the realm King Fist, and the limit could increase to 20 times. In this way, it should be able to compete with Frisia. However, he did not plan to increase the realm King Fist by 20 times, because it would only be able to fight for a short period of time. Once the increase is over, his own flesh will not be able to withstand it, and he will instantly collapse. Abominable Saiyan monkey, you hate more than that short Vegeta. Frisia was furious, and the door of his brain seemed to be pressed by something, and his anger was about to burst. Since you are looking for death, then I respect you and send you a highest etiquette. Let me transform into the ultimate state and send you to hell. In order to get rid of these Saiyan monkeys, Frisia is not like the transformation again and again in the anime, and is ready to transform directly to the ultimate state. Frisia's voice fell. Namex was enveloped by an incomparably evil aura, and the atmosphere of the entire battlefield instantly froze. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes, are you going to start? At this time, a familiar voice came from behind. Kakarot, Frisia's ultimate state has 120 million combat power, even if you use the 20 times Realm King Fist, it is estimated that you only have 60 million combat power, you can't beat him. Son Goku turned his head and found Vegeta flying over with Bulma on his back. 120 million. 60 million. Sun Wukong was stunned, and then quickly clenched his fingers and calculated. Fortunately, when he was a child, his grandfather taught him some arithmetic, and Sun Wukong also knew some calculations. After calculating for half a minute, Sun Wukong finally figured out the gap between himself and Frisia. Sun Wukong swallowed his saliva and said unwillingly, then can't I beat it? Yes. I'm so unwilling. Sun Wukong had a bitter face, and he really enjoyed fighting with Frisia. Vegeta smiled and said, leave it to me by Frisia. You. Monkey King's tone was full of doubt. After the battle with Frisia, he already knew how powerful he was. He couldn't beat Frisia, so how could Vegeta beat it? Sun Wukong admits that Vegeta's ability to single-handedly catch his own turtle sect Qigong is indeed very powerful, but in his current opinion, Vegeta's little power is just that. Sun Wukong dissuaded, you quickly take Bulma to escape, the battle here is not something you can participate in. You don't believe me? Vegeta smiled, not angry. But Bulma behind her directly eyes are on fire, and the hateful Goku doesn't even believe her. Vegeta. Never play with him again. Monkey King didn't know what Bulma was thinking and shook his head. He really can't trust Vegeta, after all, Vegeta is still too young. It's just that. Vegeta, how did your hair turn blonde? Sun Wukong's eyes widened suddenly, and he found that the aura on Vegeta's body was so strong, and his appearance had also changed. Turned blonde. Vegeta and Bulma were silent, This guy's reflex arc is too long. Frisia is about to complete his transformation. Let me come, I can't fight and teleportation to escape, you can rest assured. You can't beat it, you must use teleportation to escape. Sun Wukong finally believed Vegeta's words, but Frisia was too terrifying to help but say more. After that, he quickly left the battlefield. Looking at Sun Wukong's back, Vegeta smiled badly in her heart. Kakarot, don't blame me, I really don't want to be the second elder of the millennium. Right now. Thunder and lightning cut through the sky. The terrifying aura spilled in every corner of Namek, and the powerful force caused the space to shake, and at the same time, the ground also resonated. Suddenly, the mountains roared tsunami, and the wind and rain were stormy. The whole Nemesis was trembling. The dim sky turned purple for a moment. Frisia's body became small and the corners of his body became rounded. Ha hoo hoo! Frisia gasped, regained his confidence, and said with an evil smile, Scion Monkey, come and die. It's just that Frisia found that the Monkey King had long disappeared, and in front of him was a child, and the child was carrying a female human on his back. Frisia gritted his teeth and said, what about the Scion monkeys? Vegeta patted Bulma's ass and said lightly, Kakarot slipped. Slipped away. Frisia looked into the distance and saw that the Monkey King had returned to Raditz. Frisia sneered, it's okay, first kill you Shorty, and then send him to hell. Shorty. What Vegeta hated the most was that others taunted him for his height, and his face became cold. It's time to avenge Vegeta's big explosion. I didn't expect you to know, ha 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 ha, so what, Vegeta Star was destroyed by me. Frisia didn't realize that danger had begun to come, and sneered, originally, I didn't want to destroy Vegeta Star so quickly, if you want to blame, you will offend people who shouldn't be offended. Is it? Stop talking nonsense, let me send you to hell to listen to the little angels sing. Vegeta knows who Frisia is talking about, isn't it Beerus, the god of destruction? But the matter of that big Buddha, let's talk about it later, the most important thing now is to kill Frisia. Otherwise, if Sun Wukong intervenes, Vegeta will be the second oldest in 1,000 years again. The two sides began to face each other. The storm of that nemesis has finally arrived at this moment. Whoops! The fierce wind carried the rainstorm. And Bulma was not wet, but a circle of golden aura kept the storm out. The golden aura was very warm inside, and Bulma was very comfortable holding Vegeta. Vegeta, be careful. Don't worry, I'll show you Frisia. Cluck. Bulma covered her ruddy little mouth and smiled secretly. She wasn't afraid at all, Vegeta had told her that he would definitely protect her. Chapter 48. See this scene. Frisia was furious, damn Shorty, you're going to die and want to tease women. Isn't that short man of Vegeta really afraid of death? When death is near, he dares to bring a woman over. Do you really think that if your hair suddenly turns golden, you don't have to die? Wrong. Golden? Little man, what's going on with your hair? How did it suddenly turn golden? Frisia narrowed his eyes, suddenly feeling a sense of foreboding. Vegeta liked Frisia's stunned expression and smiled lightly. Bulma, tell him what I am now. Bulma subconsciously spat out her heart, little puppy. Vegeta. Frisia. Vegeta. Squeezed her ass. Bulma glanced at Vegeta apologetically, then quickly corrected, blonde. As soon as these words came out, Frisia was suddenly stunned in mid-air. Very familiar, the word is familiar. Scion and blonde. Frisia thought about it seriously, and suddenly remembered the legend of the Scion, and felt a pang of horror in his heart. Super Scion. Frisia spoke incoherently, impossible, impossible, how can it be a Super Scion? You must have lied to me. Frisia roared, he overcame the fear in his heart, and it was a sneak attack on Vegeta. A purple light streaked across the sky, and Frisia instantly appeared behind Vegeta. You two give me to die together. Frisia shook his fist and rushed straight at the two. The powerful force made the sky explode suddenly. The punch that broke through the air scared Bulma into closing her eyes, although Vegeta would protect her, but Vegeta would not defeat Frisia. Vegeta patted Bulma's butt, not panicking in the face of Frisia's sneak attack. Frisia, are you afraid? Vegeta's movements were very strange, and when Frisia was about to punch through the bodies of two people, Vegeta inexplicably dodged his attack. Frisia was shocked. How can you hide? This scene not only made Frisia feel incredible, but the Monkey King in the distance also opened his mouth wide. Vegeta is so good, he really has a chance to beat Frisia. Raditz and Nappa nodded frantically. Vegeta is too strong, and the revenge of the Scions can finally be revenged. Their Scion planet was destroyed by Frisia, who can be said to be the enemy of all Scions. Vegeta really deserves to be a Scion royal family, really powerful. Yellow-haired Vegeta is so handsome. Raditz was so excited that they almost fainted. Bulma felt no pain in her body, finally opened her eyes, and rejoiced. It really scares me to death. In the face of such a terrifying battle, she was still afraid after all. Vegeta comforted, it's okay, I'll end the battle soon. Frisia was silent. If he had been in the past, he would have said a big word. But during the sneak attack just now, he found that Vegeta's movements were very strange. Although he has not yet gone head-to-head, Frisia has believed 80% of Vegeta's transformation into a Super Saiyan. Isn't that Super Saiyan legend fake? Why? Why can you transform? Frisia roared hysterically, his eyes were full of fear, and the elegant appearance of the past had long disappeared. The Kurdish king kept warning him to be careful of the Super Saiyans among the Scions. Because one of their ancestors of the Frozen clan died at the hands of the Super Saiyan. Frisia regretted it, he regretted not killing all the Scions in the first place. I hate it the most when people say I'm short. I won't kill you today. I'll take your last name. Vegeta said coldly. Vegeta's angry look scared Bulma. Remember, you must not say Vegeta's height in the future, otherwise it will be very serious. At this time, Frisia ran past a group of grass and mud horses in his heart. Before that, remember Vegeta taunting his height. Who really has the strength, who is awesome? Phew. Frisia let out a sigh and calmed himself down. I was really scared by you just now, although you became a Super Saiyan, so what? I am the Universe Emperor, a super genius of the Frozen clan. Frisia finally regained his confidence again, and he opened his hands and looked like he was in the world. As a super genius of the Frozen race, he has traversed the universe for many years, and he is also an agent of destroying gods. The Kurdish king just told him to be careful with Super Saiyans and didn't say he couldn't mess with them. The only ones who really can't be messed with are the mysterious Majin Buu and the god of destruction Beerus. But he is already an agent of the destruction of the gods, and he just needs to not provoke the demon Buu. For Super Saiyan. Look how I kill you. Humph. Frisia snorted coldly, and purple energy appeared all around out of thin air. The terrifying force stirred the magnetic fields of heaven and earth. The electric ions that were free in the void quickly converged and made a nourishing sound. Just now, that was only 50% of my ultimate state's strength, now let you see my heyday. Thick blood vessels were exposed to Frisia's brain, and his eyes widened angrily. Frisia's muscles are skyrocketing. However, a golden light flashed. Vegeta carried Bulma to Frisia on his back and said lightly, "You let me see, I will see, then I am not very faceless. Shorty, suffer death." Vegeta poured in his strength and kicked his right foot. This is the norm of 6 million times 50 times the combat effectiveness. Just ask Frisia how to block it. The air suddenly trembled, and the deafening sound of breaking the air resounded in the sky. Ugh! Frisia, who was still gathering strength to break through, was hit hard in the abdomen. Bang! Frisia fell to the ground, and a deep pit with a diameter of 100 meters suddenly appeared on the ground. Poof! In the deep pit, Frisia vomited a mouthful of blood, and under this blow, he was already severely injured, and the feeling of colic in his abdomen spread throughout his body. Ahem! Frisia kept coughing, and with each cough, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Frisia was already speechless in pain, and looked up at Vegeta's dwarf eyes, full of anger and fear. It seems to say, why don't you play your cards according to the routine? We are enemies of life and death. Do you think I will be like Cockroach's fool and let you break through to 120 million combat power? Vegeta carried Bulma to the top of the pit and looked at Frisia with contempt in her eyes. In the distance, Sun Wukong suddenly sneezed, feeling as if someone was scolding him behind his back. Officers, when you see the last page, can you help me click on that reminder? I feel that the novel is okay. Can I give a good review? Thank you all here. I wish the eldest family life and immortality, hee. Thank you all for the gifts. Chapter 49. Looking at the deep pit underground, Bulma discovered that Vegeta's small body contained such terrifying power. Lying behind little Vegeta, Bulma felt particularly at ease, especially secure. Bulma hugged Vegeta tightly and said happily, Vegeta, you are so good. I have something more powerful. Then let me see. I'll show you this when I grow up. Hearing Vegeta's words, Bulma was stunned, and then thought of something, and her white face instantly blushed. How could her Vegeta brother know so much? He was obviously just a child. Could it be that his future self taught him? Bulma has already attributed this sin to her future self. Bulma first scolded his future self, then pulled his ears and laughed. There is no seriousness. Hey, hey! While the two were flirting, Frisia in the deep pit spat blood. Abominable! Is this the power of Super Saiyan? Frisia covered her abdomen and got up from the ground in severe pain. In just one encounter, he experienced the horror of Super Saiyan. His 60 million combat strength could not even withstand the kick of others. Perhaps this is why the ancestors told the Frozen family to be careful of Super Saiyans. At this time, Frisia regretted again, regretting that he did not destroy all the Saiyans. I don't believe it. Frisia took a sharp breath and glared angrily at the pair of dog men and women in the sky. Ugh! The strength that had just accumulated in his body finally broke out, and Frisia endured the severe pain in his body, and his muscles instantly soared. The aura that had just calmed down by namixing boiled again. Purple rays of light appeared in the pit. The planet is trembling, and the pit is beginning to crumble. The violent wind set off huge waves, turning into blade-like blades of storm, blowing towards all directions. The power of 120 million combat power completely surged in Frisia, and when the Kainu team and others saw this scene in the distance, their desperate hearts became active again. Kainu said happily, I know that the king is fine, come on. As soon as these words came out, the remaining 4 members all showed bad smiles, looking like they understood. It's not. Am I not cheering for the king? This is also a problem? Kainu opened his mouth, madly concealed, and his purple face turned red in a hurry. Captain, there is no need to say more, we understand. The 4 members nodded solemnly, they respected the captain's choice. Kainu. Frisia's momentum was like a demon in the abyss of hell, striking towards the two of Bulma. Bang! Bang! Evil waves of chi frantically slapped on Vegeta's bursting golden flames, making a deafening sound. Wu, scared me to death. Bulma hugged Vegeta harder, and fortunately Vegeta protected her. It's okay, don't be afraid. Vegeta calmed Bulma, but he found out that Frieza was really resisting the beating, hit him with all his strength, and did not die. Frisia's shaky physique is terrible. Vegeta smiled lightly, Bulma, I'm ready to kill Frisia. Frisia in the anime just knows that if he can't beat the Monkey King, he will destroy Namex. The frozen family could have survived in the universe, and if the star exploded, Frisia would have nothing to do, but if Sun Wukong had not found Kainu's spaceship, Sun Wukong would have died 10 times. To prevent this, Vegeta prepares to kill Frisia with one blow, leaving him no time to react. Then hurry up and kill that shorty, I'm afraid when I see him. Bulma tugged at Vegeta's little ears, and she didn't know how, she found that she liked pulling Vegeta's little ears more and more. Good. Vegeta's face instantly turned cold. Bulma could clearly sense that Vegeta was going to be serious, and immediately pressed against Vegeta's back. Brush! Vegeta turned into a golden dragon and rushed towards the pit. The speed was so fast that even Sun Wukong and the others in the distance could not see it clearly. Sun Wukong said excitedly, Frisia is going to be finished. I didn't expect Vegeta's chi to be several times stronger than Frisia. Naba swallowed. They already knew that Frisia had 120 million combat power, so didn't that mean that Vegeta had more than 300 million combat power? The golden light instantly exploded in the deep pit. Good to go. Frisia gritted his teeth, the continuous power in his body made him stop panicking, and he was bound to let Vegeta die without a place to bury. Brush! Frisia did the opposite, turned into a purple light, and rushed in the direction of the golden light. Vegeta, you give me death. During the flight, Frisia condensed a brilliant energy bomb, and when he was about to approach Vegeta, he threw it fiercely towards Bulma behind him. Even with Vegeta's energy shield, Bulma would be seriously injured or even killed. Frisia wants to see what Vegeta's expression is after losing his woman, and it is estimated that it will be painful. Thinking of this, Frisia had a pleasure of resentment. The energy bullet shuttles through the void, moving extremely fast, and is about to hit Bulma. Suddenly, Vegeta disappeared with Bulma on his back. Frisia was taken aback. Getting distracted in battle is not a good thing. There was a violent energy fluctuation in the back of his head, and Frisia looked back, his face suddenly changed. A touching coercion erupted on Vegeta's small body, and the sky changed. The golden light on his body was like the holy light of the gods descending into the world, and it was extremely dazzling. I saw Vegeta raise one hand, 5 fingers together, and a golden aura condensed on his hand. Gather gas into a blade. One stroke away. Bang! At the same time, a flash of thunder suddenly flashed in the sky. No! Frisia was horrified, and he suddenly found that the vision in his 2 eyes began to be asymmetrical. One high and one low. Pain! The sharp pain that is like a chainsaw splitting the body is all over the body. The eyes of one high and one low are full of fear. Whoops! Several golden rays of light crossed Frisia again. The intense pain had left Frisia speechless. In the final senses, Frisia could sense that his body had been cut into pieces. Go to heaven and listen to the little angels. Vegeta smiled evilly, he raised it with one hand, and a Qigong wave slammed out. Brush! The Qigong wave sprayed on Frisia's piece of flesh and instantly turned into a pile of powder. When the breeze blows, it disperses with the wind. A generation of cosmic emperors died like this, and Frisia's method of death is exactly how the future Trunks killed him in the anime. Impossible, how could the great king die? Kainu is about to go crazy, the king is a generation of universe emperors. It is the strongest in his heart, how can he die? Chapter 50. Kainu couldn't believe it, and the members around him tugged at his combat uniform and shouted, Captain, the king is dead, let's run away. Kainu froze in place, already lost his mind. Seeing this, Guys and Likum stopped caring about Kainu and immediately turned around and fled in the direction of the spaceship. Where are you going? At this time, Sun Wukong and Raditz appeared in front of everyone. Let it go. Before they could finish, Vegeta came over with Bulma on her back, raised her little hand and threw out an energy bomb. This was the attack of a strong man with 300 million combat power, and the members of the 4 Kinnet team could not react at all, and died in the explosion. Kainu was left alone. Kainu, did you ever think there would be this day? Raditz laughed arrogantly. Kainu looked at each other coldly, and Raditz felt a chill in his heart. Naba spat at Kainu and scoffed, how? Still want to do it? Since the explosion of Vegeta, the Frisia forces have become contemptuous in their eyes, and without King Vegeta sitting behind their backs, these three scions have been bullied and oppressed particularly badly. Especially that Chu Yi, from time to time he troubled the three of them. If I, King Frisia, were still here, would you dare to speak to me like this? Kainu snorted coldly. He was surrounded, and there seemed to be no fear in his heart. It's a pity, your king is dead. Raditz shook his head. It's a pity that Chu Yi didn't come with namixing, otherwise he could take revenge. After this time, presumably that Chu Yi will definitely hide, and if you want to find him, it is estimated that it will be difficult. It's a pity. Kainu looked at Raditz deadly, his eyes as if he wanted to kill Raditz. Oh, they're all dying, and they're not afraid, you're quite tough. Raditz sneered. Naba hugged his stomach and laughed, which before, they didn't dare to laugh at Kainu like this, but now it feels cool to have someone backing them. Kainu suddenly became calm, much to everyone's surprise. Vegeta spoke, you will exchange a natural skill for bodies, do you want to exchange bodies with anyone? How do you know? Kainu exclaimed, shouting out such a sentence, and he quickly covered his mouth. He was able to be so calm because he thought about exchanging bodies with Raditz or Naba at the moment of death. I didn't expect to accidentally leak the secret. Finished. Kainu's face was covered with despair. Exchange. Not managing so much, Kainu quickly came to his senses and prepared to exchange bodies with the cheapest Raditz. But a golden light cut through the void, and Kainu's heart exploded instantly. Poof! Kainu covered his heart, spat out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground. Raditz patted his chest, it's good that Vegeta is there, otherwise I'll be finished. He didn't expect that Kainu would have such a talent skill, since Kainu could exchange bodies, why not exchange it with Frisia? And it's strange that he is so loyal to Frisia. That, you're still Raditz? Naba asked weakly as he moved away from the lower Raditz. Raditz rolled his eyes, and his look made Naba instantly understand that the two had not successfully exchanged. Ignoring the two living treasures, Sun Wukong frowned, Vegeta, what is your state? Yes, your yellow hair looks quite handsome. Raditz and the two looked over, they had long noticed Vegeta's yellow-haired state. Yellow hair? Vegeta. Bulma. Isn't this a golden retriever? Let you say yellow hair. Vegeta punched both men in the head. Sun Wukong smiled, this is blonde hair, okay. He was also a little speechless to his eldest brother, how could he not even distinguish yellow and gold? This is Super Saiyan status. Vegeta finally explained. Super Saiyan. Raditz and the two were stunned. Super Saiyan is a legend that has always been circulating in the Saiyan race, this is not a fake? Monkey King, who had no Saiyan memory for a long time, had no idea what Vegeta was talking about. This is not fake, transforming into a Super Saiyan can increase its combat effectiveness to 50 times. Vegeta put Bulma down. After the battle, Vegeta was finally able to let Bulma leave his side with peace of mind. Increase combat effectiveness by 50 times. The three Scions exclaimed in unison. What is the concept of increasing combat effectiveness by 50 times? For example, Sun Wukong currently has a combat power of 3 million, if it is increased to 50 times the original, it can reach 150 million combat power. I didn't expect that the legend in our clan is true, it turns out that you can really transform into a Super Saiyan, and this combat power has increased by a multiple more fiercely than the giant ape form. Raditz and Naba swallowed. Then can we transform too? Sun Wukong asked directly. Raditz and the two looked at Vegeta longingly. Bulma touched Vegeta's little head to see what he could say. Vegeta narrowed his eyes, enjoying Bulma's touch, and smiled. Kakarot has this potential, as for you too. Vegeta was stunned. To be honest, he really didn't know if these two had the potential to transform. Logically speaking, as long as there are enough S cells in the body, plus the normal combat effectiveness reaches a certain standard, and then uses anger as a fuse, it should be possible to ignite the state of the Super Saiyan. What's wrong with us? Raditz and Naba were both dying and said, do the two of us have the potential to transform? This is a legend among the Saiyan race, and they also want to break through to this state. Raditz, can they transform? Bulma was also curious. It should be possible. Vegeta thought about it seriously, and then looked at Raditz and the two and said meaningfully, but you must not be afraid of death. Death? Raditz and the two said in unison, as long as we can transform into a Super Saiyan, we are not afraid of anything. Vegeta laughed, that's what you said, don't regret it then. The last person to say this had to be Future Trunks, and he was so miserable in the Spirit Time House, Vegeta felt like a sen when he saw it. Vegeta's smile, Raditz and the two of them felt cold behind them, always feeling that something bad was about to happen. You say I have the potential to transform, so what do I need to do to transform? Sun Wukong wanted to know how to transform. After all, it can increase the combat effectiveness by 50 times. That way, you should be able to fight Vegeta. Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong, thought for a while, and then said with a smile, no hurry, you have to wait a while. After that, Vegeta smiled badly in his heart, he couldn't let Sun Wukong know the secret of transformation so quickly. Otherwise, you have to be the second oldest in 1,000 years. Chapter 51. The frantic aura on the Nemesis had calmed down. It's just that the potholes around tell everyone that there has been an extremely terrible battle here. With no enemies, Vegeta told everyone about the Super Saiyan. This way. Sun Wukong nodded, he believed that he really thought that it would be a while before he could transform. Seeing this, Vegeta was relieved in his heart. There is no way to hide the transformation method of Sun Wukong. Who let him travel back from the future and directly travel to this era? He is still only a 10-year-old child. You must know that the period of strength explosion of Saiyans is the time of adulthood, that is, the age of Sun Wukong. If Vegeta is also at this age, he doesn't need to panic and become the second oldest. After all, he is different from Vegeta in the anime, and Bobo has taught him many mysterious martial arts. Vegeta, you know so much, and you're so powerful, I really want to fight you. Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta, really didn't know how he cultivated. When Frieza broke out with 60 million combat power, Sun Wukong didn't think about it, he estimated that he fought to the death to improve the Realm King Fist by 20 times, and he should be able to fight against Frieza. Until Frieza's 120 million combat power broke out, Sun Wukong's heart was full of invincible thoughts, and even his body felt trembling unconsciously. But just seeing the scene of Vegeta killing Frieza in seconds, Sun Wukong was really taken aback. Fight me! Vegeta grinned, I'm afraid you'll be beaten out. Monkey King, Raditz. Naba. Although there is nothing wrong with this, can't it be euphemistic? Vegeta is so cheap. Bulma pulled Vegeta's ears and said with a smile, if you can talk well, you will tear your lips all day. I've been talking well. However, Vegeta did not dare to say this sentence, and said with a smile, well, since we killed Frieza, we should also go back to Earth. The gods are resurrected, then the Dragon Ball should also be restored, let's go back and resurrect everyone. And the Nemesis who have been transferred to Earth will also arrange it. Then let's go back quickly. Monkey King is very excited that his companion can finally be resurrected. Monkey King first finds his spaceship and then transforms it back into the shape of a universal capsule. Back here, Vegeta finally left Namekusar with everyone. Earth West. The sudden appearance of many nemesis in Bulma's house startled Vegeta's father-in-law. But hearing that Vegeta had brought them here, Dr. Breves arranged for them to stay. There are not many people in the entire race of nemesis, at most a few hundred, which is completely inhabitable for the richest family on earth. The Namekian stayed, and within half a day, Vegeta returned to Bulma's house with everyone. Bulma breathed a sigh of relief, finally back. Vegeta jumped into Bulma's arms. Isn't this space trip exciting? Bulma hugged the little friend tightly and smiled bitterly. It's so exciting, although I know that you will protect me, I am still very scared, and I will not go out next time. Next time? Vegeta smiled inexplicably. The next battle will be on Earth. Thinking of this, Vegeta's face suddenly turned cold. In order not to make Bulma afraid, he had to continue to work hard to cultivate. Vegeta's face made Sun Wukong stunned and asked, Vegeta, what's wrong with you? It's nothing. You go find Dragon Ball first, I'm going to arrange for Nemesis's friend. Vegeta waved his hand. Son Goku nodded. He asked Bulma to get the Dragon Ball radar, and left here. Raditz and Nappa did not contribute much in Namex, and were also driven back to the gravity room by Vegeta to cultivate. The two naturally did not want to practice at 3 o'clock every day, and wanted to resist, but the moment Vegeta raised his small fist, the two decisively confessed. Bulma looked at the back of the two leaving and said with a smile, Vegeta, why do these two guys listen to you so much? I was sent by my father to Frisia to do things for him when I was little, and I was accompanied by these two guys. Raditz. Frisia? Is that the guy you killed before? Yes. Vegeta sighed. Not long after I left Vegeta Star. By the way, Vegeta Star is my hometown. Shortly after I left Vegeta, Vegeta was destroyed by Frisia, and our entire Scion family died in that explosion. Ugh! Bulma covered her rosy little mouth. Vegeta walked towards the Nemesis residence and said as he went, it was after that explosion that the Frisia forces began to trouble the three of us, and each mission was the most difficult. Vegeta sighed, if it weren't for me protecting these two guys Raditz, they might have died in the course of the mission. Bulma nodded. It turned out that her Vegeta brother still had such a story, no wonder the two of Raditz would listen to him so much. In fact, Vegeta did not say that he was indeed protecting the Raditz too at that time, but Vegeta's purpose in protecting them was to allow the Scion bloodline to flourish. In Vegeta's eyes at the time, Raditz and Nappa were just two tool men who reproduced. As he walked, Vegeta finally arrived at the Nemesis residence. This has to spit on the willfulness of the richest family on the earth. The family has nothing to build so big. From the front of the yard to the place where the Nemesis lived, it actually took half an hour. I knew it and flew over. At that moment, Vegeta saw the Great Elder sitting on a huge chair, which was apparently specially made by Dr. Breves for the Great Elder. The other side. A group of Nemesis people are playing golf on Earth, and it seems that they are playing quite high. Great Elder, we're back. Vegeta brought Bulma to the Great Elder. The Great Elder's voice was very old. Was the enemy of that Mizing repelled so quickly? They have only been on Earth for less than half a day, and after these two men fought off the enemy, they rushed back to Earth. What a speed! Killed by the nest, and it's the kind of shredded corpse. Vegeta smiled slightly, revealing 2 rows of small white teeth. This charming smile made Bulma's heart flutter, but in Neera's eyes, he felt like a Senran. This kid is so scary. The Great Elder was silent and spoke, that's good. Although they love peace, they are not the kind of pedantic people, and for those evil guys, kill them. Chapter 52. That, Great Elder, our Earth's Dragon Balls need to resurrect some people, or wait for your Dragon Balls to be reactivated before making a wish to return to Namex. Vegeta wanted to use teleportation to take them back, but couldn't. Because there is no one on the Nemesis, there is no chi, so naturally there is no location for positioning. Even if his teleportation didn't require chi to locate, Vegeta didn't want to take them back because it was too tiring. Bulma didn't know the disadvantages of teleportation, and wondered why Vegeta didn't leave immediately with the nemesis. However, Bulma did not propose to let the nemesis get out. They live here will not affect her. After all, the richest family in the world, such a big family is afraid that they will affect themselves? No problem, then this time will disturb you. Don't bother. Vegeta suddenly smiled and said, That, I want the Great Elder to do me a favor. As soon as these words came out, Nier looked cautiously at the little fart who spoke. In his opinion, Vegeta is likely to let the Great Elder help him develop his potential. After all, the Great Elder has developed it for Sun Wukong before. And the power that comes out is terrifying. The Great Elder didn't think too much about it, and replied directly, If I can, I'll help as much as possible. Nero wanted to stop it, and said, Great Elder, you. The Great Elder interrupted him with a wave of his hand, and said with a smile, It's okay, they are the benefactors of our nemesis, we can help as much as we can. Nero sighed, not wanting to say anything. Then thank you Grand Elder. Vegeta smiled, not caring about Nero's reaction. Just when Nero thought that Vegeta would offer to let the Great Elder develop his potential for him, Vegeta said, Great Elder, I want you to help Bulma develop her potential. Nero was stunned. This little fart did not let the Great Elder develop his potential for him, but let the Great Elder develop the potential for this Earth woman. Vegeta's actions also caused Nero to completely change his opinion of him. This little guy is quite interesting. Vegeta, you. Bulma was a little caught off guard, and her heart trembled violently. Half a day ago, she was promised to stay in her youth forever, and now Vegeta has asked the Great Elder to develop her potential for her. Sometimes Bulma is a little suspicious of why Vegeta is so nice to her. Is she worried about her family's property? Thinking of this, Bulma blurted out, Vegeta, are you thinking about my family's property? Vegeta was stunned. Looking at her red face, her eyes blinked slightly, and she seemed to speak quite seriously. Vegeta floated in front of her, reached out and touched the door of her head, and tentatively asked, Are you sick? He's a little confused. What is Bulma, this silly girl talking about? This little cutie won't be really stupid. You're sick. Bulma pouted and smiled, just a little moved, and was shattered by the actions of this little brat. Also, with his terrifying skills, even if he conquers the earth, he will do it. How could it be that she was worried about her family's property? What's more, Vegeta has appeared by her side since she was a child, and in the future, she is married to Vegeta and has a son. Brother Vegeta is so good to me. Bulma's eyes suddenly became hot. She decided that in order to repay Vegeta, when Vegeta grew up, she would not only give birth to Trunks, but also a whole bunch of dolls. Thinking of this, Bulma showed a shy smile. When Vegeta saw her appearance, her heart was a little nervous, as if something bad was about to happen. For Vegeta's request, the Great Elder smiled and nodded, No problem. If you let him develop his potential for Vegeta, it may be a little difficult to do. After all, Vegeta's normal strength is too terrifying. However, let him develop his potential for a girl like Bulma who can't reach the scum. The Great Elder is just a matter of hands, and even his physical strength will not consume much. Come to me. Go, listen to the command of the Great Elder. Vegeta pushed Bulma. Bulma walked over, a huge hand moving up to the top of her head. Moment. She could feel a powerful force being channeled out of her body. The Great Elder let go of his hand and said with a smile, Okay. Vegeta was stunned, so fast? Bulma, how are you feeling? I feel so strong, I can kill a tiger with one punch. Bulma's two willow eyebrows raised and she said very happily. She was even wondering if she could be as powerful as Vegeta. So can she fly too? Bulma's heart jumped, she tried to stand on tiptoe, holding her breath, wanting to fly into the sky. Vegeta asked suspiciously, What are you doing? I was wondering if I could fly like you too. Vegeta. Niru. Bulma was too whimsical, and in Vegeta's observations, she should have 10 combat power. However, without cultivation, it is impossible to fly into the sky. Of course, this has to be said that the development potential of the Great Elder is awesome. A weak chicken like Bulma can break through to 10 points in an instant, which is the same as the combat power when Sun Wukong appeared in the anime. Could it be that Bulma's cultivation talent is very strong? Vegeta still hit Bulma. You should have 10 combat power now, you can't fly to the sky without cultivation. Bulma asked suspiciously, what is the concept of 10 combat power? Do you remember when you and Kakarot were looking for Dragon Ball? At that time, Kakarot should only have 10 combat power. Wow, I'm getting so good. Bulma jumped up with excitement, jumping 10 meters high, so frightened that Bulma cried for help. Vegeta flew up and picked her up. Bulma was happy and disappointed. She was happy because she had become as good as Goku when she was a child, but she remembered that Goku could lift a car with one hand. The reason for the loss is that they can't fly in the sky like Vegeta and them. Looking at Bulma's lost expression, Vegeta thanked the Great Elder and then took Bulma back to the front yard. You want to learn to fly yourself? Bulma nodded vigorously, and the cute head made Vegeta's heart ripple. Her 2 willow eyebrows curved, her delicate cheeks were inlaid with a pair of talking eyes, and her rosy vermilion lips were closed one by one. Bulma is in the adolescent season, fresh but charming, especially the proud figure, with a pair of white and round legs. Vegeta couldn't help swallowing. With the blessing of the miraculous power of the divine dragon, Bulma will always look like this in the future, which is really great. Then I'll teach you how good it is to cultivate, so that you can fly in the sky by yourself in the future. Bulma's eyes widened. Can I really do it? Yes. Vegeta smiled slightly. If the Great Elder hadn't developed her potential, he might not dare to guarantee it, but with the Great Elder's development, her combat power had reached 10 points. This reminds him of the scene in the anime when Son Gohan taught Bidalai to fly, and it is estimated that Bidalai at that time did not have 10 combat power. I believe that with his teachings, Bulma will soon be able to fly into the sky on her own. Vegeta, you teach me quickly, teach me, I'll give you a little reward. What reward? Vegeta was stunned. When did Bulma have such a move? Vegeta was now curious about how Bulma would reward him. Bulma blushed and said shyly, I'll give you a bunch of monkeys later, okay? Chapter 53. What did you say? In the future, I gave you trunks, and I will give you trunks. Bulma looked at Vegeta awkwardly, her little white face blushing shyly. I feel so embarrassed to say this. But in the future, I married this guy and had a son. Anyway, it's all his people, and it doesn't seem to be embarrassing. Gollum. Vegeta swallowed. Bulma was so bold. But he likes it. Looking at his little arm, Vegeta made a bitter face. Grandma's, which bastard let him travel to the wrong time? It will take 7 or 8 years to become an adult, and only when they are adults will the scion body become larger. Hold back. Vegeta was extremely humiliated. His daughter-in-law couldn't eat it, he really couldn't stand it. In fact, there is another way for Vegeta to grow up quickly, that is, to enter the spirit time house, and a day outside is equivalent to a year inside. It only takes 7 or 8 days outside, and Vegeta can spend 7 or 8 years inside. But there is a problem, that is, he has already entered the spiritual time house in the future time and space, and I don't know how many days he can enter the spiritual time room in this time and space. But even if Vegeta could still enter the spirit time house for a day, it wouldn't be enough time to grow. Of course, Vegeta can also stay in the spirit time house until he grows up and goes out. But there is a disadvantage here. If a person spends more than 2 years in the spiritual time house in his life, he will be trapped in it forever. Only when the strength reaches the level of Super 3 can you break the dimensional barrier and escape from the inside. Maybe you can break through to the Super 3 state inside and come out again. After thinking for a while, Vegeta felt in her heart that this might work. After all, Bobo had taught him too many martial arts, and it was difficult to see something without time precipitation. Vegeta can also take the opportunity to grow into adulthood. Thinking of this, Vegeta's eyes were full of aggression when he looked at Bulma. "You hurry up and teach me to fly." Being looked at by him like this, Bulma's heart itched. She took Vegeta in her arms and kneaded his little face hard, and his originally cool face was squeezed into the appearance of a Barbie doll. Lovely. Unable to help it, Bulma gave her a kiss on the face. "I can't teach. Bulma is opening me, I can't breathe." Bulma forgot how proud her towering was. Don't wait to really suffocate Vegeta, so Bulma quickly released Vegeta. Vegeta was panting, her little face white. "No, you must find the Shenlong to make a wish so that the Scions can survive in a vacuum." Vegeta can no longer bear Bulma abusing him like this all day. "Wait for the resurrection of everyone, collect Dragon Balls next time, make a wish and make a wish. It's almost time, Goku has almost collected the Dragon Balls, let's go and revive everyone." "Good." Bulma nodded, and Vegeta led her to the front of the gravity chamber, and took Raditz with them. The reason he took Raditz and the two was to let them and everyone solve the conflict. After all, they will also live on Earth in the future. The four flew towards the celestial realm. At this time, Sun Wukong had already collected the Dragon Balls, and he was waiting for everyone in the celestial realm. Vegeta descends into the celestial temple. "Kakarot, collect the Dragon Balls." "Collect it. Look at the ground." Sun Wukong pointed to the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground. Vegeta nodded, and there were 2 nemesis next to him, one was Vic and the other was Tenjin. Vic watched the 2 of Raditz deadly, and it was Naba who killed him. After he died, he went with everyone to the Realm King Star to cultivate. He already knew about Vegeta's presence in Namex, but even after being resurrected, Vic still hated the 2 Scions. As for Vegeta, to be honest, Vic doesn't feel much, because Vegeta is not his killer, but his benefactor. And he's also an incredibly powerful Super Saiyan. Bike, since everyone is going to be resurrected, let's not forget it. Sun Wukong is interceding for his eldest brother. Humph. Vic snorted coldly, not knowing what to think in his heart. Vegeta shook her head, the grudge between them could only be washed away by time. "Kakarot, summon the dragon." Sun Wukong looked back and shouted, "Come out, Shenlong." The sky was black all of a sudden. A golden light shot up into the sky, and a green divine dragon appeared in the sky. I don't know how many times Bulma saw such a spectacular picture, but she was still shocked. She remembered that when she was a child, she called the dragon a green snake. It's funny to think about. The image of summoning the dragon also shocked Raditz and Naba, who discovered that the dragon was different from the dragon of Namex. Naba was thinking, should he quickly make a wish to Shenlong and let Shenlong grow his hair again? But after thinking about the consequences, it is estimated that you will be killed if you do this. While Naba was thinking that he would be killed, Shenlong had already begun his opening remarks. "Name your wish." Sun Wukong and Vegeta glanced at each other, and then spoke, "Let these people on the ground come back to life." There are Tianjin rice, dumplings, and Yamu tea lying on the ground. Your wish has been granted. The eyes of the divine dragon turned red, and instantly turned into a golden light and disappeared into the sky, and the dragon balls on the ground soared into the sky, turning into stones and flying away in all directions. Since seeing Vegeta, the dragon everywhere has stopped saying that sentence. After the divine dragon left, several people on the ground slowly opened their eyes. Tianjin Fan looked at the broken arm and muttered, "Finally resurrected." "Tianjin Rice, it's those 2 Scions." Dumpling gritted his teeth and pointed at the Raditz 2. The broken arm of Tianjin Rice was all done by those 2 Scions. "Look at what, believe it or not, it will kill you again." Raditz and Naba said viciously. You two guys talk nonsense again, I'll let Vegeta beat you up. Bulma slammed twice the two. Tianjin Rice's her friends, killed by Raditz and them, when others are resurrected, they are still so threatening, it makes people angry to think about. Feeling. Vegeta's cold gaze, Raditz and Naba shrunk their necks. Now it's okay, Bulma doesn't dare to mess with it. Dumplings. Tianjin Fan squeezed down the little hand of the dumpling, and then shook his head. These two scions are so powerful, I am afraid that they can't do it if they want revenge. Even if you have fought these two scions, there is an even more terrifying super scion next to them. The two thought about revenge. Yamcha ran to Sun Wukong's side, and said with a shocked face, Wukong, I know all about your battle in Namixing, it's so powerful. Ha ha ha. Sun Wukong touched his head blandly. Everyone began to talk about what happened after their deaths, but the most talked about was about Vegeta. This little guy is so strong that I panic, and I don't even know how he cultivates. Goku seems to be the same race as them. No wonder Goku had a tail when he was a child, it turns out that Goku is not an earthling. Is that Goku also able to transform into a Super Saiyan? Everyone, you talk to me one by one. Vic said coldly, they are all Scions, if they can all transform into Super Saions like that little brat, if they don't want to be pulled too far, let's hurry up and improve their strength. With that, Vic flew directly to the nether. Everyone was stunned in place. Bike's words were so true. Tianjin Rice, who didn't know what to think for a while, also left the celestial realm with dumplings. Chapter 54. Goku Bulma, that Vegeta, I'm gone too. Yamcha shook his hand and greeted everyone, and when he passed Vegeta, he hesitated, and finally said hello. To Yamcha's surprise, Vegeta actually nodded to him. Yamcha was very happy, after all, he was recognized by such a strong person, even though he was still just a child. Yamcha left the celestial realm, and Sun Wukong came over and said with a bitter face, Big brother, can you not talk like you just now? Raditz tried to retort, but opened his mouth and didn't speak again. Sun Wukong sighed, Big brother, you will all live here in the future, Tianjin Rice is my friend, if they cannot be resurrected, I may not forgive you. Got it, got it. Raditz was weak and did not dare to speak. Naba pouted, this Raditz is really humiliating, let his brother manage it like this, the Scion face is lost by him. You didn't hear Goku's words, and you can't talk like this in the future, otherwise I'll let Vegeta beat you. Bulma poked Naba and said, she found out that it was right to deal with these two and threaten them with Vegeta's name. Yes, yes, yes. Naba nodded vigorously. Raditz, what? Two living treasures. At this time, Vegeta said, Bulma, since everyone is resurrected, I plan to cultivate in the celestial realm for a while. Hey? Then you didn't teach me to fly? Bulma slumped as if abandoned by a scumbag. Don't worry, I'll go back soon, it'll take about 7 or 8 days. Vegeta said. He didn't want Bulma to worry, so he didn't tell Bulma that he was going to enter the Spirit Time House to cultivate, and once his strength did not reach the strength of Super 3, he would be trapped in it forever. What about me going to school, and you don't take me? The young ladies in school are thinking of you. Seeing his tone, Bulma estimated that there was no negotiation, so she said playfully. The corners of Vegeta's mouth twitched slightly, those women in school were really terrible, they would take out his eggs at every turn, he had never had this experience in his previous life. Are all the little ladies in the Dragon Ball world so open? Ha ha ha. Bulma wanted to laugh when she saw Vegeta's stunned look, and she planned to continue to take Vegeta to school later. Vegeta didn't know what she was thinking, and said to the Raditz too, if you want to transform into a Super Saiyan, you better train according to the training standards I gave you. By the way, remember to protect Bulma, if Bulma gets hurt, I will kill you. Hearing Vegeta's words, Bulma's heart warmed, and a beautiful smile appeared on her face. Got it. Raditz and the two nodded. How dare they refute it? Vegeta warned, and then gave them a sweet date. What I tell you, if you do it well, I will let you quickly improve your combat effectiveness. Seriously? Is it to let the Great Elder develop our potential? Raditz and the two of them have shed a lot. They have long wanted to skyrocket their strength like Kakarot. Bulma also wanted to see how far Raditz would break through. After all, he had just been exploited his potential. At that time, you will know, remember that I did not approve it, and you cannot find the Great Elder to develop your potential without permission. Vegeta warned coldly. The Great Elder in the anime died during the Namex event, and now the Great Elder looks very old and does not know what will be gone. It's better for them to stop disturbing the Great Elder. What's more, resurrecting the two from near death is the same result, that is, the process is more painful. Vegeta didn't know how many times he had died, and he had to let these two guys experience that taste. Vegeta's thoughts are unknown to the two, otherwise they will definitely say, Vegeta, you are similar to a dog. After explaining everything to them, Vegeta first sent Bulma and them back to the western capital, and then back to the celestial realm. Seeing that Vegeta was back again, Tenjin asked suspiciously, Vegeta, why are you back again? It was he who helped solve the Demon Realm's gate, but after so many years, Vegeta is still so young. I'll come back to Mr. Bobo. Mr. Bobo. Tenjin smiled. He had inherited the position of celestial god for so long, but he also knew a little about Bobo. In short, Bobo is very mysterious, and the gods of the past have been served by him. It's really thanks to you coming back this time, otherwise our Earth will be finished. Tenjin sighed. Vegeta waved his hand. If I were on Earth, these things wouldn't have happened, right? Your Great Elder of the Messies is in Bulma's house. Those are your people, you can go and see your people when you have time. Let's visit the Great Elder again after a while. The gods also wanted to see their own people. But he had been dead for so many days, and there were still many things to deal with on the earth, so he was still busy and went to visit the Great Elder. It's okay, the Great Elder will still live on Earth for more than 100 days, you can see how to do it. Vegeta knows that it will take 130 days for the Dragon Balls of Namex to activate, and they will not leave Earth until then. I'm going to find Mr. Bobo. After Vegeta finished speaking, without turning his head, he walked into the temple. Tenjin looked at Vegeta's back, he was still as reassuring as ever. The interior of the temple is huge, and a long corridor hovers over the edge of the temple, and through the window on the side, you can see the void outside. Follow the corridor to an enlarged hall. Of course, the space inside the temple does not stop there, there are also stairs on the side of the temple, which are the passage to the next floor. Mr. Bobo. Vegeta came to the hall, and Bobo Pan sat in the center of the hall. Bobo didn't have a trace of breath on him, but he always felt inexplicably mysterious. Bobo opened his eyes. You're back. Chapter 56. Vegeta nodded his little head and asked tentatively, Mr. Bobo, do you know something that I traveled through the wrong time? Bobo was silent for a moment. Meaningfully, an interesting little guy did it, and the matter of the Demon World Gate before was also because of her. Bobo is really not simple. Vegeta shook his little head, and he didn't expect that he was really ghosting when he was shuttling to the wrong time. And who will be called the funny little guy by Bobo? Then can you tell me which bastard did it? Vegeta looked at his little arms and legs, gritted his teeth and said. I can't tell you yet, why are you asking this? Bobo glanced at Vegeta. I want to kill that guy. Vegeta clenched his small fists, his eyes fiery. They. Corner of Bobo's mouth twitched slightly, and he said with deep meaning, you can't even beat a finger of others. Hey! Vegeta scratched his head and giggled. He was just angry just now, and Vegeta knew that someone who could unknowingly shuttle him through the wrong time and space must be powerful. It was natural that he was not an opponent, but when Bobo said this, Vegeta wanted to know who that person was. Vegeta looked at Bobo with his small eyes. Don't look, I won't tell you, if you don't die in the future, you will know who that person is. Undead. The corners of Vegeta's mouth twitched slightly. Did he look like a short-lived ghost in Bobo's eyes? Bobo looked at Vegeta, and his tone suddenly became serious. Do you know that casually intruding into time and space is a great sin? If you let the existence above the realm King God level know, you will be banished to the turbulence of time and space. This. Vegeta swallowed. He didn't know where the turbulence of time was, but Bobo said that it was definitely not a place for people to stay. Don't say so much, anyway, that future time and space already exist. Why are you here? Bobo smiled lightly. I want to enter the spirit time house to cultivate. Vegeta wiped the sweat from his face and sighed in relief. It is estimated that Bobo has said so, it should not be a big problem. You have entered the spirit time house once in the future time and space, and now you can still enter for a day. Bobo looked at Vegeta. You know all this? Vegeta exclaimed, could it be that Bobo in future space-time is also you? Bobo's identity has always been elusive, and in previous lives, some people speculated that Bobo in each time and space was his doppelganger. In this way, that speculation is true. Bobo looked at Vegeta quietly, and the hall became dead silent, and the atmosphere was particularly solemn. Bobo's unemotional eyes made Vegeta's scalp tingle. Mr. Bobo rarely said so much to him today, and Vegeta thought that Bobo was in a good mood today, but he was still frightened by his eyes. Mr. Bobo, don't look at me like that, I'm afraid. Vegeta swallowed his saliva and said teasingly. You are really not afraid of death? Bobo shook his head and didn't explain why he knew that Vegeta had entered the spirit time house in the future space-time. Follow me. Bobo stood up and walked out of the hall. Follow the long promenade to the outside of a house. Vegeta recognized which one it was, and this was the spirit time house. With your strength, you can only stay inside for a year at most, otherwise you will be trapped in it forever. Bobo opens the door to the spirit time house. There was a wisp of time wafting inside, and Vegeta nodded. He knew the seriousness of the matter, but still told Bobo about his plan. I plan to stay inside until my strength can break the dimensional barrier of the spirit time house and come out again. Whatever you want. Bobo didn't stop Vegeta and then turned and left. Looking at Bobo's back as he left, Vegeta shook his head. Bobo's identity is too mysterious, and I don't know why he is so special to himself. In anime, Bobo is just special to Goku. Can't figure it out, and Vegeta doesn't think about it anymore. He stepped into the spirit time house again. The environment inside was still so familiar, white, the air was very hot, and it didn't take long for Vegeta to feel the thirst in her throat. Is 7 or 8 years really enough time for me to break through to the super third state? Vegeta doubted himself a little. Staying here for such a while, I feel so uncomfortable, then staying for 7 or 8 years will go crazy. If you look at the development of the plot, the artificial human chapter will start soon. Vegeta's eyes became firm. He has already seen the strength of number 17 and number 18 in the future world, 2 words. Terrible. Even if he breaks through to the state of Super Saiyan now, he still can't defeat those 2 siblings, not to mention that there is an even more powerful Shiryu in the back. It's better to go crazy now than to go crazy without protecting Bulma. Vegeta began to sit on the ground. He was sorting out the martial arts in his mind. There are many martial arts that Bobo taught him, such as realm cultivation, and Saiyan bloodline sublimation methods. Even more terrifying is the Angel's cultivation martial arts, which is free to do the ultimate skill. However, Vegeta wants to learn to be at ease, and with his current strength, he can't do it at all. Vegeta looked at the realm cultivation method in his mind again. Realm cultivation can also be said to be dimensional or personal cultivation. integrate power into the body and bring about the sublimation of God and soul, so that realms, dimensions, or persons can change. This kind of person does not need to transform, and the normal combat effectiveness is the strongest. For example, the Earth Heavenly Gods and the Hades King, as well as the Northern Realm King, they have changed their dimensions or personalities after years of cultivation and precipitation. For ordinary people, such people stand in front of them, and they will feel a personal coercion. When this kind of person's realm cultivates to the level of the Realm King God, he will obtain endless life yuan. Above is the cultivation of the realm. Vegeta also sorted out the method of sublimation of scion blood. This road can also be called the road of strength. Compared to realm cultivation, bloodline sublimation is much simpler. The more S cells in the scion bloodline, the more scions can break through to a higher state. And the combat effectiveness will also receive an increase of more than dozens of times. When Vegeta saw this, he also knew the drawbacks of blood sublimation. In the early stage, Super 1 to Super 3, transformation into these states requires a lot of physical strength, until the scion bloodline sublimates to a certain point. Breaking through to the state of Super 4 or above, will solve this drawback. It is a bit like returning to the basics. Which path are you going to take? Vegeta muttered. A person's energy is already limited, it is impossible to take care of so much, and in the end it is necessary to choose a path. He had difficulty choosing in his previous life, but now he is faced with two choices. Vegeta analyzed both options. If you want to improve the cultivation in the realm in a short time, you must not be able to do it, and you must need to cultivate for a long time. The sublimation in the bloodline is different, it can break through its own shackles in a short time, and the power will skyrocket dozens or even hundreds of times in an instant. It's so annoying. Vegeta scratched his little head, his hair messed up by him. With difficulty choosing, he can't make a choice at all. Forget it, children make choices, adults have to take both paths. Vegeta shook his little head, and the look in his little round eyes became firm. Officers, when you see the last page, can you help me click on that reminder? Thank you guys. Thank you all for the gifts. Special thanks to whom for the reminder. Chapter 57. After choosing the path, Vegeta's irritable heart finally calmed down. The most important thing now is to improve combat effectiveness, and the cultivation of the realm is put aside first. Vegeta felt that time was a little pressing. In about 3 years, artificial humans would appear, and if he practiced realm, this time would not break through several realms at all, so that his strength would not be greatly improved. Coupled with the fact that Vegeta only wanted to cultivate in the Spirit Time House for 7 or 8 years, he had to gain great power during this time. Otherwise, they can't break the dimensional barrier in the Spirit Time House. Let's focus on strength training first. Soon, Vegeta developed a training schedule with daily training schedules. A set of punches, splitting moves, 100,000. One set of push UPS, 50,000. Do the above movements in 3 sets per day. Drink. Vegeta's first day began with punching and splitting moves. Every punch and kick he swings is his all-out blow. The movement of punching and sweeping legs is extremely fast and completely invisible to the naked eye. The fist wind drove the hot air, and one after another strong wind blew in the world of the Spirit Time House, rattling. Some time passed. After the training of the first group in the first column is completed, I feel that the power in my body has loosened a little. Vegeta sat down on the ground and rested. The environment inside the Spirit Time House is particularly harsh, with temperatures of 40 or 50 degrees when high and below 0 when low. To be honest, Vegeta trains in this environment, even if he has 6 million combat power normally, it is a bit unbearable. But in order to become stronger, this pain is nothing. Rested for a while. Next is push UPS. 49,998. 49999. 50,000. Vegeta endured the soreness of his muscles and struggled to finish the last push-up. The training of the first group was thus completed. "I'm really tired." Vegeta lay on the ground, as if he had been scooped up from water, sweat soaking his entire training suit. In less than half a day, Vegeta performed the training task on the training table. It was only once that Vegeta was about to die, and he had to do the same training twice. Thinking of this, Vegeta slumped. "I can endure it in the future time and space, and there is no reason why I can't bear it now." After resting for a while, Vegeta immediately collected his spirits and trained again. The time came at night. The temperature inside the spirit time house began to plummet. Vegeta was still training. It was the last set of training, and Vegeta gritted his teeth and finally put up with it to the end. "Ha-hoo, ha-hoo." Vegeta lay on the ground, panting heavily. The day's cultivation was over, and he now felt that there was not a single muscle in his body that was painless. Having regained some strength, Vegeta was finally able to get up from the ground. "Forget it, rest first." Vegeta went to the storage room to get something to eat, then went back to bed and rested. The day went by. The next day, Vegeta continued to repeat his previous training. Half a year has passed. Vegeta is doing all kinds of devilish training every day, and he has fully adapted to the training tasks on the training schedule. After a day's training, Vegeta was still able to stand up, and there was still a lot of chi left in his body. Flash cannon. Vegeta lunges, his hands folded, but his standing movement was a little trembling, as if his body had been hollowed out. As the shout fell, the flash cannon roared towards the void. Bang! A terrifying explosion occurred in the void, like hundreds of nuclear bombs exploding, and the entire world of the spirit time house trembled. Thump! Vegeta fell to the ground, his training clothes wet again with sweat. Ha-hoo, ha-hoo! Vegeta had no strength at all, and it was 100 flash cannons he unleashed. He completes the training tasks on the training table every day, and if there is still excess chi in his body, he will release all the remaining chi in his body through Qigong waves, so that the power in his body is squeezed into nothing. Wait until the next day, the chi in the body naturally recovers. Such a terrifying cultivation method is not without effect. Vegeta's use of chi has become more delicate in this half a year, and the same chi used to be now twice as powerful in his hands. Not only that, Vegeta's combat effectiveness broke through to 10 million combat effectiveness. Compared with before, Vegeta increased its combat power by 4 million, and this normal combat power transformed into a Super Saiyan and directly broke through to 500 million. Vegeta rested for a long time and finally regained some strength. Although the strength has broken through, this state is still too physically exhausting. Vegeta propped up with his hands on the ground and sat up from the ground. He knew that the Super 1 state had a full power state, which could keep the Super Saiyan all the time, even when fighting with others. It would not consume too much physical strength. How can I get into this state? Vegeta remembers that in the anime, Son Goku and Son Gohan enter the spirit time house, and the state they come out of to maintain is full power. When I came out, I was shocked. This state is not recorded in the information transmitted by Bobo, and it is estimated that it was developed by the Monkey King father and son. Vegeta thought about it, and he felt that he could only develop it on his own. An aristocratic school in the western capital. Bulma, where is your brother? Loyolan smiled. She is enchanting, only a little worse than Bulma, but far worse than Bulma in appearance. Why, you want to take out my Vegeta's eggs again? Bulma pouted. Lorraine was her best friend, her family was a real estate tycoon and one of the richest people in the world. Loyolan blushed, a little embarrassed to be said by his girlfriend, but who made that Vegeta look cool. How come? I want to say that your yellow hair is coming to you again. Loyolan pointed to the yellow hair in front of the school road. You don't have your brother's protection, it is estimated that this guy will entangle you again. She knew how powerful Vegeta's little fart was, and he had always protected Bulma, but she didn't see Vegeta come to school today. Him. Bulma rolled her eyes. I'll let people throw him into the sea to feed the fish later. Not only did Vegeta not like Bulma being pestered by other boys, but she herself didn't want to be pestered by other boys. Bulma just wants to wait for Vegeta to grow up and then have monkeys with him. Luo Lan was speechless. Was it serious to throw others into the sea to feed the fish? Thank you all for your gifts. Special thanks to Tahum for the reminder. Chapter 58. While speaking, the yellow-haired man held a rose in his hand, and he also walked over with a few of his subordinates. Miss Bulma, are you free to go to the movies tonight? After that, he also looked around, and the cool little fart did not appear, and he was relieved. The corners of Luo Lan's mouth twitched slightly. His father is the owner of a global restaurant chain, and his family has a lot of wealth, and he can also study in this aristocratic school. Luo Lan directly mocked, Huang Mao, aren't you afraid that Vegeta will kill you later? Miss Bulma, I have a heart for you. Huang Mao ignored this eye-catching Luo Lan. Bulma looked at Huang Mao, and her chest rose and fell with anger. I'll give you a chance, get out immediately, otherwise you will regret it later. That's right, the so-called fair lady. Bulma's eyes burst into flames and she threw a punch. The air immediately resounded with the sound of explosions. Huang Mao was instantly hit, directly spit out a mouthful of blood, and flew upside down for more than 10 meters. Bulma, you're amazing. Luo Lan covered his rosy little mouth and said in shock. What did she see? She saw a weak woman in Bulma and beat an adult more than 10 meters away. The other side. Seeing Huang Mao rolling down on the ground, his subordinates quickly picked up Huang Mao. Young Master Huang, what's wrong with you? Miss Bulma, you are too cruel, wait for our boss's revenge. Yellow-haired subordinates blamed Bulma. Bulma said coldly, don't mess with me, or throw your boss's family into the sea to feed the fish. Luo Lan's eyes lit up, she felt that Bulma was so domineering. However, with the strength of Bulma's family, he does have this ability. Putting down the cruel words, several people quickly fled the school with yellow hair. At this time, a figure walked in the aisle of the school, his hair was particularly long. Raditz wondered, Bulma, what's going on here? It's okay, I'll call you and Naba again if something happens. Yes. Raditz nodded, his resolute side face was seen by Luo Lan, and her heart fluttered. Luo Lan's face instantly blushed, Bulma, who is he, so handsome? Humph. Raditz snorted coldly, the woman of the earth he was not interested in. Bulma, hurry up and introduce me. As if he didn't see Raditz's expression, Lorraine kept shaking Bulma's arm. Okay, okay. Bulma was so shaken that she couldn't stand it, and said, his name is Raditz, my friend. Her name is Luo Lan, and she is my best friend. Bulma looked at Raditz and pointed to Lorraine again. Luo Lan said shyly, hello Raditz, are you free tonight? After saying that, Luo Lan covered her face, this was the first time she was so bold. Bulma. Raditz. This woman is so bold, if she had shelved the previous Raditz, Raditz would have blasted her to scum. Seeing that Raditz did not speak, Luo Lan was extremely shy in his heart, and slowly moved away from Bulma and came to Raditz. Bulma covered her face, I also obeyed you, can you not be so blatant, this guy is not half as handsome as Vegeta. You know your brother, I think Raditz is much more handsome than Vegeta. Luo Lan Jiao snorted. Ahem. Raditz coughed twice, a little unimpressed on the surface, but extremely useful inside. It's still that this woman has a bit of an eye. Don't look, I'm going home. Bulma glanced at Raditz. Raditz understood and began to walk outside the school. Don't go. Lorraine wanted to catch up. Bulma pulled her and said helplessly, he will continue to come tomorrow, don't chase it. After that, Bulma spread her legs and ran, and the 10 points of combat power were vividly exerted by her, and Loyolan couldn't catch up with her at all. Loyolan stomped his foot and said angrily, "You remember to continue to let him come tomorrow." These days, Raditz and Naba take turns picking up Bulma to and from class. Raditz returned home with Bulma, who was about to leave for training. Raditz, stop. What's wrong? Raditz stopped, a little puzzled. Bulma looked at Raditz with an evil smile and said, "I want you to help me do something." "No, I'm going to train." "Are you sure?" Bulma pouted. Seen by Bulma, Raditz's heart suddenly tightened, and he said weakly, "Vegeta asked me to train according to his training content every day. You don't help me, then when Vegeta comes back, I say you bully me." Bulma laughed. Raditz wants to say, "You are the devil. Knowing by Vegeta, you can't beat him to death? What's the matter, you say?" Raditz resolutely admitted. Bulma suppressed her voice and whispered to Raditz about what she wanted him to do. Raditz understood and nodded his head from time to time. After Bulma finished speaking, Raditz immediately flew into the sky and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Looking at the figure of Raditz leaving, Bulma lay on the sofa, and the whole person was very happy. After a while, Bulma's smile faded. "How boring, abominable Vegeta." Bulma scratched her blue hair, and Vegeta had only been away from her for a day, and she couldn't stand it. It will be 7 days before Vegeta returns. Bulma counted her fingers and muttered. "Can't hold Vegeta, she's getting bored." Bulma is troubled, and Vegeta is troubled in the Spirit Time House. Vegeta cultivated here for a year, and his strength broke through to 14 million combat power. He trains devilishly every day and releases the Chi in his body every day, so that Vegeta's mastery of Chi becomes more proficient. The full power state that Vegeta has been chanting about has also been mastered by him, and he now trains in this state every day. Although Vegeta has made great progress. But when Vegeta had a whim one day and wanted to cultivate in the realm, he found that the stronger his normal power, the more difficult it was to fuse his power deep into his body. In this way, it is difficult to improve the gods and souls in the body. Maid, who would have thought this? Vegeta sat on the ground, a golden cloud of hair on top of his head, and his hair was about to be turned into a chicken nest by him. "It seems that you can only slow down your strength cultivation first." Vegeta thought a lot, and found that if he wanted to take both paths, he couldn't just focus on cultivating power, otherwise when the path of strength became stronger, the realm road would be full of thorns and he would never be able to go on. After thinking about this, Vegeta put down his strength training and began to cultivate in the realm. Chapter 59. The cultivation in the realm pays attention to a quiet word. Vegeta sits in the white world of the Spirit Time House and calms down. He guided the breath in his body and practiced according to the cultivation method of wave conduction. Practiced for a while. Vegeta finds it easy for him to enter the state, especially in the control of God and soul, although he still has difficulty fusing his powers. Could it be because you have cultivated the ethereal mind before? Vegeta thought about it and realized that this could really be the case. In the message that Bobo transmitted to him, there was such an introduction, and the ethereal realm had 3 stages. First of all, it must be quieter than the sky. Secondly, it must be faster than lightning. Finally, the two combine to enter the ethereal realm. Before Vegeta cultivated in the spiritual time house of future time and space, he was able to achieve the first stage. Entering the first stage, it can make people particularly responsive, and Vegeta relies on this to avoid a large number of attacks when fighting against the future Trunks and the future Vegeta. Others want to hit him, but they can't touch him at all, but Vegeta can fight back whenever he wants. As for the latter 2 stages of cultivation, Vegeta found that with his state of mind, he couldn't do this for the time being. Regardless of how much he has, as long as it is useful for realm cultivation. Vegeta shook his head and continued to cultivate in the realm. As he calmed down, the ethereal aura on Vegeta's body grew stronger. A little bit of crystal light flickered around, like fireflies. It was particularly gorgeous. Time passes minute by minute. 3 years went on. Too slow. Vegeta withdrew the mysterious aura from his body. In these 3 years, he has led his power to the sublimation of the divine soul, and the personality in his body has become a little different. If the heavenly God is here, he will definitely find that the person or dimension in his body is similar to that of the cat immortal. You must know that the cat immortal has lived for more than 800 years, cultivated for so long, and the realm is only so little. Monster. Vegeta is really a monster. He has only cultivated for 3 years, and the person in his body has become similar to that of a cat immortal. However, this speed Vegeta is not satisfied. I always feel that after breaking through to this realm, the speed behind has become much slower. Is it because the power of normality is too high? Vegeta was upset. He had already experienced the benefits of the realm. To know that if Vegeta transforms into a Super Saiyan, there is only an increase in the power in the bloodline, how much chi he releases, how much chi can others sense. But he is cultivating the realm at the same time. The realm does not bring an increase in Vegeta's combat effectiveness, but it can hide his exposed aura, and the higher the realm, the more the aura will be hidden. When Vegeta reaches the realm of gods, his power will be filled with the breath of gods, which mortals will not perceive at all. Of course, the benefits are not only that. Vegeta found that although the realm does not bring an intuitive increase in combat power, it can strengthen his strength. For example, 3 years ago, he used the same chi, but he was twice as powerful as before. Now that Vegeta has stepped into the first realm, if he uses the same chi, his power will be increased by 5 times before. According to the conversion of combat strength, Vegeta now has a normal combat power of 14 million, and the power he can display can reach 90 million combat power. If you break through to Super Saiyan status, obedient, it can reach 4.5 billion combat power. This is already about the same as Lightning Shrew. Although it has not broken through to the Super Second state, it has reached the strength of Super 2 in terms of strength. Thinking of this, Vegeta lay down in the spirit time house and relaxed slightly. There are still 3 years to be almost adulthood, and I don't know if I can break the dimensional barrier by then. In this white world, such a harsh environment here, Vegeta has long been adapted. At this time, his heart was very lonely. He had not spoken to anyone for 4 years, and now he especially wanted to talk to someone. I miss Bulma even more. I remember saying that I would take Bulma to a barbecue, but I didn't take her there. Remember to say that she taught her to fly, but she didn't teach it. Alas! Vegeta sighed, his heart filled with the graceful figure of Bulma. Continuing to lie down, Vegeta thought of the two of Raditz again. I don't know how Raditz and Naba are cultivating. Say yes to let them quickly improve their strength. Vegeta looked at this white world. He actually thought about bringing them in to cultivate together. But only 2 people can come in at a time in the spirit time house. And Vegeta doesn't know if he can break through to the strength of Super 3 in just 8 years. If they can't, they're going to stay in it longer. Continue to cultivate. Vegeta sat up, his eyes firm. He has to break through to the strength of Super 3 in the remaining time. 8 days passed. An aristocratic school in Zidu. Luolan lay on the table and looked at Bulma, and said happily, Bulma, have you heard, the chain stores of the Huang Mao family have all been smashed in the past few days. The news on TV was covered. The corners of Bulma's mouth turned up slightly. This is what she asked Raditz to do. It won't be you who did it. Lorraine noticed Bulma's expression and asked tentatively. Bulma put away her light smile and said lightly, how can it be me? I don't have that kind of strength. Not strong yet, bah. Luolan scolded with a smile. The Bulma family is the richest man in the world, and there is nothing difficult about dealing with an upstart. That's right. Luolan suddenly blushed and asked, will Raditz come to pick you up today? Naba picked me up today, what's wrong? That bald head again. Luolan was a little depressed, grabbed Bulma Jade's hand, and begged, Can you let Raditz come and pick you up? What are you pestering Raditz all day? That guy is really not handsome at all, right? Loyolan pouted and said with slight anger, I don't allow you to say that about Raditz. Good, good, I won't talk about him. Bulma is really okay, anyway, she thinks Raditz is really not handsome at all. Humph. Loyolan Jiao snorted, and then shook Bulma's arm, coquettishly, Bulma begs you, let Raditz come and pick you up. I really can't stand it, can't I let him come? Bulma immediately sent a message with the communication bracelet, receiving a message from Raditz, saying that it was Naba who picked her up today and had nothing to do with him. Seeing that Lorraine was about to post it again, Bulma quickly threatened Raditz, saying that he would not come again, and wait for Vegeta to come back today to make you look good. As soon as this message was sent, a message was immediately received that read. Coming. Chapter 60. School soon came to the end of the day. Lorraine and Bulma walked towards the school road. Suddenly, two bodyguards in black suits appeared in front of the two carrying a stretcher. On the stretcher lay a guy covered in bandages, like a mummy. Although this guy was wrapped all over, Bulma and Lorraine could still recognize who he was from the few yellow hairs that this man exposed. Isn't this man the nouveau riche yellow-haired? How did you get beaten so badly by others? Seeing the report, I guess I offended people, and all the chain stores in their homes were smashed. The classmates passing by next to them all recognized this arrogant yellow hair. The bodyguard walked up to the two women and bent down respectfully, Miss Bulma, our boss asked our young master to confess his mistake to you, please raise your noble hand and let him go. As soon as these words came out, everyone around was in an uproar. It turns out that this yellow hair offended Miss Bulma, it's really fatal, don't they know that Miss Bulma is Dr. Brive's daughter? It is estimated that this yellow hair is a color obsession. Hey, why isn't that cool little guy there, otherwise Huang Mao might have to die here on the spot. You're talking about the little guy named Vegeta. But no, that little guy's kung fu is so powerful. Loyolan looked at Bulma, covered his mouth and smiled, still say that you didn't do it. No wonder Vegeta hasn't appeared these days, let's say, did you let your brother do it? Lorraine scratched Bulma's waist. Cluck, okay, stop messing around. Bulma patted Loyolan's salty pig hand, came to the bodyguard, and pouted, you let him personally admit his mistake, otherwise I will still find trouble with your boss. After that, Bulma showed 2 rows of white teeth, and the devilish smile made the 2 bodyguards chill in their hearts. The bodyguard wiped the sweat on his face, look at the state of my young master, can you speak? Ha ha ha, yes. Bulma covered her mouth and smiled, originally this yellow hair hit her with a punch, and it didn't hurt so badly. So why is he still like this? That's because without Vegeta for the past few days, Bulma was so bored that she asked Raditz to beat Huang Mao again. At this time, Huang Mao suddenly made a sound of muttering, and he saw a familiar figure flying through the sky, that person was the shadow of his life. The next moment, Raditz walked in from outside the school. Bulma, let's go. Raditz said lightly. Ah! Raditz! Lorraine's eyes lit up, and he quickly walked to Raditz's side, causing Bulma to embarrass for a while. Bulma pointed to Huang Mao and said coldly, let this guy not appear in front of me in the future, otherwise your boss's family will be thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Yes, yes, yes. The bodyguard disappeared in the eyes of everyone with yellow hair in an instant. Do Bulma want to beat that guy again? Raditz said. It turns out that Bulma asked you to do it, so where did Vegeta go? Loyolan wondered. Hearing Loyolan's words, Raditz also served this woman, and asked Bulma to call him over for the first 2 days, which was really a waste of his training time. If it weren't for the fact that this woman was still discerning and said that he was more handsome than Vegeta, Raditz would have wanted to kill her quietly. Loyolan, you are really nosy. Bulma pinched Loyolan's little face. and her fair face instantly crumpled into a ball. Although Lorma was not as good looking as Bulma, but at this moment, Raditz actually felt that Loyolan was a little cute. To hell with it. Hey, Raditz, why are you blushing? Lorraine broke free from Bulma's small hand and walked to Raditz, looking at his resolute side face. The four eyes are facing each other, and the air stagnates for a moment. Yes. Raditz did not dare to look at Lorraine. The woman's gaze was poisonous, making him careful of liver plopping. Yes, you won't be sick, will you? Loyolan was a little worried, and quickly reached out to Raditz's forehead and touched it. At this time, Raditz's face turned even redder. Wow, it's hot! Lorraine exclaimed. Raditz quickly pulled away, his eyes wandered, and he said, nonsense, it is estimated that the weather is too hot. Well, yes, the weather is too hot. You also know that my hair is relatively long, a little unbearable. The corners of Bulma's mouth twitched slightly. If she really believed it, it would be hell. This guy won't fancy Loyolan anymore. That, we should go. Raditz quickly turned around, not daring to look at Lorraine again. You guy. Bulma smiled. Raditz's eyes were a little strange when she looked at Loyolan these days. She felt that Raditz was really likely to be interesting to Loyolan, and then let go of Loyolan's hand. Loyolan, I should go back, see you tomorrow. Don't be in a hurry to leave. Loyolan hadn't finished speaking. A vast breath suddenly appeared in the sky, and the entire earth trembled. Boom! The earth shakes the mountains and shakes the earth. One after another the sound of air explosions resounded in the sky, and the powerful force made the sky appear a grid-like crack, as if the sky was about to be shattered. In an instant, the whole world fell into panic. Raditz, I'm afraid. Lorraine was shocked, and she quickly grabbed Raditz's hand. Bulma was no better, but fortunately Raditz supported her. What's wrong with Raditz? Bulma was very nervous, and since she was exploited by the Great Elder, she was particularly sensitive to this momentum. She felt that this movement was even more terrifying than the movement of Frisia's transformation. It's Vegeta's breath. Raditz was ecstatic. It seems that Vegeta has broken through again. Let's go up to the celestial realm. Raditz directly took the two women with him, turned into a white light, and soared into the sky. At the same time, 7 or 8 white rays of light appeared from all over the earth, all flying towards the heavenly realm. Flying into the void, Loyolan was already startled. It turned out that Raditz could fly. Raditz, it's Goku them. Bulma then pointed into the distance. I saw 2 white lights coming instantly. It was Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan. Then figures flew around. Klin, Yamcha, Bike, Dumplings, Tianjin Rice are all here. Sun Wukong said hello to everyone. Bulma greeted everyone very happily, knowing that Vegeta was about to return to her. Of all the people present, only Loyolan was terrified. They all fly. Thank you for your continued support. Thank you for always helping me order power generation for love. There is also a special thank you to Taking, Moral Tianzun for the milk tea. Thank you for your continued support. Special thanks to Fathead Big Ear who likes big tea medicine for the urging charm. Special thanks to A's of Envy for sending flowers and urging charms. Chapter 61. Raditz, why did you bring her with you? Bulma held her head and was speechless. Raditz lowered his mouth, and he took this woman with him for a moment. Loyolan grabbed Bulma's hand and said excitedly. Bulma, how can you fly? I'll explain it to you later, let's go to the heavenly realm first. Bulma looked at Loyolan, and then said to everyone. Good. Sun Wukong and they nodded. They ignored this strange woman and prepared to fly to the heavenly realm. However, click! An even more terrifying popping sound resounded throughout the universe. The powerful airwave made everyone fly hundreds of kilometers backwards. Loyolan was terrified. Fortunately there was Raditz to protect her. otherwise she was afraid to be shocked on the spot. Woohoo! The wind howled, and the violent wind began to slowly calm down as time passed. It is estimated that Vegeta has broken through, let's go. Sun Wukong glanced at everyone, and suddenly turned into a white light, and the whole person disappeared into the void. Everyone next to them glanced at each other, nodded their heads in unison, and disappeared into the void. After everyone left. Are you all right? Raditz pouted, trying to appease Lauren, but his personality made it a little difficult for him to open his mouth. It's okay. Loyolan clutched Raditz tightly, looked at Bulma with a calm face, and was surprised. Bulma, with such a terrifying momentum, how can you not be frightened? Well, my brother has seen a lot of this kind of scene with me, so I'm not afraid. Bulma smiled. Vegeta. Lorraine muttered. Just now she heard Raditz say, this momentum was made by Vegeta, is that little fart so terrifying? Let's go too. Ignoring Loyolan's reaction, Raditz led the two to the Celestial Realm. Reach the Celestial Realm. One voice after another came. Vegeta, how did you grow taller? Vegeta, you made that momentum just now. The breath on your body is not right, it can't be so weak. A group of people gathered around a person, and their voices were very surprised. Bulma pulled Lorraine closer. When Bulma saw the person surrounded, it was a handsome man less than 1.7 meters, his hair stood high like flames, his cheeks were angular, his forehead was high and smooth, and his eyebrows were straight. Looking at his familiar hair and deep, invisible eyes, Bulma recognized who he was. Vegeta. You. How did you suddenly grow so big? Bulma was shocked, the man's appearance was definitely Vegeta. Bulma. Vegeta rushed away from everyone and instantly appeared beside Bulma. Plop. Vegeta took her into his arms. What's wrong with you? Bulma wrinkled her eyebrows, and Vegeta's mood was strange. Vegeta wrapped his arms around her tightly, burying his head in her hair, smelling the familiar smell. Holding Bulma, he was silent for a while. Finally see you again. Vegeta sniffed, he felt the softness in his arms, and the loneliness in his heart dissipated in an instant. It's been 8 years. He hadn't seen Bulma in 8 years. Now he finally saw her who he had always missed. Bulma hugged him tightly. Vegeta, what's wrong with you? I missed you. Vegeta buried his head in her arms, his voice particularly strange, and he seemed to be a little choked. It's normal for Vegeta to show this expression, the world of the Spirit Time House is very wide, in those 8 years, no one has spoken to him. Only one person lives in it, the loneliness can be imagined. Not only that, the environment of the Spirit Time House is particularly harsh, and if ordinary people live in it for a period of time, they may have hallucinations. If it weren't for Vegeta's cultivation realm, his spiritual power and divine soul were extremely powerful, I'm afraid that in less than 3 years, he would have gone crazy. I missed you too. Bulma hugged Vegeta tightly. During these 8 days, she also thought that Vegeta had thought crazy. Except for the time when Vegeta had just disappeared as a child, she hadn't tried this feeling again. Bulma, I'm going to take you to a barbecue tomorrow and teach you to fly. Vegeta drilled in her arms. You finally remembered to take me to a barbecue, how many years have it been? Bulma pursed her lips. I always remember, I always remember. Vegeta continued to speak. In the Spirit Time House, he has always remembered these 2 things, and it is these 2 things that have always supported him. The two hugged. After a while, seeing that Vegeta's mood stabilized a bit, Bulma spoke, Vegeta, why did you suddenly grow up? Yes. Everyone looked over. Sun Wukong said, and why is your chi so weak? Vic nodded, this can defeat the existence of Frisia, how can his aura be so weak? Thinking of this, Vic glanced at Klin and felt that Vegeta's breath was similar to Klin's. Looking at Bike's eyes, where does Klin not know what he is thinking? Klin really wants to say something to Bike, are you polite? Vegeta lay in Bulma's arms, looked at everyone and said, you guys are so noisy. He just came out of the spirit time house, can't he and Bulma get together properly? Bulma saw Vegeta tilting his head sideways, and quickly pressed his head back to her chest with her hand, and said to the crowd, that is, you are noisy. After that, Bulma didn't forget to snort. Vegeta continued to enjoy Bulma's soft soothing. Everyone fell silent en masse. This pair of dog men and women. Only Raditz and Lorraine stood outside the crowd, and the two looked at each other and did not speak. Half a day has passed. Vegeta was still holding Bulma. On one side there was a group of people. The incomparable silence of the heavens. Abominable Vegeta. Sun Wukong wanted to know how Vegeta suddenly grew up, and what level of strength he had reached now, but looking at Vegeta's appearance, he obviously didn't plan to say it yet. Klin looked at Vegeta and gritted his teeth, I really want to beat him up. It's like you've beaten it. Vic pouted, taunting mercilessly. Klin. After another moment, Bulma held Vegeta's head and felt her chest tingle a little. Okay, almost, everyone is in a hurry. No, I'm going to hold you all the time. Bulma was stunned, then tugged at Vegeta's ears and said angrily, get me up. She also wondered why Vegeta had suddenly grown taller. Pulled ears. SHHH. Vegeta pretended to scream in pain. Bulma hurriedly pushed him back to his place, her little hands kept rubbing his ears, coaxing, it doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt. A black line appeared in everyone's heads. Completely speechless. Vegeta was in a better mood and finally raised his head. Everyone looked at Vegeta deadly. Even Raditz and Lorraine leaned in. Vegeta glanced at everyone, you should be curious why I suddenly grew taller. Thank you for your continued support. Thank you for always helping me order power generation for love. And special thanks to Taking, Moral Tianzun for the milk tea. Special thanks to Fathead Big Ear who likes big tea medicine for the urging charm. Special thanks to A's of Envy for sending flowers and urging charms. Chapter 62. Everyone obviously wanted to know, but they didn't speak, making Vegeta feel uncomfortable there alone. Don't want to know. Vegeta smiled, ha ha ha, since everyone doesn't want to know, then I won't say it. After that, Vegeta buried his head in Bulma's chest again, soft and comfortable. Bulma's little face instantly blushed, this guy really didn't have a serious deal. After a while, Sun Wukong couldn't stand it anymore and spoke, say it quickly. Seeing Vegeta's abominable face, the corners of Bike's mouth twitched, and if he hadn't been able to beat it, he would have sworn to let Vegeta eat a spicy hot pot. Even Son Gohan and Dumplings want to beat Vegeta, this person is really hateful. Stop teasing everyone. Now Bulma stopped using Vegeta and began to tug hard at his ears. Vegeta pouted, and finally spoke, Kakarot, you should know about the Spirit Time House. Spirit Time House. Sun Wukong was instantly stunned. When he was a child, he once entered the Spirit Time House, but the environment inside was too bad, and he ran out in less than a month. Tianjin Fan looked at Sun Wukong, what is the Spiritual Time House? Goku, do you know what a Spirit Time House is? Everyone was very puzzled. Sun Wukong glanced at everyone and spoke, if Vegeta enters the Spirit Time House, then the fact that he suddenly grew taller can be said. Looking at everyone's puzzled expressions, Sun Wukong continued, the Spirit Time House is a very magical room, 1 year inside is equivalent to 1 day outside, as long as Vegeta enters for 2 days, he can spend 2 years inside. Scions have a long adolescence, and only when they are adults do scions grow taller overnight. It is believed that Vegeta spent 2 years in the Spirit Time House before he suddenly grew up. After all, Sun Wukong also cultivated in the celestial realm for 3 years, and then grew up overnight. Hearing the magic of the spirit time house, Yamacha was shocked. There is such a magical room in the world. Can we also enter that room? Everyone spoke, and even Raditz was eager to enter the room. Sun Wukong glanced at Vegeta. He was still talking to Bulma. Sun Wukong's brain cut a black line, and he could only explain to everyone. If you want to go, you can go. Soon Sun Wukong said the precautions of the spirit time house. It's also nice that one person can go in for 2 days in his lifetime. Klin's eyes widened. He also wanted to use the spirit time house to cultivate. After all, his former partner Sun Wukong no longer knew how many times stronger than him. Now is not the late stage of Dragon Ball. As a fellow disciple of the Turtle Immortals, Klin still has a self-motivated heart in his heart. Tianjin Fan looked at Klin and said lightly, "Didn't you hear that the environment inside is so bad? Can you keep going? Hold on." Hearing this word, everyone shook their heads. In order to make greater progress in martial arts, they were not even afraid of death. What was the harsh environment in the spirit time house? Tianjin Fan also thought of this, and just after saying this, he also closed his mouth. That's right. Sun Wukong only remembered the terrifying momentum just now. Vegeta, did you make that momentum just now? Did you break through again? Everyone looked at Vegeta. Vegeta was still holding Bulma, smelling the fresh fragrance on her body, and her heart was peaceful. Hey! He realized that everyone was looking at him. What are you looking at me like that? Everyone was speechless. A pair of dog men and women. Then Bulma repeated what they had just said to Vegeta. Vegeta immediately replied, "I got this when you said this." That movement was made by him breaking the dimensional barrier of the spirit time house. So how strong are you now? Compared with Vegeta's height, everyone is more concerned about what level Vegeta's strength has improved. This. Vegeta thought for a while, and found it difficult to describe his strength, so he blinked his eyes and said very seriously, "All of you combined are not my opponents." As soon as these words came out, everyone fell silent. Let's just say it, why use them to measure his strength? It's really infuriating. And Vegeta's words are the same as fart. Before Vegeta, they couldn't beat it, and now Vegeta has broken through again. How did they fight? Looking at Vegeta's serious expression, everyone's teeth itched. I really want to beat him up. Klin gritted his teeth. At this time, Sun Wukong also sprayed 2 streams of turbid gas and nodded in agreement. Did you beat him? Although Vic also wanted to punch Vegeta, he taunted mercilessly. Sun Wukong was annoyed in his heart, and looked at Vic deadly. "Vic, don't go later, I'll talk to you. Don't let them say cruel words." Sun Wukong is a little unbearable. He will wait to let Vic know why the flower is so red. No, why are the flowers so green? Vic was stared at by Sun Wukong's fiery eyes, and his back suddenly cooled, and he suddenly disappeared into the heavenly realm. "If you don't leave, you will die." Sensing Bike's movements, Sun Wukong took Sun Gohan and disappeared into the celestial realm. Everyone figured out the reason for Vegeta's sudden growth, and knew that the momentum just now was emitted by Vegeta's breakthrough, so they no longer continued to stay in the celestial realm. As for the faint aura on Vegeta's body, it is estimated that what technique was used to hide it, this is someone else's secret, and everyone does not want to ask more. And the matter of the spiritual time house, wait for them to adjust their state, and then decide to go inside. I'm gone too. Klin flew in the direction where Vic flew. He wanted to see how Son Goku beat Vic up. Then there is a chance. See you next time. Tianjin Rice and Dumplings also jumped from the heavenly realm. Vegeta, Bulma, goodbye. Yamcha greeted the two. Seeing Vegeta nodding to him, Yamcha was very happy. After all, this was the recognition of him by the strong, and then disappeared in place. Only Vegeta, Bulma, Raditz, and Lorraine remain in the celestial realm. You! How can you all fly? Luolan looked at several people, and she finally had a chance to speak. Lorraine? How did you end up here? Vegeta was impressed by this woman, and when she was at Bulma's school, she was the one who spent all day thinking about pulling out his eggs. Raditz brought her with you. Bulma explained what had just happened. At this time, Vegeta looked at Raditz, and there was a chill behind Raditz. Lorraine blocked in front of Raditz, and then said, "Why are you looking at my Raditz like this? You still haven't answered my question." Vegeta looked at Bulma, pointed at Raditz, and the two wondered, "What is she?" Bulma smiled helplessly, "This is fancy Raditz." Vegeta held his head. He really didn't expect Raditz to have spring as well. Chapter 63. Luolan stepped forward, put his arm around Bulma, and said flatteringly, "Bulma, how can you fly?" Today encountered too many things that shocked her. Originally thought that the earth-shaking picture was caused by a natural disaster. Who would have thought that this was caused by a little fart child? This is not over. That little fart child suddenly grew into an adult in a few days, and his partners around him can fly. Is there anything more exaggerated than that? Our Earth is actually protected by a group of powerful martial artists, and they can all fly. Bulma explained to her. So you're all those powerful martial artists? Luolan suddenly realized, no wonder Bulma could knock an adult flying more than 10 meters with one punch. I can't fly yet. Bulma looked at Vegeta, and then smiled shyly, but it's also fast. Vegeta told her that starting tomorrow, he would teach her to fly. Luolan had seen everyone flying unrestrained, and she had enjoyed it herself, and in her heart she was envious that Bulma could also fly. Thinking of this, Luolan put his arm around Raditz. "Raditz, I also want to learn to fly. You let me go." Raditz's arms were wrapped in softness, and his breathing suddenly tightened, trying to break free, but afraid of hurting her. Seeing this scene, the corners of Vegeta's mouth twitched slightly. Can this fool also be liked? To hell with it. Leave them alone, let's go back. Vegeta didn't care about Raditz anymore, directly hung Bulma on his chest, and then flew down from the celestial realm. The sunset sky is orange-yellow, and a few white clouds float in the sky, which is so beautiful. Vegeta flew very slowly, and Bulma was held by him like a koala. The two were close to each other and looked at each other. Feeling Vegeta's sudden force, Bulma stretched out two green onion white jade hands, held his cool face, and looked at him. "What's wrong with you? I missed you." "I missed you too." Bulma smiled and gave Vegeta a quick kiss on the lips. "I didn't expect my brother Vegeta to grow up." Hee hee. Vegeta licked the kissed mouth, feeling sweet. Looking at the wonderful person in front of him, a pair of watery eyes are embedded under the willow leaf brows, the white and delicate face can be broken, and when you look down slightly, you can see that her clothes are raised in an amazing arc. Vegeta's heart rippled. If he wanted to say who the most beautiful woman in Dragon Ball was, he would definitely say it was Bulma, and he couldn't refute it. Not because of anything, just because this is his daughter-in-law. Bulma suddenly remembered something and asked, "Hey, didn't Goku just say that the Spirit Time House can only be entered for 2 days? Why did you disappear for 8 days?" "Because I've been in the Spirit Time House for 8 years, otherwise how do you think I suddenly grew up?" "What?" Bulma's pupils shrank sharply, but she remembered that when Sun Wukong said the precautions of the Spirit Time House, he said that a person can only stay in it for 2 days in his life, otherwise he will be permanently trapped inside. "Then how did you get out?" "I'm strong enough to break through that dimensional barrier and come out." Vegeta's tone was light-hearted, but the truth wasn't that simple. In order to be able to come out of it on time, he trained every day, and every time his body was severely damaged by cultivation, he would eat a fairy bean. Over time, he has consumed tens of thousands of immortal beans, and now Vegeta has less than 20,000 immortal beans left. Finally, he broke through to the level of the heavenly god in the realm, and with the state of Super 2, he successfully broke the dimensional barrier. Yes, he did not break through to the super third state, but because he cultivated the realm at the same time, he could break the dimensional barrier in the super second state. Hearing Vegeta say that he had broken the dimensional barrier before coming out of it, Bulma was so angry that her whole body trembled. No wonder Vegeta kept saying he was thinking about her. It turned out that he hadn't seen himself in 8 years. Bulma, what's wrong with you? You guy, if you can't get out of it, then what will I do? Bulma buried her head in Vegeta's arms, her voice choked. She knew that Vegeta must have been afraid that she was worried, so she didn't say it to her in the first place. Yes. I'm sorry. Vegeta hugged Bulma tightly, his head rubbing against her blue hair. He was just afraid that Bulma was worried, so he didn't say it, but he didn't expect to make Bulma worry in the end. But this is also a matter of no way, since Frieza has appeared, then artificial people will appear soon. If you don't quickly improve your strength, how to protect Bulma at that time? Do you want to be able to defeat the artificial man with his super state? Foolish dreams. After a while, Vegeta flew into the sky with Bulma in her arms. Bulma, I was wrong, forgive me. Humph. Bulma buried her head in his arms. His Vegeta brother had grown up, and his mature breath smelled so good. Don't forgive me yet. Don't forgive you. Bulma snorted. Then I won't teach you to fly tomorrow. You dare. Why wouldn't I dare? Speaking of this, Vegeta smiled wickedly, I dare to do this. Bulma's moist vermilion lips were instantly covered with a wave of warmth. A few minutes later. Separate lips. Bulma blushed shyly, and buried her head in Vegeta's arms again, and her heart was particularly beautiful. Looking at Bulma's shy appearance, Vegeta pouted and said with a bad smile, what a fragrance. Badass. Hey, hey. Vegeta took Bulma back to the western capital. Tap-da-da. The two landed in the courtyard. Drive and Mrs. Brives are drinking afternoon tea. Mrs. Brives looked at Vegeta. Hey, Vegeta, how did you grow taller? It has indeed grown taller. Dr. Brives nodded. Although Vegeta has grown up, his signature hair makes his father-in-law and mother-in-law recognize who he is at a glance. Hehe, we scions can grow up overnight when we are adults. Vegeta walked over and ate frantically with the cake on the table. Hearing Vegeta's words, Bulma also knew that he didn't want his parents to worry. Thinking of this, the corners of Bulma's mouth turned up slightly. Brother Vegeta is so good. Dr. Brives saw Vegeta's crazy movements. Vegeta, haven't you eaten? Father-in-law, I'm so hungry, let someone get me something to eat. Vegeta clutched the cake in his hand and looked pitifully at Dr. Brives. Bulma, let someone get Vegeta food, don't starve him. I already asked someone to get her food. Bulma laughed softly, she knew that Vegeta had been in the Spirit Time House for 8 years and must be starving. So when she returned, she had asked the servants at home to prepare meals and wait for them to return. Mrs. Brives covered her small mouth and smiled, Vegeta is so big, then it's time to marry Bulma. Dr. Brives nodded to the side, he had already recognized Vegeta as a person. No seriousness. Bulma ignored the couple and took Vegeta to eat something else. Dear audience masters, think this novel is good, can you give a 5-star praise? Thank you guys. Chapter 64. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, I'll go first. Vegeta was dragged away by Bulma, and the cake in his hand had not yet been eaten. He clutched the small cake and left without forgetting to greet the Brives. Looking at Vegeta's funny movements, Dr. Brives looked at his wife and smiled. What do you think of Vegeta? In fact, in Dr. Brives' heart, Vegeta is a responsible man. He just receives a call for help from future Trunks, and goes to the future world to rescue Bulma mother and son without saying a word. This is the one thing that touched Dr. Brives the most. And he made a wish for Bulma in 2 times and spaces to stay young forever, which shows how much he loves Bulma. So entrusting Bulma to Vegeta, Dr. Brives was relieved. However, "Oh, Vegeta is handsome." Mrs. Brives covered her small mouth and laughed. Dr. Brives had a black line in his head, and he had forgotten his wife's nature. Asking her is like farting. The sun's rays gradually disappeared into the sky, and the sky began to dim. Bulma's home. 2 people sat at the table. "Master Vegeta, I'll change a table of food for you." Dozens of servants quickly put away the plates on the table and then moved on to a new table. Vegeta had been struggling with food since he returned in the afternoon, and it was his 5th table meal, and he hadn't eaten enough. Fortunately, his daughter-in-law is the richest daughter in the world, and Vegeta is not afraid to eat her poorly. "Eat slowly." Bulma brought a jug of drink to Vegeta. Looking at the way he ate, the corners of Bulma's mouth turned up slightly. Vegeta's eating action is still the same as before. No, now it's more exaggerated. Taking the drink, Vegeta took a quick sip before continuing to eat the food on the table. After another while, Vegeta finished the last plate of roast, patted his stomach, and finally had his fill. Sensing that someone was looking at him, Vegeta turned her head sideways, and saw Bulma leaning on the dining table with her snow-white chin. Under her fair and delicate face, a faint pink color was faintly revealed, her eyelashes were lowered, and a daughter's shame was born, delicate. Vegeta swallowed. He felt that the happiest thing in the world was his wife watching him eat. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Bulma looked at Vegeta's burning eyes, and the blush on her face kept deepening. Her Vegeta has grown up and is so handsome. At this time, an inexplicable thought suddenly rose in her heart. Vegeta shook his head. This Bulma was too hooked. Coming to his senses, Vegeta asked, "Why didn't you see Naba?" Today he saw everyone, but he didn't see Naba. Naba is still cultivating in the gravity room. This bald head is quite hard. Can you not work hard? Nabatu said Raditz was about to overtake him. It won't. Vegeta was stunned. He remembered that Naba was several times stronger than Raditz. However, Naba's age is a little older, and it makes sense to be surpassed by young people. "Vegeta, you're back." Just as Vegeta sighed, Naba walked in from outside very happily. He had just finished training, and then sensed Vegeta's aura appear in the house, so he rushed over, but he remembered that Vegeta said that he wanted to strengthen him. "Vegeta, how did you grow taller?" "Shut up." Hearing Vegeta's cold drink, Naba quickly covered his mouth and looked like a kitten. Seeing this, Bulma couldn't help but laugh. Vegeta is the nemesis of this Raditz and Naba. Vegeta narrowed his eyes and glanced at Naba. Naba has been on Earth for almost a month, and he has been training every day according to the training tasks he has set. 10,000 combat power. Having never eaten fairy beans and recovered from serious injuries, Vegeta felt that Naba's strength was almost 10,000 combat strength. Since Naba has 10,000 combat power, then Raditz should also have almost 10,000 combat power. Otherwise Naba wouldn't say that Raditz was about to surpass him. Sure enough, the gravity chamber had an unusual effect on Science. At this moment, Raditz also walked in from outside the door. His face was rosy at this time, the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned, and he seemed to be in a good mood. Merely. "Stop. What's wrong?" Raditz looked at Vegeta with a confused expression. He already knew the reason why Vegeta had grown taller, so he was not surprised to see Vegeta like this. Vegeta said coldly, "Are you done with your training mission today?" "Do. It's done." Raditz's eyes kept dodging. This Vegeta is the devil, just came out of the spirit time house and troubled him. Vegeta could see at a glance that this guy was lying, and said in a deep voice, "Did you go on a date with Loyal Lan?" Raditz did send Lorraine back, and then stayed at her house for a while, but this can't be said. "Will die." He quickly looked at Bulma. Raditz's eyes, as if to say, "Bulma, save me." Seeing this, Bulma twisted Vegeta's ears and said angrily, "What do you want, Raditz? I asked him to pick me up. Originally, Naba went to pick her up today, but she called her over, so no matter what, Bulma must save Raditz's dog life today, otherwise Raditz will not help her next time." Shhh. Pulling his ears, Vegeta quickly waved his hand, signaling Raditz and the two to withdraw. Raditz and the two quickly ran out, showing expressions of the rest of their lives. "Vegeta is so scary, it's good to have Bulma here. I said that Bulma called, or is it necessary to help? Do you think this saved our lives at a critical time?" Raditz patted his chest and gasped. Yes, or Raditz thought thoughtfully. Naba was also relieved. He had to admit that Raditz, this kid, still had quite a set. It's just that the strength is about to catch up with him, which is a little annoying. Raditz looked at Naba and asked curiously, "Do you say that Vegeta will let us quickly improve our combat effectiveness tomorrow?" He said before that it would allow us to quickly improve our combat effectiveness. Naba touched his shiny head, a little excited. Raditz nodded, and then said, "I always feel that something bad is going to happen." Yes. Inside the house. After Vegeta had eaten, Bulma began to ask the servants to pack up the things on the table. After 8 years in the Spirit Time house, Vegeta went to the bathroom to take a soak and relax, and then prepared to return to the house to sleep beautifully. Vegeta enters the bathroom. The bath had been put hot by Bulma, and Vegeta took off her clothes and lay down on the edge of the bath. "It's so comfortable." Vegeta sighed. "However, Vegeta, I'm in." A graceful figure walked in. She had already taken off her clothes, she was covered with a white bath towel, and she was exposed with rounded and well-proportioned snow legs. Every step is so hooky. As Bulma bent over, the deep ravine on her chest met Vegeta's eyes. Poof! 2 red streams of liquid erupted from Vegeta's nostrils. Aa! Vegeta's roar sounded inside the bathroom. "Bulma, what are you doing? Brother Vegeta, you have finally grown up, and I will give you a birth to Trunks." The sound inside the bathroom was intermittent. "You. The following omit tens of thousands of words." Chapter 65. They returned to the house in the middle of the night. Early the next morning, Vegeta walked out the door refreshed, followed by a ruddy-faced Bulma. At this time, Bulma looked flattering. Because of the blessing of the magical power of the dragon, she was charming but pure, and the combination of the two temperaments made Vegeta's heart plop. "Ahem. Well, I'll go and prepare something for you first." Vegeta came to the kitchen and remembered that in the novels of his previous life, he prepared brown sugar water for his daughter-in-law afterwards. Soon, Vegeta instructed the chef here to prepare Bulma some brown sugar water and red date porridge. "Understood, Master Vegeta." The chefs quickly began to prepare. After a while, Vegeta came to the table with these 2 things. Bulma was waiting for him here. "What are these?" Bulma raised her eyebrows, and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. This is brown sugar water and red date porridge, you. Hurry up and eat." Vegeta's eyes drifted, and his resolute side face flushed slightly. Vegeta kept comforting herself, there is no shame in getting these for her daughter-in-law. Looking at the 2 things on the table, Bulma poofed and laughed. "Who do you see drinking brown sugar water and red date porridge for breakfast?" As soon as Bulma's words came out, Vegeta's face became even redder. He hadn't talked about girlfriends in his previous life, where did he know so much? However, it seems that sugar water with porridge is indeed a little unsuitable. Ha ha ha. Looking at Vegeta's embarrassed appearance, Bulma felt that her brother Vegeta was too cute. "Okay, you go do your business first." Bulma smiled softly, knowing that Vegeta and the others would still have something to do. "Don't go to school today, I'll come back later to teach you the art of dancing." Vegeta gave a quick kiss to Bulma, then disappeared in an instant. Looking at the disappearing figure, Bulma's heart was warm, and although her brother Vegeta was a little humble, he had always been thinking about her. Then I won't go to school today. Bulma brought the red date porridge to her and ate it beautifully. This is what her brother Vegeta prepared for her, and she must eat it. As for Vegeta's telling Bulma not to go to school, in fact, she learned all the knowledge in college when she was a child. It's just that Bulma wants to make her life experience perfect, so she goes to school. However, with Bulma's identity, she can go to school if she wants, and if she doesn't go, she won't go, and no one dares to care about her. The other yard. 2 gravity chambers are located here. Raditz and Naba stood in front. Vegeta, are you going to give us a quick boost? Then are we going to find the Great Elder? The two looked at Vegeta expectantly. Vegeta frowned. Who told you that you need to go to the Great Elder to improve your strength? Hey? So how do we improve our strength? They two looked puzzled. At this time, Vegeta was an adult, but his height was only less than 1 meter and 7 meters. Looking at the two tall and mighty guys in front of him, the corners of Vegeta's mouth twitched slightly. You don't need the Great Elder to develop your potential, I can also develop your potential. After that, Vegeta showed a bad smile. This smile made the two Saiyan strong men can't help but feel cold in their backs. Raditz finally knew why he had a sense of foreboding last night. Vegeta, this is going to do something. The two looked at each other, then turned around and ran. Where do you two want to go? Vegeta instantly appeared in front of Raditz, punched him hard in the stomach, and then did the same to Naba. Bang! Bang! The two instantly fell to the ground in pain, and they swallowed. That Vegeta, what are you going to do? Vegeta turned his back to the two and said lightly, our Saiyan physique is actually very special, if we recover from near death, our combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. Speaking of this, Vegeta turned around and smiled evilly. At that time, Kakarot was in name seeing. It is because of this that he will improve to the current strength, and when I also let you recover from the near death, your strength will definitely be greatly improved. It's scary to have someone seriously injured to the point of death, and that kind of pain doesn't mean everyone can bear it. The future Trunks and Vegeta, they survived with the belief that they would become benevolent if they didn't succeed. After more deaths, he and Trunks also became numb. Originally, I thought that the Raditz and the two would instigate it, but their next move surprised Vegeta. Raditz stood up, his eyes were particularly firm. Come on Vegeta, let me die. Let him die? Naba was stunned to hear this, but also looked at Vegeta. Let me die too. Vegeta's head cut a black line. These two big critics. Let them die, as if he were a murderous maniac. However, looking at these two criticisms, Vegeta nodded secretly. These two guys are also Saiyans after all. Even though the road to strength is full of thorns and pain, they are not afraid of hardship. This is the fighting nation, and the Saiyan bloodline does not allow them to retreat. The reaction of the two of you was unexpected. Vegeta looked at the two and smiled. Come on, bite these two fairy beans in your mouth, wait for me to hit your heart, and when you are about to die, you will swallow the fairy beans. Hey! Good! Raditz and Naba took the fairy beans. They had already seen the effect of this thing, and they were no longer so worried about the next death. Are you ready? Ready! The two had already crushed the fairy beans and held them in their mouths. Here it comes! As soon as the words fell, two fist-sized Qigong waves burst out in Vegeta's hand. Bang! Bang! Two explosions rang out at the hearts of both men. Vegeta was already quite skilled in the operation of killing, and his attack did not cause the two to die immediately. They covered their hearts and made muffled sounds of pain. The eyes of the two began to diffuse, and the aura of death gradually enveloped them. Swallow the fairy beans. Vegeta saw that their state was already on the verge of death, and if they didn't swallow the fairy beans, they would really die. Consciousness fell into chaos, and a familiar voice reached the two in their heads. and they slid their throats. Gollum! Gollum! The immortal beans were swallowed, and the eyes of the two were instantly clear, and a powerful aura immediately erupted on their bodies. 100,000 combat power. Vegeta narrowed his eyes. Chapter 66. The first time I recovered from near-death, I only increased my combat effectiveness by 90,000, and the talents of these two critics are really a bit poor. Vegeta thought to himself. But it's normal, after all, not everyone is like him and Kakarot as the protagonists. It would be nice if they could increase to 100,000 combat power. This way. Whoops! The potential was developed, and two white flames brushed over the two of them. Raditz felt the power of the Peng Bai on his body and said excitedly, Vegeta, I'm so strong. Suddenly Naba lowered his mouth and whispered, I'm stronger. Raditz looked over and said viciously, I'm stronger. I'm stronger. Raditz roared, I'm stronger. Vegeta, these two fools. You two shut me up. Vegeta instantly disappeared in place and slammed the heads of the two. Ugh! Ugh! Raditz was fine, with long hair and no reaction, but Naba was different. Naba is a big bald head, that bright head, illuminated by the night light, no different from a light bulb. Even under Vegeta's knocking, a big bun was directly raised. Ha 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 ha, Naba, touch your head. Raditz covered her stomach and laughed. Naba only felt a tingling in his head, and followed Raditz's gaze. It doesn't matter if you touch it, as soon as you touch it, the big bun directly rose in a big circle, and it still hurts terribly. Ugh! Hearing Naba's cry, Vegeta covered his face, these two fools. Shut up for me. Vegeta couldn't hold back any longer and said coldly. Naba quickly closed his mouth, and Raditz didn't dare to laugh out loud, but his face turned red, obviously holding back. After a while, seeing that Vegeta was no longer cold-faced, Naba asked weakly, Vegeta, that, you kill me again. I'm going to die too. Raditz immediately came over, but he couldn't let Naba overtake him. Vegeta shook his head, these two critics, really wanted to kill them. Vegeta said angrily, you really think that every time you die, you can strengthen? Isn't it? Raditz and Naba frowned, they had already experienced the benefits of recovering from near-death. If they can be raised like this every time, the pain of death is nothing to them. Where in the world is there anything that is unearned? Vegeta said coldly, you can have such an improvement, it is just that the potential accumulated before has been released in this death. Why can the Kakarot break through continuously in Namek, and that multiplier of improvement is much more terrifying than ours? Raditz and Naba were not convinced, and said with a pout. Are you questioning me? Vegeta snorted coldly. They two quickly shut up. Vegeta looked at the two and rolled her eyes. These two fools. Vegeta explained, you think that everyone is Kakarot, and others who have been cultivating on Earth for so many years are completely accumulating. Hearing this, the two also thought about the training methods that Vegeta had taught them. It is said that this training method is exclusive to the Earth, and they can increase their combat power to 10,000 in a month, in addition to the role of the gravity chamber, thanks to that different training method. Presumably Kakarot has used this training method since he was a child, no wonder he can break through to 3 million combat power in 2 strokes. Seeing these two critical expressions, Vegeta knew that they had figured it out, so he said coldly, is there still a problem? Didn't. Gone. If it's gone, go and cultivate well, you two are not without a chance to transform into Super Saiyan. Good. Raditz and the two nodded, and then left the place. These two critics, no wonder the original Vegeta would want to kill them, it's not without reason. Vegeta looked at their backs and smiled helplessly. After helping the two of them improve their combat effectiveness, Vegeta left the courtyard, and he will go back to teach Bulma aerial dance. Heaven! A holy light filled with the breath of time shot out from the void. The entire celestial realm seemed to be sealed, and everything on it could not move. I saw a little girl-like figure emerge from the time crack. Her skin is pink, her orange hair hangs behind her head, her big eyes and small mouth, and her appearance is very cute. At the same time, a black shadow suddenly appeared beside Kuronoya, and the movements of the coming people seemed to break through the restrictions of time and space, and even the king god of the time realm could not find it. Hu, Lord Bobo is still so scary. Kuronoya patted her, slightly shrugged, obviously startled by the person who came. Bobo asked lightly, "What are you doing here?" "Lord Bobo, the group of guys in the demon world are restless again, and I found that the historical trajectory of our main space-time seems to have been tampered with by whom, and then there is another parallel space-time." Kuronoya made a bitter face, telling what she had encountered before. "Vegeta traveled at the wrong time because you were hunting down Demigula." "Yes." Kuronoya gritted her teeth, "I also found that there will be an additional parallel space-time in the main space-time, which is related to the Nasayans. In other parallel time and space, wasn't he constantly pressed by a scion named Sun Wukong? How can the scions be so powerful, 1,000-year-old too?" Kuronoya cried. The corners of Bobo's mouth twitched slightly, and he also found that this was indeed the case, in other time and space, that Vegeta was 1,000-year-old second, and the Vegeta of this main space-time was too special. Special enough to affect future battles. After a moment of silence, Bobo asked, "Are you trying to get rid of this Vegeta? If it were someone else, I might have sealed him, but that scion is too special." Kuronoya shook her head and said a little helplessly, "Once the scions had two gods of war, and Vegeta was very similar to one of them, and she also saw the figure of the god of war in Vegeta. If there is anyone who can influence the future battle, it must be Vegeta of this main time and space. Even the scion named Monkey King couldn't compare to him. So you are here. Although I can't seal him, if I don't take this evil breath, I won't be able to stand it." Kuronoya gritted her little tiger teeth and said angrily, "He returned to this time and space, and also said that he would beat you." Bobo looked at Kuronoya and teased. "What?" Kuronoya instantly exploded, in order to dispose of the impact of that newborn parallel spacetime on other spacetimes. "I don't know how much energy it took her, and now that guy even said that he wanted to beat her. Grandmas, uncle can endure, aunt can't endure." Kuronoya rolled up her little sleeves and prepared to go to Vegeta's trouble. "Beat him hard, don't give me face." The corners of Bobo's mouth turned up slightly. After speaking, Bobo's whole person disappeared. Chapter 67. Sijabulma House. Vegeta returned to the courtyard. There is a pavilion in the center of the courtyard, and a graceful figure sits at the table. She lowers her head, not knowing what she is looking at. From the side of her face, her blue hair was draped over her shoulders, her lips were jade, and her eyes were bright. Thousands of autumns are beautiful, pleasing to the eye is a beauty. My Bulma is so beautiful. Vegeta froze in place like a nerd. Coming back to his senses, Vegeta came over and said gently, "Bulma, what are you looking at?" Hearing the voice, Bulma raised her head and looked at him with joy. "You're back." They two had just gone through that, and Vegeta had only left her for a while, and she missed it until her heart was a little panicked. But his Vegeta is back, and she's happy. Vegeta nodded and walked over to her, seeing a book of notes on the table. There was a lot of content written on it, and he couldn't understand all of them, but he could see some words about time and space from it. "You bullied Raditz again." Bulma leaned against Vegeta and looked at him with a look of disgust. Just now she heard a roar on the other side of the house, and not surprisingly, Raditz and the two were beaten by Vegeta again. Vegeta looked at Bulma, her eyes were a little reproachful, but there was no trace of deterrence, and said with a smile, "How can you bully them? Just let them improve their strength. What are you looking at?" Fortunately, the two of Raditz didn't hear this, otherwise they would have said, where is this to help them improve their strength? Obviously it is killing. I'm looking at space-time theory. Space-time theory. Vegeta was stunned, and then thought of something. Not surprisingly, Bulma is afraid that what will happen in the future time and space will happen in this time and space. Actually, those things won't happen in this time and space. Yes. Bulma's tone was clearly not convinced. Vegeta shook his head. According to the normal plot, this time and space will not appear that situation. Even if something unexpected happens, he won't allow it. He decided to explain all this. The future space-time is actually a parallel space-time, and it has nothing to do with our space-time. What? Bulma was originally a supreme genius, plus she had begun to study the principle of space-time, and she understood the word parallel space-time as soon as she heard it. It turns out that the future space-time is a parallel space-time, but in my research, I can know that even if the two space-times are not related, their historical trajectories are almost the same. In other words, we will also have an artificial human crisis in this time and space. After Bulma finished speaking, suddenly a scene of brilliance appeared in the sky, and the picture in the courtyard suddenly stopped, except for Bulma who could move. Nothing else, including Vegeta, could not move. At this time, a pleasant voice came, but this voice was a little immature. You are right, originally the two space-times were one, but because something affected the original historical trajectory, it was split into two different space-times, and the two space-times will still have similarities. Kuronoya suddenly appeared beside Bulma. Who are you? Bulma's eyes widened and she hid behind Vegeta with a look of horror. Only she found that Vegeta couldn't move at all. Bulma put her hand in front of him and shook it, worried. Vegeta, are you all right? He'll be fine. Kuronoya gritted her teeth. She finally saw the culprit who split time and space. What are you going to do to my Vegeta? Bulma stands in front of Vegeta, and she finds that the little girl on the other side is very strong and seems to be full of malice towards Vegeta. Kuronoya shifted her gaze from Vegeta to Bulma. I didn't expect you, an earthling, to know so much. Bulma was stunned. Wasn't this the trouble that came to her brother Vegeta? Why praise her? Hey? It turned out to be you. A flash of light flashed in Kuronoya's mind, and she remembered that there was a parallel world, which was born because Bulma made a time machine. No wonder this little girl is so smart. You know me? Bulma looked at her suspiciously. I know you, but you don't know me. Kuronoya waved her hand and said lightly, you get out of the way, I don't want to trouble you. I don't. Bulma opened her hand and continued to block in front of Vegeta. Want to hurt her brother Vegeta unless she dies. You girl. Kuronoya was a little helpless, and then lightly clicked her finger, a little time and space light enveloped her, and Bulma couldn't move instantly. Kuronoya walked up to Vegeta and looked at him with gritted teeth. You dare to say that you beat me? I'll let you know why the flowers are so red later. No, why does the ass bloom? Kuronoya raised her little hand, and a little essence appeared on it. However, click. A crack suddenly appeared in the picture of the courtyard. Click. Click. There are more and more cracks. A terrifying aura leaked out from the rift, and that amazing aura instantly made the earth tremble. At the same time, Z warriors from all over the world looked here, and then flew into the sky and flew towards here. How is it possible? Kuronoya said in horror. She cast a time-space blockade. Why can this Vegeta still break through? Kuronoya was about to increase her strength to maintain the blockade on Vegeta's body when the space suddenly burst open. An unparalleled aura broke through the sky, and Bobo, who was far away in the heavenly realm, saw this scene, and the corners of his mouth twitched violently. To talk about Vegeta before, Kuronoya can beat him with a finger. But now Vegeta. It is estimated that Nizai will have to suffer a little. In the courtyard of Bulma's house. You dare to move my Bulma? Anger was about to fill Vegeta's entire chest, and he was about to explode. The breath suddenly exploded. Crash! The violent hurricane rose in an instant, and the entire courtyard of Bulma's house was overturned. Vegeta's straight hair instantly turned golden, and his pupils changed to turquoise. Crackle! The powerful force caused the electric ions floating in the void to quickly gather and turn into silver dragons wrapped around Vegeta's body. Super 2 state. Vegeta, calm down. Kuronoya swallowed, she actually underestimated him. Calm down. Vegeta is furious, she can move anyone, but not Bulma. Give me death. Vegeta instantly disappeared in place, and the next second appeared behind Kuronoya, punching her. This punch seemed to shatter heaven and earth, and the powerful punch made the void tremble. Don't give some color, you see, really think I'm a bully. Kuronoya was really going to be angry. In order to help Vegeta deal with a parallel time and space generated by him, she struggled to minimize the impact. I didn't expect to beat her up now. It's Buddha who has fire. Kuronoya waved her hand, and a bright light appeared. Vegeta's fist touched 10 centimeters behind Kuronoya, and he was suddenly affected by something, and he couldn't move at all. However, in the Super Second state, plus Vegeta, whose personality was already at the level of the heavenly god, his strength had reached the Super Third stage. Ugh! Vegeta gathered his strength, and his fists began to move again. Vegeta, stop, she didn't hurt me. Then Bulma's voice came. Chapter 68. He listened to Bulma, and Vegeta immediately withdrew his hand. The spatial vibration caused by the fist became calm in an instant, and the roaring wind stopped instantly. Kuronoya's orange-red hair that was blown up slowly slipped down from the top of her head as the wind stopped. The time-space blockade was broken, and the courtyard was dead silent. Calmed down for a while. Vegeta, you're not human. Kuronoya was very aggrieved. In order to help this guy deal with the influence of that extra time and space, the power of time in her body did not know how much time power was consumed. As a result, the second old man who died for 1,000 years was not only ungrateful, but also beat her. But it makes Kuronoya sad enough. King God of Time? Vegeta's pupils shrank, he was just too angry, he didn't care who the person in front of him was, he just wanted to destroy the other party. When he woke up, he realized that this little girl turned out to be the king god of the realm of time. Who are you? Vegeta pretended to ask. Bulma walked up to him and wrapped her arms around him tightly, knowing that the little girl had just not meant to hurt her. Kuronoya pointed to Vegeta's nose and huffed, "Abominable fellow, I really want to seal you." Saying that, she pulled out a scroll out of nowhere, and Vegeta was instantly terrified. Scroll of Time. The melee combat of the King God of Time is very weak, but her time ability is very powerful, and time is particularly magical, which can reverse or fast-forward a person's time. Of course there are other magical things that Vegeta doesn't know. However, Vegeta knew that when the King God of Time held the Scroll of Time, this was her full strength. That weird and unfathomable ability of time can seal a person in the abyss of time. Vegeta swallowed, but he remembered a terrifying guy in the Dark Demon Realm, who was sealed in the abyss of time. Vegeta was scared. My name is Kuronoya, I am the King God of the Realm of Time, do you know what heinous crime you have committed? Kuronoya crossed her small waist and hummed angrily. What happened to my brother Vegeta? Bulma didn't know what the King of Time was, but she could see that Vegeta was a little jealous of the girl. You know, Vegeta is an existence that even a terrifying guy like Frieza can kill. The guy who can make Vegeta jealous? How awesome! This guy tampered with the historical trajectory of the main space-time, resulting in the birth of another parallel main space-time. Sure enough. Vegeta frowned, he had long wondered whether his appearance would lead to the birth of another parallel space-time. Sure enough, as he expected, this really happened, and it seemed to be very serious. Bulma herself was very clever, and she probably understood Kuranoya's words, and exclaimed, "Brother Vegeta, when did you commit this sin?" She has studied space-time theory and has a deep understanding of space-time. Tampering with time rashly is a very terrifying thing. How do I know? Vegeta spread out his hands, revealing an innocent look that made Kuranoya's teeth itch. "You guy, do you know that there were originally only two in the main time and space? Because of some of your actions, now it has become three." "Three?" Vegeta was stunned, and then thought of two other space-times. Not surprisingly, it's GT space-time and time-space. Mr. Bobo told me that space and time exist in the future. And he said that it would not affect me to travel between these two time and space. Vegeta is pretending to be crazy and selling stupidity, and finally pulls Bobo out as a shield. Vegeta knew that Kuranoya wasn't talking about this, but that he had created a new parallel main space-time. When Kuranoya heard this, she almost exploded. "This damn 1,000-year-old too. Forget it." Kuranoya calmed down and said helplessly, "You are good for yourself." In fact, she has already disposed of the main space-time influence that Vegeta made. She just came here to teach Vegeta a lesson, but she didn't expect to be taught a lesson by others. It's nasty to think about. However, he needs Vegeta in the future, so he can't punish him. "I'll come to you again." Kuranoya waved her small hand, and a time and space crack suddenly appeared. "By the way, you were just shuttling through the wrong time at that time, and this time and space are still your original time and space." After that, she jumped in, leaving only Vegeta and Bulma still in a circle. "What do you mean?" Vegeta suddenly flashed a light in his mind. "Kuranoya, you give me a stop. It turns out that you let me shuttle to the wrong time. Grandmas, give me death." In a fit of anger, Vegeta raised his hand, condensed countless energy bombs, and blasted towards the time crack. The prince's tactics reappear in the world. Bang! Boom! Vegeta is still booming. Bulma shouted, "Vegeta! Vegeta is still booming!" Bulma roared, "Vegeta! Hey!" Vegeta turned around and saw a small white hand stretched out towards his ear. "Shhh!" Vegeta gasped. "It hurts, let go." "Everyone else is gone, are you still pretending?" Bulma rolled her eyes. Her brother Vegeta really can pretend. When others are not leaving, they dare not say a word, but after leaving, they are pretending to be garlic. "Go. Gone?" Vegeta smiled awkwardly, and then said, "Bulma, did you hear me? It was this little fart who let me shuttle to the wrong time, not that I deliberately shuttled to this time." "Got it, got it." Bulma hugged Vegeta tightly. Her Vegeta brother had disappeared for so many years, and since he was back to her now, she didn't want to care so much. After all, that Time Realm King God doesn't look easy to mess with. "Then when I teach you the art of air dance, I will take you to a barbecue." Vegeta remembers it all along. Good. Bulma smiled sweetly. She had been waiting for this barbecue for almost 10 years. Then, a group of people flew in the sky. It was Z-warriors such as Sun Wukong and Vic Kerr. "Vegeta, what's wrong with you here?" Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Vegeta looked around, and he found that this yard had been bombarded and full of potholes. The corners of Bulma's mouth are also twitching. Her Vegeta is tearing down the house. Angry, she twisted Vegeta's waist hard. "Shhh!" Vegeta's eyes widened. Vic was stunned and asked, "Vegeta, what's wrong with you?" "Didn't. It's okay, it's all dispersed, it's just me training." "Training?" A black line crossed Klin's brain, and when they were stupid, it was obvious that there had been a fight here. "No, Vegeta, your state is a little different from the Super Saiyan state before." The attentive Tianjin Rice found Vegeta's state a little strange. Everyone looked at it and nodded one after another. "Aren't they all Super Saiyans? What's different?" Vegeta pouted. It's all dispersed. Vegeta waved his hand. Suddenly remembered something, and shouted, Kakarot, you stay. To illustrate here, Vegeta is just traveling through the wrong time, not the wrong time and space. The time and space that Vegeta returned to is still the same time and space that Bulma has been waiting for him for almost 10 years. Chapter 69. Heaven. Kuronoya suddenly appeared in the temple, where Bobo was already there, seemingly waiting for her. Lord Bobo, that 1000-year-old second is so angry. Bobo said lightly, it's really a little infuriating. Kuronoya asked tentatively, how about I seal him for a while? Bobo was silent, looking at her with deep meaning. Kuronoya suddenly shrunk her neck and muttered, Lord Bobo is also so angry. Ignore Lord Popo. Kuronoya hummed and spat out her little tongue, turned around and jumped into the time and space rift. Ignoring Kuronoya, Bobo looked in the direction of Zidu and sighed, grow up quickly, I hope you don't lose the face of your ancestors. Bulma House. Bike, Tianjin rice, dumplings, Klin, Yamcha, and Monkey King looked at Vegeta speechless for a while. But now that Vegeta has let them go, I believe the trouble has been resolved. Then everyone left the place. Because the yard was so dilapidated, Bulma went to find someone to tidy up the place, so she also left here. Only Sun Wukong was left in the dilapidated courtyard. At this time, Sun Wukong was a little puzzled and asked, Vegeta, why did you let me stay? Make you a Super Saiyan? What? Monkey King was ecstatic, have I met the conditions? So what do I do? Vegeta nodded, he found that he was a little special, he didn't know why, he understood everything quickly. For example, comprehension teleportation and comprehension of the ethereal state. What caused all this seems to be a problem of the divine soul. Or other questions. Because of these, he has a qualitative change with Vegeta in the anime, and his strength is not comparable to Vegeta in the anime. So he no longer has to be afraid to be the second oldest in the millennium. Coming back to his senses, Vegeta said with a smile, we Saiyans need to meet two conditions to break through to Super Saiyan, the first is that the normal strength reaches a certain level, and the second is that there are enough S cells in the body. Seeing that Monkey King was a little puzzled, Vegeta continued, don't ask so much, anyway, you have already met these two conditions. Then if you want to break through the Super Saiyan next, it's actually very simple, that is, use extreme anger as a fuse to ignite the power in your body. Vegeta glanced at Sun Wukong and said lightly, then you can transform into a Super Saiyan. They words fell. In one corner of the courtyard, there were two strong men lying on their stomachs. A long-haired monster said, have you heard the conditions for transforming into a Super Saiyan? A large light bulb replied, I heard it. It seems that transforming into a Super Saiyan requires extreme anger to ignite the power in the body. They hairy monster looked at the big light bulb, anger? Yes. Here, give me a slap. After the long-haired monster finished speaking, the big bulb immediately slapped him. Snap. The big bulb asked curiously, how is it? They long-haired monster frowned, I don't feel it. That's not angry enough. And another slap. Good. The big bulb gathered the strength of his whole body and slapped him hard in the face. Snap. A sound resounded in the sky. Ugh. Raditz let out a cry of pain, Naba, who made you so hard, I'm not done with you. After that, Raditz jumped up in anger, and it was a shockwave against Naba. Naba hid and said, you asked for it yourself, isn't this anger? Boom, boom. The explosion caught the attention of Monkey King. Sun Wukong asked curiously, what's wrong with my eldest brother? They corners of Vegeta's mouth twitched slightly, and the two fools began to demonize again. Give me death. Vegeta blasted two blasts of shockwaves at the two guys. Boom, boom. The explosion sounded again, and I saw Raditz and Naba fall straight to the ground like a telephone pole. Vegeta breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, leave those two guys alone. Son Wukong. His eldest brother won't die, right? Seeing that Sun Wukong was a little worried, Vegeta smiled. Leave them alone, they are all used to me beating, and I pay attention to proportions. Oh, good. Sun Wukong touched his head and asked suspiciously, then how do I need to enter the state of extreme anger? Have you ever encountered something very angry? Sun Wukong shook his head, no. Vegeta frowned. Klin wasn't here, it was a bit difficult. Suddenly thinking of something, Vegeta looked at Raditz lying on the ground with an evil smile. Raditz, who fainted, shook inexplicably like a corpse. Vegeta, what's wrong with you? Sun Wukong was a little puzzled. He saw Vegeta looking at his eldest brother with a bad smile, very weird. Without answering Sun Wukong's question, Vegeta laughed. Do you want to enter a state of extreme anger? Sun Wukong immediately replied, yes. Since he said that he needs extreme anger to break through to the state of Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong definitely wants to enter a state of extreme anger. That's what you said. As soon as the words fell, Vegeta's face suddenly turned cold. Kakarot, I'm okay with killing Raditz. Vegeta, what are you talking about? Sun Wukong was very puzzled. Didn't he let him enter a state of extreme anger? Why did it get involved with his eldest brother again? If you don't want Raditz to die, follow me. Vegeta glanced at Monkey King coldly, and then disappeared in place. Appearing next to Raditz in the next second, Vegeta flew with him to the celestial realm. Vegeta, what are you going to do? Monkey King noticed that Vegeta's face was wrong and didn't seem to be joking, so he quickly followed. Arriving at the celestial square, there was no one on it, and both the celestial god and Bobo were inside the Condor square. Vegeta secretly breathed a sigh of relief and brought Raditz here to avoid waiting for Sun Wukong to transform into a Super Saiyan and affect Bulma's home. Otherwise, Bulma would definitely scold him for being a loser, saying that if you have money, you can't tear down your house all day. Sun Wukong followed, frowning. Vegeta, what do you want? What for? I've put up with Raditz for a long time, I'll kill Raditz later. Are you crazy? The nervous Sun Wukong was shocked. He is your subordinate, his clan, how can you be like this? Give me death. Vegeta ignored Sun Wukong, and his eyes were very cold when he looked at Raditz, so cold that Sun Wukong shivered. It's not like you're fake. Monkey King found Vegeta's face cold and ruthless, and did not mean to joke at all. Sun Wukong roared, stop. Chapter 70. Sun Wukong erupted a vast force and turned into a white lightning bolt and flew towards Vegeta. Raditz, for the sake of your brother, you should suffer for a while. Vegeta secretly smiled evilly, and turned to say coldly, give me death. Vegeta twisted his body lightly, easily dodging Sun Wukong's attack. He threw Raditz into the sky, and a cloud of golden Qigong waves roared away. Bang! The explosion resounded in the sky, and Raditz's figure was covered in gunsmoke, and it was completely impossible to see the situation inside. Vegeta was still raising his right hand, and his transformation into a Super Saiyan was already awe-inspiring. Coupled with his cold turquoise eyes, he really looked like a murderous demon. Nope. Vegeta, you're crazy, why are you doing this? Sun Wukong's eyes were torn, a cloud of anger rose from the bottom of his heart, and his angry face twisted into an angry lion. Whoops! The wind howled, shaking the earth. At this moment, the power in Sun Wukong's body was like a huge reservoir that had been stored for more than 10 years, rushing endlessly. Looking at his majestic momentum, Vegeta smiled slightly, making Kakarot transform. It felt quite simple. Suddenly, the smoke in the sky began to disperse, and the figure of Raditz, who had been pinched by Vegeta's breath, appeared. Big brother! Sun Wukong's heart was ecstatic. his eldest brother didn't seem to be dead. At this moment, the power in Sun Wukong's body seemed to recede as if a flood receded, and his breath instantly plummeted. Damn Raditz, it leaked out so quickly. No, I have to bomb you twice. 2 more points of light appeared in Vegeta's 2 palms, and the air pressure around him increased rapidly. Clearly, this attack was unusual. Let go of my big brother. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, and a purple-red aura suddenly appeared. 20 times the Realm King Fist. He roared angrily, and Sun Wukong knew that his strength was far from Vegeta's, and even if he used the 20x Realm King Fist, he could not defeat him. But without doing his best, how could he bear Raditz dying in front of his eyes? Besides, Raditz is also his pro-big brother. His parents are gone, and apart from his wife and son, Raditz is his only relative. Ah, let go of my big brother. Sun Wukong finally increased to 20 times the Realm King Fist, endless purple-red energy covered his whole body, and his eyes became cold. Brush! Sun Wukong was like a purple-red arrow, cutting through the sky. Crash! The sword blade storm was set off at great speed, and the sound of air explosions resounded throughout the world. The next second appeared next to Vegeta. Interesting. Vegeta left the Monkey King beside him and smiled slightly. A punch slammed in. Vegeta ducked sideways. Another kick struck. Still missed Vegeta. The difference in strength was too great, and Vegeta easily dodged all of Son Goku's attacks. Seeing that the energy on his hand condensed to the size of a basketball, Vegeta waved his hands, and when the 2 golden basketball energy projectiles ejected, Vegeta's wrist contracted back. Bang! In the process of spraying 2 energy bombs, the surrounding space vibrated suddenly, and the violent energy emitted made the air sizzle. The scene is very terrifying. In the eyes of Sun Wukong, if Raditz is hit, he will definitely die. Don't! Sun Wukong's eyes opened angrily. And the accumulated anger was like a volcanic eruption, which could no longer be contained. I told you to stop, didn't you hear? The red flames rose in an instant, and Sun Wukong gave up attacking Vegeta, turning into a crimson dragon and roaring towards the 2 energy bombs. However, Kakarot, where are you going? Vegeta's voice came from behind him, and Sun Wukong's pupils shrank sharply, and he roared angrily, he is your subordinate, how can you get your hands on it? Monkey King is going to despair. With his current strength, as long as Vegeta entangles him, he has no chance to break free. Get out of the way for me. Seeing that the energy bomb was about to hit Raditz, Sun Wukong was like crazy, and he accelerated desperately. Vegeta, you me. It's just that Vegeta is haunting him no matter what, and Monkey King can't save Raditz at all. Bang! Bang! At this time, 2 energy bombs hit Raditz in the sky steadily, smoke and dust billowed out, and Raditz's figure was covered again, but the explosion was a little small, and Sun Wukong, whose brain was blank, did not notice this at all. As the explosion faded, a cloud of smoke rose above the celestial realm, and the entire celestial realm became dead silent. Big brother is dead. My eldest brother is dead. Sun Wukong opened his eyes angrily, and the green tendons at the corners of his forehead flowed one by one with the anger of his thick hair. Unforgivable! Sun Wukong roared. The red aura on his body disappeared instantly, and Sun Wukong shivered violently, which was the sequel of rashly raising the 20-fold Realm King Fist. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, and the pain in his body seemed to be the source of his grief and indignation, stimulating him all the time. Right at this moment. Click! Void electric ions quickly converged, forming arcs one after another. A galloping force emerged in Sun Wukong. Seeing this scene, Vegeta smiled, is it finally coming? At this time, Sun Wukong's eyes were extremely cold, looking at Vegeta as if he wanted to kill him. Crash! The purple-red light disappeared, the white aura suddenly appeared, and the powerful chi wave made the trees in the heavenly realm sway, but they just swayed, as if some power was blessed. A golden light appeared above Sun Wukong's white aura, and his hair also flashed between golden and black. The frequency of flashing is getting faster and faster. Sun Wukong's eyes instantly transformed into turquoise, and at this moment, a golden giant ape appeared in the depths of Sun Wukong's eyes, and no one noticed this. But Bobo in the temple noticed it and muttered, "Golden giant ape." Outside the temple. The golden chi wave expanded rapidly, and the Z warriors who left from Bulma's house looked up at the sky one after another. What a powerful aura, it's Goku. Could it be that Goku has transformed into a Super Saiyan? Go! Everyone flew towards the heavenly realm. Meanwhile, ugh! The Monkey King of the Celestial Realm roared, and he finally transformed successfully. Whoops! The breath on Sun Wukong's body kept brushing. Vegeta, I can't spare you. Monkey King looked at Vegeta deadly. Ha ha ha, finally the Super Saiyan has appeared again. Vegeta disagreed, but was happy. It's just that Vegeta's smile is so disgusting in Sun Wukong's eyes. Why? Why did you kill my eldest brother? With a roar, Sun Wukong suddenly disappeared in place. Want to fight me? Vegeta smiled, let me see what level the second 1,000-year-old is today. The two figures cut through the sky and quickly intertwined, and Raditz, who was originally shrouded in gunsmoke, was already lying on the ground. Thank you all for the small gifts. Thank you to Lao Ziu of the Chi training period for sending the reminder. Thank you for the reminder sent by the cow who loves the blue of Yanghe dreams. Thank you for the thumbs up to Myling who likes bitter fruit. Thank you for the flowers sent by Shi Zhong who loves sweet potato cakes, Lu Jingwen of the Xian Beast Empire, and Li Suezhu who loves clear sauce. Chapter 71. Collisions began to occur in the sky. Vegeta clenched his fists and swung in the direction where Sun Wukong struck. Whoops! The space froze, and then burst like a mirror, clicking, and Sun Wukong's face changed. He knew that Vegeta was extremely powerful, but he didn't expect it to be so strong that even the space was shattered. Hide! Son Goku quickly dodged Vegeta's attack. Ha ha ha, Kakarot, aren't you going to take revenge? How did you dodge everywhere? The corners of Vegeta's mouth hooked. He liked to tease Sun Wukong, as if teasing Sun Wukong was his greatest pleasure. Hey, don't run! Vegeta caught up with Sun Wukong, this time let him go, don't beat Sun Wukong all at once. The scene of Sun Wukong being chased and killed was seen by the Z warriors who rushed in. Vic swallowed, another Super Saiyan. Klin's breathing became rapid. You guys noticed? No, although Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, he is not Vegeta's opponent. Tianjin Fan nodded and said in shock, how strong is this Vegeta? I always feel that Vegeta's state is very different from Goku's Super Saiyan state. Dumplings and Yamcha silently did not speak, staring closely at the battle ahead. Abominable Vegeta! Sun Wukong was angry in his heart, his eldest brother was killed, and he was not his opponent. The increasingly angry Monkey King erupted with an extremely terrifying force, and a powerful wave of chi swept through the entire heavenly realm. Has the combat effectiveness improved again? Vegeta smiled slightly, but he didn't know that his smile made Sun Wukong even more angry. Vegeta, I can't spare you. Monkey King suddenly disappeared in front of him and instantly appeared behind Vegeta. Wrapped in a huge force, he rushed towards Vegeta. Vegeta raised his hand to block. Bang! A deafening crash resounded in the sky. Vegeta flew straight upside down. Something! Vegeta looked at the Monkey King on the opposite side and touched his arm, and Monkey King's punch actually made his arm numb. Hey, look at my flash cannon! Vegeta laughed evilly, then condensed a golden shockwave and roared towards the Monkey King. I saw that the golden shockwave flashed with brilliant brilliance, and it was so brilliant in the eyes of everyone. What a terrifying attack! Gaku won't die. What's wrong with them? Bike, Klin, Yamcha, Tianjin Rice, and Dumplings all showed puzzled expressions. They didn't understand how Sun Wukong could fight Vegeta. It didn't look like a fight, but more like a battle of life and death. Crash! The flash cannon instantly arrived in front of Sun Wukong. Humph! Sun Wukong snorted coldly and calmly gathered his hands. Turtle Sect Qigong Wave. A blue shock wave appeared in the palm of his hand, and the air pressure around him instantly increased, and the Z warriors around him breathed tightly. Finally saw this move again. When Vegeta chuckled, the two attacks had collided. Boom! The powerful force set off an endless storm, blowing around like a sword blade, even if the space was about to be cut apart at this moment. So strong! The two shockwaves faced each other, and Sun Wukong could feel the power of the other party like water in the river and sea, gushing endlessly and continuously. I didn't expect to go against the Sun family, I shouldn't die. Although Vegeta said so, he was not flustered at all, but showed a shallow smile. At this moment, the confronting shock wave quickly pressed towards Sun Wukong, and it was obvious that Vegeta began to exert his strength. Abominable! Sun Wukong felt particularly powerless, and despite how he exploded his power, the shockwave was still unmoved, and now it was pressing towards him. Vegeta, what are you going to do? Do you want to kill Gaku? Klin finally sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly said. Vegeta, stop! Vic had already noticed this, and he had already appeared behind Vegeta to attack. Tianjin Fan and the others hurriedly joined the battlefield. What was originally a one-on-one battle has become a 6-on-1 battle. Shockwaves erupted from everyone's hands, trying to stop Vegeta. Seeing this, Vegeta smiled evilly. This tickling attack also wants to shake me? Dream! I saw that a golden flame suddenly erupted on Vegeta's body, and all the Qigong waves from the impact slammed on it. Boom! Smoke and dust are billowing and gun smoke is everywhere. Everyone thought they had stopped Vegeta. No, look at Gaku! Yamcha found that the Turtle Sect Qigong wave in Sun Wukong's hand had been pressed to his eyes. It's over. The crowd looked desperate. Sure enough, the law of smoke and no harm appeared on Vegeta. Vegeta's golden aura blocked everyone's tickling attacks. Ignoring everyone, Vegeta said coldly. Kakarot, if you are capable of this, then you will die here. Sun Wukong opened his eyes angrily and looked at Vegeta deadly, unforgivable. Another terrifying energy erupted on Sun Wukong. If this energy is measured by combat effectiveness, it has reached 200 million combat effectiveness. Just when Vegeta was expecting the change of Monkey King this time. Poof! Sun Wukong suddenly spewed out a mouthful of blood. Gaku! Everyone was shocked and attacked Vegeta in desperation. For a time, a series of explosions sounded in the heavenly realm. Is it the sequelae of the King Fist that has just been upgraded by 20 times? Vegeta frowned, and everyone's attacks were all blocked by the golden flames. He originally wanted to tease Sun Wukong to see what level Sun Wukong could rise. As a result, Sun Wukong's body has begun to collapse because of his previous rash promotion to 20 times the Realm King Fist, coupled with the burden brought by breaking through to Super Saiyan. Then let's do it first. Vegeta sighed, so he changed the direction of the flash cannon in his hand and no longer confronted the Turtle Faction Qigong wave. It's just that without the confrontation of the flash cannon, the turtle sent Qigong waves straight towards Vegeta. He reached forward and grabbed it, and the Turtle Faction Qigong wave suddenly exploded. Bang! This picture of one-handed pinch and explosion of Turtle Pi Qigong waves surprised everyone again. Vegeta is so terrifying. In the face of this kind of strong person, Vic and their whole body trembled involuntarily. Okay, you guys stop too. Vegeta looked at everyone. Everyone was stunned. Vegeta is not killing Sun Wukong? Poof! The Monkey King in the sky spat out another mouthful of blood, and then fell straight to the celestial square. With a brush, Vegeta suddenly appeared next to Sun Wukong and hugged him. Tap-da-da! Vegeta landed on the ground with Monkey King in his arms, and everyone gathered around. Klin scolded, "Vegeta, are you crazy?" Vic frowned, "Are you trying to kill Sun Wukong?" Yamcha and Dumpling looked at Vegeta deadly. Vegeta shook his head, took out a fairy bean, stuffed it into Monkey King's mouth, and asked him to swallow it. "Vegeta, you give me death." The Monkey King who woke up punched Vegeta. "Death to your uncle." Vegeta turned his head sideways, dodged his attack, and then slammed him the head. Bang! Ouch! Thank you all for the small gifts. Thanks to Pu Shulin for the likes. Thank you to Shi Hao, who loves homemade chicken floss, and my tribe for sending flowers. Special thanks to Kakarot, Monkey King, for the inspiration capsules and flowers. Special thanks to Gu Chongqing who likes devil frogs for sending blades and 3 likes. Special thanks to Elder Jiao who loves pasta pizza for the 2 milk teas. Chapter 72. It hurts. Sun Wukong covered his head and squatted on the ground. "Vegeta, you killed my eldest brother, I want you to die." Son Goku was so anxious that he wanted to jump up again and punch Vegeta. Bang! It hurts. Sun Wukong covered his head and squatted down again. "Fool, look over there." Following the direction of Vegeta's finger, Sun Wukong looked. Raditz was lying on the ground sleeping soundly. It's just that Raditz's long hair has disappeared and has been burned into a bald head. "Big brother, you're not dead." Sun Wukong was ecstatic and quickly ran over, only to find that Raditz had nothing else except for his hair. Raditz wiped his eyes and said in a daze, "It's dawn?" Everyone was speechless. "I'm afraid this is a fool, the movement of the battle just now didn't wake up this guy?" "Vegeta, what's going on with you?" Sun Wukong ran over and huffed. He didn't understand why Vegeta suddenly said he was going to kill Raditz, but Raditz didn't do anything at all. "Didn't you say you wanted to go into a state of extreme anger?" "Yes." "Didn't you just go into a state of extreme anger?" He also transformed into a successful Super Saiyan. Vegeta glanced at Monkey King's golden hair. Seeing this, Klin and they finally knew why the two were fighting. It turned out to force Goku to break through to Super Saiyan. Yes. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up, feeling the violent energy on his body, and also knew the reason for the matter. Thinking of breaking through to the state of Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong was so excited that he forgot about Vegeta just killing his eldest brother. "Kakarot, have you transformed into a Super Saiyan?" Raditz also noticed this, suddenly thought of something, ran to Sun Wukong's side, and pointed at Vegeta. "Kakarot, Vegeta beats me every day, you avenge me." Everyone fell silent. "Is this guy confused? Don't you know that Goku was defeated?" "Kakarot, why don't you talk?" "Big brother. I just lost to Vegeta." "Didn't you transform into a Super Saiyan?" "Vegeta is also a Super Saiyan, how could you not beat it?" Raditz looked at Monkey King's expression, and then at Vegeta's furious face. Raditz swallowed his saliva and tentatively asked, "Don't hit your face. Then hit you on the head." Bang! Ouch! Raditz touched his head, crouched on the ground and screamed in pain. However, something is wrong. "What about my hair?" Raditz touched his head again. Shhh. Except for the big bun with his head rising, Raditz couldn't touch a single hair. Ugh! What about my hair? Raditz ignored the pain in his head and asked angrily, "Vegeta, did you burn my hair?" "It's me." Vegeta glanced at him coldly. Raditz shivered violently. He wanted to say, "Vegeta, 2 arms. But the words in his throat seemed to be stuck by fish bones, and he couldn't say anything. One more word will die. Burn it, and it's not Naba's completely helpless hair, anyway, it will grow back after a while. Vegeta, why is your Super Saiyan so strong? At this time, Tianjin Fan raised doubts. Vic, they looked at Vegeta closely. Sun Wukong was also curious and asked, yes, why did you transform so powerful? He looked at his hands, obviously they were also Super Saiyan, but Vegeta was much better than him. However, Vegeta's state is a little special, and the aura on his body is more violent. This is the state of surpassing the Super Saiyan, referred to as the Super 2 state. What? Everyone was shocked. Sun Wukong was stunned. It turns out that there are other states above the Super Saiyan. Is there still a Super 3, Super 4 state? Everyone looked at Vegeta. Vegeta nodded. SHHH. Everyone gasped. Scions are really terrifying, and even if the normal power is strong, I didn't expect to be able to transform. Even if you can transform many times. Is there still heavenly reason? I'm leaving. Vic snorted coldly, and then jumped off the celestial realm. This is feeling unprecedented pressure, he wants to go back to cultivation. Klin frowned and said to Sun Wukong, I'm gone too. Although Son Goku broke through to Super Saiyan, he also wanted to try to catch up with Son Goku. As soon as Klin left, Tianjin Rice, Dumplings and Yamcha also said hello and left the celestial realm. What if you are not convinced? If you have extraordinary understanding, you can take the path of the realm, otherwise. Looking at everyone's backs, Vegeta sighed. To be honest, he still likes this group of Z-warriors, it's just a matter of physique, and they are destined not to have too high achievements. What are you sighing? Raditz noticed Vegeta's mood. Adults' business, children are less verbose. Raditz. Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta and said solemnly, I plan to enter the Spirit Time House after a while. He felt that Vegeta had broken through to the Super Second state inside, and he was also going to go in and cultivate for a while, taking Gohan with him by the way. Because Gohan is still too weak. Good. Okay, when I come out, I must fight you again. Sun Wukong said solemnly. To be honest, he had just experienced that feeling of blood boiling during the battle with Vegeta. As if this was the bloodline's desire for battle, he was immersed in the battle and could not extricate himself. It's a pity that he is still too weak. Sun Wukong jumped off the heavenly realm. At this time, Tenjin and Bobo came out of the temple. Tenjin smiled, when you broke the barrier of the Spirit Time House some time ago, you really scared me, and now you are resisting the attacks of so many people, I really don't know where your limit is. Hey! Vegeta smiled lightly and did not speak. Suddenly, Tenjin was shocked. Vegeta, your dimension. He had not been in contact with Vegeta during this time, and now he was close to Vegeta, but found that Vegeta's dimension was on the same level as him. Dimension. Raditz on the side was a little confused. Vegeta was still laughing and didn't refute it. The heavenly god exhaled heavily and sighed, I thought I overestimated you, but I didn't expect to underestimate you. You guys talk, I'm going to observe the nether. The celestial god shook his head and walked to the edge of the celestial realm. In addition to being powerful, Vegeta's realm is also so high. This guy is incredible. Vegeta nodded, looked at Raditz, and said coldly, you go back first, remember to tell Bulma that I am in the celestial realm, and I will go back soon. Raditz nodded and flew down the celestial realm. Vegeta turned his head and said seriously, Mr. Bobo, I met the King God of Time today. Chapter 73. Bobo said lightly, I know. Vegeta said weakly, Mr. Bobo, the King God of the Realm came to trouble me at that time, and I will not banish myself to the turbulence of time and space. What do you think? I don't think so. Vegeta patted his chest and slammed. I thought to myself that if Kuronoya really wanted to trouble him, it was estimated that he would be sealed on the spot, and he would definitely not have the opportunity to stand here and chat with Bobo. It is also worth noting that today when he was questioned by Kuronoya, Vegeta said Bobo's name. From Kuronoya's dodgy little eyes, Vegeta sensed that she was a little afraid of Bobo. Who is this Bobo? She really won't trouble you, but she may give you little shoes to wear. Bobo looked at Vegeta lightly. Vegeta cut a black line in his head, and said speechlessly, "Didn't I just shuttle through the future time and space, when the king god of the realm was so petty? Traveling through time and space casually is a mortal sin, and Kuronoya didn't seal you on the spot, it's all your good luck." Bobo narrowed his eyes and suddenly said, "Also, Kuronoya didn't trouble you because you traveled to the future time and space." Vegeta let out a heavy breath and said gratefully, "Thank you Mr. Bobo for taking care of you." Before Vegeta knew that Bobo in each time and space was his doppelganger, in that case, then Bobo must know everything about Vegeta's growth experience in each time and space. And what he does now is basically out of the historical track. Obviously, Bobo also knew that he was pretending to be crazy and selling stupidity, but he just didn't punish him. Bobo looked at Vegeta, "Don't worry, she won't do anything to you, but she may come to you for help, you better not refuse." "Yes." Vegeta shrunk his head, then nodded. The corners of Bobo's mouth gently hooked, "Are you afraid? Being targeted by the Lord God of the Time Realm, can you not be afraid? But I remember you said you were going to kill Kuronoya." Bobo looked at Vegeta with a teasing look in his eyes. "Vegeta, I must be angry when someone makes me travel to the wrong time." However, if he knew that this man was the king god of time, Vegeta would never dare to say that. "It's nothing, you go back, just remember to practice well." Bobo turned and walked back to the temple. Vegeta nodded, since Bobo said so, it should not be a big problem. He then also left the celestial realm. Zidu. Bulma had people clean up the dilapidated yard. Raditz came back bareheaded. Bulma covered her mouth and laughed, "Raditz, why is your head bald? You didn't get it yet." Raditz gritted his teeth. Vegeta jokes about his hair, Vegeta is afraid of a second arm. "Yes. It's Vegeta." The corners of Bulma's mouth twitched slightly, this Vegeta was indeed a little too much. But looking at Raditz's shiny head, Bulma couldn't help but laugh. Suddenly it felt like Vegeta had done nothing wrong again. "I'm going to Luolan's side, and when my hair grows back, I'll come back here." Raditz was afraid that Naba would laugh at him. So if you want to go to Luolan, Luolan should not laugh at him. Raditz was ready to walk back to his yard, then packed up the gravity room and left here. "Wait a minute, where did my Vegeta go? He is in the celestial realm, and he said he will be back soon." After speaking, Raditz's figure had disappeared from Bulma's sight. Suddenly, there was a slight fluctuation in the void, and with a brush, Vegeta stood beside Bulma. "I'm back. Oh, it's really fast." Bulma smiled, and as soon as Raditz finished speaking, Vegeta returned home. "Bulma, what are you laughing at?" Vegeta looked at Bulma's pear swirl and smiled, and couldn't help but be startled. "It's okay, by the way, Raditz said he was going to live in Lorraine for a few months." "Ha ha ha, this guy is afraid that Naba will laugh at his bald head." Thinking of this, Vegeta couldn't help but laugh. Bulma pulled his ears and laughed, "You are also true, why bully others all day? It's not yet for Kakarot to transform into a Super Saiyan." Vegeta said angrily. "He can't help it." At that time, Klin was gone, and there happened to be such a pig around to use, and the effect was the same anyway. "Goku can transform into a Super Saiyan." "Yes." Bulma said happily, "Goku is so good." Vegeta was a little taken aback. Am I not powerful? You're awesome too, okay. Looking at Vegeta's jealous look, Bulma couldn't help but kiss him on the cheek. Her Vegeta is so cute. After being kissed, Vegeta felt good in his heart. Count you Bulma sensible, otherwise make you kneel tonight and beg for mercy. Okay, I'm going to teach you the art of dancing, you can't delay it any longer. Air dancing was of little use to Vegeta, who had never used it because his own explosive flight was much faster than this. But it is undeniable that air dancing is a simple flying technique for Earthlings. Because there is originally less chi in the Earth's human body, every wisp of chi in the body has been studied by the Earthlings, and the Crane Immortal School has developed the art of dancing the void. Therefore, the art of dancing is the most suitable for Bulma's cultivation at this stage. In the future, the chi in her body becomes coarse, and this flying technique can also be lost. Vegeta carried Bulma to the family's soccer field. Bulma was a little nervous. Vegeta, I'm a little scared. What are you afraid of? I really think that you can fly into the sky as soon as you start cultivating. Bulma puffed out her mouth and hummed angrily, Vegeta, you are too much, no matter what, I am also a scientific genius, don't I just learn to dance the air art, wait for me to hit you in the face. Hey! Vegeta smiled lightly and did not refute it, in case Bulma was really a little genius in martial arts. After all, there is no mention of Bulma's cultivation talent in the anime. Vegeta, teach me quickly. Bulma put her arm around Vegeta and hummed. Okay, okay. Vegeta quickly entered the guiding role and spoke, to practice the void dance technique, first of all, you have to concentrate, and secondly, you have to sense the chi in your body. Bulma listened quietly. After you can sense the chi, you use your consciousness to control the chi to the soles of your feet, then you can fly. Vegeta said the general steps, and Bulma was stunned. What is gas? Oh, look here. Vegeta raised his hand to condense a Qigong wave. His current behavior is similar to the behavior of Son Gohan when he taught Bidiri to fly in the anime. Chapter 74. Let me touch it. Bulma reached over. You want to die? Vegeta hurriedly dissipated the Qigong waves. Although this is a Qigong wave that he casually condenses, it is not something that a weak chicken like Bulma can touch. Ooh! Bulma shrunk her neck, and the silly look made Vegeta feel funny again. Come, follow me. To say that the richest family on the planet is magnificent, there are everything in the house, there are dozens of football fields, so Vegeta let Bulma sit on the lawn of the football field. Close your eyes and concentrate. Feel the chi in your body. Half an hour later, Bulma sat quietly on the lawn. Vegeta was watching. Vegeta, I can't feel the chi. Bulma was a little frustrated, she just said she was going to hit Vegeta in the face, but she was slapped in the face. Vegeta wouldn't laugh at her. Thinking of this, Bulma looked sideways and observed Vegeta's expression. You have never been in contact with cultivation, and it's normal that you can't sense chi for a while. Seeing that Vegeta didn't mean to laugh at her, Bulma breathed a sigh of relief and said, You think of some way, I want to learn to fly. Bulma stood up and ran to Vegeta's side. Smelling the vague body fragrance, Vegeta felt a pleasure in her heart. Hurry up and find a way, or I won't let you into the room tonight. Bulma blushed and was a little embarrassed. Not letting him into the room may be a little reluctant. Don't. Let me think. Vegeta shook his head frantically. Thought for a while. I'll pass on a breath for you to feel. Vegeta condensed a cloud of chi in his hand, waved it gently, and that chi instantly enveloped Bulma. In Dragon Ball, chi is conductive. For example, at the Conference of Force, Frieza transmitted a breath to Sun Wukong. There is also GT, the physical strength of the Super 4 Sun Wukong is exhausted, and it is also transmitted by Goten and Trunks to Sun Wukong. After receiving a cloud of chi, Bulma instantly felt that her body was warm and very comfortable. Bulma showed an expression of enjoyment. You put this hot spring on hold, hurry up and feel what chi is like. Vegeta said angrily. Bulma spat out a fragrant tongue and quickly closed her eyes, feeling the chi. Another half-hour passed. Bulma opened her eyes and said solemnly, Vegeta, I seem to know what chi is. Vegeta was stunned. Could it be that Bulma was really a cultivation genius? Let me try it. Bulma frowned as if she realized something. He sat down on the ground again and closed his eyes. Watching Bulma like this is very much like that. Vegeta smashed her tongue. This silly girl won't really understand what anger is. This time Bulma meditated for a longer period of time, until the evening. Vegeta was also watching. Suddenly, there was a breeze on Bulma. Bulma opened her eyes sharply, and the breeze dissipated. Vegeta, look at this. Bulma raised her palm, and a very, very, very small grain of light appeared in her hand. Gollum! Vegeta swallowed sharply. This. Could it be that Bulma is also a cultivation genius? Or is it that the higher the intelligence, the stronger the understanding? Vegeta exclaimed from the heart, Bulma, you are so powerful. Ha ha ha, I just said I'm a genius. A genius indeed. Vegeta nodded in disbelief. In the anime, when Bidalai learns the art of dancing, she also senses the chi in her body in one day and releases it. After all, Bidalai has been cultivating since she was a child, and she has been cultivating for more than 10 years, so she has achieved this level in one day. And Bulma, the little white, did this without cultivating at all. Should I say that Bidalai is too talented? Or is Bulma too talented? Hey, it's dark. Bulma touched her stomach, almost hungry. Then continue to practice the void dance technique tomorrow. Since you know what chi is, then you should be able to learn the void dance art soon. Vegeta smiled. In fact, the big reason why Bulma was able to do this step so quickly was because the Great Elder had developed her potential, and her combat power had reached 10 points. 10 points of combat effectiveness. It is estimated that when Bidalai learned air dancing, it was not so high. After all, 10 points of combat effectiveness can lift a 1-ton car with one hand. Can this be done better than Dilly? And part of the reason, also thanks to Vegeta passing a cloud of chi to Bulma to sense. Bulma himself is a scientific genius, with high intelligence, and it is normal that he can easily sense and control chi. Bulma jumped on Vegeta's back. Let's go back to eat first. Vegeta fought with Kuronoya and Sun Wukong today, and he was really hungry. Vegeta takes Bulma back to the family dining room and finishes dinner. Back in the room. Washed up. They were both too tired today, plus they only did that last night, so they fell out of bed and fell asleep. A few days passed. Bulma practices the art of dancing every day, and her progress is also visible to the naked eye. Bulma looked at Vegeta, and her tone was a little nervous. When I fly, you keep an eye on me. Don't worry. Then I'll start trying. Bulma swallowed. She has been able to collect the chi in her body freely in the past few days, and now she has begun to try to control the chi to the soles of her feet. Slowly. Chi quickly gathered on the soles of her feet. Bulma felt herself suddenly lightened. Vegeta, I seem to have succeeded. Bulma's body rose more than 10 centimeters out of thin air, but her whole body shook and shook. Vegeta smiled. It is indeed a success. With more practice, when you are proficient, you can fly into the sky like me. Ha ha ha, I finally succeeded. Bulma was very excited, put her arm around Vegeta, and said arrogantly, Look, I am not only a scientific genius, but also a martial arts genius. Yes, yes, Bulma is the best. Vegeta is embarrassed. Bulma is so ugly. Every time I eat and sleep these days, I tell him this again. Really can't stand it. Bulma lifted her snow-white chin and hummed, I learned to fly, and I will take Loyoland to play in a few days. She wished that she could fly skillfully immediately, so that she could show off in front of Luo Lan. Vegeta couldn't see what Bulma was thinking. He scratched Bulma's nose and smiled helplessly. Is this necessary? You are really naughty. Bulma snorted, you are not right in this statement. Isn't learning to fly just to show off, otherwise why did you learn it? Vegeta. Forget it, own woman, endure it. Chapter 75. A servant came over. Miss Bulma, Master Vegeta, Miss Lorraine is coming to you. Such a coincidence. Bulma's snow-white little face flushed with excitement. Let her in. Yes. The servants used communication equipment to let Lorraine into Bulma's house. After the maid left, Bulma jumped up happily. Vegeta, don't make a noise later. You're going to pretend. What pretending? This is called showing off, don't you understand? Bulma lifted her chin and hummed. Vegeta, this. Bulma is too childish. Show off when you say show off. Awesome. In order to be able to pretend in front of Lauren, Bulma practiced floating 3 more times before she arrived, and became more proficient each time. Let Vegeta on the side be stunned, Bulma is really a martial arts genius. Half an hour later, Lorraine arrived at the football field. Bulma, your home is too big. Lorraine complained. The richest man in the world is different. In addition to swimming pools, gyms, and such fitness venues, there are also places where Dr. Breves specializes in experiments, hundreds of laboratories. This is not over, Bulma's family even has an amusement park and a zoo, and her family's land occupies 1/10 of the land in the western capital. Terrifying. Hearing Luo Lan's words, Vegeta nodded solemnly. Bulma's house is indeed too big, and normal people may not be able to walk through Bulma's house for 3 days and 3 nights. Ha ha ha, isn't it normal to be older? Who made my dad the richest man in the world? Lorraine. Vegeta, is Bulma still speaking in human language? Haha, Luo Lan, if you hate coming here too slowly, you can fly over. Bulma rolled her round eyes. Vegeta covered her face. Bulma was really going to start. In order not to affect her play, it is better for Vegeta to go farther, so as not to affect her, and he will also suffer. Fly, say as if you can fly. Lorraine snorted angrily. Luo Lan, I can really fly. Luo Lan looked over and saw Bulma suspended 20 centimeters on the ground. You. How can you fly? Why can't I fly? Didn't I say before that Vegeta would teach me? Bulma looked at Vegeta in the distance, and her eyes were full of love. Luo Lan, Bulma is so hateful. But it's really cool to fly. She also wanted to learn, but Raditz, who only cared about cultivation, said that her chi was too weak to fly at all. Oh, it's actually nothing to be able to fly, it's not cool at all. Bulma landed slowly, a smile on her face. Her hateful face is like a villain. Even if the dog sees Bulma's face, he wants to go up and take a bite, not to mention Luo Lan. Bulma, I'm going to fight with you. Oh, what are you doing? Bulma quickly ran to Vegeta's side and hid behind him, sticking out her tongue from time to time, no different from a child. After a while, Bulma panted, why are you here? Luo Lan lowered his mouth and said vindicatively, come to see you show off. Speak human language. I want to ask who gave Raditz's head fever. Lorraine snorted angrily. The Raditz, which she liked, was burned bald. The point is to ask Raditz, who does not answer her yet. It's abominable to think about. Why, Raditz turned bald, you don't like it? Bulma's eyes dodged. This was burned by her man, and since Raditz didn't say it, she couldn't let Lorraine know. Vegeta was expressionless, as if he hadn't heard Lorraine's words. How is it possible? Even if Raditz has no hair, I am still so handsome. Lorraine hummed. Bulma spat out her fragrant tongue and laughed, that's not it. You guys talk first. Vegeta suddenly spoke up, his face a little wrong. The next second disappeared in front of the two. Vegeta, what's wrong? Bulma looked a little wrong with Vegeta's face as she left, and her heart was a little nervous. At the same time, Z fighters from all over the world flew towards one place. However, Vic did not go because he entered the Spirit Time House today. Bobo of the Celestial Realm opened his eyes and muttered, "It's that little guy again. Southern part of the Earth. Here's a time machine. I can see my father in this time and space again." Trunks carries a long sword on his back and jumps from the time machine. "Coming." Trunks smiled lightly. "I saw a group of people flying in the sky. Son Goku flew in the front, and Son Gohan and Klin were at the back. The Monkey King landed on the ground." He looked at Trunks cautiously. "Who are you?" "They." Others landed, looking at Trunks as well. The breath leaked out of this person was very terrifying, even the breath leaked by Vegeta could not compare to him. What they didn't know was that in fact, Vegeta's own aura had been hidden because of his cultivation realm. Ordinary people are completely unaware of the strength of Vegeta's breath. "This, I have no malice." Trunks quickly waved his hand. He knew all these people in front of him, but his father was not here. "Where will it go? He has no malice, don't worry." At this time, a familiar voice came from the void, and everyone looked at him. Vegeta came to Trunks and frowned. "Why are you here again?" Vegeta remembers telling Trunks that if there is something that can't be solved, come back to him in this time and space. Trunks appeared here. "Is there any crisis in the future?" "Dad." Trunks happily stepped forward and hugged Vegeta. "Father?" Klin looked at Tianjin Fan, and his eyes were full of shock. "Daddy, why did he call Uncle Vegeta Daddy?" Son Gohan looked at Son Gohan. "I don't know." Sun Wukong touched his head, puzzled. Ignoring everyone's reaction, Vegeta asked anxiously, "Trunks, why are you here in this time and space again? Is there something in the future that you can't solve?" "Not really." Trunks let go of Vegeta, took out a universal capsule from his pocket, and smiled. "Dad, when you left, you forgot to bring special medicine. Heart disease medicine." Vegeta pulled out the universal capsule box on his body and inquired about it. Suddenly shocked, heart disease special medicine is really not in it. If there was no heart disease medicine, and Sun Wukong did not summon the divine dragon to make a wish, he would definitely die. "I was walking too quickly, and I really forgot about this thing." Vegeta breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Trunks sent the special effect medicine again, otherwise when he found that the special effect medicine was not brought back, and he didn't have time to collect the divine dragon, then Sun Wukong would be finished.